In the gloomy night, countless figures rushed forward. They seemed to be assassinating someone sleeping on the ground. One of the group smiled wickedly, drawing a dagger. The rest of the group also drew their weapons in unison, aiming intently at the target. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in his eye. He swooped down, throwing the dagger straight into the middle of the cocoon with considerable force, causing it to deform. A moment later, the cocoon still lay motionless. Looking closer, it turned out there was no one in the bag. The assassin was startled, frozen for a second. A voice spoke up from a seated position over here. Only then did he realize, gritting his teeth as he turned towards the voice's source. There was a person already waiting, right behind him. The moonlight on his face revealed a solitary but not inferior look. It was none other than Hellmood. In his hand was only a crude bow, but his voice didn't tremble at all. You brought weapons and tried to ambush me, so I can take care of all of, right? Without waiting for their reply, he broke a dry branch nearby and continued, so this counts as self-defense, doesn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, he used that very branch as an arrow. Hellmood knocked it, aiming straight at the assassins. They looked at his weapon and snorted with laughter. What? A branch? One of them spoke mockingly. Are you kidding me? As soon as he finished speaking, the branch was aimed straight at his forehead and shot forward. Instantly, a very strong force knocked him over. The assassin immediately lost his balance and fell to his own and his comrades' astonishment. The commander's face darkened as he watched this scene. He looked up in alarm towards Hellmood. At the same time, another of his comrades cried out in fear. Hellmood continued to aim his bow at them. As the arrow flew, he counted one. As he finished, another man was knocked down by an arrow, reflected in the commander's panicked eyes as he heard the deadly count of 2. The commander was truly terrified, gritting his teeth and calculating. Meanwhile, one by one, they were cut down as Hellmood continued to count steadily 3, 4. He had no intention of stopping and continued to break branches. The other man panicked, signaled his surrender, and screamed, "Wait, please." Hellmood showed no mercy, casting a deadly gaze at him. While aiming the arrow, he said, "If you intended to kill someone, you should have been prepared to die yourself." With that, the arrow coldly defeated him. The assassin died in absolute panic. A while later, Hellmood walked through the forest, carrying his meager belongings, muttering, "This way, there surely won't be any traces left." Suddenly his eyes darkened. He silently called another person's name, "Darien, everything isn't like you said at all." With that, Hellmood leaped up. He disappeared into the darkness of the empty forest. The human world is so boring, Hellmood thought as he sped away. The past resurfaced. In a meeting room, a group of people were discussing. Animatedly, one person spoke up. "It's been a long time. Are the traces of the Demon King still intact?" Another replied, "If you're talking about the primeval forest, any living creature possessing magical power cannot pass the barrier, so it should be fine." After saying that, the person grew pensive. But the worrying thing is that the forest itself is also covered in magical power. The fact that we cannot use such a large piece of land is also a problem. Another person agreed, "That's right." Suddenly, a man exclaimed with a deadly idea, "If it's a forest filled with magical power that prevents anyone from returning, couldn't we send those who must die to that place?" The others were startled by his words and all looked at him. "Why?" he continued, "There are always those we have a lot of trouble dealing with, and besides that forest, there is no more convenient place to eliminate them." With that, he slammed his hand on the table, looking determined, to the agreement of the people around him. "Wow, that could work. Not a bad idea, and so that terrible idea was approved. If that's the case, we will proceed with it." The scene suddenly shifted to a gloomy one. Darkness fell, and a piercing scream came from the forest those men had just discussed. "No, please take me instead, spare my poor child." Her remaining tragic screams were swallowed by the darkness. A guard pried her hands off, saying, "Please let go. The seed of darkness has sprouted inside this child." With that, the soldier took the baby, signaled, "Begin," amidst the mother's screams. "No, no!" 3 priests standing around chanted. A blinding yellow light flashed from the baby still lying in his swaddling clothes. The light enveloped the 3 priests. It enveloped the guard, and it shone upon the weeping mother. Margaret Irene screamed in despair, "Hellmood, back to this gloomy forest, the primeval forest, a place of exile where no one can survive. Not even genius scholars, brave commanders, or extraordinary mages, prisoners would be thrown into the forest. By divine power, a yellow light suddenly flashed. If they could escape that place alive, their sins would be forgiven." The baby in the swaddling clothes slowly opened his eyes, awakened by that light. And one day, a child was born with the seed of darkness within him. The baby slowly opened his eyes, his innocent gaze already tinged with a dark color. Its very existence was a sin. In the desolate forest, the baby's cries were as if swallowed by the darkness. It had been thrown into the demon world, a place no one had ever escaped from alive. The gloom of the forest surrounded the baby. Hellmood lay motionless, there in the deadly atmosphere of the forest. A forest filled with magical power. The baby shivered from the cold and hunger. He lay there alone, yet seemed inviolable. But inside his body a seed grew in his heart. Surge of energy welled up in his heart. That energy surged and enveloped the child. Finally, one day, the light gradually began to shine. 10 days passed. He still lay motionless regardless of sun or rain, day or night. And the baby resiliently survived. One day in the sunlight of the forest, a creature appeared. Elena arrived, her gaze fearsome at first glance. She slowly approached Hellmood. Then she tried to let out an imposing roar. In the end, it was she who picked up the tiny Hellmood. That day, the child's destiny was decided. 10 years later, the sound of a child's laughter began to appear in the dark forest. The boy Hellmood darted about, chasing a rabbit, yelling, "Stop right there!" Hellmood looked at the difficult prey, scowling and cursing at it. Damned rabbit. Finally he pounced. Hellmood looked at the prey, gritted his teeth, quietly, "Now, go to hell." As he finished speaking, the unfortunate rabbit was caught in his hands, letting out a cry of pain. Elena lay in the shade, watching Hellmood with the gentle eyes of a mother tiger. He shouted excitedly, "Eleanor, I caught it!" Hearing that, she leaped close to him in a flash. Eleanor gave the rabbit a claw, a fatal blow that sent it on its way. As she ate the rabbit, she asked, "So, Hellmood, have you gotten used to hunting yet?" He replied, "Yeah, but I can only hunt rabbits so far." Ella's claw took out a tiny object. She held up the small stone and said, "Look closely, this is called a magic stone. All demon beasts possess them." Ella continued to explain, "If you eat a demon beast, you will become the stronger. It will also replenish your vital energy and increase your lifespan." Hellmood was amazed. Ella continued, "However, this rabbit is quite small, so its magic stone is too." Hellmood was about to grab the magic stone, saying, "Since this came from the prey I hunted." Eleanor guessed his intention, dodged, and conveniently knocked Hellmood down, replying, "Not so fast." Hellmood was knocked down, getting a lump on his head. He struggled and whined, "Give it back to me." Eleanor cruelly refused. No way," she explained. "You're a human, not a demon beast. If you eat this odd, you will become a demon beast." Ella suddenly spoke in a serious tone, "And if that happens, you'll have to live in this forest forever." Hellmood looked unconvinced, pouted, and replied, "Tech, how ridiculous." He dragged the rabbit's carcass, muttering, "Even if I don't eat it, I'm still stuck in here. Wouldn't it be better to just eat it and become stronger?" As Hellmood carried the rabbit's carcass and followed Ella back, he kept talking, "I'm still too weak. I can't go anywhere outside." "On your territory, Ella." Hearing this, Ella's face grew serious. "You can get out." Hearing this, Hellmood was doubtful. "What?" she repeated, without any hint of a joke. "I said you can get out of this forest." He was suspicious. "How do you know?" "Didn't you say we couldn't get out?" Ella answered, "I've never seen anyone escape, so I thought no one could. But someone told me it was possible." Hellmood pressed. "Who said that to you?" She answered nonchalantly, "The human I met before." Her answer immediately sobered Hellmood up. He turned around and asked, "A human?" Eleanor immediately extinguished the hope in him. "What are you thinking of?" "The going to find that person. Don't dream of it. He must have died somewhere in this forest by now. Maybe that person is still alive. Did you see him die with your own eyes?" Ella was caught off guard by those words and didn't know what to say for a moment. She thought for a bit, then denied it. "That guy was old. He used to be very strong." She continued, "But as a human, no matter how strong, they will weaken because they can't withstand the demonic energy in this forest. You just can't feel it because you have the seed of darkness. The last time I saw him was a long time ago. He must be weighing about 90 years old now." Hellmood was suspicious. "Didn't you say that humans can live to be over 100? Where did you meet that person?" Ella played the emotional card. "I fed you, raised you, and now you're determined to leave. How horrible and disgusting." As she spoke, she grabbed a dry branch, about to hit him with it. Hellmood quickly dodged it, retorting, "Didn't you tell me to take care of myself?" She frowned, continuing to drop hints for Hellmood. "He probably isn't even there. He was determined, if he's not there, it'll just come back." That sentence angered Eleanor. She growled in annoyance, "Whatever. Then go do whatever you want." Hellmood was just as quick to pry for information. "So where is that place?" She couldn't help but reveal, "Far away, to the east of here." Having gotten what he needed, Hellmood immediately turned east. In a flash he disappeared from Ella's sight. Only then did she realize she had fallen into a trap. Shocked, "What?" she hurriedly shouted after him, "If you die along the way, I won't care." Hellmood didn't care. As he dashed off, he was been overjoyed. So there's another person in this forest. As he rushed on, he was incredibly excited, and what's more, A very strong person, someone without the seed of darkness. Hellmood sped away, another person just like me. Because he was in such a hurry, Hellmood was panting heavily. Before him was a suspicious wooden fence. Hellmood raised an eyebrow a place. He looked doubtfully at the fence. But that didn't look natural at all. Aaron wondered, what's this? Hellmood. That didn't think much of it and immediately bent. That his knees to gain momentum. In a flash, he had jumped over the wooden fence. Ahead was a wooden house, its tiled roof covered in moss, indicating it was built long ago. Hell. Mood was excited, I'm sure of it. He sighed in relief, only a human could build something like this. Finally, before he could finish his sentence, a figure rushed forward and slammed his head down, so fast that Hellmood couldn't react, only managing to cry out in pain. The other person showed no mercy, striking with enough force to shake the area. Darien looked suspiciously at Hellmood and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" He gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to answer. "No one, I'm alone." Hellmood continued to explain, "Eleanor told me someone lived here." Hearing that name, Darien paused for a moment and asked, "Eleanor?" Then he frowned. "I see." He relaxed his grip, and Hellmood immediately let out a heavy breath. Darien turned away, continuing to interrogate him. "Why did you come looking for me?" In Hellmood's unexpectant eyes, he said coldly, "If you just wanted to meet a human, then you've come to the wrong person." Hellmood heard this and objected, "That's not it." Well, facing the large Darien, he was a little scared. "I want to." But in the end, his determination to escape this forest won out. A moment later, Darien compromised. He said, "My name is Darien. What's your name?" He was still a bit wary, replying Hellmood. He continued, "So you want to escape from here, right?" He answered, "Eleanor said that you know how to get out of here." Darien was curious. "Why do you want to leave this place?" "The outside world isn't as peaceful or beautiful as you think." Hellmood couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" "The like," Darien said. "The humans. And out there don't have sharp claws and fangs. They also have weak bodies, but," he continued, "they are far more cruel. Born cunning." He looked at Hellmood and asked doubtfully, "Were you born in this forest?" Hellmood calmly replied, "No, I was sent here after I was born." Darien immediately understood it must be because "But you have the seed of darkness." Hearing that, Hellmood touched his chest, signaling that he was right. He explained, "People with that seed are usually disposed of at birth. But since you were spared, you must have a high-born background." "You're at least a noble?" Hellmood asked back. "A noble? What's that?" Darien said, "Something rather unrelated, something like family background. Probably doesn't matter anymore since you were sent here, and I have to repay my debt to that panther." After saying that, he turned around, his voice becoming serious. "Listen carefully, kid." He didn't wait for Hellmood to react and continued, "The reason you were left in this forest is because of the seed of darkness inside you." He imagined a scene of a wounded Hellmood. "If it's still there, even if you get out of here, you will always be hunted down and will eventually die fighting someone else." After speaking, he asked Hellmood again, "Do you still want to leave this forest?" He nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Dar said with a serious face, "I understand. Very well." With that, he picked him up, much to his surprise. Suddenly lifted up, Hellmood struggled. "Wait a minute, old man." He cursed in annoyance. "Ah, damn it." Dar chuckled teasingly. "You've got quite a temper." He explained, "If you want to go to the human world, you must become a human first." Finally, Hellmood stopped, just staring intently at, with eyes as sharp as a knife. Darien didn't seem to mind saying, "Let's go. It'll make you human." On the way, Hellmood could hide his curiosity. "What do I have to do to get out of here?" he asked. The old man replied, "You have to cross the border of this forest. But for now, just forget about that." He reminded him, "You have to get stronger first. After that, you must go see the person who knows how to cross it." Hellmood asked again, "Who is it?" The old man refused. "I can't tell you yet." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Get stronger. How do I do that?" The old man carried him into the wooden house and replied, "Just do as I say." A moment later, Hellmood angrily threw down the broom, protesting, "Dar, why do I have to do this?" Darien calmly turned away. "This is how humans lie." He argued, "You live like this too. This place is so dirty." Darien retorted, "So you want to keep living in the forest?" Hearing that, Hellmood fell silent, annoyed but unable to vent. A moment later, a bed made of straw was created. He stared at it blankly and asked, "What's this?" The old man said nonchalantly, "It's your bed." The kid, Hellmood, asked in surprise, "A bed?" Then he jumped on it, lay down, and shouted with delight. Hellmood sighed in relief and asked, "I can rest now, right?" Dar teased, "You lazy brat, you still have a lot to do. Get up." He picked up a set of clothes and gave it to him. "Put this on." Hellmood put it on and complained, "It's tight and uncomfortable." The old man explained, "Humans have to wear clothes. I don't." Have many, so don't ruin them, he sulked. A little later, the two of them went back out into the forest. Hellmood followed Darien and asked, "Why are we going out again?" The old man replied, "There's something else you need to know. It'll teach you about what you can and cannot eat." He looked at the full bag of vegetables and continued, "And how to make the inedible." Hellmood was surprised. Edible. He took out a root, slid a small knife into it, and said as he worked, "The roots of any creature have a core stone. Even if you remove it, magical energy remains. But there is one thing that has no magical energy." With that, he dipped the root, with its core stone removed, into the stream and said, "And that is water. You can cut out the core stone and wash the magical energy out of the creature with water." Then he handed the root to Hellmood. "Try eating it." Hellmood looked thoughtful, then quickly took it and tried it. He exclaimed as he ate, "Even plants are edible, how interesting." Darien quickly stood up and said, "If you're done, let's go back." He obediently followed. "Okay." A moment later, Hellmood looked extremely serious. "I really do need human knowledge." Then he raised his voice in protest. "But what does that have to do with fetching water?" He mumbled while carrying 2 buckets of water. "Has been making me do strange things for days now. Isn't this a bit much?" At the same time, a beast was hiding behind the bushes, stalking Hellmood. As fast as lightning, El lunged forward to attack, catching him off guard. The 2 buckets of water spilled everywhere. Hellmood jumped up and asked doubtfully, "Ill?" It looked at Hellmood with a mocking gaze, teasing, "What are you doing?" Trying to look funny. He answered honestly, "He told me to fetch water." Hearing this, Eleanor was speechless. "Why are you listening to that human? You never listened to me." Hellmood brushed back his water-soaked hair, looking resigned. He said he would make me stronger. Eleanor lay down gracefully and continued to ask, "And when you're stronger, what will you do? Will you leave the forest?" Hellmood was determined. "You said that. I'm not a demon beast, so I must go to the human world." Hearing that, Eleanor fell silent for a moment, continued to ask, "Will good things happen if you go?" He replied in a firm voice, "I don't know, but if I stay here, nothing good will happen." Finishing his sentence, he turned to leave, saying, "I'm going. See you later." Eleanor watched blankly as Hellmood's figure disappeared. After a moment, it thought for a bit and also turned away. Its face filled with sadness. Eleanor left alone, thinking to herself, "The boy will probably be fine." In another corner, the water he brought back was spilled and wasted. Hellmood was trying to hold his stance, concentrating so hard he was drenched in sweat. Dar stood behind him, reminding him, "Straighten your back." Hellmood couldn't take it anymore and said with difficulty, "I'm so tired." The old man retorted, "Don't you want to leave this forest?" Hearing that, Hellmood gritted his teeth, crying and cursing, "Damn it." But he still had to maintain his horse stance. Dar looked at him, thinking to himself, "The kid has pretty good endurance." Watching him grit his teeth in the horse stance, he thought, "I'd lie. Perhaps someone who can survive in this forest has to be different." He decided, the boy was born with more than just the seed of darkness. Has worth teaching. The sunset gradually descended, casting a faint light over the forest. Hellmood's face was listless as if devoid of life. Seeing this, Dar reminded him, Hellmood, stop and come sit here." As soon as the words were spoken, Hellmood, as if freed, left his stance and let out a sigh of relief. Darien quickly helped him up. Hellmood whined, "I'm so hungry." The old man replied in a slightly doting voice, "All right." A moment later, a large pot of soup was bubbling on the wood stove, under the scorching gaze of Hellmood. Darien reminded him, "Use the meat." Hellmood listlessly complied. After taking just 1 spoonful, Hellmood froze. Right after that, his eyes lit up. He scooped nonstop, exclaiming, "So delicious, so good." Darien watched with affection as his taste buds exploded. Hellmood asked nonstop, "What did you say this was?" "Soup. It's really good." While he was still eating greedily, Darien suddenly stood up. He asked curiously, "Darien, aren't you eating?" He didn't answer, tied his hair back and said, "Eat while you listen to me." Darien opened a nearby wooden chest and continued, "Hellmood, you came to my place to leave this forest, and right now you're trying to get stronger." Hellmood continued to eat and drink while Darien droned on, "But you are not a demon beast in the forest. You're just a weak human without fangs or claws. No matter how hard you work, human strength has its limits." With that said, he took out an object and said, "That's the reason why." He swung the sword and said, "I want to teach you swordsmanship starting tomorrow." His eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he continued, "But before that, I will show you what a sword is." With those words, Darien performed a few moves with the sword. He approached a large boulder. In the attentive eyes of Hellmood, he reminded, "Watch closely." Darien slashed forward, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then he gathered his strength and swung a powerful blow. The sword hit the ground, the force so great it churned the earth. Hellmood watched and then asked, "I just saw sparks fly from that piece of wood." Dar didn't answer and continued his demonstration. He slashed again, aiming straight for the boulder to attack. Sparks from the sword cut the large boulder in half. A moment later from the slash the rock began to crack open. To Hellmood's astonishment, the unfortunate boulder exploded into small pieces. Hellmood was both surprised and endlessly excited. The huge boulder had exploded into small pieces, scattered on the ground. Dar finally spoke. This is the way for humans to survive. Hellhood's jaw dropped. Wow, that thing. Darien caressed the sword and continued, this, just as demon beasts have their own magical power. Imagine that humans also have such a tremendous source of power to use. Hearing this, Hellhood looked at his hands in confusion. Darien continued to explain, although the seed of darkness within you has different properties from others, it also possesses the exact same source of power. Hellmood understood, thinking to himself, so this is the power I felt when I met Elena or Darien. Out loud he exclaimed, this is amazing. I want to learn how to use it too. Suddenly a thwack sound was heard. Dar gave him a flick on the forehead, causing Hellmood to jolt and lose his balance. He said calmly, don't be so impatient. Your body isn't ready to receive Viz yet. He reminded him, now, the important thing for you is to understand the way of the sword. Darien was suddenly silent for a second. He looked at the shattered boulder and continued, it will be very difficult, very pressuring, and sometimes even a huge headache. Then, he gripped the hilt of his sword firmly and said resolutely, but you must see it through to the end, and you are not allowed to fail. He brought the sword before Hellmood. As long as you give your heart to it, the sword will give you a worthy reward. Hellmood carefully took the sword from his hand. He excitedly gripped it and replied, yes, sir. The next morning, in the courtyard, Hellmood's mournful cries rang out, along with Darien's reminder, focus. Hellmood complained, how many days has it been? My posture is perfect. He just replied blandly, oh my. So, you've already learned how to talk back to me. And I'm sure I told you to use honorifics with me. He had to correct himself. But I did do it correctly, sir. He said coldly, no, not correct at all, causing him to let out a dejected cry. Hellmood asked helplessly, then what's the problem? Here, sir, he sighed. Darien pointed to his head and reminded him, you brat, just having the right posture isn't enough. Think carefully. Hellmood hesitated, and after that, he was helpless. Do I have to spell everything out for you to understand? He got furious. Of course you do. Why didn't you just say everything from the start? He continued, if you keep being so vague, how am I supposed to understand? Dar looked at him, deep in thought. The more I observe him, the more I realize how strange he is. He has no self-awareness in his studies at all, yet is still progressing faster than I thought. His thoughts drifted. The seed of darkness has a great influence on humans, making them more violent, and he even grew up with demon beasts. And yet, contrary to my first impression of him, is very rational. Though not easy to teach, he is very persistent and doesn't give up easily. Looking at his focused expression, he was certain, there's really something very different about him. Then he stepped forward and said to him, then let me teach you. Swish, he quickly executed a sword strike. Hellhood couldn't react in time, and his sword hand was hit. Dar teased the kid, you've gotten weaker. Hellhood was in so much pain that tears welled up, yelling, why did you hit me twice? Dar looked at the boy clutching the wound on his shoulder and said, well, have you seen the difference yet? Hellmood was silent for a second, then replied curtly, no. He immediately used a psychological tactic, answering like that. It seems you don't want to eat dinner. At the mention of a meal, Hellmood's face fell, and he asked what. He hurriedly stopped him. No, wait, I think I'm starting to understand. He tried to think of something to say. One hurt a lot, one hurt a little. The speed and position you struck were also different, sir. Why is that? He recalled the strikes, thinking, I don't get it. The movements were almost the same. It's strange. Darien asked again, do you understand now? Just imitating the outer form is not enough. He explained, the very small differences in your muscle usage, the minute movements of your fingertips, the way you move your body, and the harmony between your mind and the sword. He continued, you must take all of those things into account. He said gently, only then can you say that you've truly learned. You must pour your heart and soul into every single movement. As if enlightened by Darien's explanation, when you can do that, you will have truly understood. With that, Darien again flicked his forehead. Right now you are just meaninglessly swinging your arms. You are not a swordsman, just a woodcutter. After the reminder, he became serious again. Now do it again. A while later, Hellmood went out into the forest alone. Standing before the stream, he mused. Darien said, resting is also part of training, but not swinging my sword like this feels so boring. Suddenly a sound from behind caught his attention. He turned around and let out an "Oh!" Long time no see. She looked at him and let out an exclamation. Looking at Hellmood in his new state, she asked, it's only been a short time, but you've gotten bigger, haven't you? Hellmood asked doubtfully, really? Ali said, well, it's only Like a corn kernel has grown into a chestnut, he replied. It'll definitely get even bigger, don't worry. Hellmood suddenly remembered something and asked, come to think of it, did Darien say he owes you a debt? Alia replied, Darien, that's the human's name, right? He said he wanted to stay here, so I gave him special permission to do so. He was surprised, huh? But Alia, you don't like living with anyone. Hearing that, Alia teased, huh? It seems living with a human has made you stupid. Her voice suddenly became fierce. I am the master of this central primeval forest, Alia. I will fight back against anyone who dares to bother me. And suddenly, its voice softened. Actually, maybe not everyone. I'm actually just trying to be cautious in case that disgusting snake ambushes me. Hellmood was speechless, then asked, disgusting snake? He thought for a moment and said, oh, it's in the southern part of the forest, named Nahu, right? Eleanor agreed. Yes, that's the two-headed snake, has targeting that human. If the two of us fought to exhaustion, we might miss out on the better opportunities. Hellmood suddenly asked, so, if you had to fight Darien, Bond, would you be sure of victory? Hearing this, Eleanor was silent for a moment. It replied, who knows? It explained, because demon beasts like me usually display our magical power immediately, so by instinct we can tell, but humans never naturally reveal their abilities. What I mean is, they can hide their power. Hearing this, Hellmood seemed to understand something. He turned and asked, so you can't win, Eleanor? It immediately denied it. I simply mean that I can't be certain. Although Nahu also dislikes that human, for that very reason. He can't attack him right away. Hellmood asked again, wait, why does Nahu hate that human? Elena replied, because that human destroyed the disgusting area that Nahu built. Hellmood asked doubtfully, a disgusting area? Eleanor asked, curious. He immediately replied, of course I'm dying of curiosity. So, what is it? Eleanor conceded, alright. It stretched and said, let me take you to see. Then, Eleanor carried him on her back to go find out. Holding on to Eleanor and looking down at the scene below, Hellmood's face turned pale. This is. Eleanor replied, yes, it's the disgusting area I told you about. The scene below was horrifying. The people there were being abused and beaten. They were even dragged away despite their pleas. Eleanor explained briefly, a human-style farm. Eleanor landed on a nearby high hill to let Hellmood observe more. Below, humans were being used like the tools for labor. Hellmood repeated doubtfully, a human farm. Suddenly, a worker below collapsed while carrying a large wooden beam. While he was groaning in pain and trying to get up, another person who seemed to be a manager, holding a leather whip, shouted, you fool, get to work. With that, he whipped continuously at the other man's body, cursing as he hit him. Don't act like you're in so much pain, get up now. Hellmood frowned. He looks like has in a lot of pain. Why is he hitting him? Eleanor replied flatly, because he isn't working properly. On the farm, two other people were distracted by the cry of pain and turned to look. The man immediately turned and scolded them. What are you looking at? Get moving! Hellmood watched the chaotic scene below in silence. He noticed the girl who had just been scolded. He asked, what's that? They look like me. Come, but also a little different. Eleanor continued, are you talking about human women? Hellmood was curious. Even though it's daytime, they're going into the tents. Eleanor explained, those. The women are food. It's said though you're both human, their gender is different from yours. You are a man and they are women. Nahu prefers the women because their meat is softer and has less muscle. With that, its face darkened. But if they're two or small, there's nothing to eat, so he has to wait until they're grown to eat them. It continued, the women become Nahu's food, and the men are enslaved for life to maintain this land. Hellmood asked, so that's why this place became a farm, huh? It replied, yes, people think Nahu is protecting this farm, but humans are the ones who maintain it, and of course, they also have. Oh, a leader, there he is. Their gazes fell on a bald, horrifying-looking man. He was furiously asking, what's all the noise? The other guys were the cowering, you're here, Lord Yuru. The subordinate reported, a slave made a mistake. Yuru reminded him, forget it. Have you gathered all the sacrifices? The man replied, yes, sir. They are over there. Yuru glanced over, is that so? Over there, the girls were entering the tent one by one. He suddenly called one over, hey you. He grabbed the girl's chin, staring at her intently, which made her face pale with fear. He gave a wicked smile. I'll make a special exception and let you live a little longer. Then Yuru grabbed her hair, dragging her away amidst and the girl's desperate cry. Hellmood asked, is that human the village chief? Elena replied, yes. I don't know how, but is very good at finding people who get lost in the forest. If you're unlucky, you could become one of them. The scene below, of people trampling on others, was horrifying. Hellmood fell silent. I know, you didn't treat me like that. He asked curiously why Eleanor hesitated. I don't really like the idea of raising livestock to fatten them up like Nahu does. Hearing this, Hellmood fell silent. He teased, sounds like something you would do. Eleanor cleared her throat. Then it turned to take him back. Hellmood was still lost in thought, thinking about it, gathering people together. Eleanor's voice cut off his train of thought. All right, Hellmood, let's go back. Suddenly it smelled a familiar, dangerous scent. Well, look who we have here. Nahu appeared. Eleanor immediately put up her guard, carefully pulling Hellmood behind her for protection. One of the snake heads spoke, a face. I've missed Ali. Ali also growled worrily Nahu. It suddenly fell silent. Weren't you sleeping? Hellmood, having just composed himself, became alarmed. Looking at the demon beast before him, he thought just by rising up, it creates such heavy pressure. The other snake head chimed in. Is this the child you've raised? The first head then laughed horribly and replied, men are tastiest when they're young. Then it began to tease, let me have a bite of him. Eleanor coldly refused. No, it conceded anyway. You don't eat men, right? His meat wouldn't suit your taste. Nahu laughed gleefully. That's right, the human flesh that Yuru prepares for me is extremely delicious. It cast a disgusted glance at Hellmood, but this the two snake heads moved as fast as lightning and closed in an instant. Nahu was close to Hellmood. What's your relationship with Darien? Hellmood was so scared he broke into a sweat. Just then, Eleanor intervened, shielding him. Roared, you bastard, how dare you? Stick that filthy face of yours here. Nahu chuckled, don't be so hot-headed. You know I'm a peace-loving creature. The two snakeheads bantered back and forth. I just wanted to check why I smell that damn stench from its clothes. The past emerged. Nahu spoke in a cold voice. It's only been a few years since he destroyed my farm, so it's natural for me to be wary of him. Eleanor quickly covered for him. It has nothing to do with Darien. It just stole some clothes to wear. Nahu was doubtful. Is that so? But then it casually added, what a relief. If you weren't here, I would have tormented it. Eleanor immediately warned, if you dare lay a finger on it, it'll tear you into 100 pieces. Nahu teased, oh my, so scary. Just kidding, I don't want to fight you after all. We've known each other for quite a long time. It cast a scrutinizing gaze towards her and continued, more importantly, if you're done, can you leave? I hope you never come back here again. It growled, for is flying all over my territory. I done. Like that Hellmood, who was behind Eleanor, was so scared he collapsed. Finally Nahu decided to leave. Goodbye. Eleanor maintained her protective stance, watching it leave completely. Hellmood let out a few pained groans, and then he collapsed. Eleanor looked at him doubtfully. Did he faint? As the sun set, Hellmood gradually regained consciousness, complaining, oh my god, my head. Eleanor carefully reminded him, Hellmood, because Nahu has seen you from now on, you can't go anywhere alone. You must stick close to that human. It rambled on, Nahu is worried of me, so he won't come here, but you never know for sure. Hellmood was silent, then said, all right. Eleanor seemed to notice his troubled expression and asked, why do you look so gloomy? You have to be careful with all these things. Eleanor nagged like an old mother, there's no other way, you're still young. Hellmood suddenly called out, hey. It immediately turned around, huh? He asked, do you think I can become as strong as you and Darien? Eleanor looked at him, puzzled. You. Hellhood fell silent, is that so difficult? Eleanor commented that human is very strong. It looked up at the sky and continued, I don't know how strong he is, but has on a level that most ordinary humans can't reach even if they struggled their entire lives. Hellmood was stunned. An entire lifetime. Eleanor said in a low voice, it's not easy, but everything will change based on your actions. It continued, if you truly wish to become stronger. Hellmood at the same time also clenched his fists, making up his mind. Eleanor was still talking, if you want to escape this forest, do everything you can to become stronger. Eleanor suddenly fell silent, looking at his expression. Hellmood also looked down, not answering. Then it sighed and turned away. Eleanor left, saying that human is coming. See you later. Just as it said, Darien was carrying a bundle of straw on his back, slowly approaching. He saw Hellmood and said, I guess you were out with that panther again. He turned back and said, Darien. The man didn't wait for his reply and continued walking forward. The sun is about to set, let's go back. Hellhood's mind was in turmoil. He didn't reply. He looked at Darien's steady back. Then he looked at the lonely Eleanor. Eleanor also noticed his gaze. It suddenly turned back, thinking to itself, I will watch over you. Seeing its gaze, he seemed to catch the signal. Hellmood smiled. He turned back, walked with Darien, and replied silently, okay. In the middle of the night, Hellmood was in too much pain to sleep. He curled up on the straw bed, crying out, damn it, my stomach hurts so much. He was desperate and probably going to die. That afternoon, Darien had given him some strange grass, saying, Hellmood, eat this today before you go to bed. Hellmood took it, curious, what is this? The man said bluntly, poisonous grass. Hellmood was startled. You're telling me to eat poi? Before he could finish, Darien flicked his forehead and ordered, just eat it and don't complain. I will help you control the power of the seed of darkness. And so, now Hellmood was writhing in pain. This might actually be poison, he complained, but you didn't say it would hurt this much. Saying that, he cried out in pain again. Hellmood gritted his teeth. What did you feed me? Dar at the same time Darien was silently gazing at the night scenery. He muttered 5 years, no maybe about 4 years. The next morning Hellhood threw himself into his training routine as usual. His slashes gradually became more powerful and precise. He relentlessly slashed at a large tree trunk. In the blink of an eye, the tree trunk was covered in scratches. While he was diligently training, Darien approached. He looked at the relentlessly striving young man in silence. Finally, he spoke. You're starting to use the sword more skillfully now, aren't you? Hearing his voice, Hellmood stopped. Hello, Darien. He happily boasted. Lately, my body feels very light and my vision has improved noticeably. Hellmood asked doubtfully, could it be because of the poisonous grass? Darien thought, and replied, it's likely the effect of the demon soil. You haven't felt any pain recently, have you? Hellmood sheathed his sword and replied, no, it feels more like being refreshed and clear-headed in the early morning. Hearing that, Darien nodded. I see, it's been a few months since you started absorbing demon soil. I guess it's time. With that, he asked Hellmood, do you still remember what I told you about Viz? He didn't wait for an answer and continued, you can't see the power, but that's also why you can make it grow without limits. He emphasized, however, if your body and techniques haven't reached a basic level, then training in Viz is meaningless. The reason I didn't teach you Viz is because until now, you still hadn't reached that level. With that, Darien decided, but your body now seems ready to receive Viz. He looked at Hellmood's surprised face and said, then let's begin. A glint appeared in his eyes. I will teach you to train with Viz. A gust of wind blew, sweeping his hair back. Dar got into position. He gripped his sword tightly and an aura emitted from his hands. He closed his eyes, sensing the air. Then right after that, a dazzling golden energy radiated from his body and enveloped the sword in his hand. Hellhood, who was watching, was also affected and took a step back. Dar explained, harmonize the energy in the air, draw it into your body, and control it freely. Then he used his strength to raise the sword. He brought the sword before Hellmood's eyes, saying, and through your sword, materialize it. Darien continued, that is how you can control Viz, and what you must do from now on. He instructed, here, raise your sword. Hellmood immediately complied. He instructed, breathe deeply while confronting me, and you will absorb natural energy into your body. As he struck, he said, simplify your thoughts, and move calmly. Another strike came, accompanied by his next words, if you let go of this flow. Hellmood gritted his teeth, as he directly countered that attack. Darien's voice still rang out, and forget about Viz, then your body will shatter. As he finished speaking, his attack sent Hellmood flying, crashing into a nearby tree trunk. He cried out in pain. Dar didn't stop, and prepared to attack again. He lunged straight at Hellmood, who had just regained his footing. He thrust his sword toward him again. In the nick of time, Hellmood managed to dodge the attack. The sword plunged straight into the tree. He immediately moved away, his face darkening. Hellhood, slightly panicked, yelled, wait, are you really trying to kill me? Darien approached and asked, why did you lose your composure so quickly? I didn't teach you this way. Hellhood composed himself, thinking, breathe in, breathe out. Then he slowly exhaled and lowered his sword slightly. Immediately after, Hellmood got into an attack stance and took a sharp breath. He began his counterattack. Dar faced his continuous attacks and effortlessly parried each one. While defending, he reminded him, utilize all your senses, absorb more energy, and you will be able to feel all the power. As he finished, Hellmood let out a tired cry. While he was staggering back, Darien encouraged him, no one can do it perfectly on the first try. He said, from now on, we will continue to train like this, even if it takes a long time. Then Dar struck again. This time, Hellmood firmly blocked it. Dar smiled faintly, just show me. Hellmood also became excited. He began to feel the air around him and charged forward again. As the old man's voice echoed, just your will. The two clashed, disturbing the space around them. Dar's reminders echoed continuously, don't rest, keep moving, don't let the flow break. Seeing Hellhood's focused attack, he urged, a little faster. He reminded him, absorb all the energy into your body. For a long time, the two trained diligently. One day, Hellhood had become much calmer. By then, snow had covered the forest in white. Darien still approached from behind, observing. Hellmood was highly focused. Viz gradually appeared, emitting a captivating purple light. 4 years later, in that same snow-covered forest, snow was sent flying everywhere. Hellmood single-handedly chopped down a dead tree trunk. After training, he let out a sharp breath. Looking at the pile of felled tree trunks, he sighed in relief. All right. He looked at the wooden sword, full of training marks, and wondered, can I finish my training for today? A voice suddenly came from behind him. It's been 4 years, causing him to turn around. Dar, you were watching me, Darien calmly commented. You've improved a bit now, Hellmood. Disagreed. Improved, I think still lacking something. Anyway, how about a match today? Dar replied. Before that, show me your viz. Hellmood refused. No, I don't want to. I did that last time. And then you refused to fight me, saying I was still lacking. The old man didn't allow refusal. Just do it. Hellmood had no choice but to comply, clicking his tongue unwillingly. But then, he quickly calmed himself and sensed his vital energy. Darien silently watched the scene before him, watching the viz radiate. From him he thought to himself, I've said it before. But to be able to manifest viz so clearly at such a young age. And the boy is growing at an incredible rate. Although he possesses the seed of darkness, he is truly talented. The demonstration ended, and Hellmood exhaled. Dar was still lost in thought. This child is destined to upset the order of the world, whether through prosperity or by plunging it into hell. With that thought, he closed his eyes, dismissing the images that had just appeared. Then he opened his eyes again, facing a determined Hellmood. The time has come. He wondered, should I let the kid go? He looked at the boy who had now grown up, unsure of what to do. Darien held out a hand as he spoke. It seems the time has come, Hellmood. He was momentarily stunned by these words. What do you mean? Could it be? Without letting him say more, the old man confirmed it directly. That's right, saying that the time has come to leave this forest. Hellmood immediately protested. But I don't think that strong yet. Darien replied, if your seed of darkness grows any more, you won't be able to pass through the divine barrier. He glanced at the seeds in his hand and then spoke again. Now is the only time. Listen carefully. Hellmood completely focused on him even before Darien reminded him. I will explain. He began to explain. The human world is south of the primordial forest. You must pass through a divine barrier to get there. And I hear there's a spot where the barrier is quite weak. Darien's expression was unusually serious. In theory, you can pass through that spot to reach the human world. But this information was still too new for Hellmood. Even if you have the seed of darkness, a human can theoretically manage to get through a weakened divine barrier. He frowned and asked, where is it? Darien answered honestly, I don't know. I've never tried to find it, but someone has. Hellmood listened intently to his instructions. In the territory of the two-headed snake, there is a human village. The village chief Uru will surely know. That panther knows where the human village is. He immediately remembered that figure. Speaking of the two-headed snake, you mean Nahu. And Hellmood connected everything. And Uru is the one who manages the humans in that village. Coming to a conclusion, so it's him. Darien glanced at him. As he spoke again, finally, he promised you will experience countless things in the human world. You who have only lived in the forest might find the outside world bustling and vibrant. And he didn't forget to add a reminder, but tragedy always happens quietly. Hellmood listened nervously and cautiously to the words that would follow. Darien explained, it's not something you can prevent just by being cautious, and you can't avoid it either. When that time comes, you will feel helpless and immense pain. You might experience anger and despair, or you might even reach out to the darkness. His large hand reached out as he continued, but no matter the situation, it was placed on Hellmood's shoulder along with the advice. His final piece of advice, don't lose yourself. Darien asked Hellmood one last time, I only ask that of you. Do you have any other questions? His fists had already tightened. Hellmood asked, you said you have no intention of going with me, right? Darien let out a long sigh considering this. Then he calmly affirmed, that's right. His eyes showed a hint of sadness. And so Darien began to put more distance between them, ready for their parting. If you have nothing more to say, I'm going to sleep. I have something I want to give you, so remember to come back in the morning. He turned his back to him as he finished, I want but to be alone after a long time. Hellmood didn't say a word in reply. He was silent and soon left alone in this forest. As night fell upon Hellmood, a somber mood, his eyes narrowed, his lips soon pressed tightly together. Beside Hellmood now, the figure of Elena appeared. She asked caringly, you don't look very excited. Aren't you leaving tomorrow? Hellmood turned his head. At the sound of her voice, Eleanor. He didn't hide it from her. But he didn't seem happy admitting it. Yes. And then Hellmood began to explain, I can finally leave this place, but I feel. The words he uttered were a bit halting. It's too complicated. I don't know why I feel this way. Eleanor frowned and said nothing. She turned her head to one side, as if not wanting to see Hellmood looking so helpless. A moment later, she concluded, that's proof that you're slowly becoming human. Hellmood grabbed the doorknob. Eleanor waited for him outside. She gently urged, go on. Hellmood nodded slightly. and mustered the courage to open the door. His eyes suddenly widened in shock when he saw Darien already sitting there waiting for him with a few items. On the ground, he didn't look up at him, nor did he say a word. Hellmood's face darkened as he called out softly, "Darien." But there was no reply. Darien remained in the same position. Hellmood called out again, "Darien." Finally, he forced himself to admit, had a bad feeling, but I guess. And it's really time for me to leave now. Hellmood bent down to pick up the weapons Darien had left behind. He looked at the old man with reluctance. His expression didn't hide his sorrow, as he silently promised, "I will remember you." Darien had passed away, just sitting there. Hellmood frowned at him, then slowly closed his eyes. When they opened again, his expression had completely changed. Darien's image was now deeply etched into his memory. Hellmood somberly walked outside. Elena spoke, not very surprised. "I guess his lifespan has ended." He was silent for a moment before asking, "You knew?" She had no intention hiding it from him. "He told me before." Then she comforted him gently. "Don't make a face like that. Whenever there is a meeting, there is also a destined parting." Elena tilted her head and continued, "He lived and died as his life was fated to be, so you don't need to feel guilty." After saying that, she flicked her tail, tossing something towards Hellmood. "It seems I can finally give this to you." Hellmood caught it easily, his gaze immediately shifting to the item. "What's this?" Elena explained, "When you were left here, you were wearing this." She tilted her head and urged, "Take a look. You might need it when you get out of here." Hellmood opened it and saw a necklace with a brilliant gold locket. Elena explained, "It's made of pure gold, a rare metal. You must be the child of some noble." Hellmood slowly opened it. The words engraved inside read, "May the light guide your way, Max Refn." Elena guessed, "Is that the name of the head of the family?" Hellmood continued her thought, "Family. That must be my mother's name." And she nodded, "I see. Once you get out of here, go find her. No matter what happened, she might be able to help you." A few reminders followed. "You're planning to go to the human farm, right? That bastard Nahu is hibernating, so he won't come out unless there's a major disturbance. But even so, if I enter his territory, he will detect me." Hellmood frowned and promised, "Don't worry, I can handle it myself." She looked at him with complete trust. "All right, hurry, this is your only chance." And she watched as Hellmood walked away. After walking a distance, he stopped, turned to her, and said, "Eleanor, take care." Eleanor couldn't hide the smile on her lips as she replied, "Okay, Hellmood." Her eyes were once again fixed on Hellmood's figure, the words in her heart unconsciously spoken aloud, "You take care too." Meanwhile, in another quiet place, the figure of someone was moving. This person wore a hooded cloak. Upon entering a house, they lowered their hood, revealing their sweaty face. One of the man's fingers pointed towards a burning candle. Your eyes were lifeless, and suddenly a blade from Hellmood was at his neck with a warning, "Don't move." Speaking of one of the main types of magic, there is dark magic. It's a source of demonic energy that can even make a weak mage powerful. Unfortunately, among the countless ranks of mages, there are those who have crossed lines that fate had not set for them, with main desire to possess magic and limitless power, and he was no exception. Euro was once a mage who was always jealous and envious of others. He longed to be the strongest, but chose dark magic as a shortcut because he felt he wasn't talented enough. And to achieve his goal, he needed to collect the dark emotions of humans. Therefore, through activities like kidnapping and illegal human trafficking, the necessary materials were easily gathered. The resignation and fear emanating from those materials made Euro even stronger and more cruel. Things never go perfectly smooth. However, during a pursuit of certain mages, his crimes were brought to light. The result was, he was arrested and sentenced to death or exile. But Euro was cunning, and to avoid immediate execution, he chose to go to the primeval forest. A path to survival opened up for him. Finally, he met the two-headed snake. He was allowed to stay in the snake's territory in return for his obedience and worship. After that, Euro used magic to gather all the people exiled to the forest. Then, to avoid being killed immediately, they submitted to the demon beast. This is also the history of how that area was formed, and that's how your farm was created. As for him, Euro became the leader of that farm while the others were treated no better than animals. As for the true master of this territory, Nahu never bothered to interfere with what Euro did, as long as he offered tributes. And so, while being subservient, Euro's ambition stirred once again. However, whenever winter came, he couldn't help but worry. The main reason was that once Nahu entered hibernation, the surrounding demon beasts would attack the farm every day. Oracle thought differently, but even amidst such meaningless crises, he still felt somewhat satisfied with this new life. He mumbled in annoyance as the tip of Hellmood's sword pointed at his neck. "Damn it, winter is always the source of trouble. What do you want?" He answered concisely, his eyes flashed with a cold gaze, "The way out of the primeval forest. I heard you know the method, spit it out. Yurogo remarked, you're too filthy for a commoner. The next words were uttered with a smirk. I heard that Darien took you on as a disciple, huh? Hellmood didn't seem to care, continuing to apply pressure. Tell me the way out of the forest. He asked back defiantly. Why should I do that? The blade now drew blood from his neck. Hellmood warned, because if you don't talk, you'll die. Oracle wasn't scared by this. He even threatened back. If I die, Lord Nahu will wake up from hibernation and come here. Yuro kindly added, the consequences. If that happens, you'll die too. He openly scorned him. You think you can fight against Lord Nahu? You're just an ordinary human. Hellmood cut him off. No problem. He pressed on. Can Nahu resurrect a dead person? You will definitely die, so I have nothing to worry about. And he didn't forget to whisper a few words of warning into his ear. Don't try any tricks. Yuro was still unfazed. I'm the only one who knows how to get out of this forest. If you kill me now, you'll never get out. How ridiculous. But Hellmood was just as stubborn as him. I've heard mages are always obsessed with keeping their things. You'll find it one way or another if I ransack your house. I just want to simplify the process. The blade remained firmly at his neck. Yuro rolled his eyes and said grimly, you're a tough one, aren't you? All right. He suddenly agreed. I'll tell you how to get out of the forest. And then he slowly led Hellmood down a staircase. His blade never once left the man's neck. Yuro tried to start a conversation. What's your name? But Hellmood cut him off curtly. None of your business. He didn't try to probe any further. As he opened the door and entered, fine, but I'll reveal a few things to you. Some casual, rambling words followed. The method I found is only theoretical. No one has ever tested it, nor had the ability to. The result might not be worth what you're doing right now, although it probably would have been possible for Darien. Hellmood's expression gave nothing away for Yuro to read. Seeing as you're still here, it means he had no intention of leaving this place. He suddenly turned his head to question. Did something happen? And when he received silence from Hellmood, Yuro himself guessed the reason. No answer. He must be dead. A delighted smile escaped his lips as his hand reached for the book. Hellmood grimly demanded, hand it over, but Yuro mockingly refused. Calm down. A sudden offer was made. Hey, what do you think about becoming my successor and living in this place? He replied grimly. Meaningless. Oracle put all his effort into his next speech, intending to persuade Hellmood. You're completely worthy because you are Darien's disciple. All of you here are too weak. I will give you everything I have in this place. His hand holding the sword tightened, and it once again rested on his shoulder. I don't need your things. I will survive and escape this godforsaken place. His eyes glanced at the sharp weapon beside him. Hellmood continued, shut up and hand it over. Yuro finally gave in. All right, if you insist, there's no other way. This is a book I found in a mage's hideout before settling here. That mage's ideas were related to invisibility magic. He kept talking while Hellmood flipped through the pages. Unfortunately, it seems he didn't escape from this place. Oracle recounted, according to that book, on the southern edge of the forest there is a large waterfall. The water flow and magical energy simultaneously weaken the divine power. You might be able to pass through the barrier at this place. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Of course, although it's weakened, there's still a supreme magical formation around the primeval forest. Anyone possessing even a little bit of magical power will be turned to ash. That's all I know. Yuro stopped there. Hellmood closed the book and replied, all right, I'll send you on your way. His eyes were fixed on the man before him. I don't really like him, but Darien's teaching echoed in Hellmood's heart. Don't take life lightly. You only survive because that rat showed mercy. It made him more cautious. That's what Darien taught me. So instead, Hellmood threw a straight kick at Yuro. The man's eyes went wide, and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Hellmood made use of some ropes, tying Yuro up tightly. Then Hellmood quickly hit his pressure points. He stepped back a few steps and spoke again. You'll be released after a while. From now on, don't do bad things. Yuro furiously shouted, damn it. I can't use magic. You arrogant bastard. You think you can survive and escape from this forest? Hellmood paused at these words. He turned his head, smiled confidently, of course. And very quickly, the silent room was left with only Yuro's figure. He was so angry that the veins on his face and forehead turned bright red. The previous words kept pouring out. How dare that guy? What put a seal on Yuro's head? Changes began to appear. Fluid poured out from Yuro's eyes, ears, and mouth, and he gave a crazed smile at that confidence. You've yours, I will crush into tiny pieces. The plea. A plea was made by a Yuru who had gone mad. Lord Nahu, please awaken. The space instantly transformed. The stones on the floor cracked open, and a faint light shone up from below. A giant, mourn and aggressive snake appeared. Its two heads stared intently at Yuru and spoke. Yuru, you've never woken me up for no reason, have you? Bound tightly, he gave a savage smile and explained it's not like that. This time, it's a matter of life and death. I'm sure you will understand after you hear my explanation. He brought some hot news. Darien is gone, and his disciple is here now. Hearing this, the other being became a little agitated. Its whole massive body became more aggressive. I see. What a perfect opportunity for me to get rid of those hangers on that I hate. And as it began to break through the earth and rock to leave, a commitment was then left behind. I will find him. Oracle then burst out laughing. That what guy is so dead? He mumbled disdainfully. You think you can escape unscathed after treating me like that? His mouth was full of blood. Blood, nothing in this world is free. Helmut sped off into the night, his expression extremely tense, trying to manage on his own. At this moment, Helmut, though was speeding through the tree branches, his footsteps were as nimble as a rabbit's. Helmut's hand tightened on his sword's hilt, and a curse unconsciously escaped his lips.
A curse, damn it!
His eyes glanced at the group of animals nearby, wondering to himself, should I deal with it? Helmut observed their terrified expressions. He frowned and mumbled, the demon beasts are fleeing without even glancing at me. They are scared, which means. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chill enveloped Helmut. He broke into a sweat and let out a long breath. Then he sped up, not forgetting to mutter, I have to run like hell. A moment later, Helmut landed on the ground. His eyes narrowed, his expression showing, but that he was exhausted as he spoke. I still haven't left this territory. I've only made it this far. He turned his head to look back and saw streams of red magical energy swirling in the air. The energy had enveloped the entire territory, and then very quickly Helmut felt it. The magical energy was lingering in the air. His hand, holding the sword, tightened its grip, ready to fight at any moment. The magical energy slowly approached. It identified Helmut's position in front of it, and it aimed for him as it charged. Helmut stood his ground, unwavering. Even though in front of him now was the figure of the two-headed monster named Nahu. It looked down at him and spoke, hello kid. I knew you'd come back to my territory. And when it saw that Helmut was not afraid, it continued to ramble on its own, a guest I've been waiting for. I can't let you leave so simply. Hellhood finally spoke in reply, well then, I guess I can only leave after I take care of you. His challenging words successfully made it laugh as it charged, yes, you're braver than last time, weak human. What can you do with that tiny body? A friendly reminder was uttered, don't resist in vain. But it quickly turned into harsh words as it struck at him. Hurry up and get in my belly. It used all its strength to charge straight down to where Helmut was standing. In an instant, a tall white column of smoke appeared. To several meters high, Helmut backed away, trying to keep his distance. He frowned and cursed loudly, damn it, this dust. I have to see through it. At that moment, Nahu's voice rang out from near behind him, you move well, kid. It appeared, its body already wrapped, and into a circle, trapping Helmut inside. Nahu once again issued a challenge, go on, try to resist. Helmut frowned and looked up at it. The four monstrous eyes seemed to bore into his very soul. Helmut forced himself to close his eyes, breathing deeply to calm himself. Calm down, the opponent is very strong, but an opportunity will come. And when he opened his eyes again, his expression had completely changed, his resolve strengthened. I will not yield to you. The name of that creature was shouted by Helmut as it spat out a ball of power. Nahu. That thing grew larger, aiming for Helmut as it charged. He was already in position and moved almost instantly, his eyes focused to determine the moment to counterattack. Now, the point that Helmut aimed for was the Nahu's mouth. It struggled to block him, but luckily Helmut did a somersault in midair to dodge. He landed on its body, the plan half successful. Then Helmut quickly ran along Nahu's body, his mind still thinking, even if its magical power is strong. The sword in his hand began to be drawn from its sheath. Helmut aimed at Nahu's face. There must be a place where my vis can peen my trait. He struck with a decisive slash at that spot.
Right in the eye.
The creature's eye was instantly marked with Nay/, and red fluid immediately shot out from it. This head of Nahu cried out in pain. Hellmood frowned and thought, I tried to buy time. It would be great if I could defeat it, but this is the best I can do with my current skills. He landed. Taking advantage of the moment Nahu was still reeling from the attack, he moved away. I used too much vis for that attack. If I keep fighting, I'm done for. Its other head shouted a reminder, you insect, snap out of it. Helmut moved quickly, a single goal in his mind, I have to escape. But he was horrified by the next scene. The intact head unceremoniously bit off the one that had just been attacked. Its mouth shouted loudly, you idiotic head. Helmut's face darkened as he turned back to watch the fluid from the bitten head poured out like a stream. The only sound that could be heard was the cursing of the intact head. You couldn't even deal with him. Nahu breathed. They a sigh of relief, and exclaimed, I just dealt with something useless. Its attitude changed in an instant as it aggressively charged at Helmut again. Delin, now it's your turn. He struggled to raise his sword to defend. But even with all his strength, the pressure Nahu emitted was too great. Helmut quickly. The was sent flying, his body, slammed into that surface. In with considerable force, the magical power of Nahu filled the surrounding space. It looked around and then spoke. You tried to escape, after that attack. The next words uttered were a confession. I have lost a head, so it's harder to see. It looked around frantically, shouting, where are you, you damn kid? At this moment Helmut was hiding somewhere, panting he warily. But looked at the sword in his hand, mumbling an assessment. I knew it was strong, but I still dared to face it, and all I could do was slash its eye. However, Helmut quickly stood up, motivating himself, but at least I was able to buy some time. This is my only chance, I have to escape quickly. The peace didn't last long, as the light of magical energy from behind startled Helmut. Nahu was approaching. He quickly hid behind a tree, astonished. Magical energy. It spoke in a low voice. Finally found you, you rotten kid. The magical energy grew denser as it continued. You think you can escape me in this forest? Helmut clicked his tongue in annoyance. Nahu immediately charged. It opened its mouth wide, ready to snap up the prey in front of it. Helmut gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it! His hand holding the sword unconsciously tightened. I can't. And Helmut charged forward with determination. I can't die like this. But unexpectedly, in front of him now was an unforeseeable sight, a familiar. The paw stomped on the ground. Elena stood protectively in front of Helmut, facing Nahu. For him, long time no see. It knew who was in front of it. Lego also growled in response to Nahu. The two great demon beasts stood face to face. Helmut cried out in amazement. He watched Eleanor's powerful figure and called out, Lego. He quickly had to use his hands to shield his face, to block Lego's magical power. She turned her head to look at Helmut and replied, I'm glad you're still alive, good. Leave the rest to me. But the tried to refuse. Wait, I can still help. His weak protest was reject. The Ted immediately. You should leave this place. Eleanor glanced at Hellmood and spoke again. You still have something more important, don't you? Go and find it. Hellmood paused when he heard the rest. Your freedom. His eyes widened in surprise. Eleanor continued to persuade him, don't waste my efforts. Even so, Hellmood still hesitated, not wanting to leave, but Eleanor had to shout loudly, go. Hellmood froze. But then he muttered a few words to her, thank you. Then he quickly ran off, entrusting everything to Eleanor. Her blue magic confronted Nahu before her. Nahu let out an annoyed cry, before unleashing its own magic. You filthy cat. How dare you block my path in my own territory? These words were jarring to Eleanor's ears. She questioned back, blocking your path. I'm just doing what I have to do. Even so, all she got in return was a bout of scornful laughter from Nahu. What a tear-jerkingly touching friendship. Its two eyes glowed with a demonic light as it exclaimed, disgusting species. Nahu started rambling. Actually, I should thank you for coming here on your own. I'll deal with you immediately, then eat that brat alive. But in response came a blunt challenge. There's no one else here but you. So, do you think you can do what you just said? Let's see what you'll do. Nahu opened its mouth wide threateningly. Eleanor growled, not to be outdone. And the two great demon beasts lunged at each other. A sword slashed through the air. Hellmood gasped for breath, exclaiming, is it finally over? On the ground now lay countless demon beast corpses. Several different species had fallen at Hellmood's hands. After passing through Eleanor's territory, I've been running for 2 straight days. He was now surrounded by corpses, continuing his remarks. As long as they're not on the same level as Nahu, I can handle them without any problem. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If the prospect, them not existing. If I hadn't met Elena and Darien, I would have survived in this place. That strengthened his resolve. I only have one chance. For Elena and Darien's sake, who gave me this opportunity. Facing the waterfall ahead, Hellmood stated his determination. I must leave this forest. Hellmood looked up. This place is so different from Ella's territory. I can barely feel any magic, and the seed of darkness is also reacting. He began to feel the magic inside his body. Is it reacting to the divine barrier? Good thing I've wrapped it with Viz. Otherwise it'd be in big trouble. Unexpectedly in his hand was a strange item. This feather is. As soon as he spoke, a large figure soared over Hellmood's head. He struggled to defend himself. The creature also noticed Hellmood. It landed on the ground while speaking, a human boy. What are you doing in my territory? Hellmood gritted his teeth and cursed to himself, damn it. I knew that dark mage told me about this. but I didn't expect a demon beast to be this close to the supreme barrier. The creature began to introduce itself. My name is Iron. What is your name? He furrowed his brow in thought. I've heard that name before. I am Hellmood, before and was the ruler of the North Iron. Eleanor had said that Iron was very curious about his surroundings. I smell something very familiar on you. It continued to observe Hellmood and remarked the smell of blood is masking it, so it's not very clear, but I could never forget this scent. Yes, you have the scent of Nahu on you. Iron's gaze bore into him. And there's another, fainter scent on you from long ago. Is it Elena? Interesting, very interesting. And it declared directly so. Are you a child of Elena or a child of Nahu? Hellmood answered clearly, I am of Eleanor's family. Iron raised its head with interest. Is that so? If that's the case then, on magic erupted around it. Does that mean a member of Eleanor's family has trespassed on my territory? Hellmood carefully explained, I was not sent here by Eleanor. I have my own reasons. And he succeeded in capturing its attention. Reasons? Is there any reason for me to forgive you? Let's hear it. He silently chose his words to present his case. After a moment, he spoke. The reason is, what I'm trying to do might be meaningful to you. The more Iron listened, the more confused it became. Meaningful. To me. Hellmood nodded in agreement, continuing to persuade. That's right. This is the perfect opportunity to satisfy your curiosity, because his words were like a world-shaking declaration. I will be the first person to pass through that barrier and leave this primeval forest. After hearing this, Iron couldn't help but chuckle. Hellmood watched it laugh loudly. Iron spoke with some contempt. A weak little human boy. You think you can do it? The seed of darkness inside you is telling me that you're just like a demon beast. But Hellmood was still very confident as he continued. Then just let me try, because I am the first human to come this far. He looked at it, certainty showing in every word and gesture. And I want to pass through that supreme barrier. Iron fell into contemplation, remarking, it's been a long time since I've seen a human. Do you want me to watch you be a gunny pig and get burned to a crisp in that barrier? What a waste. But Hellmood offered another argument. Many people will come to this forest, but the first one to pass through that barrier, he declared, today will be me. Iron's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. It tilted its head, analyzing the person before it. Then it spoke its assessment. All right, you are a very clever person. I'd like to see you do as you've said. Iron looked into the distance and continued, it's also true that you're only one foolish enough to bet your life to leave this forest. It looked back at him. Whether you leave or live has nothing to do with me, but if you succeed, you will be the first human to succeed in leaving this forest. Hellmood then looked at it, finishing the unfinished sentence, and you will be the first demon beast to see it happen. Iron couldn't help but laugh, remarking, you've made me interested. Very well. Since I want to see if you can leave this place, I will protect you until you reach that barrier. If anything happens, and if you have anything you want to say, just tell me. I will relay it to Eleanor if I see her. Hellmood's eyes widened a little upon hearing these words. He politely requested, if so, please tell Elena that I survived and was able to leave this forest. Hellmood's expression was unusually serious. Iron looked at him and said, that means. It understood the meaning behind Hellmood's words, regardless of the outcome. But it still wanted to confirm a second time. You still want me to say that, right? Iron didn't ask further. Instead, it agreed directly with him. All right, I will tell Eleanor exactly that. And it used a special title to refer to him, the special child of Eleanor. He let out a breath, his gaze focused again, and Hellmood immediately rushed forward. Only one chance left. He jumped into the cold water, moving with all his might. Hellmood enveloped himself in a sphere of magic as he moved forward. His gaze never left the point ahead. But Hellmood soon collided with is an obstacle. Even so, the determination in his heart did not waver at all. I must leave this place. Hellmood's gaze returned. In it, there was nothing but the word determination. To leave the primeval forest, a transcendent entity named Divine gives us the power to cleanse sins. The stream in front of Hellmood flowed strangely fast. To protect humans, he protected himself and just rushed forward and eliminate the evil things. Hellmood himself could also feel this. A power is passing through me. His eyes only grew more determined. But at this moment, his body felt as if it were being pierced through. Hellmood remarked, a pain that I have never felt before. In a daze, Hellmood thought to himself, I can't maintain my consciousness. The demon beasts that turn into humans, and a human who turns into a demon beast. Where should I go? In a certain place. The wooden wheels rolled slowly on the road, simultaneously emitting a curse word. Shit. The voice continued to sound from the group of people ahead. Tanya. This place is too close to the primeval forest. Why are we resting in a place like this? Tanya turned her head and replied, hey Pin, you know that if we rest, we can go further, right? The more he heard her words, the worse Pin's expression became. If we encounter a demon beast while we're exhausted, even a rank 4 mercenary like you won't be able to fight it. Stop complaining and go get more water. He walked away pouting, oh man, it's getting dark soon. And Tanya immediately asked back when she heard those mutterings, the hell did you say? She even gave him a kick. And again, she ordered with a hostile look, you're talking nonsense. Hurry up before it gets dark. Pin dragged 2 buckets of water, sighing, this feels kind of strange. His eyes half closed, he worked indifferently. I'll just quickly get the water and head back. But at this moment, Pin's gaze suddenly caught something. What's this? Why is there seaweed in a stream like this? The figure of an unconscious Hellmood came into Pin's view, instantly making him turn pale with shock. Pin couldn't help but let out a loud scream, seeing him. Running back panting, Tanya couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? What happened? Finn chimed in, you just saw a ghost. Pin, pale as a banana leaf, recounted, there's a dead body. There's a dead body in the stream. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with disbelief from the people behind him. There's no way there's a dead body in a place like this. That guy is such a coward. He probably mistook it for a log or something. Tanya, on the other hand, patiently asked, where did you see it? I'll go take a look. Pin pointed with a trembling hand over there, but this action only made Tanya more annoyed. She gave him a kick and shouted, don't just point like that, lead the way. You still have to get the water buckets back. With no other choice, Pin had to lead her to the spot. I'm sure it's somewhere around here. As they walked, Tanya warned, if you mistook it for something else, I'm going to deal with you. He insisted in response, no, I swear. Very quickly, he saw Hellmood lying there and immediately pointed and shouted, over there. Tanya and Pin moved closer to observe. Her voice deepened. It really is a dead body. Pin spoke triumphantly in a high voice, I told you so. I was telling the truth. Let's hurry back, I don't want to look at it anymore. But she immediately cut him off. Wait. A faint breath was exhaled by Hellmood. Tanya suddenly shouted, startling Pin. Bill,
Get over here, quick!
He replied in a high voice, She lifted Hellmood up to check him. Has not. A dead body has still alive. His vision. Hellhood gradually became clearer after a while. Tanya smiled and said, has waking up. Pin exclaimed, has waking up. She once again spoke up. Excuse me, are you conscious yet? Hellmood held his head, trying to think, where am I? Did I escape the primeval forest? Seeing his confused look, Tanya immediately kindly explained, don't be afraid, it's safe here. She briefly explained. This guy went to get water and accidentally found you. With your hair all messed up. He was screaming so loudly that I thought you were dead. But seeing you're okay like this, I'm relieved. Then she turned to ask him, your name is? Hellmood replied, Hellmood. She asked anything else. But his answer disappointed her. I don't remember. She pondered, really? That sounds a bit confusing, from the looks of it. It doesn't look like you have any other injuries. Or maybe instead you hit your head or something. Then she friendly extended her hand to him. Oh, by the way, my name is Tanya, a rank 4 silver medal mercenary from the Mercenary Corps. Their hands clasped. It brought a strange feeling to Hellmood, another human being besides myself. She looked around and asked probingly, you know where this is, right? Hellmood replied, no, I don't know. Tanya wasn't very surprised. Instead, she gently explained, this is the rotten forest. It looks like you don't remember where you fainted. It must be serious. She asked again, do you remember anything at all? Hellmood considered before replying, my name and I know how to use a sword. The answer made Tanya ponder. You know how to use a sword? That's lucky. Then your physical condition must be fine. You just need a doctor to check your head. And then an offer was made. We'll help you until you can walk on your own, so just trust me, okay? Without waiting for him to say a word, Tanya directly offered, from now on, taking care of you will be my responsibility. Hellmood was temporarily overwhelmed by Tanya's kindness. Only after a moment could he reply, thank you. A moment later, Hellmood sat on a rock to process the information. He thought to himself, feeling the pain as he moved slightly. I'm still alive, but I still need more time to fully recover. Hellmood spread his hand to check his magic power. Right now I'm in a worse state than when I first started training. He continued to calculate internally. I thought the seed of darkness would disappear, but it's still here. Hellmood once again placed his hand on his chest and sighed. If it weren't for it, I probably would have died already. His eyes darted back and forth, trying to calculate. Oh, and this is the human world. I can't let them know about the presence of the seed of darkness, so from now on, I'll pretend I've lost my memory. As he thought, his hand slipped inside his shirt, and Hellmood carefully took out the necklace, calculating, I have to find the owner of this. He looked up at the sky, calming himself, don't be in too much of a hurry, just take it slow. He told himself. While his eyes were still looking up at the sky, this is just the beginning. The next day, the members of Tanya's team were all amazed when they saw Hellmood. is that the scrawny guy from yesterday, he went to wash up with Pin, and now he looks like a completely different person. From the young men to the middle-aged ones, everyone was surprised. Just bathing alone couldn't have changed him that much. Someone even looked dumbfounded. No way, is he a noble? Because the Hellmood before them was so incredibly dashing. Only Pin was not mesmerized by his appearance. Interesting. When I found you at the stream, you looked like a dead body. One of them dared to speak up. Let me ask you something, are you a noble or perhaps the son of a wealthy family? Hellmood replied unhurriedly, I don't know, I already told you I have amnesia. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his shoulder. Who cares who he is? Has a new member of our mercenary squad now. Hellmood glanced at the person who spoke it. Did you sleep well, Tanya? She replied, of course. What do you think? How are you? You look much better after washing up. Pin on the side was completely speechless at his sister. Goodness, you become so nice. The moment you see a handsome guy, honestly. And the moment he finished speaking was also the moment Tanya's fist connected with his cheek. Go help everyone else. Get ready to depart. Pin. He lay there, completely knocked out, while Tanya continued to inform Hellmood. We'll reach a village in 4 days, so just follow and stick with us until then. When we get there, I'll introduce you to a doctor. He replied, yes, Tanya. She laughed and ruffled his hair upon hearing his answer. Such an obedient reply. Good. Then she turned to the remaining members, announcing loudly,
All right, get your things ready, everyone!
We're leaving soon. Both were young boys, but Hellmood and Pin received different treatment. One was cherished, the other was hit, a baffling situation for them both. Sunlight shone on them as Pin struck up a conversation with Hellmood. Are you really okay? You just woke up, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? This carriage is quite fast, so it's a bit hard to keep up with it. Hellmood replied, I have to walk to warm up my body. These words made Pin feel that he was strange. You're really weird. Pin looked curiously at Hellmood, wondering again, you must really like pack horses, huh? He hummed without denying it. I guess so. Pin never took his eyes off him, observing Hellmood's attitude towards the horses. Seeing how he likes pack horses, has probably not a noble. But he seems unusual in some way. On the side, Hellmood was affectionately petting a horse. You're so well behaved. The more Pin thought, the more confused he became. What could it be? He's definitely around my age, but he seems the more composed. He remarked on Hellmood's strangely calm demeanor. However, when he saw him staggering and out of breath, Bill shouted in alarm. Hellmood slowly replied in a little out of breath. Bill directly suggested again, just get on the carriage. If you walk that slowly, you'll just be left behind. But what he got in return was an assurance from Hellmood. I won't be left behind. With no other choice, Bill didn't try to force Hellmood anymore. Fine, do whatever you want. As he walked, he grumbled, goodness, he doesn't think about the people who are worried about him at all. So inconsiderate. Meanwhile, Hellmood was wondering about his current condition. This is strange. Why am I so tired? He remembered the past. Even the primeval forest, it never took me more than a day to recover. Then he let out a long sigh. Then he reassured himself as he continued to move with the group. If I just keep walking like this, it'll surely get better. The doctor frowned and thought. He gave his diagnosis. It seems you don't have any unusual symptoms. His physique is very healthy. People like you recover very quickly. Tanya, doubtful, asked again, what? Are you sure you examined him thoroughly? These words successfully angered him. What? How dare you? I'll prescribe some medicine. Use it when needed. Annoyed, she argued loudly, I told you he was unconscious and just woke up a while ago. You should at least give him a proper diagnosis or something. Or are you just a quack, right? He didn't hold back, his tone becoming furious as he replied to her, what? A quack? It's just that he has a physique that recovers quickly. There's nothing wrong with him at all. Examining him over and over won't reveal anything. At this point, Pin, who was beside them, spoke softly, so when do you think his amnesia will disappear? He angrily shouted in his face, his memories will return sooner or later. There's nothing wrong with his head. Then he tossed them a packet of medicine, while saying, take the medicine and get out, you damn brats. So young and inexperienced, and she even dared to call me a quack. Tanya was enraged by his attitude. She shouted loudly, and her hands and feet started to move. This crazy old man, Bill, next to her, tried his best to stop her. Wait, someone stopped Tanya. Once outside, Tanya couldn't help but worry about Hellmood. Are you sure you're okay, Hellmood? Pin told me you were having trouble walking. He walked beside her as he replied, oh right, I just took the medicine and rested at the inn. I'm fine now. Tanya smirked in reply, I'm sure. I heard your body and your arm muscles are very toned, you said. You know how to use a sword, right? You must have been trained by some master. Looking closely, it's obvious. Hellmood glanced at Tanya as she spoke, thinking to himself, she's so right. Out loud he replied, I just need to pick up a sword, and it feels familiar to me. Having said that, she stopped. If that's the case, then. And she smiled, suggesting, would you like to have a duel with me? Concept that slightly surprised Hellmood. A duel. Tanya immediately explained you don't need to feel pressured. Just think of it as a way to warm up your body. Who knows, maybe your memories will come back. Then she extended her hand again, suggesting, we have nothing to do until tomorrow. So what do you say? Hellmood quietly observed her, not answering immediately. The person before him was Tanya, a rank 3 silver medal mercenary. Someone with such talent was well respected in the human world. He calculated his options and agreed. Alright, fine, this fight will allow me to see how strong I am. In another area, there was the sight of muscles. Muscles were everywhere as the squad members trained hard. Comments were heard here and there. Everyone's training, it's great to see that. They stopped when they saw her. Tanya, are you here to warm up too? Behind you is. And when they realized the person with Tanya was Hellmood, they couldn't help but gossip. Hey, is that Hellmood? Are you planning to duel Tanya? That sounds interesting. Everyone reminded Tanya, go easy on him, Tanya. You'll destroy that beautiful face, and him definitely talking about his. This bastard, how dare you tease Tanya like that? But it's true though. The more she heard, the darker her face became. You bastards. They were punished by her in an instant, their faces swelling up from her hits. Tanya let out a breath while the others lay knocked out on the floor. She proceeded to toss Hellmood. A sword here, a wooden sword. We'll duel with this. There's only one rule, we fight until one of us falls to the ground. She didn't forget to smile and add, come at me with everything you've got. I may look like this, but I am the vice captain. Hellmood remained silent, not answering. He was feeling the sword in his hand. I haven't fully recovered yet, and I can't use Viz. Instead of charging at her with all my strength, I'll have to fight while redirecting her attacks. Then he took a deep breath to focus his mind. Can't let my guard down. Hellmood quickly got into a stance. The others in the squad were all excited as they witnessed this. Hey, look at that stance. This is going to be fun to watch. Good luck. The match began quickly. Hellmood continuously charged forward to attack. His eyes darted from side to side, searching for an opening. Left waist. Unexpectedly, Tanya was able to easily block the blow. He was pushed far back, marveling inwardly. She blocked that so easily. She's stronger than me. On the other side, Tanya let out a smirk. Hellmood's expression changed, becoming completely serious. I can't just rush her like that. Just as he thought that, Tanya also rushed forward with a downward slash. Hellmood was pushed back and thought to himself, dodge first, then attack. She took a deep breath. Then she continued her counterattack, kicking Hellmood hard. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Nice. As he dodged, he remarked, my body can't move the way I want it to. It feels like underwater. I should. At that moment, Tanya suddenly spoke up. You're thinking too much. I lose. Following those words was a series of continuous attacks. Hellmood was helpless to defend himself, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Then Tanya closed the distance. In an instant she was right beside. She struck Hellmood's midsection with her sword. He turned pale from the pain, and just like that, he was sent flying. The sword in Tanya's hand was gripped tightly. The other members of the squad were all astonished. Tanya's sword was pointed straight at Hellmood's face, forcing him to say I lose. She looked down at him and commented, looking at those eyes, I guess you're very disappointed. Hellmood, panting, admitted, of course. Then came the explanation, because I was being attacked relentlessly. My mind is a mess right now. Compared to Darien, she still has many openings, and her swordsmanship isn't very efficient. Tanya continued her commentary, but that was pretty good. You fight well. At that moment, Hellmood suddenly thought, could Tanya be stronger than I imagined? Like Darien said, don't underestimate the human world. The problem is I wasn't defeated by someone ranked or 20 summon, but by a rank 3. Suddenly a voice rang out, Tanya is a very strong swordswoman. Even among mercenaries it's natural that you lost, so don't let it distract you too much. The other members in the squad also patted his shoulder comfortingly. That's right, Hellmood. I was quite surprised to see how strong you were when you tried to break through her defense just now. If you had a little more strength, you probably could have done it. You're definitely different from Pin. Hellmood then focused on the man in front of him. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Finn, the captain of this mercenary squad and a rank 2 gold medal mercenary. Finn looked at Hellmood and praised him. Well done, Hellmood, you've passed the entrance test. His face at that moment was still bewildered. An entrance test. He looked at him and slowly explained. We saved you, so we didn't want you wandering around with no memories. We thought, why not bring you along with us? So we decided to test you. But he didn't forget to elaborate on the matter of Hellmood joining. Of course, our mercenary squad isn't something just anyone can join. That's why when you came to this town, everyone was watching you from a distance. Hearing this, Hellmood gradually understood. So that's why no one approached me except for Tanya and Finn. I see they could have just left me. These people, they went through a lot of trouble. Finn continued to smile, but you're actually not much of a problem. Some youngsters have tried to hit on my sister Tanya, but you did. Everyone has agreed to let you join. With that, he handed him a piece of paper. With an explanation here, a rank 4 mercenary certificate. This is a temporary number we created for you, so remember to register officially with the mercenary guild later. Finn put his arm around his shoulder warmly, introducing Hellmood to the other members. Now Hellmood is one of our teammates. Everyone, get acquainted. A young man spoke up. My name is Byrne. I'm a rank 3 silver mercenary. The man next to him added, and Uter also rank 3. The blonde-haired boy added, Maru, rank 3 silver. The fourth one winked at Hellmood and introduced himself. Do we really have to say it anyway? Besides Finn, everyone is rank 3. Shin. Seeing this, Pin also joined in the fun. Alright, rank 4 bronze. Pin. These words made Hellmood think teammates. Darien said not to trust people too much. Will this be okay? He spoke to Finn. Finn, I want to confirm one thing. If I join the mercenary squad, how long will I have to stay? He didn't forget to explain his reasoning. I might regain my memories and have to go somewhere. He thought for a moment, then replied, you can leave the squad whenever you want, but if you accept a mission, you must stay with us until it's completed. Hellmood agreed with a simple reply. Okay. As Finn placed his hand on his shoulder, Hellmood thought again. Maybe this is a good thing after all. Instead of wandering aimlessly, this might help me find my origins faster. He looked around, his curiosity piqued. And I also want to know what teammates are. Very quickly, they were in a different place, listening to someone yelling, I told you it's an important mission. Finn and the whole squad remained silent as the man continued to yell, it's not a mission a rank 4 mercenary can join. We already accepted your request for more runners, and now you act like this. He frowned and explained, Mr. Miles, this boy will definitely be useful. We've been working together for a long time. You must know we wouldn't bring him along for no reason. Miles sighed in response that I hope you can take responsibility for those words. Since you are the face mercenary squad, I will agree. But only this once, receiving permission from Finn couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Mr. Miles. Miles' voice lowered, giving a specific reminder, you're welcome. However, since I wasn't informed that there was an extra person, I will only pay the price for that. Rank 4. Furthermore, you know that the Tarek mercenary squad will be joining us on this mission. Right? He nodded. Yes, I know. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Miles turned his head and replied curtly, alright, we leave at 7 tomorrow. See you then. The door slammed shut behind Miles. Tanya immediately came closer to Finn and remarked, at least things went smoothly. He agreed with her. After finishing with her brother, she turned to Hellmood to ask, Hellmood, are you feeling okay? He nodded in reply, yes, no problem. Now it was Finn's turn to explain the mission details. Alright, tomorrow's mission will officially be a large-scale escort. Even if we get ambushed, rank 4 members don't need to fight unless it's an emergency, so don't worry. Tanya winked and playfully added, but the rank 3 members, be prepared. I'm not sure what exactly we'll be escorting, so it's hard to predict the strength of any ambushers. Leaving behind those slightly scary words, the two of them left. Make sure to get enough sleep tonight, everyone. Just then a voice called out, Hellmood. Uter, with a knowing look, advised him, if the Tarek squad insults you, just ignore them. The relationship between us and them isn't very good. Maru, who was nearby, added, they don't like us, who has a good reputation. Finn is the one who finalizes everything. Alright, everything has been decided, so I'll see you all tomorrow. He arranged it well, then immediately gave the order to dismiss. Now only Hellmood was left standing under the starry sky. He frowned, silently blaming himself. This is frustrating. Recalling the fight with Tanya earlier, Hellmood's hand unconsciously clenched as he said that he still hadn't fully recovered. He controlled the magic power on it. The frustration in Hellmood's heart grew stronger and stronger. It's just an excuse. He looked up at the sky, contemplating. There were definitely many openings, but I just couldn't thrust faster than Tanya. My current self isn't strong at all. A conclusion was thus reached. It doesn't matter that I can't use Viz right now. Hellmood closed his eyes and pondered, thinking, for now, I'll start by training my muscles. The sword quickly left its sheath. He was completely focused, his mind recalling past feelings, the first time he trained in the primeval forest, just like back then. The day of the mission arrived quickly. Hellmood's group moved together on Finn's command. Alright, the mission begins. This mission is very important, so we must be careful. We are getting paid a lot for this mission, so let's finish it smoothly. A chorus of agreement rang out, yes, and he was very satisfied. Alright. Tanya, adjusting her hat, assured, we'll do a job worthy of the price. Meanwhile, Pin already had a pale face, complaining, Did I eat too much soup this morning? Hey you weakling, you're not getting sick, are you? From today on, things are going to get tough. Hellmood's eyes glanced at Pin, thinking with displeasure, I only failed once. And is already looking down on me. Finally, he replied concisely, I can handle it. Unexpectedly, the guy patted his shoulder repeatedly in response to, hey, don't be like that. I'm just worried about you. Why so serious anyway? Do a good job. This is our first mission together. Hellhood was speechless, only replying with a simple word, okay. Pin's face was still as pale as a banana leaf. He struggled to drag himself along behind them, letting out a dry laugh. Finn's group quickly arrived at Miles' location. We're here, he replied grimly. Welcome. Then he pointed at the large crates next to him, explaining these are the items you'll be escorting today. Face squad guard the rear. Finn received the order, responding with a single word. Then he quickly assigned tasks to the team members. All right, face squad, line up. Just then, Pin suddenly spoke up. Hey, Hellmood. His gaze was directed towards a group of strangers over there. It seems those people are the Tarek squad. Caleb, annoyed at being stared at, loudly questioned Pin back. Hey, you skinny kid, what are you looking at? Looking that scrawny, how can you even swing a sword? He gritted his teeth. You bastards. But Caleb didn't stop there. He continued to taunt Hellmood. Who's that behind you? A woman. How funny, you two can just hide behind us and follow along. His eyes immediately became more wary. Upon hearing those provocative words, they did say the relationship between the two sides wasn't good. Are they testing me? Hellmood observed. The Tarek squad, thinking, comparing strength with an opponent. Both humans and demon beasts do that. He was curious, but didn't forget to be cautious. The one who just spoke is their squad's commander. He doesn't look very strong. Then he set a goal for himself. Until this so-called mission is over, he'll have to keep an eye on him. A few days later, on the transport route, an incident suddenly occurred when someone tripped another. Caleb tripped Pin and was joking around about it. Sorry, my bad. Every day I keep making the same mistake. So stupid. Pin was so angry his face turned red. He turned around and shouted, You bastards! During every break. How long are you going to keep this up? But Caleb remained insistent. I told you it was an accident. If you're that annoyed, why don't you hit me? A threatening attitude shone in his eyes. As he continued, if you can't. Pin looked down in fear, not daring to say another word. At this point, Caleb changed his target to Hellmood next to him. Hellmood, right? You really look like a girl. Next time I see you on the road, I'll buy you some flowers. He looked at him without saying a word. Then he turned back to Pin and said softly, let's go. He helped Pin up and left, completely ignoring Caleb. He was so angry a vein popped, muttering curses. That bastard. The person next to him reminded him. I think has been ignoring you since the mission started. Another member added, concern showing in his every gesture, has a bit special. I'm worried. Should we really continue to tease him? Everyone is watching, you know. But Caleb still stuck to his personal opinion, even threatening his allies to get his way. Hey, what can he do? No matter what, rank 4 is still rank 4. I'm rank 3, just temporarily weakened because of a hand injury. I can take care of those guys with just one hand. A member retorted, it's not because your hand is injured. You got drunk and were banned from going out. Instantly, Caleb grabbed him by the throat and warned, shut up. Say one more word and I'll deal with you. The person, terrified, quickly apologized, sorry. Caleb's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, cursing internally, damn it, it's all my brother's fault. Honestly, this is a punishment, knocking me down to rank 4 just for getting into a few fights, a going away party. The memory of that day surfaced in his mind. If you cause any more trouble, you'll really be kicked out of the squad. Okay, the more he thought, the angrier he got, just because as rank 2, he dares to look down on me. His eyes became bloodshot. Caleb's thoughts turned much more malicious. From the first day, has annoyed me with his defiant look. Today he blatantly ignored me like that, making me want to deal with him for good. He let out a sigh, throwing the person he was choking aside while speaking. You guys. They still looked at him worriedly. Caleb began to explain. All right. He gave a savage smile as he continued later. You guys will have to help me with something. I'll show you a good show. A small stone was thrown, accompanied by a loud curse so annoying I'm about to go crazy. Pin cursed loudly. It's been 3 days already. Why do they have to torment me without a single day of rest? He gritted his teeth, so angry his face turned red. Is that Caleb guy or whatever even human? And why is there a rank 3 bastard among us rank 4s? Isn't that cheating? There must be something suspicious going on. Hellmood silently observed from the side as he vented. Everyone was starting to worry about this situation. I can't even babble like a child. Those bastards must think that mercenaries are a joke. Helpless, Pin picked up the water bucket and said, I'm going to get water. If they provoke me one more time, I won't go easy on them. I'll take care of all of them. He left and Hellmood remained completely silent. His eyes were dark, filled with many calculations. Pin was still, muttering even when he reached the stream. Even getting water is so difficult. This one bucket should be enough to last until tomorrow, so I'll just get as much as I can, bring it back, and go to sleep. He pushed the bucket into the water while continuing. It's really hard to sleep when we're in an area where demon beasts appear like this. Absorbed in cursing, he didn't expect someone to appear behind him. When will I be able to fight like a rank 3? It wasn't until a shadow fell over Pin's head that he realized in shock. A voice made Pin turn his head in alarm. You're here. This is a nice spot. Caleb appeared with a distant look along with his cronies. He was so scared he froze, unable to say another word. As for Caleb, he started rambling. Today is a clear and quiet afternoon for us to have a talk. Then he gave a wicked smile and asked right after beating up Pin. A real fight. Caleb stepped on his back and said, Hey, your friend, have you ever bathed with him? Hearing that, Pin immediately questioned him back. What, you bastard? You're starting to think of weird things. Has definitely a man. Caleb scoffed and continued, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, then shut the hell up. We can verify it together. I'll call him over here, Pin shouted. In his face, I don't want to know. Just then, someone approached from behind. One of Caleb's lackeys brought Hellmood here. He was very pleased. Brought him. Have you good job. You look so obedient coming here, Hellmood thought grimly. I knew something was going to happen. His eyes turned to Pin lying on the ground. Even though demon beasts in the primordial forest fight to get stronger, he trembled and stammered. Calling his name Hellhood pressed his lips together in indignation. At this point, there's no difference between humans and demon beasts anymore. He came to a conclusion about the people in front of him. Are these the kind of people Darien told me not to trust? Caleb, with a fierce expression, spoke. Well then, his lackeys surrounded Hellmood as he continued, shall we check it out? Hellmood quickly got into position. Though still concerned about his current weaknesses, I've been recovering continuously, but I still can't use Viz. I'm a little worried. But, his hand touched his sword, his gaze sharpening. I fought Nahu in the forest. I just need to stay vigilant. Hellmood calculated mentally, if Pin is right, these guys are all rank 4. They'll be weaker than Tanya, a rank 3. He'll stay on the defensive and then attack the weakest one first. His hand swiftly moved to draw his sword while his thoughts raced. If I can't hold out against them, I'll use Darien's swordsmanship. Caleb gave the order, and his lackeys immediately lunged at Hellmood to grab him and strip off his clothes. A brawl didn't break out. Instead, there was a loud noise and someone's teeth went flying. To the horror of Caleb's men, Tanya's appearance and her punch stopped everything before it could go any further. What's going on here? Caleb's eyes widened in astonishment. Hellmood remained grim and silent. She once again questioned the squad. Why is the Tarek mercenary squad causing trouble with my squad? Caleb nonchalantly explained. Well, we were just trying to have a conversation. Tanya, who had already lost her patience, retorted, I heard you with my own ears giving the order for them to strip him. Caleb smiled faintly and replied, that's how men build friendships. You're a woman, so how would you understand? But the more he talked, the uglier Tanya's expression became. Hey, why don't you use your brain when you talk? She turned to Hellmood and ordered. Hellmood help Pin up. Then her gaze turned back to Caleb and she said, you're rank 4. He scoffed and replied, don't bring that up. Proper rank 3 mercenary. Tanya, not to be outdone, continued to kick at his sore spot. But you're rank 4 now, am I right? And she succeeded in making his expression worsen. After making sure Hellmood and Pin were leaving, Tanya left a warning, you'd better not deliberately pick a fight with the mercenaries from my squad like this ever again. She threatened in a sharp tone, if there's a next time I won't leave so peacefully. Get lost. Caleb didn't argue further and slowly led his men away. Let's go, guys. The two squads went in separate directions. A moment later, Hellmood, helping Pin, approached her and said, Naya. She patted the crying Pin's head and gently comforted him. Don't cry anymore. From now on, things like this will happen a lot. Go get some water and come back, okay? He trembled and replied, yes. Tanya let out a long sigh, thinking to herself, the members of our mercenary squad are too naive. Not clashing with the rank 4 guys is an unwritten rule, but, she continued, to comfort Pin while thinking, they should help each other out a bit so they don't fall apart. Hellmood silently observed everything. At night, the silhouette of someone practicing with a sword could be seen. Hellmood tried his best, swinging his sword relentlessly. After a moment, he stopped and sighed. Then he looked at the wreckage he had just created before him, and wondered, is this enough for today? He continued to think while sensing his body. My body is fine now. I think I should reconsider, since I spent the whole week since the mission started just focusing on recovery. The hand holding the sword unconsciously tightened as he thought of something else of the problem. He moved his hand again and carefully concluded, I don't think I've recovered enough to use Viz. Hellmood began to calculate in his mind, viz. If your body doesn't meet the basic standards, then practicing viz is pointless. Hellmood mumbled in response, I know. He looked at his palm and continued to mutter, but right now, I can't train as I wish. He clenched his fist, making a decision. I think I'll just have to build up as much strength as I can. Soon it was time to assemble. Finn started to remind them, alright, right, everyone listen up. From this area onwards, demon beasts will appear frequently. Everyone avoid doing things on your own. Don't go to the bathroom alone, and call a rank 3 to go with you if you want to get water. Pin replied in a low, sad voice, yes, understood. Hemu frowned and thought, now I can't even go train alone. I can only hope my Viz returns before the seed of darkness rages. Just then, Pin suddenly turned to him and spoke, hey Hemu, have you ever seen a demon beast before? He continued to elaborate, his voice somewhat fearful. No, they're just like what Shin and Burn said. They look really disgusting, so I have to prepare beforehand. Their jaws are this big, and their teeth, 4 eyes. I wonder if you know anything about them. I'm not scared. I can win if I have information on the enemy and myself. Hemu looked at Pin and saw him trembling all over. They say knowledge is power, after all. Finally, Hemu explained, there are many demon beasts like that, but there are also ones that aren't. He immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Really? Wow, that's a relief. Huh, you're having memory loss, but you still remember that. Hemu glanced aside, realizing he had gone a bit too far. I was just assuming. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. They continued on their journey. Someone was chugging water while cursing loudly. Good heavens, why isn't the water coming out? Another guy from behind smiled and suggested, buy a new water bottle. You always save money in useless situations. Hearing this, he agreed, after this mission, I'll buy a different, better one. Then he confessed a little more, if I had money, I wouldn't be doing missions that require me to go. So far, the two of them walked while chatting, but nothing more than we expected has happened, right? Once we get there, we'll have a lot of money. Let's finish the mission and then go buy water. The other guy boasted excitedly, get me some good dark beer. Alright, wanna go there this time. The one holding the bottle replied, but was unexpectedly decapitated mid-sentence. A dark beer sounds good. You buy the dark beer, I'll buy the fried chicken. The other guy, who was smiling 1 second, was frozen stiff the next. He pointed forward with an expression of unbelievable terror. In front of them, a monster was devouring the head of the unfortunate person. The sudden appearance of the monster made the entire group immediately become vigilant. It chewed on the rest of the person's head. Just then, the terrified boy with gray, side-swept hair stammered you. He took the lead and charged forward to attack, yelling loudly, you damn monster. Just then, his teammate behind him warned, wait, if you just charge in recklessly like that. But before he could finish, the monster hit the rash young man with a massive swing, turning him into a mangled mess just like his friend. It devoured him once again. Its wicked face broke into a sinister smile. The other team members grew more horrified as they watched. What the hell is this? Where did this hideous monster come from? Over here, Finn's expression was just as grim. Damn it, we got too complacent. I never thought a monster would appear where there were so many mercenaries. It glanced around, searching for its next target. Meanwhile, its hand picked up the headless body of the other man, and then threw it away like a toy. The body was instantly torn to shreds in mid-air. Watching this, Tanya quickly concluded,
As allies, everyone get ready!
In an instant, they assumed a battle stance. Hellmood thought to himself, is this how it all ends? Tanya turned to them and shouted, Pin, Hellmood, hide under the carriage now. Don't get involved. Pin's face paled, startled by her words. He forcefully pushed Hellmood to go hide. Pin shouted, come on, get back. Get way back. Hellmood clenched his fists, thinking furiously, I still can't use Viz. His eyes scanned the area, assessing the situation. And there are still many Matha hiding here. If things get worse, everyone will. Just then, Pin pushed his head, urging, Hell, what are you doing? Hurry up. They crawled under the carriage. Finn kept cursing, damn it, this is going to be tough. Hellmood glanced at the monster before him, calculating, that giant monster. Observing it, he concluded it's not as strong as Elena or Nahu, but it's still very powerful. Is it the leader? And he continued to estimate his allies' combat strength. Among the mercenaries, I think only the rank 2 ones can use the Viz. A sense of helplessness rose in Hellmood's heart. Right now, I can't do anything to help. The mercenaries were on high alert. Tanya and the others gritted their teeth, waiting. The monster glared at them with sharp eyes. Its body began to radiate a powerful green magical energy. Finn and the others started to move. The weapon in his hand was also enveloped in magical energy. Finn led the charge, attacking the monster from above, but his move didn't escape its notice. The monster swung to counterattack. Finn predicted it and struck down with a blow of his own. The two attacks collided, sending both combatants flying back. It let out a pained cry. Finn, however, gracefully flipped in mid-air before landing. Shin praised him enthusiastically. Look at that amount of viz. That's amazing. As expected of the captain. Someone else reminded him, hey, don't get distracted. Focus. The smaller monsters are coming. But Shin replied, a bit annoyed, in rank 3, you know. He proved it by effortlessly defeating the monsters before him, as if it were nothing. Finn, panting, had to agree, alright, just keep doing what you're doing. The members of Caleb's mercenary squad also spoke amongst themselves. Mark, let's cut loose right from the start. Okay, yeah, each of them was enveloped in magical energy as they charged forward in unison to attack the monster before them. They launched themselves high into the air, heading for the menacingly growling beast. Finn's eyes were sharp now, glowing a brilliant yellow. He led the charge, bringing his sword down on its head. The other members also attacked together. They all rushed in at once. Then, they slashed the beast from multiple directions at once. It cried out in agony. Over on her side, Tanya kicked away a minion, admiring the fight. Nice. Meanwhile, Hellmood was on the side, looking a bit dumbfounded as he watched the fight. He thought in astonishment, what's with these people? They're stronger than I thought. The colorful battle continued as Hellmood continued his assessment. The rank 2 mercenaries, who can use viz, are drawing the leader's attention, while the others are handling things their own way. He concluded grimly, so this is how humans fight. Hellmood finally had to admit, just as Darien said, you can't underestimate humans. The monster was still completely covered in its green magical energy. All the mercenaries backed away, keeping their distance from it. Its eyes were still filled with rage, but its breathing had grown heavy. Just then, Paul spoke up, now we just have to deal with the small ones. Finn, still got any viz left? He exhaled a breath and replied concisely, I think I can manage one more. Mark smirked in agreement, not too bad. Everyone's tired, so let's finish this quickly. But then, the monster unexpectedly channeled power into its leg. It leaped high into the air, surprising all of them. What? The monster grabbed onto a tree branch. It swung skillfully from branch to branch, trying to escape. Maru cursed, damn it. Finn, beside him, couldn't help but add, could it have escaped whenever it wanted? Tanya, from behind, asked, should we give chase? But he refused. Forget it. Our mission is to escort the cargo, not monster subjugation. Tend to the injured first. She acknowledged the order, replying curtly, got it. Afterward, the 2 mercenary squads began the cleanup. Hello, my little chicks, Tanya said with a smile, approaching Hellmood and Pin. Are you two still alive? The 2 of you can come out now. Hellmood and Pin slowly crawled out, but Pin got stuck and struggled to ask for help. Hellmood, he pleaded, tears welling in his eyes, pull me out. I think my leg is cramping. Finally, they gathered the math corpses. Someone said, good work, everyone. After checking the carriages, well, process the math corpses. Make sure they're all completely dead. Hellmood curiously asked, process the corpses. Maru nodded and explained, yeah, things like math hide and seeds of darkness can sell for a high price. Then he held out a purple stone covered in the Matha slime. Look, this is a seed of darkness. Hellmood frowned, observing it, while Pin yelled and backed away. Get that away from me. Mara smiled teasingly. You guys should try to find one and do it yourselves. It might come in handy later. I never thought I'd see a seed of darkness here. Lin continued, based on what I've heard from the seed, it will destroy a person's mind when it's inside them and gradually turn them into a demon beast. Well, but there's no way we'd see people like that. He frowned and explained. Usually they die even before they're born, or they're sent into the primeval forest if they want to live. But you also don't know for sure, so it's better to be careful. Those people could turn into demon beasts at any moment. Helm's face darkened. He didn't respond. In his heart, there was a chaotic mess. Is that what people outside think? Dar had said the same thing before. That when someone has a seed of darkness, they will surely die when fighting against humanity. A bad scenario suddenly appeared in Hellmood's mind. Does this mean he'll turn into a monster and attack people? He closed his eyes, trying to connect to another thought. The reason Darien taught me how to use viz was also to suppress the seed inside me. Hellmood thought grimly, his thoughts lingering. Even if my viz returns, I should hide it at all costs in crowded human places. Because there will be many dangerous things for me if they suspect my power is related to the seed of darkness. Finn and Tanya quietly observed them. He sighed and said grimly, seeing a rank 4 mercenary trying to do something on his own reminds me of my past. Tanya, beside him, continued his words. Yeah, Finn has grown a lot since that accident years ago. Of course, he still has a lot to learn now. Pin and Hellmood were still having a heated debate over here. His gaze stopped on the demon beast and an exclamation escaped him. Look at its veins. It looks truly disgusting. Hellmood's eyes narrowed slightly. But there's something strange about this one. And then he hurriedly pushed Pin's hand away while saying, "Pin, wait a moment." He asked back, confused, "What's wrong?" He laughed mockingly, "Are you scared?" "That's right, this is the first time you've seen a demon beast this close, isn't it?" His mouth kept rambling on, not noticing a hand reaching out. "Don't worry too much. Just think of them as cooking ingredients. When you're in charge of cooking, both monsters and demon beasts," his expression turned pale as a sheet when he finished, "are all the same." Tanya then turned her head slightly. Meanwhile, Hellmood grimly reached out his hand. The next thing heard was a piercing scream. The demon beast's hand grabbed Pin's neck. Hellmood reacted instantly. Pin's face had turned pale with shock and fear. Hellmood, on the other hand, was extremely alert, focusing as he swung his sword. He struck a blow, slashing through the demon beast. Half of its body flew away, leaving Pin scared out of his wits. He slumped to the ground and let out a breath. Then he looked at Hellmood and said, "That was really scary just now." "Thanks, Hellmood. Are you okay?" He was currently busy with random thoughts. "This feeling is." Outwardly, Hellmood mumbled a reply. Hellmood's face was reflected on the sword in his hand. "That slicing feeling was very different from when I practice. It's like something inside me has been unblocked somewhere. Maybe I've regained my energy." The other members of the squad came over and started teasing Pin. "What? There's still one left alive. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Hellmood admitted it meekly. Shin laughed. "I knew it. Ever since I saw you fight Tanya, I was sure you weren't like Pin." His name being mentioned, he immediately shouted from the side, "Hey, Shin." After a moment, Pin spoke again. "Well, thanks, Hellmood. It'll save more soup for you from now on." But Shin and the other members continued to tease him. "You're repaying him with soup. What a delicacy." Besides them, Tanya over here was a bit hesitant. "Was I mistaken? A few minutes ago, she had turned her head when she felt something, and what she saw was Hellmood's magical power. When he drew his sword, Tanya couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened as she looked in his direction, but she remained silent, not saying another word. There was a movement of magical power in Hellmood's hand now. He was leisurely sitting on a rock to train. Hellmood's eyes were closed, but they quickly opened, along with a stream of thought. "I'm sure," he confirmed while checking his own body, "I've gotten my Viz back." And Hellmood continued to ponder, "So just by swinging my sword instinctively, I can use Viz. It's also thanks to Pin." Observing the hand, where there was a movement. Magical power, Hellmood thought. "Anyway, I have to recover the Viz I lost in 3 days. If I focus a little more." Unexpectedly, Pin's desperate cry echoed from afar. "Hellmood, where did you go?" "We're deciding the night watch order. Come back right away." Finn over here was starting to divide the work for them. "We'll stand guard in pairs, divided into 3 shifts." And then he directly assigned the roles, along with an explanation. Hellmood with Pin, Finn with Meru, Shin with Burn, in that order. Other is quite seriously injured, so has exempt. The newly announced guard pair was teased by a few people. "Good for you. If I'd known, I would have cut my own arm." "Are you jealous? Just say the word and I'll cut you properly. Don't forget that. Let's rest." Finn kindly added a reminder, "Everyone, sleep well. Those on guard, be careful." Hearing that, they obediently replied, "Yes, Captain." Hellhood's mind was still full of thoughts. The one that escaped this morning. He walked around and thought, "Even though I can't see clearly, I can feel it. Thanks to Viz, my senses have improved a lot." A voice came from behind. "Aren't you tired, Hellmood?" "I'm fine. Really, you have so much energy, but tomorrow we have to travel far. Go wake up the next guard and go to sleep." Seeing her good intentions, Hellmood didn't argue further, just slowly agreed, "Okay, Tanya." He looked into the distance, thinking, "The demon beasts are waiting for all of us to sleep. I'll keep watch myself. I can also recover my Viz energy at the same time." As the night grew thicker by the fire, Caleb's gaze paused when he observed someone. He curiously followed Hellmood's shadow, muttering, "That guy." Caleb's expression turned sinister in an instant with a thought, "My chance has come." Over here, Hellmood was diligently training. He thought, feeling his own progress, "It's getting much better. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, I'll be done recovering my Viz." Unexpectedly, there was a sound at this moment that made him look up. The footsteps of someone slowly approached, making Hellmood curious. A demon beast. Very quickly, that deduction was dismissed. "No, I don't sense any magical power. It's a person." The footsteps were slow but getting closer and closer, and the figure of Kale appeared right behind Hellmood. He sneered and said, "Hey kid, what are you doing here alone? You're supposed to be in pairs. It's dangerous alone." And he continued rambling, "Why are you carrying a sword? Do you want to have a sword fight?" "I'll fight with you," Hellmood replied grimly. "I'm not interested." Get lost. Unexpectedly, his words managed to make this Caleb guy's blood boil. "What? I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Do you think someone will save you like last time?" He stubbornly approached, his mouth still not letting up. "It seems you have a habit of looking down on others." Has anyone taught you about your attitude yet? His hands were itching to punch someone as he continued. By the way, I can teach you right now. It should be fine if you break an arm or a leg, right? Hellmood didn't even turn to look at him. You only get smarter after being beaten once or twice. If you happen to die, it just means you were too weak. Don't hate me for it. At this point, he finally spoke up. Is that all? His eyes showed contempt for his opponent as the question was uttered. You're talking so much just because you want to fight. Hellmood's indifferent attitude made Caleb's face twist with rage. In an instant.
What?
He continued to lecture him. Everyone in a mercenary squad helps each other, but you don't. On the contrary, you act like a demon beast. Hellmood scolded harshly. If you're human, then act decently. You rank 4 mercenary of the Tarek squad. Caleb's face froze for a moment. Then he broke into a mocking smile. He finally spoke up. In response, not fun at all. What, like a demon beast? Act decently. The bandaged arm was freed in an instant, along with Caleb's anger. I bet you don't know. The strong get stronger by trampling on their weaker comrades. Weaker than them. You look down on a rank 4 because my arm is bandaged. It's healed, you bastard. I'll show you who's superior. And then he immediately threw a punch at Hellmood with a loud scream. I'll make you never look down on anyone again by gouging your eyes out, and crushing them. But unexpectedly, his hand, and though it was easily caught by Hellmood, though with just one hand, he looked at Caleb grimly, not saying another word. He was so shocked his eyes widened, and in one motion Caleb was forced to his knees by Hellmood. He himself was still astonished. What the hell is this strength? Even though his arm was locked, Caleb's mouth was still shouting like an animal. What kind of trick is this? You bastard. Hellmood's expression darkened threateningly as he replied. I thought, Thor, you were like a demon beast, but your eyes are even worse than theirs. Caleb's face turned pale. As he received the lesson, if you want to establish a pecking order, you should choose your opponent carefully. With one final word, know your own strength. Hellmood broke Caleb's arm. He trembled but it was still stubborn and unyielding. No, I don't accept this. Then he resolutely charged at Hellmood. At full speed. Who needs you to like me? Caleb drew the weapon in his hand. Caleb swung it with all his might towards Hellmood, but he casually parried it. Caleb attacked relentlessly, while Hellmood just retreated, listening to his crazed words die. After fighting for a while, Caleb grew tired and snarled, this arrogant bastard, unexpectedly, at this moment. But his eyes widened in terror when he saw Hellmood's magic power. In the blink of an eye, Hellmood dashed past Caleb. He was stunned as he looked down at his own bleeding legs. A sharp scream rang out, followed by the sight of Caleb crying in pain. Lying on the ground. Over here, Hellmood felt a little regret. Damn it. I didn't mean to use Viz. I got too excited that it returned, a thought. A flash through his mind. If I leave him here, he'll be exposed. Hellmood slowly approached Caleb, while he was trembling and begging, spare me. He struggled with his thoughts intensely. Should I finish him off? Let's just finish him. His hand gripped the sword tighter. The seed in his chest began to glow. Now it was placing strange markings on Hellmood's body. His eyes turned wicked. The markings extended up Hellmood's neck, and his eyes now turned a demonic black. Hellhood let out a smirk, thinking to himself, I can't finish him off. The markings quickly reached near the eyes of Hellhood, and a sword strike was unleashed. He tried his best to suppress the seed's growth. Very quickly, he managed to regain his senses. Though it was a struggle, the seed of darkness. He wondered to himself, is it because my Viz hasn't appeared recently? The hand Hellmood had on his chest unconsciously tightened. Just for a moment, but it felt like I was about to become a demon beast. Calm down, he closed his eyes, trying hard to convince himself, I am not a demon beast. And Hellmood felt more at ease when he opened his eyes again. He told himself, breathing steadily, I am Hellmood. Only then did Hellmood notice his surroundings. Damn it. Caleb had already flashed away from this area. He ran off. Over here, Caleb was trying his best to crawl away, dragging two long trails of blood behind him. He couldn't believe his eyes, constantly wondering, how can someone like him use Viz? Could it be he's even stronger than the captain? No way, has just a rank 4 brat. And he continued to think, completely unaware of but the danger lurking behind him. I have to run a little further. He resolved himself while the monster from this morning. Before he pounced to attack, I will live. A piercing sound rang out, catching Hellmood's attention. He turned his head, thinking that sound. When he reached the place where the sound came from, he saw it. It's the one from before. And very quickly it also saw him. He approached and came face to face with this giant monster. Hellmood was the first to speak. Hey. He glanced at what was left of Caleb over there. That's mine. The monster growled with contempt. Hellmood stood still, observing its movements. His eyes sharpened as he thought, it's completely different from the first time we met. Now I can defeat it. The sword in his hand glowed as it was enveloped in magical power, and Hellmood slowly advanced with a challenge. Get ready. Get ready. The monster was astonished. Instinct made it unconsciously step back, accompanied by the threatening roars. Hellmood observed the creature's movements, thinking, can it determine the strength of others? It's definitely not an ordinary demon beast. Then he spoke again, his expression sharpening in an instant. Get off the person you're stepping on and surrender, or you will die by my hand. It remained motionless, probably thinking of how to deal with him. Then it slowly backed away again. Its gaze never left Hellmood. It leaped high up there, choosing to flee from him. Hellmood stood in place, muttering, whatever, it'll come back eventually anyway. His gaze flicked towards the group of people approaching, mentally calculating. I need to think about how to explain this situation first. At that moment, the voices got closer. Who's over there? It's a human. Mark grimly confirmed the situation. If that's the case, then Caleb is gone. Hellmood answered succinctly, yes. Then he continued. To explain the situation clearly, he followed me while I was on a mission to bully me, but he ended up getting killed by a demon beast. These words made Mark give a self-deprecating smile. That scoundrel. So this is the end for someone who bullies others, huh? Alright, since you were also in danger, on behalf of the mercenary squad, I apologize, but unexpectedly someone objected. Wait, Mark, you think the one apology is enough? Tanya indignantly approached him to question him. He almost died, thanks to that certain someone in your mercenary squad. Mark's expression was serious as he listened to Tanya's accusations. You people did nothing, even though you knew what that fool was doing. Just then, a warning came from behind. Hey, watch your mouth. The man reminded her grimly. That certain someone you're talking about. That was my younger brother. She immediately restrained her attitude and replied slowly, although it was unfortunate, if you had supervised him properly, this wouldn't have happened. The man's expression became increasingly ugly as he growled the words were hissed through his teeth. Are you trying to insult my entire mercenary squad, instead of just my little brother alone? The argument was forced to a halt when Miles Elves shouted loudly, that's enough. He reminded them that they both should calm down. Now is not the time to argue. We need to come up with a concrete plan. He then continued his analysis, even though the expressions of the other two did not become any more pleasant. The Tarek mercenary squad is indeed at fault for what just happened. But the Face mercenary squad also needs to reconsider their words. He pointed at Hellmood and declared, we can't do anything for the one who's gone, but we will give the remaining mission fee of the mercenary squad to this kid. Hearing those words, Tanny reluctantly agreed. Alright, Miles, let's do that. Receiving her concession, Miles let out a sigh of relief. Phew, the atmosphere between the two mercenary squads is really bad. I'll think of a safer way for us to confront the demon beasts. He spoke up again to warn them. 3 people are gone already, so from now on be more vigilant. The members of both squads responded in unison. Understood. A moment later, Hellmood was seen getting a painful knock on the head from someone. His face winced as an exclamation escaped him. That hurts. Tanya shouted angrily, it's supposed to hurt. Kid, you just barely escaped death. She didn't hold back, directly unleashing a tirade of scolding words. If you had told me while we were on watch, I could have gone with you to protect you or something. Why did you wander off alone in a place like this? Hellmood himself was thinking. That's why I should have been more careful. Tanya spoke again. Do you know how shocked I was when you were the only one who disappeared? She sighed, muttering, I guess I should pay more attention to what's about to happen. After confronting the other side, who am I to be scolding you? Then with her hands on her hips, she reminded him, from now on, you shouldn't go out alone, understand? Her concern gave Hellmood a strange feeling. He admitted his fault in a low voice. I'm sorry. Unconsciously, a familiar feeling arose in Hellmood's heart as the image of Darien faintly appeared on Tanya, cold yet also warm. She gently patted his head. All right, be more careful from now on. Hellmood thought, just like Darien. And then he half closed his eyes, agreeing to her request. I will do that. When Hellmood opened his eyes again, his thoughts changed, along with it the feeling of being human. The story was quickly relayed to the other members of the group by Finn, and this incident made him even more vigilant. Last night, a mercenary was ambushed and taken out by a demon beast. We guess it was the same one from the initial ambush. Everyone, conserve your strength to get out of this forest as quickly as possible. We can't afford to lose anyone else. The entire team shouted in unison. Roger. After that, was a period of fighting the beasts blocking their path. Each person had their own specialty, easily defeating the beasts. They supported each other, fighting in formation, while the remaining members were tasked with protecting the cargo. The demon beasts appeared in no small number, and another battle was taking place. Of there are so many of them, we might have to fight them like this for a day or two, but since everyone is tired, things will gradually become more dangerous. Pin, as usual, had a pale face out of fear, muttering in a corner, "We're all gonna die. Why are the demon beasts targeting us from behind?" Next to him was Hellmood, who was quietly thinking, "More importantly, I can't feel that demon beast's energy." Helmut's gaze turned to a hidden corner where the culprit of the past few nights was hiding, but it wasn't clear. It stood quite far away while scouting the mercenary group and slowly sent in small magical beasts in waves. He thought warily, guessing this creature's attack plan. Not yet. It wasn't time to engage. A moment later, a voice rang out while someone was being bandaged. "Today really has been a super long day." Sin leaned tiredly against a tree trunk and sighed. "On days like these, there's no one who doesn't get injured." Ut cut him off. "Shut up, don't say such unlucky things." Sin continued to tease him. "Why were you so slow that you let them bite your leg? Are you a caterpillar or something?" And Ut quickly teased until he blushed. "Do you think I got bitten because I wanted to? I tried to dodge them, you know." They continued to laugh and joke under Fine's watchful eye. "Good grief, I'm going to have to hit you. You've still got so much energy." Tanya, behind him, now spoke with some annoyance. "Damn it, first it was Ut, then Marco. Now even Sin is injured. I didn't think they would attack us relentlessly day and night like this, but unexpectedly Fien was more optimistic than she thought. We should be glad that no one has died. Helmut and Pin helped out during the night. They're doing better than I thought." He observed the two of them as he remarked, "Helmut can use a bit of swordsmanship, so he can also look after Pin, and Pin is very good at dodging attacks, thanks to his survival instincts." Tanya lowered her head slightly, remembering the time Helmut's magic erupted, and a wave of concern washed over her. "The things I saw before." That Helmut at that moment, Fien spoke, cutting off her train of thought. "The more important thing in the current situation is that those magical beasts are only targeting our mercenary group." Tanya answered him, "I don't know why they're doing it, but the other side really hasn't done any fighting today." She wasn't too upset with the Tarek team. After all, the Tarek mercenary team has already lost 3 members. We had a conflict with them a few days ago, so they probably won't help us. We should still protect ourselves. He half closed his eyes, agreeing with her mum, and a paramount mission was given out. We need to do whatever it takes to survive, all of us. Night slowly fell over the forest. A voice began to speak. "Paul, I'm sure you're aware of this." Miles replied in a low voice, "But for some strange reason, the magical beasts are concentrating only on our side. I think the leader of the magical beasts is strategizing." He asked nonchalantly, "Is that so?" He continued to present his case. "In the current situation, perhaps we can only wait patiently. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before they achieve their immediate goal. I know you all are in conflict with each other, but don't you think Tarek, the team with more members, should be safely protected?" These words made Paul hesitate for a moment. He let out a cold snort before replying, "I don't think so." His gaze flickered to Miles as he continued, Paul's eyebrows furrowed. "You just mentioned it yourself. If we leave things as they are, they will achieve their immediate goal." He gave a malicious smile and proposed, "Instead of choosing safety, we should choose efficiency." Miles was a bit confused hearing this efficiency. He smirked as he began to explain, "It's simple. While the frontline mercenary force distracts the magical beasts, the remaining team will quickly leave the forest. After all, the Tarek mercenary force has all the necessary supplies." This suggestion was immediately met with opposition from Miles. "No, we can't do that. Does the Tarek mercenary force have no morals left?" But Paul's face darkened. He smiled and reminded him, "Sir Miles, now is the time to keep a cool head." What followed were arguments to persuade him. Morals, faith, they are such beautiful words. Paul finished with a firm statement, but isn't the more important thing to survive? The silent Miles was gradually swayed by his words. "Those magical beasts are threatening us. They could slaughter our entire party. They're just waiting until we're exhausted." Paul's speech was long, but supported by many arguments, and if all the mercenaries and the merchants die, sir, you won't be able to compensate for the losses in property and personnel for them. He stared at the pale, faced Miles and continued, "Of course, if Sir Miles has a better solution, we will gladly follow it. I am merely mentioning a few possibilities." He was put before a difficult choice. Paul quickly applied pressure. "Sir Miles, decide." Meanwhile, on Helmut's side, Tanya let out a sigh. "This is so discouraging, to think that we get ambushed every few days." She frowned, muttering about their current situation. "Both our men and horses are exhausted, and we don't even know how much farther it is." Then, with a look of disgust, she glanced at the other mercenary team. "Of course, those Tarek bastards aren't going to help. They've just been watching us all morning. Even though we've clashed before, they should know not to cross the line." It was then that Fien spoke up. "I know. If this keeps up, when the magical beasts arrive, something terrible will happen." Tenia suddenly cut in when she spotted something strange. "What are those guys doing?" She observed the carriage ahead of them suddenly speed up, and in a flash Tenny's team was left behind. The Tarek people were making a run for it. Her face went pale as she shouted, "What the hell? What do you think you're doing?" And the other members were still, half asleep, not yet comprehending what had happened. "Wait, where are they going?" Fian glanced around at that moment and cautiously warned, "Hold on." He gradually realized what was happening and shouted in outrage, because our team was so focused on the magical beasts, they planned to openly use us as bait. Fian's gaze turned toward the forest, where the eyes of magical beasts were wide, open waiting for them. "Damn it," he concluded with a single sentence, "they've caught up. We've been left behind." And Helmut at this time was still completely silent. He thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings, "So, is this how it ends? It's too late to catch up, and the magical beasts have already surrounded us," he muttered, his voice low with resentment, using another team as bait to save themselves. Looking around, Helmut wondered to himself, "If this is how it all ends, I wonder how many people in this team can survive." After that, he still kept searching for a solution. "If I act now then." Fian raised his sword high and shouted a warning, "The magical beasts will keep gathering as long as our forces are small. Everyone get ready." The moment he finished speaking was when the beasts all leapt upon them. "Here they come." Beast blood quickly splattered. Facing the difference in numbers, the members of the mercenary team couldn't hide the fatigue in their bodies. Tanya was also gasping for breath as the battle dragged on. Fian, as the leader, struggled to maintain his own courageous facade. Meanwhile, Helmut suddenly thought, "Aren't they wondering about my identity?" A few mercenary team members swore, "Damn it, working as a mercenary like this, it's worth it even if I die." As soon as he said that, Marok shouted, "Nonsense. If you die here then, it's just a meaningless sacrifice. We can't get out of here without you." Meanwhile, Helmut was still asking himself, "Who am I?" Sin arrogantly declared, "Remember this noble death of mine." And Maros was still in the mood to tease him. "Ugh, gross, a mercenary, not some damn noble." Another question arose in Helmut's mind, "Where do I come from?" Teeny glanced at the two young men and smirked, "These guys just go on messing around all you want." Helmut thought, if I were a person like Bill was also trying his best to fight back. Helmut was silent and didn't react. Things like this, his expression now became more serious than ever. It would no longer be a problem. Helmut's hand unconsciously touched his shoulder as he thought about these people. A firm declaration was mad. "I don't want them to die." Helmut began to walk while muttering, "Dar, I remember you once said." He just headed in one direction, completely entrusting the area behind him to them. This time, Helmut made a resolution, "I will trust humans, everyone." He declared grimly as his sword was imbued with magic, "What you are about to see now, it's all a secret." Tanya's eyes widened in astonishment. Not just her, but the other members had the same expression. "Wait. What?" Even Fine cried out in disbelief as the horde of monsters rushed forward in unison to attack, and Helmut also recklessly advanced to engage them in close combat. He gracefully spun and swung his decisively towards the monsters. The magic was bent into circles, and as Helmut passed through, the monsters' corpses fell in heaps before them. Maros now spoke in astonishment. "Is this a dream or reality?" Xin was also gaping. "No way, how could?" Helmut continuously unleashed slashes of purple light, and he powerfully stabbed down at a monster. Helmut's expression was one of concentration. He landed and quickly stood up, facing the remaining living monsters. With just a few slashes, Helmut took down several more before they could react. The attacks were launched so quickly that they had no choice but to die. A few trembled, but they couldn't escape the fate of being slain. Helmut's expression didn't change at all. He just let out a long breath after clearing most of them. Witnessing the sight of Helmut single-handedly confronting the horde of magic beasts, the other members couldn't help but be shocked. It took them a moment to come to their senses and cry out, "Good heavens, a miracle, that's a miracle." Helmut's eyes narrowed as he thought that magic beast ape. It ran as soon as it saw its packed eye. The corner of his mouth curved into a contemptuous smile. "Such a coward." Just then, Pin stammered from the side, "Helmut, how did you again?" He replied calmly, "It's nothing, my body just healed." Over here, Tanya immediately noticed something strange. I knew it. She recalled the time she had accidentally witnessed Helmut's magic. "I saw what I saw before," and Tanya gave Helmut a cautious look. Thinking of that possibility, he slowly spoke, "Is everyone okay?" Both Pin and Tanya turned pale at the same time, thinking, what did we just pick up on the road? Even Fian couldn't believe his eyes and muttered, "Even a level 2 like me can't release that much fizz. How can someone as young as him do it?" He stammered probingly, Where did you learn that sword art?" Helmut's gaze swept over them. He carefully chose his words to explain, "They are trustworthy people. But it's best not to mention the primordial forest. I lived with my master in the forest, but I don't remember it very well." Fian covered his face in helplessness, a bit let down by the answer. "What? Oh, right. Your memory, damn it." And Helmut spoke up again anyway. He asked a question himself, "What should we do now? It seems there's no more danger." Fian immediately returned to his commander's demeanor and said, "First, we'll leave this forest." He mentioned the traitors. "We need to find those who left first." The other members, upon hearing mention of the other mercenary team, became so angry that their faces turned red. "Yeah, those bastards. If I see them, I'll deal with them right away." Fina's gaze once again fell on Helmut, and a question was asked of him. "Helmut, what will you do?" Helmut honestly confessed I don't know what we'll do after we get out of the forest, but he'll still follow you. I don't have any money anyway. Hearing these words, Fayan couldn't help but exclaim, huh, why does this pragmatic feeling seem so strange in this bizarre situation? And those words, spoken faster than thought, were quickly disciplined by Tanya. With a punch, hey, shut up, Fayan gave a concise reply, I understand. He turned his head, calculating their next route. Well then, the next words were their temporary plan. Let's follow those who left before us. This is the best way. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged as they moved. I got a good rest yesterday, so my body feels so light now. I think my wounds have all healed. Tanya bent down to check the tracks on the path. This is the right direction. However, she remained vigilant and continued, there are many footprints here, but I can't sense any noise or tremors. She presented her thoughts to Feinri. It seems they ran all night. They must be on the outskirts of the forest by now, right? He seriously continued. According to the original plan, they would rest at the first village after leaving the forest. We might meet them there. Sin then exclaimed excitedly, the first village. Huh, that'll be the perfect stage for revenge. They all, without discussion, thought of the same scenario of beating every member of that team into a pulp. They'll be very surprised to see we're still alive. I'm looking forward to seeing that guy Miles tremble in fear. When he sees me, I'm ready to devour them. Pin scratched his head and wondered, the reward is really substantial. What should we do with this mission? His words successfully made them wonder. That's right, there's nothing left to protect now. Tarek took all the important items. While they were discussing animatedly, Helmut remained silent, observing. Only the food cart is left. He glanced over when he sensed something strange. This noise is. Then, without a word, Helmut suddenly moved. Bill called out in confusion. Helmut. His eyes narrowed with vigilance, looking in one direction. Tanya then wondered, can you sense something? Sin, who was nearby, shrugged. I can't sense anything, Helmut replied calmly. I feel the energy of magic beasts around here, he concluded, partially simulating the events. It's a battle. I think the Tarek mercenary team is also involved. Sin was excited to meet their rivals again. Those damn bastards, great. But Tanya wondered about something more important. How far are they? Helmut calculated and then replied, at this speed, about an hour. There's a leader there too. Fian asked again in disbelief. Wait, you can sense something happening an hour's journey away. What's your level, anyway? But Helmut was already striding forward. If we hurry, it'll take less time. Tarek will be able to hold out until we get there. Sin sighed in frustration. Damn it. We have to face those apes again to save those Tarek bastards. Can't we just go now? And he was punched in the face by Morose. You idiot, we have to get our stuff back first. Fian was the next one to speak, correcting their attitude. We are mercenaries, not vengeful spirits. The most important thing is to complete the mission. He reminded them in a low voice. Worry about the job first, before thinking about those Tarek bastards. Tanya slightly adjusted her hat, smiling faintly in agreement. Yeah, we are. The famed mercenary team. We're completely different from that bunch of selfish and cunning Tarek. And they followed Fian forward. All right, let's go. Protect the client and the goods. The situation ahead was exactly as Helmut had described. The mercenaries were struggling with the horde of monsters. A monster struck a guy in the group directly. Paul struggled to command the formation, right side, hold the line. He brought a blow down on the head of a monster. Then he panted, cursing under his breath, damn it, it's only been one day. Paul staggered a bit. The leader appeared behind him at that moment. His eyes glanced back, cursing internally, one obstacle after another. I did think they'd be this persistent in chasing us. That monster over there brazenly killed a member of Paul's team. Wasn't the famed mercenary team enough to satisfy them? It opens its mouth wide, roaring and growling threateningly. It clawed at where Paul was standing, but thankfully he was agile enough to dodge its attack. Paul's eyes glanced in another direction. He decided to use his comrades as bait to achieve his goal. I have to run. He landed behind Max. Then he spoke in a low voice. Hey Max. He replied curtly. What is it? Paul began to explain. At this rate, everyone's going to die. If we try, we can handle the small ones, but not the leader. That won't work. An example was provided along with it. Look at their strength. I think the famed mercenary group is already done for. Max seemed to understand the meaning behind those words. So, he nodded in agreement. Yeah? Then he shamelessly made a suggestion. If we run right now, all the witnesses will completely disappear. Max beside him listened to these words. Our reputation will be safe, and he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Good idea. An immediate order was given, disperse immediately, and the members of the team immediately reacted to it. Huh? What are you saying, Max? Another person asked in confusion. What do you mean disperse? But the figures of the two traitors had already rushed past him. They watched the figures of Paul and Max as they left, and Miles began to feel terrified, his face turning pale. Paul, Max outside, a call rang out. Sir Miles, but he had already lost his mind. Oh my god, oh my god. At this moment, the carriage shook violently. Miles was endlessly blaming himself. I made the wrong judgment. Everything went wrong the moment I put my trust in the Tarek mercenary group. As the roof of the carriage was smashed in, he was still lost in thought. I should have known things would turn out this way. When we abandoned the famed mercenary group, the figure of the leader with a mouthful of saliva appeared. It reached out towards him. Miles trembled, scared out of his wits. He was certain of one thing, witnessing the monster crunching on the people beside him done for. Miles' face paled, and he stammered a few meaningless words. Everyone is gone, we're all going to die. Meanwhile, the monster kept grabbing people, and then eating them, until a familiar voice rang out, making it freeze. Hey! Helmut rushed over from a distance with a warning. Put him down. Helmut was now rushing to attack the beast, which was also lunging up towards him from below. Helmut's eyes remained vigilant, as the sword in his hand plunged straight into the beast, sending it flying several meters away. At this moment, Helmut spoke again in a low voice. I said put it down. The beast flinched, its hand holding its prey also froze. The next second, it flung the person away. Helmut gracefully turned and caught the person. He scanned his eyes over them once. Fiend's words echoed in his mind. Helmut, why don't you go ahead and check out the situation? He had asked him, a bit worried. It would be fine if the Tarek mercenary group all gathered together, but they've already betrayed us once. Fiend's reasoning was very persuasive. It's easy for there to be a second time, which is why Helmut nodded in agreement. All right, as he set the person down, Helmut thought Fine was right. If we had been late, that merchant would have been gone too. He stood on the roof of the carriage, facing the monster, and said, my viz has returned. Now I just have to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Helmut bravely charged towards it. Then I'll do my best, beast. On one side, a person on the other. Beast, they clashed mercilessly. It let out an enraged roar. Immediately, a swarm of smaller beasts appeared from nowhere. Helmut's eyes widened, his vigilance at its peak. He cautiously yet swiftly executed multiple sword strikes. The beasts were still stunned. Those that were still alive continued to charge towards Helmut. Suddenly the leader roared once more. Helmut observed it, grimly noting, this is the strongest magical beast I've ever encountered outside the forest, but I can still fight it. His magical power enveloped the entire sword, and in an instant it became much longer. I just can't let my guard down. The beast still maintained its threatening posture towards him. Helmut watched it vigilantly. At this moment, it moved its hand and rushed to attack him, as Helmut himself was also charging towards it. Helmut's sword was imbued with his full power, aimed straight at the beast as he thrust forward. His eyes didn't close, completely focused on observing the situation. The beast gritted its teeth, its pained expression clear, roared loudly again as Helmut's sword continued to twist deeper into its body. He stepped back in astonishment, maintaining a safe distance while thinking, this thing, its magical power is getting stronger. He made a guess, is it absorbing all the energy around here? It's getting stronger. At this moment, Helmut looked around and began to speculate, the mercenary group is about to arrive. He turned his head, looking around, continuing to assess the situation. If they charge in to help, they'll definitely be in danger. I have to try to end this quickly. The beast continued to roar fiercely. It lunged to attack Helmut, forcing him to jump high to evade. The beast glanced up, following him. Helmut then launched a counter-attack with his sword, roared, its expression clearly contemptuous. Helmut's eyes widened in surprise. A different strategy immediately came to mind. Fighting with normal strength won't work in that case. The magical power covering the sword grew stronger and stronger. Helmut's eyes were fixed on his prey as he thought more power. It was also aiming for him. Charges at Helmut's sword, once again powerfully slashing down. His eyes never left the target, calculating everything in his head. It will be faster. He landed on the ground before the monster had a chance to swing its arm and attack. Helmut thought, its movements have also changed. If it doesn't go down in one slash, it'll be a nuisance. The beast roared threateningly again. It moved at high speed, aiming for him and charging relentlessly. They dragged the battlefield a considerable distance. Now Helmut considered his current situation as his eyes fell on the cut on his shoulder. This is not good. I'm out of replacement clothes. He mumbled. The monster was still staring at its opponent. He'll have to go to town to buy more clothes. It unleashed its power to the absolute limit. The magical power of this beast was so immense that it became a pillar of light piercing the sky. Its eyes widened with fury, and in the center, a seat appeared. Helmut silently observed this creature. It transformed into a strangely hideous entity. He muttered in a low voice, in the end, it's still like the other magical beasts. The beast's foot stomped hard on the ground. It gathered momentum and leaped high, heading towards Helmut. As it charged, he watched it, muttering, that thing, his memory was stirred. I've seen it somewhere before. It was now very close to him. Helmut smirked in comparison. The attack pattern is similar. The beast's eyes widened. It reminded Helmut of an old opponent in the primordial forest. Nahu's shadow lingered within this beast. Helmut tightened his grip on his sword, silently concluding, like Nahu. Then Helmut remarked, even after absorbing all that mana, you're still weaker than him. Helmut's eyes followed the beast's movements. It struck down at him with a full-powered blow, forcing Helmut to retreat. The sword in his hand, glowing with magical power, was raised high, preparing a counterattack. 20-something members of the mercenary group were now rushing after Helmut. Pin cried out in alarm, "Are you okay?" And they were even more astonished to witness the sight of Helmut standing next to the monster that had been smashed into pieces. What is this? Fian was the first to speak. His expression was nothing but pure shock. You You defeated all of them by yourself. Hearing that, Helmut somberly admitted, yes, they're all gone. But he was still skeptical, and questioned, really, I guess. They were dealt with faster because their formation was disrupted. They looked around as Fian continued to speculate. It's as if they couldn't withstand it. A conclusion was slowly drawn, meaning their leader is gone. That's why they fell so quickly. At this moment, Tanya spoke up. They're just pathetic beasts that operate in a pack. Along with that, Marrows on the side also had a new discovery. There's a survivor, it's Miles. Fian just slowly remarked, a blessing in disguise that only the client survived. They quickly reorganized their formation, preparing to move again. Let's get out of this monster-infested area. Anyway, we should see if anyone else is alive. Miles' vision gradually became clearer as continuous shouts were heard. Miles. He slowly opened his eyes, whispering, is this the afterlife? However, what greeted him was Fian's serious expression. Miles. Immediately, Miles' whole body trembled. In fear, his face turned pale. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have abandoned the whole mercenary group like that, but Paul threatened me. A stream of apologies poured out. Although I'm a little happy I can apologize to you after I'm gone, and Fian gently cut him off. Miles. He immediately froze, his face showing clear confusion. And Fian spoke again, get up, you're not dead yet. Yet Miles still did believe it. He stammered, how can I still be alive? That magic beast. What happened to it? Hearing that, Fian just replied, it's gone. You can forget about dying now. Helmut, listening from a corner, immediately had thoughts about it. Maybe I should keep it a secret. Finally, when Miles accepted the truth, his eyes immediately filled with tears, his hands clasped together sincerely. Oh my God, you saved my life. Then Miles looked up again, his expression a little hesitant. Fian said in a serious tone, let's talk about finances. And at this moment, Miles froze as he remembered the debt he had to pay. Finally, reality hits me in the face. A piece of paper was handed to him, and Miles' hand trembled as he read its contents. He exclaimed in shock, 80% of the profit. At this point, Fian slowly explained, we're only proposing 80% because you've also suffered losses. You should be grateful for that number considering what happened during the mission. Not only were we betrayed, but we also saved your life. Helmut didn't say a word from beginning to end, letting his leader decide. Hearing this, Miles couldn't help but stammer that. He turned pale hesitatingly, suggesting, how about 70%? This would be more appropriate since I have to consider compensation for those who were lost. Unexpectedly, he received a blunt refusal. That's your business. If you don't want to, feel free to leave, because we're holding all of your goods now. Good luck. In the end, Miles could only agree to this offer. Alright, 80% it is. Fian was satisfied, and replied, very good. He didn't forget to add a reminder, in that case, listen to this first. And they all turned their eyes towards the wagons, voicing the question they've had from the start. What are those goods? And where are we heading with so much danger ahead? Miles hesitantly explained, it would be terrible for me if news of this leaked out. It would be the end of the Button Merchant Guild. But Fian remained firm in his assurance, we are the famed mercenary group. You shouldn't worry about that. Unexpectedly, the worry in Miles' eyes didn't lessen, but rather increased. Your mercenary group will be in danger too. Do you really want to know the truth even though it's dangerous? Fian then explained, if it's a mission where we know for sure there will be danger, shouldn't you have told us clearly? Miles was temporarily speechless at this declaration. Then he sighed and reluctantly agreed, it won't help anyway. Miles began to explain, the client we are about to meet is a mage named Anian. The name just uttered made both Sin and Marrows gasp. Anian, Archmage Anian. Yes. Miles' face turned increasingly purple with fear. That's right. As the story was told, Fian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So has the one who hired a merchant guild and a mercenary group to cross the magical beast forest. I guess he couldn't ask the swordsman families. At this point, Miles continued to explain, actually, the origin of the goods we're transporting is a place where mages are not allowed to go. That would be the Lumen Temple. As you already know, that temple holds power beyond imagination. A group that defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, although it's not what it used to be, he continued. While they were the ones who protected the world from magical power during that time, they have overstepped their bounds. The dark side of these people was directly stated. They have sought sacrifices and power in the name of protection. Most kingdoms follow their laws in exchange for divine power, but the temple was quietly listening from the side. They couldn't control that mages, they were always looking for ways to restrain that mage. Miles didn't stop. While they were busy fighting each other, the mage found an artifact for the purpose of researching how to fight them. If they found out that the Button Merchant Guild had delivered that item, and Fian then finished the story for him, the Merchant Guild would be annihilated. However, Miles, sweating profusely, held his head in despair. It's not just the Merchant Guild. Anyone involved will also be in danger. Under the influence of the temple, no one can escape. He explained, we really didn't want to take this mission at first, but the truth is, Mage Anian saved the leader of the Merchant Guild before. That's why we could refuse the mission. Now Helmut finally walked up to Tanya and spoke. Is Mage Anian that famous? The one who answered him was Marrows. Of course, a few years ago the Holy Barrier was almost destroyed. Those words made Helmut a little confused. Holy Barrier. He explained, the truth is, To prevent monsters from entering the city, they had to create a holy barrier. The problem is that maintaining it consumes the energy of mages. The temple controlled most of the mages, for their own purposes. Helmut listened intently without interrupting. The holy barrier is almost completely safe. You can't see monsters running around in the city, can you? After the barrier was destroyed due to that mage's actions, Maros continued. Everything was quite chaotic for a while. Of course the temple covered it up. At this moment, Helmut thought to himself, Anian is a mage powerful enough to create an impact on the temple's barrier. He recalled the past, how the temple couldn't take the dark seed from his body. Perhaps that's why they sent me to this forest, and a guess formed in his mind. If holy power can't do it, could magic? Helmut's eyes narrowed as he thought, the dark mage that I once saw in the forest wasn't this strong. A hopeful thought for the future arose. I hope this mage is different. As evening approached, the mercenary team stopped to rest, having finally escaped the monster forest. Although it's quite difficult to move further since the sun is setting. Let's set up camp here and meet the mage tomorrow. Then Fian started a conversation. Helmut, he calmly suggested, shall we talk for a bit? Helmut thought, considering for a moment before replying okay. Fian opened his hand. In his palm was a small bean. Here, Helmut couldn't help but be curious. What is this? And Fian gently explained, it's something swordsmen eat when they're exhausted. It's quite expensive. He then continued teasingly as Helmut popped the bean into his mouth. I don't know if it'll be effective on you since you recover quite quickly. Very quickly Helmut felt something strange. His body was heating up. Fian asked curiously, how do you feel? He nodded, acknowledging it's very effective. But he didn't forget to ask cautiously, but why did you give this to me? At this moment Fian slowly called his name, Helmut. Then he continued sincerely, thank you, Helmut. Still showed no expression upon hearing these words. For protecting the honor of the mercenary team. But that didn't stop Fian from feeling grateful. If it weren't for you, everyone might have been gone a long time ago. He smiled and continued, that's my way of thanking you. Although I know it's not enough for what you've done. And then he made another offer to him. Furthermore, if you ever run into any trouble and need help. Helmut's eyes now flashed with a hint of surprise. While you search for your memories after you leave us. Fian furrowed his brow and spoke sincerely. I swear on the honor of the mercenary team, I will definitely come and help you. However, as he was about to continue his speech, Helmut held out his hand. You saved everyone, and he returned Fian's sincerity with his own. After all, we are comrades that I trust. Fian let out a sigh of relief, and then he shook his hand, agreeing with his words. Yeah, because we're comrades. The scenery in front of the mercenary group hadn't changed much. They were a bit more relaxed, but didn't let down their guard. Miles looked around, then he announced, we've arrived. The next person to speak was Fian. According to the map, this is the right place, but it's just a road, not a village. Delivering an item to a place like this, how is Anian supposed to retrieve it? He glanced at Fian and explained, that's not it. We have to deliver the item to Anian's residence. Tanya then became curious and asked, so you mean this place is Anian's hideout? Miles quickly took out an item from his pocket and began to explain. Instead of explaining it 100 times, it'll be faster for everyone to see for themselves. He slowly approached a nearby tree trunk. The item in his hand immediately resonated with that tree. Tanya exclaimed in amazement, this is Maros, and Pin also had the same expression. Magic, this is crazy. Only Helmut remained silent, saying nothing. Now they were transported into a magical path. Fian spoke up, we are jumping through space-time. He slowly exclaimed, I've only heard rumors, but this is beyond imagination. So this is the ability of an archmage? Helmut asked curiously, how do you know? This could just be an illusion. Hearing this, Fian gently explained, if this were just an illusion, the temperature wouldn't be dropping so quickly. With such a clear difference, we are probably going to a very distant place. At this moment, the scene before their eyes began to change. And Tanya was the one who pointed and exclaimed, over there. There's someone there. The figure of a mage appeared. He greeted them, you finally arrived. Anian continued, welcome, guests from the Bhutan Merchant Guild. Very quickly, the work checking the goods was completed. Alright, everything is here. There are a few very hard to find items, so well done, I'm very pleased. Anian didn't forget to remark, besides that, you have fewer people than I expected. There are traces of people all over the carriage. Did many people pass away? Miles bowed his head, admitting with shame, yes, that's right. Many people died at the hands of a giant monster we encountered on the way. And only 13 members are left here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel sorry. Oh my, everyone must have had a hard time getting here. I think I can feel a large amount of magic power from the carriage. Is it a monster's corpse? Miles continued his story, yes, we have dealt with it. So if you'd like to buy it, we'd be very happy, if you're interested. At this offer, Anian considered for a moment and then replied, really? If that's the case, then add it to the mission fee and raise the total to 150,000 MC. Miles replied sincerely, thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Pin on the side stared wide-eyed and shouted in a high voice, what? 150,000, that's insane. Yuta beside him also couldn't hide his surprise. I heard the Archmage has an immense fortune, but I guess they spend as much as they make. At this moment, Anian continued his request, unload the goods and take the carriage back. I won't be using it. Miles bowed and replied concisely understood. Over here Helmut was, observing with his eyes. He could confirm it, this person is very strong. His power is different from Euro's, and not only that, his also, completely concealing his mana. Who would have thought that the very person he was evaluating would notice him? So, this is the Archmage. The two of them made eye contact. And Anian was the first to speak. How interesting. He continued, a mage can always see the truth, my boy. And especially a mage of my caliber can see the truth that is hidden deep inside. Helmut's expression immediately became more guarded. Don't say anything more. Hearing this, Anian just slowly deployed his magic power. What? A brave child of light. Immediately surrounded the two of them as the question was asked, do you want to keep that a secret? At this moment Anian spoke again. I am a mage. I have learned many secrets of this world, and I also respect fundamental truths. Helmut glanced towards the astonished Fian and Tanya. Anian continued to explain, the space inside and outside has been completely separated. He continued to cast his magic. What you're worried about will never happen. I swear it on my name as the mage Anian. Helmut asked, confused. Chains. Several chains wrapped around Anian as he added, it's called a mage's oath. It's a promise made by a mage. If it is broken, it will cause them to lose a large amount of mana. At this point, Anian proposed again. Now, ask me what you want to know, special young man. Helmut's thoughts were increasingly confirmed. Has not normal. Has completely different from Eurogo, and he spoke up, if that's the case, I want to ask this. Unexpectedly, Anian preempted him. What you want to ask? One of his hands pointed towards his chest. Does it have to do with the dark seed deep within your heart? Helmut was momentarily surprised, so he knows, and he didn't hesitate to admit yes. I want to ask you if there's a way to remove it. Anian pondered for a moment. Then he answered. The words couldn't be simpler. In short, it's impossible. Anian continued, let me explain in a bit more detail. The dark seed is intimately connected to your life. The explanation continued, that seed contains demonic power. It dwells in babies who were supposed to have died in the womb. They are born precisely because of the dark seed and must be its host for their entire lives. He emphasized the last sentence with a serious gaze. Therefore, the dark seed is no different from your heart. If you remove it, you will die. After hearing the whole story, Helmut replied, I thought an archmage would know a way. These words slightly displeased Anian. I am a mage, not a god, and this is the first time I've met a human who can control the dark seed. Helmut asked, confused. Control. At this point, Anian began to explain, yes, the dark seed usually demands magic power from its host. The more you avoid using magic power, the more your mind will be consumed, and you will unconsciously commit criminal acts. You will eventually go mad because your mind can't bear it, or you'll be consumed by the magic power and become something no different from a monster. He looked towards Helmut, marveling inwardly, but you are very different. In theory, you could suppress the seed by using another power. That power could only be mana or vita. At this point, the chains on his body began to loosen. Both of those forms require outstanding talent and a lot of time. But a seed that doesn't receive magic power attacks the mind much faster than that. Yet you practiced vita, while absorbing enough magic power so the seed wouldn't go berserk. The magic staff flew around Helmut with unconcealed curiosity. And you weren't even discovered by the temple. In any case, it's very interesting. Helmut's eyes glanced to one side. He didn't even consider that I came from the primordial forest. I don't know if I should be relieved or not. Anian continued, even the priests of Lumen would have a very difficult time tracing the seed, unless they examined your body very carefully. He explained, honestly, even for me, an archmage, I only discovered it because it reacted to the dense magic power here. If I weren't paying attention, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. A thought formed in Helmut's mind after those words, so I should probably avoid areas with a lot of magic power as much as possible. Anian then gave Helmut some advice. Right now, you don't have a bright future ahead of you. You will grow stronger and become a powerful individual if you can avoid the temple until then, that is, he reminded him. But just like others with the dark seed who have become criminals or monsters, that seed will eventually consume you. Then your sword will also destroy this world, and your hands will take countless lives. That is the common fate of those who possess the dark seed. But Helmut replied firmly that won't happen. He looked straight into Anian's face and declared, because I am a human. He couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you're right. His gaze turned to Helmut, because humans are the ones who defy fate. They will also be the ones to change it. Anian added, it's been a long time since I've been this interested. I will watch you, special boy, if you cannot overcome it. Not forgetting to give him a promise. I will probably stop you. Helmut's gaze softened a little. Anian reached for his magic staff, continuing to control it. And who knows, if you reach a position far beyond me. The magic formation was dispelled, just as the promise was uttered. Even the darkness will obey your will. Here the man held out a bag of money. 34,000 in reward money. This is your share, he said, handing it to Helmut. Fian put a hand on his head, looking apologetic. I wanted to give you more, but the other members also did their best. He explained, so I want to reward them too. Helmut let out an oh. Fian turned and reached into the carriage, hesitating. He took out a bundle and held it in front of Helmut, asking, is this yours? I found it while packing, and still haven't found its owner. Helmut momentarily recognized something. He bowed his head and thought to himself, the thing I brought from the primordial forest, I thought I'd lost it. So it's here. Helmut replied, yes, that's right, thanks, Fien. Fien laughed and politely withdrew his hand. It's nothing. I should have given it to you earlier, but I didn't have time and completely forgot about it. He said gently to him, we're the ones who should be thanking you. You're the benefactor of our mercenary group. I wish you a safe journey. Suddenly someone's voice called out from behind, hey Helmut. Pin ran up in front of him, panting and saying excitedly, my intention, the last mission, is finally over. I can finally show you the mercenary guild headquarters. You have no idea how many cool things are there. Well, it's not as shocking as this mission, but Helmut coldly interrupted Pin. I'm not going to the mercenary guild headquarters. He asked in shocked surprise. Wait, you're just going to leave like that? You should at least visit once. Tanya walked over, pressing down on Pin's head and reminding him, stop it, Pin. He was on the verge of tears, crying out, Tanya. She turned to him with a smile. Helmut, you can continue to use the mercenary guild certificate if you want. The temporary certificate only goes up to rank 3, so I've already raised it to that level for you. He closed his eyes and calmly replied, that's more than enough. She continued, yeah, it seems you have something important to do. She smiled knowingly, emphasizing more important than your memories, right? He looked on in silence. Tanya was just getting to the point now. It seems I suddenly overcomplicated things, so we'll be brief. She smiled brightly and made a sudden request, remember to take care of yourself, promise me. Helmut still replied with cold politeness, all right, thanks for everything. Meros looked at him and smiled as a farewell. Thanks Helmut. Sin waved 2 fingers in farewell. Have a safe trip. You too. And Bern also took turns saying goodbye to him. See you later. We have to meet again. Pin, with teary eyes, called out, you absolutely have to come visit, okay? Pin asked again, okay? Promise me. Helmut calmly said his name, Pin. A direct statement that surprised him. Tears welled up. Your food was delicious. Tanya stood beside him, patting Pin's shoulder as he wiped his tears, comforting him. Hey, don't cry, it's not like us going away forever. Fien seriously called out Helmut. He smiled lightly and affirmed, if you ever need the mercenary guild, just stop by any time. I'll definitely keep my promise. Helmut looked at him with a determined gaze. He turned, shouldered his bag, and replied in agreement, okay. He looked up at the sky, remembering the image of someone. He thought to himself, a part of my heart ache is a little, just like when Darien left me and when I left Alia. He calculated grimly, but if I keep being a mercenary, he'll have no choice but to face demonic beasts, and each time, the dark seed will absorb their demonic energy. A person with a fierce face flashed through Helmut's mind. I didn't expect it to sprout so easily, even in that forest. If I get swallowed by that seed, it won't be good. Of course, being a mercenary doesn't always mean facing demonic beasts. But whether I can prevent the day Anian mentioned. Helmut clutched his shirt and came to a conclusion, it's still an unknown. His eyes hardened. Helmut's monologue, if that's the case. He frowned, telling himself there's only one way, I have to become stronger. Helmut's gaze became resolute, continuing the unfinished thought in his head, so strong that even the dark seed can't control me. A hooded figure broke out in a sweat and exclaimed, damn it. I wouldn't have taken this mission if I knew it was this dangerous. I wouldn't have brought Claire along either. The man opposite him, also heavily cloaked, gestured and explained, what else can you do? It's in the past, we're still alive. We can still rebuild Tarek. Think positively. Fame is completely wiped out, so we'll have the full advantage in the mercenary business. Max glanced over, half-lidded, and stopped mid-sentence. What happened to Caleb was unfortunate, but the rest were nothing special. So let's take this chance to recruit a few more. Wait. He called out, those guys, Paul. Paul also looked on, confused. His eyes suddenly widened in utter terror. Seeing Fien, Tanya, Pin, and Meros walking together, he cried out in fear, how can they be? The two of them turned pale. Paul asked in bewilderment, how did they survive? Max urged, damn it, think later, Paul. We have to run. Pin suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked into the room, where the two had just been sitting. Tanya turned and asked, what is it? Pin scratched his head in confusion and replied, no, I just had. Pin's voice still echoed steadily, a really strange feeling. On the other side, Max let out a breath of relief. The two hooded figures hid behind a stone wall. Max's fearful voice rang out, we're done for. Paul's face was grim and worried. He said nothing. They stood opposite each other talking. One whispered, it would be better if we lay low for a while before coming back. The demonic beasts must have had some unexpected weakness. The other replied regretfully, we should have dealt with the damn Fame Mercenary Guild ourselves. Max looked up at the sky and lamented helplessly. I guess it's only a matter of time before our actions are reported to the guild. So this is how our days as mercenaries end. A rank 2 mercenary struggling to get by. Paul's face was sullen. He pondered and then replied, right, we're still rank 2. Paul turned and walked away, calling back, follow me. Max called out, hey Paul, where are you going? Paul's eyes widened. He walked quickly, saying, instead of starving to death, we can resort to stealing. Max behind him reached out with a pale face. Sunset fell. A man slammed his beer mug on the table and yelled, and so, I punched him right in the face. A man with a flushed face laughed and replied, Getting punched by you is a death sentence for sure. The waiter beside them also laughed helplessly. The man raised his beer mug and replied, of course, you know me well. Hey, learn from him. Helmut sat in a corner, watching without a word. He looked at the object in his hand, silent. As he sat staring at the small object, he thought, I'm so lost. I can't stay with the mercenary guild because of the dark seed. But I also have to find clues about this necklace I brought from the primordial forest. He frowned, caressing the necklace in his hand, still lost in his own world of thought. I could visit the villages first, but wandering the world aimlessly like this isn't the way. The sunset covered a large town. He remarked, it took me 3 days to get here, so the world must be huge. He untied the strings of his pouch. Helmut denied it in his head. I can't expect to only meet good people like those in the famed mercenary guild. Helmut tilted his head and suddenly realized. All right, Pin gave me a lot of money. I don't really know how much, but opening the money pouch, inside was money from Darien. He let out a sigh, remembering Darien's face. He calculated in his head, compared to the money Darien gave me, this is a lot more. His eyes caught something. Inside the pouch was a handwritten letter. Helmut wondered, a letter. He took out the letter and opened it, pondering, is it from Fianenor? He was stunned and wondered, Darien. The image of Darien sitting with a pen, writing gently, Helmut, if you are reading this letter, then it must mean my life has ended. It could also mean that you have successfully left the primordial forest. Helmut, seriously, read every word. You must be having trouble adapting to the outside world right now, because the way you've lived until now is completely different from people on the outside. Of course, that's not your fault, so don't feel guilty about it. Darien also understood himself, so he poured his thoughts into the letter. My time is surely running out. Since I'm worried about you, I'll get straight to the point. If you are currently wandering around with no clear goal, try going to Baden. There is a place called the Great Academy. There you will meet children around your age. Learn more about what it means to be human. The things I haven't taught you yet. It's a place where both commoners and nobles can study as equals. No one will try to find out where you came from, and they won't care. Images of the place called Baden and the academy appeared in his mind. Of course you can enroll by yourself, so go find a man named Ethan Kuro. If you show him the sword I gave you, he'll know you're my disciple. We swore an oath, so he will help you. Has a large man with a distinctive sword on his back. Darren smiled faintly and said, Mutt, the human world might be a more dangerous and frightening place than you think. It's not a place where strength can solve every problem. But since you managed to overcome all the harsh training I gave you, I trust that you will somehow overcome this test as well. The letter ended with 2 words, take care. Holding the letter, Helmut thought, his handwriting is all shaky. His gaze flickered down. He sat there, looking somewhat lonely, realizing that Darien hadn't even had the strength to write properly anymore. He silently folded the letter in his mind. He said to himself, thank you. I guess my destination is set. The lost look in his eyes had faded. He put his things into the bag, thank heavens. I was so confused about where to go. Thank goodness I read the letter. The waiter appeared, smiled, and said, here is your food, sir. He said 15 ms. Helmut made a calculating face and repeated the waiter's words. 15 ms. He thought so. This food costs 15 ms. He handed over a coin. He said politely, here. The other man looked both surprised and worried, exclaiming with a nervous laugh, gasp. This is a 1000 ms. coin. Helmut pointed and said, I plan to stay the night here as well, so that money should cover everything. The waiter replied, oh, you mean to rent a room? Understood. The man who was eavesdropping earlier looked on. He gritted his teeth, watching with a look of confusion. Helmut held the money pouch. He pondered thoughtfully. I received 90,000 ms. from the mission a few days ago. That money must be worth a lot more than I thought. His face remained expressionless as he calculated internally. I'll sleep here today and leave tomorrow. Suddenly something flashed towards him. The man gave a sly grin and called out, hey kid. The man, without being invited, sat down opposite Helmut. He said, you're pretty rich, aren't you? Helmut looked at him without saying a word. The man's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Slamming his hand on the table, he and the 2 men behind him grinned with distorted faces. The man, trying to bully him, rambled on, you look like you have a lot of money. Lend me some for another drink. I think 20,000 ms. sounds reasonable. Helmut replied firmly, no. The waiter, standing in a corner, thought with confusion, what's wrong with these people? The man burst into maniacal laughter and asked again, what? A large arm slammed down on the table. The man shot up, his action knocking Helmut's food to the floor. Helmut watched the bowl fall with teary eyes as the man yelled, are you crazy? How dare you disobey me? He tilted his head and calmly asked back, who are you? The man, furious, swung his fist and screamed, what, you punk? The man's vision went black. Before he could finish, he was shocked when his punch was easily blocked by the smaller Helmut, who was still seated. Helmut grabbed the man's trembling hand and asked coldly, I said no, are you deaf? The man gritted his teeth and thought, how can a kid be so strong? The man behind him foolishly rushed forward, swinging his fist while shouting, you damn brat. How dare you block our boss punch? As the fist flew towards him, Helmut easily dodged it. He swung his arm up. The other guy immediately took a punch to the face, his face contorting. He was sent flying. Seeing this, everyone in the inn was stunned. Helmut furrowed his brow, remaining in a defensive stance. The man shouted with a furious expression, who the hell are you? He looked at him calmly and replied me. Helmut swung his leg, kicking the table straight at the man, while answering, a mercenary. Before the man could react, he took the full force of the table to his face. The bag fell right into his hand. Helmut grabbed it, slung it over his shoulder, looked down at the trembling man on the floor and warned, get lost. Don't bother me. The man groaned in shock. The other men rushed to help. Their boss, he clutched his face and said, just you wait. It'll make you regret not obeying us. He waved his hand and ordered, let's go. This is damned annoying. I can't drink in a place like this. It's too insulting. The man's voice still echoed, you better watch your back at night. Now that you've disobeyed us, you'll get stabbed sooner or later. Helmut stood still, his expression unchanging as he watched the door slam shut. His face darkened. Letting out a sigh, he thought to himself, I guess there are people like Caleb everywhere. What a pain. The waiter quickly called out, sir. Helmut looked over. The waiter's face was pale as he said, you have to get out of this town immediately. The Black Eagles declaring war means. He asked with confusion, what Black Eagles? The waiter waved his hands, explaining nervously and fearfully, they're the dominant thieves of the underworld. Not only do they all have criminal records, but they're also willing to take care of anyone as long as they get paid. If you don't leave this town quickly, this town. Helmut was a little surprised. He assessed silently. I guess they're even more trouble than I thought. It might be better to defeat them now. He silently calculated, I don't want the place I'm staying to get messy, so I should probably lure them somewhere else. So, the kind waiter advised, you don't have time to stay here like this. He'll refund your room fee, so you must run. Helmut asked nonchalantly, are those people going to come back? The waiter was taken by surprise and couldn't react in time, stammering, yes. The waiter was sweating with fear. Of course they are. He regretted saying it, if they come back. He looked up and casually asked, and if they ask where I am, tell them I went to the forest behind here. I'm going to fight some humans. The other man, panicked and confused, called after him, excuse me, sir, wait. Helmut walked away resolutely and declared, I'll be back, so have my room ready. He thought to himself, I'll see what they do. In a dark alley, a man frowned and asked, are you really going to do this? Among the group of men standing there, one said irritably, of course. Damn it, you saw how disrespectful he was. To us in this line of work, honor is life. The other man raised a hand to scratch his face hesitantly, but he looked incredibly strong. Not only that, has also a mercenary. The man who had started the trouble in the inn looked angry. He yelled, Dow, have you lost your nerve? How pathetic, you're useless. He ordered, just go to the headquarters. The other man asked, what? He repeated, we'll take care of this. A man ran up breathlessly and reported, boss. I found out where he is. The boss asked with a dark expression, good. What did that waiter say? The subordinate said, has not. In the inn. He went to the forest behind it. It's obvious, has running away with his tail between his legs. To think he realized that if we went all out, we would have knocked him out. The other person burst out laughing and asked what's wrong. The man's eyes widened, his mouth twisted in a rage. Kid, you picked the wrong place to run. The mysterious man raised his finger knowingly and said, we know that forest like the back of our hand. I'm sure there are still traces left, so let's go take care of him. The man replied, yeah, now I'm awake. I'm sober now. The other man was still afraid, his expression pensive. Everyone cover your faces, the man hissed. For a kid who hasn't tasted life, we should carve into his mind that the darkness of the Black Eagles is more terrifying than anything else in this world. In the forest, the light from a flickering fire burned. Helmut sat thinking, during my time with the mercenary group, I learned that in this world, there are many people who behave like demonic beasts. He sat on a branch, drawing his bow. As he released the arrow, he mused, on the other hand, there are also people willing to risk their own lives to protect each other. Helmut sat still, assessing. Humans are clearly more complex than I thought. He jumped through the branches, landing in a spot where he could observe his campfire from above, remembering Darien. Darien, you said the human world isn't a place where strength can solve every problem. But I still don't know. I don't know any other way besides strength to solve a problem like this one. He raised his bow and commented, however, I've realized one thing. The sound of footsteps approached. The group heard a shout over here. They turned around, stunned. He stood on a branch, the wind fluttering his clothes, still, lost in thought. People who are like demonic beasts. Helmut's eyes darkened. Judging them, they need to be treated like demonic beasts. He spoke to the group. You came to ambush me with weapons, so I can take care of all of you, right? He stood in the middle of the forest, silently sneering the Black Eagles. They're more boring than I thought. He leaped onto a high branch. As he moved, Helmut compared them. They're weaker than Fien. No, they're not even as strong as Tanya. Jumping between branches, thinking of Tanya, he mused, it seems Tanya is also quite strong compared to ordinary people. To find out, I'll have to fight more people. He frowned, calculating, I have to keep moving at sunrise. I'll go back to the inn and get some sleep. His chest suddenly ached. Helmut's face darkened. The seed inside him suddenly glowed. He lost his balance and slammed into a tree trunk. Helmut clutched his chest. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Helmut trembled, clenching his teeth, thinking, damn it, why did the seed suddenly? He sat there helplessly. The seed emitted a blinding light again. Helmut could stop thinking. Don, I just need to stay away from demonic energy. When I was dealing with demonic beasts, it wasn't like this. Why? What's the problem? He panted, analyzing. The difference between then and now is that I just dealt with humans, not demonic beasts. He gritted his teeth, looking down at the small seed, relentlessly. Denying it, no way, dealing with humans makes the dark seed grow. He clenched his teeth, grabbing the seed and thinking, then this is a big problem. If word gets out that I killed people from the Black Eagles, everyone else will come after me. Helmut, haggard and annoyed, thought, damn, how foolish to think I could fight humans. He placed a hand on a tree, struggling to his feet, thinking, if I can't deal with my opponents, then I have to avoid them as much as possible. Helmut's face was pale. He dragged himself along, urging himself on quickly. I have to get to Baden, at a large house. A man replied, I see, they're all gone. The masked man answered respectfully, yes. If we continue the pursuit, we might be able to find out their exact location. The man scratched his head and replied, all right, I can't ignore this either. Anton glanced at the sharp knife in his hand and ordered, just follow the plan. The kneeling masked man shouted, understood. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Another man entered and announced, Lord Anton, they've arrived. Two people walked in and Anton exclaimed in surprise. He stood up and said, I heard a rank 2 mercenary was coming, but I didn't expect 2 of you. Anton said cheerfully, welcome. Max followed Paul forward. He continued, I didn't expect you all to want to join at a time when it's hard to find skilled people like now. Thank you very much. The two of them listened to Anton's explanation. But right now, we're in a bit of trouble, and if you want to join, you have to meet condition. Max broke out in a sweat and Paul frowned in confusion. His face darkened as he asked, what do you mean? Anton held out his hands and explained with a smile, of course. I don't doubt your skills, being rank 2 mercenaries, but we are quite different from other mercenary organizations. He twirled the knife in his hand, leading into his point. As you know, we do a lot of illegal things here. Anton's hand flung the knife forward as he chattered on. So if you do a half-assed job because of some moral or just ideals, that he continued firmly, would be very troublesome. A mannequin was covered in daggers. Paul frowned silently, his eyes widened as the other man continued speaking. So he wagged his finger, stating the condition, I need you to prove your abilities. As it happens, there's a perfect job for the two of you. He raised his eyebrows and replied, I understand. You mean besides skills, we also have to be a good fit for the Black Eagles, is that right? Anton handed over a piece of paper, reassuringly saying, that's right. It won't be too difficult for 2 rank 2 mercenaries. He looked down at the paper and recounted, last night 5 of our subordinates went missing. The scene from last night appeared, with a group of cloaked figures standing before a fresh grave. Anton read from the paper, according to what we heard, they fought against a single mercenary, but after searching the area when they didn't return by dawn, we found their bodies in a nearby forest. He leaned on his hand and continued reading. They seem to have been taken out with a single slash, and there's no trace of the weapon. Max thoughtfully repeated, 5 against 1. Do you have any description of the culprit? He replied, he has black hair and black eyes and is about 15 years old at most. His skills are at least equivalent to rank 3. Paul's face darkened in silence. Max asked, do we just need to take care of him? Anton pointed with a fake smile and said, of course, after you finish the job and join the Black Eagles, you'll receive more difficult missions. His expression then changed, his eyes turning cunning as he added, you will also get much better treatment than in your old organization. Paul asked eagerly, excellent. Where is he? Anton placed a drawing on top of the letter and calmly replied, reporting has staying at the inn in the next village. He tilted his head and raised the knife again, explaining, because the incident didn't happen long ago. The knife plunged straight into the picture. Anton affirmed, so he couldn't have gone far. New day began in the large town, the sky clear and blue. In front of the door, a house. Helmut stood there looking. He bowed his head and thought, I don't think it'll take another mission. He looked up, thinking, if I want to leave without drawing any attention, this is the only way. Helmut's hand reached out to push the door. He walked in. The girl cheerfully greeted him. Hello, this is the Mercenary Guild. What are you doing here, little boy? He replied, I'm here to find a mission. The girl took the paper and read it, saying in surprise, oh, you're from the Paisao Mercenary Guild. You look so young and you're already rank 3. He asked coldly, is there a problem? The girl waved her hands awkwardly and said, no, not at all. I was just surprised because there aren't many rank 3 mercenaries this young. All right, you need a mission. He replied calmly, yes. The reward doesn't matter. Is there anything on the way to Baden? The girl counted the stack of papers in her hand and chatted, Baden. Baden is a big city. He waited attentively as the girl continued. Tons of people want to go there, so there are many escort and transport missions. She pushed a small notebook in front of him and asked, how about this one? He looked down hesitant. What's this? She smiled and replied, it's a mission to escort a noble lady. The reward is 800 Masiu. It's a good mission, right? Of course there's a condition. Helmut asked suspiciously, a condition. What is it? The girl playfully pointed her finger mysteriously and said, "It's her voice." Rang out evenly, the mercenary has to be the lady's type. Helmut decided to look for a clothing shop in the small town. After walking for a while without deciding, he decided to pick a random shop, thinking any shop should be fine, right? Just as he pushed the door open, he suddenly remembered the receptionist's advice at the Darien. Actually, when negotiating with nobles, your appearance is very important. Then she smiled brightly and said enthusiastically, 1. You either have to be famous, or have an appearance that can impress others. At worst, you must have decent clothes. She clasped her 2 hands together and said to him with sparkling eyes, "Luckily, your face already meets half the requirement. So, in my opinion, you should go buy some decent clothes, put them on, and then come back. We'll talk more then." As soon as he heard the door open, the man who was the shop owner became excited and greeted him. "Oh, does the customer want the finest clothes on this earth? You've come to the right place." Not missing the opportunity, the man immediately held up a flashy outfit and introduced it non-stop. "What do you think of this, sir? This is a combination of premium fabric and meticulous stitching, personally sewn by a skilled tailor from Baden. I guarantee, even a devil would find it classy." The sparkling aura that radiated from both the man and the clothes made him freeze. For a moment, seeing that Helmut still hadn't reacted, the enthusiastic shop owner continued to boost. "Furthermore, this fabric is as light as a feather. Wearing it will make you feel as light as if you're flying on the moon." Helmut replied curtly like a CEO, "Okay, how much?" Seeing him ask for the price so straightforwardly, the shop owner immediately threw out a sky-high price. As for the price, it's 2,000 MC. Hearing a price so high made Helmut think he measured and ask again, 2,000. The mission reward is only 800 MC. Pondering for a moment, he thought to himself, maybe I should just find another mission. A while later, Helmut returned to the mercenary guild. Seeing him appear, the receptionist smiled brightly to welcome him. Well, Helmut returned with a flashy yet elegant appearance. Seeing this, she showered him with praise. "Absolutely perfect. They say clothes make the man." The receptionist couldn't contain her amusement and came closer, patting his shoulder teasingly. "Looking closely, you're quite handsome, darling, ho ho ho." Seeing how excited she was, he reminded her, "I'm Helmut, not darling." The girl quickly pulled her hand back and replied shyly, "I just said that because you look cute." Then she explained the mission to him again. "All right, I've already sent you the information. Since you're considered the face of the mercenary guild, you have to pass all the requirements." She continued talking without noticing a figure approaching from the main door. Finding a mercenary who suits the tastes of the nobility is quite rare. You're just perfect. At that moment, the girl's eyes widened as she noticed and said, "Ah, there he is. A man, exuding elegance in a tailcoat suit." Hearing the girl's introduction, Helmut also turned his head curiously to look. Seeing the man appear, the receptionist smiled and said, "Welcome, sir. May I ask if you are from the Charing family?" He spoke with a stern expression. "Yes, I'm here to approve the mercenary selected for the mission." As soon as he finished, he glanced at Helmut and said, "It's him, huh?" The man in the suit slowly approached him, silently appraising him. Glancing over him once, the man spoke. "I heard he was still young, has tall and has proper posture." Without another word, he immediately extended his hand towards Helmut and suggested, "You look acceptable. Let's go." The man said and turned abruptly, "Please follow me." Before leaving, Helmut turned his head back to look at the receptionist. With a smile that lit up the frame, she waved goodbye nonstop. "See you later." Hearing her enthusiastic farewell, he gave a slight nod in polite response. They left the guild, unaware that a cloaked figure had been watching them from outside. He glanced over, confirming the two were passing by. Then he immediately left, full of schemes and plots. The warm sunlight shone on the path through town as the two of them walked. The man in the tailcoat suit began the introduction. "My name is Newton, an aide to the Charing family. Have you ever heard of Marquis Charing?" Helmut replied nonchalantly, "I haven't." Hearing that, Newton thought for a moment, then said, "It's better that you don't know. You just need to know that the Marquis is a person of high standing. Your job is to act with caution. Have you ever done an escort mission before?" He didn't hesitate to hide anything and answered honestly, "I've escorted a transport caravan." Hearing his answer, Newton said, "Good, an escort mission is similar to protecting a convoy. The only difference is that this time the subject is a person, not goods." Then he continued, "If you find it too difficult, just do as the knights instruct. Once the mission is complete, you will be paid." Helmut nodded slightly and calmly replied, "Understood." Seeing him agree without hesitation, Newton was slightly surprised and said, "You're a man of few words, aren't you? That's good. Modesty is a necessary virtue for an escort." After walking for a while, he brought Helmut to the gate of a magnificent castle. Inside, the castle was so luxurious it was breathtaking. Every detail was as splendid as if one had stepped into a fairy tale. Newton led Helmut inside, causing him to stop in his tracks at the luxurious sight. At this moment, a man was already waiting there for them. He looked around in a daze and asked, "This place is?" The man explained, "This is the hotel where the Marquis is temporarily staying." Hearing this, Helmut thought to himself, "The Charing Marquisate, so this is the life of the powerful." The man who had been waiting for them for a long time spoke up, "Ah, aide. There you are." He couldn't hide his surprise and wondered, is that the mercenary? He looked so young. Mr. Newton glanced towards Helmut and said calmly, I've already checked with the mercenary guild. There's no mistake. If there are any shortcomings, please guide him. As soon as Newton finished, he approached him and shook his hand, saying, I understand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Karich. He just replied curtly. Hood after the greeting, Newton turned to Karich and asked, where is the lady? Karich replied softly, the lady is having breakfast at the restaurant. He then said to Helmut, all right, let's go there. In the restaurant, a voice lingered by the ear of the white-haired person in a hood. Oh, are you worried about me, Milady? You are so kind. The girl with golden hair spoke, her eyes sparkling. The food at this hotel doesn't really suit my taste. The chef at my house cooks delicious food. It would be great if you could visit my villa sometime. The loving atmosphere she created for the silver-haired person went unnoticed as Newton and Helmut walked in. Her infatuation was suddenly interrupted by Newton's words, Miss Zinnia. Hearing that, she immediately turned her head and asked annoyedly, Newton, what are you doing here? He pointed towards him and introduced, this is the newly hired mercenary. She just glanced over and said dismissively, so what, ignore him. Zinnia glared and said, if it's fine, you can arrange it yourself. Then she immediately turned back to the person from before, to whisper intimately, I have something to discuss with Miss Alia. A sudden voice rang out, no. Alia suddenly stood up to Zinnia's surprise and said, since we have to leave early, I must go prepare. Zinnia's face showed disappointment, her voice reluctant to part. Is that so? Why don't you sit with me a little longer? Alia didn't answer. She just left the dining table. The moment Alia and Helmut passed each other, he suddenly felt something strange. He glanced after her, wary of her hasty departure. Helmut kept his eyes on Alia and thought something is up. Alia had reached the door, but he still stared without blinking. An intuition told him something was wrong when he passed her. I'm sure of it, I wasn't mistaken. Watching Alia's figure leave, Helmut thought suspiciously, I just don't know what it is yet. But there's something very strange about this person. Seeing that Alia had left, Zinnia said to him in frustration, I think I should go back to my room too. Then she ran off with tears streaming down her face, crying out in pain. Lady Alia, Helmut was puzzled and turned to ask him, is that person named Alia also a soldier? Newton calmly explained, no, that's Miss Zinnia's guest, it seems. She is very famous at the Greta Academy in Baden. He became silent, then continued, I once passed by her by chance, but the young lady recognized her, so she came here. Helmut heard this and asked in surprise, the young lady is also going to the academy in Baden. Newton spoke softly, the young lady is going there to take the entrance exam, as she is also 14 years old. As Newton finished, he grunted and rejoiced internally, my original goal is also the Greta Academy. Newton suddenly gave him a task, I think we have about 2 hours left. Prepare to depart and get a horse from the stable. His instructions weren't finished yet. After you're ready, you can go to the area nearest the carriage. His gaze stopped on him as he said, because I need to prepare some other personal items. Just ask Karich if you need any help. Hyamu nodded nonchalantly and replied, okay. Now, he had set out with the new horse he had just gotten from the stable, but the horse seemed a little tired of being ridden by him. Helmut looked at the horse helplessly and thought, this little one, it dared to cause a commotion at the stable. Recalling the moment at the stable, the horse had aggressively resisted him riding it. The stable keeper cried out in fear, I'm sorry, but it's the only horse left. It really likes to show off. Remembering the horse back at the headquarters, it was still disobedient, completely different from the horse at the mercenary guild. Zinnia had now reached the carriage and called out loudly, making him turn his head involuntarily, Lady Alia, please get in the carriage. Let's talk. She leaned out completely, gazing adoringly at Alia and calling, over here. Alia's face remained cold as she slowly walked to the carriage. She wasn't rushed, taking slow steps towards Zinnia. Alia's figure passed by without paying attention to Helmut smiling on his horse. Helmut suddenly noticed a purple aura emanating from her. At this moment, he suddenly understood something and told himself, I see, she's a mage. As the sun began to set, they started their escort journey. On the way, Helmut couldn't stop thinking about Alia's image. That's right, if it's magic, then everything makes sense. No wonder. I kept feeling something was strange. Before him now was Alia's purple aura, growing brighter and brighter, which made him wonder. However, I still don't know what kind of magic it is, or why she can cast a spell on herself. He could take his eyes off her, and thought, how curious. Should I keep an eye on her? Inside the carriage, a conversation was constantly heard. I heard you're at the top of your class in the magic department, is that right? Alia stated firmly. Yes. Hearing the answer made Zinnia excited. Then an exam must be nothing to you, right? I'm so worried, I don't know if I can do well. She replied coolly and nonchalantly, if you prepare well enough, you'll do fine. Hearing Alia say that, Zinnia was delighted and said in a whiny voice, oh, of course, I've prepared well, but I'm still trembling and very worried. She maintained her cold demeanor and said indifferently, once we arrive, we'll have enough time. You should take the opportunity to review then. Zinnia immediately became flustered and waved her hands, replying yes, but maybe I need someone to teach me. Alia didn't hesitate and refused flatly. The academy is a place that encourages self-study. You should get used to it. Hearing such blunt words from her, she pouted and said, "But that's only if I get into the school. If I fail the test, I don't know what I'll tell my family." The more Zinnia spoke, the more she tried to make a pitiful face, as if begging Alia. Seeing her expression of helplessness, she could only feel powerless against this troublesome girl. After pondering for a moment, Alia finally replied, "If you want, I will recommend a suitable teacher for you. I'll try to find someone who specializes in entrance exams." Zinnia felt as if Alia was worried about her and said shyly, "Thank you, but I'm still a bit embarrassed. Could you possibly teach me, Lady Alia?" She refused without any hesitation. That would be difficult. Seeing Alia react so quickly, Zinnia said in a sad voice, "Oh why?" Alia continued, "The new semester is about to start, so I need to prepare as well." Her gaze became sharper as she said, "Seriously, Miss Zinnia, this will be a long trip. Why don't you get some rest?" Zinnia became flustered and stammered with a confused expression. Meanwhile, Helmut, who was outside, was trying to ride at the same speed as the carriage to get close and listen in. Seeing his own action as a bit rude, Helmut thought, "I wonder if there's anything to hear, or maybe I shouldn't. For some reason, this reminds me of a movie." Their journey continued under the sunset, moving straight ahead. At the Black Eagle's headquarters, the conversation became tense. "Have you confirmed it?" Person kneeling down immediately answered, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." The masked man who had been following Helmut and Newton spoke with certainty. "They accepted a small mission and started moving a few hours ago. If we hurry, we can catch them." The subordinate, still kneeling, continued, "But there are also a few knights and one mercenary." Hearing the report, Anton wondered, "Knights under a noble?" He then smiled cunningly and said, "If it's a noble, this could become a big deal. Get rid of that bastard silently, you hear?" At the command, the man replied, "Yes, sir." The entire conversation reached Paul's ears, and he said, "So stubborn, he's just a mercenary. Did you have to go so far as to hire us?" Hearing this, Anton laughed and replied, "I'm just being careful." His face suddenly changed. "After all, that's the philosophy of the Black Eagles. We must tear them to shreds until they're gone." His voice rang out along with their serious faces. "We just hope that everyone here shares the same ideals as us." Paul's eyes became fierce and he answered, "Yes." He gave a sinister smile and said, "What you just said, we like it very much." Night had fallen, and the knights had escorted them to an inn. Zinnia became annoyed and complained, "Isn't there any better place?" Zinnia replied softly, "This is the only inn, ma'am. Please endure it for one night." The man, who was the innkeeper, saw them and greeted them. "Welcome. It's already late at night. Everyone must have had a hard time." Butler Newton replied politely, Innkeeper, thank you for agreeing to let us stay. We will definitely pay in full." The innkeeper chuckled, "This is just a small house in a tiny village. I hope you all have a good rest." The moon was high in the sky, but Helmut still wasn't asleep. He was training alone in secret. After training for a while, he became tired and let out a sigh. Looking at the sword in his hand, Helmut thought to himself, "My Vives is much better now, compared to when I was in the primordial forest." Helmut still felt like something was wrong, but it felt like something was being blocked. He was lost in his thoughts lately. "I haven't been training my muscles, nor have I practiced fish in a suitable place." After putting away his sword, he wondered if he could focus more on training after entering Greta Academy. Helmut's face suddenly darkened. "More importantly, I need to find information about the Dark Seat." Suddenly Helmut felt that something was wrong and glanced around. In a defensive stance, he looked up at the brightly shining stars in the sky, which made him suspicious. After looking for a while and seeing nothing, Helmut told himself, "I thought there was something here." In the quiet night, the Milky Way stretched out, sparkling and breathtakingly beautiful, a pristine bird emitting mana caught his eye, making him curious. That bird was actually a spirit beast summoned by a mage. Seeing that he had noticed, the mage dispelled the magic eagle eye release in that room. The summoner praised silently, as quite sharp. If I had watched any longer, he would have caught on. The mage was Alia. He was watching Helmut and secretly admired him anyway. An ordinary person couldn't do that. As Alia withdrew, he was also a little curious about Helmut. What a strange bastard. Alia then leaned down, rested his chin on his hands, and fell into deep thought. Seeing Helmut just now, he thought to himself, "I've met many skilled mercenaries, but a tier 3 mercenary at such a young age is truly rare." Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Sir Aria." Continuous knocking came from outside, along with a hurried voice of Sir Aria, "Are you asleep yet?" Zinnia became excited and knocked with all her might in the middle of the night. "I know you're not asleep yet, Sir Aria." Seeing her causing a disturbance in the middle of the night, the maids rushed over Miss Zinnia. They immediately reminded her loudly, "Miss, you must be asleep before 9 o'clock, or your skin will age. The master has given us strict orders." Zinnia was dragged away by force, screaming, "I just want to talk for a little bit, just 1 minute." She shouted loudly, making Alia in the room feel helpless. "Let me go. Why are you wearing makeup at this hour? Tonight might be my last night." They were noisy in the hallway in the middle of the night, which made him tired, and he sighed, "So tiring." The next morning, the escort group set off again. By noon, Zinnia was causing a scene again. "It's almost lunchtime. Why haven't we stopped yet?" Newton answered gently, "Yes, we're almost there. Let's stop for a drink of water first." The steady clatter of horse hooves suddenly stopped. Seeing the sparkling lake ahead, Butler Newton said in surprise, "Oh, there's a real water source here." Hearing that, Carriage got off his horse. It seems this is where people often stop on their way to Baden. Then Carriage cupped his hands, collected a big gulp of water, and took a drink. He wiped away the stray drops and said with a smile, "Oh, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this wine. It's cool and sweet." Hearing this, Mr. Newton said reassuringly, "Oh ho, wonderful." He then shouted loudly to announce to everyone, "All right, let's have lunch here." Seeing the fragrant dishes being served to Zinnia, the knights looked envious. "Wow, that looks magnificent, look at all that food," one person complained as he watched the dishes being brought into the carriage. "They're enjoying salad and meat, while we only have a loaf of bread and a piece of dried meat." He looked at the people around him and sighed. "And we still have to drink water to get by, and we're still hungry." Another person replied, "Finishing this trip will take another half a day." That soldier didn't stop complaining, "Living like me is so boring, it's so tough." Helmut finished his food and suddenly thought, "I missed the food Pin cooked so much." Just as he raised the cup to take a sip, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Helmut stared at the cup in his hand and wondered, "What is this?" Then he looked back at the lake from which he had just gotten the water. The taste of this water is a bit strange. Noticing the strange taste, he suddenly became suspicious. Is it poisoned? Seeing everyone else drinking it with relish, he reconsidered. But everyone else seems perfectly fine. Is it because I'm confusing its taste with something else? As Helmut thought and looked back at the cup of water, a soldier exclaimed, "I'm so tired. I'm going to take a nap." Under the scorching midday sun, the air felt thick. Sweat dripped down Newton's face. He wiped it off and said tiredly, "Phew, the young lady has finished her lunch. I feel a bit tired." He then headed towards the carriage to check. "Miss, the luggage is all packed. I think we should." Before he could finish his sentence, the young lady had passed out, causing Newton to panic and cry out, "Miss Zinnia." It turned out she was sound asleep and talking in her dream. "Tonight will be our last night, Sir Alia." Seeing Zinnia was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. How it seems the young lady is just sleep talking. Suddenly Mr. Newton felt dizzy. A wave of vertigo hit him instantly. Turning to look at the others, they were dizzy too. "Oh my god, I'm suddenly so sleepy." Newton, seeing that the situation was not right, shouted in alarm, "Carrick, where are you, Carrick?" He was startled to see Carrick also trembling and collapsing to the ground. Newton shouted, "Carrick." Newton also staggered, unable to stand firm. What's happening?" The butler collapsed to the ground, along with everyone who had already fallen. He was the only one who remained conscious among them. Witnessing everyone staggered and collapsed to the ground, Helmut realized that, and without hesitation, poured the cup of water onto the ground. He sat still, not moving, just waiting for the leader to show himself. And just like that, hearing their footsteps approaching, he knew he was right. "They're here. It's Paul and his cronies." They whispered to each other, "They must be fast asleep by now. We don't need to use sleeping powder. If we get caught dealing with nobles, well, be in big trouble." One of them noticed something unusual and said loudly, "Then we just need to use some method that doesn't leave a trace." Wait, he was surprised to see Helmut still standing tall. How are you still awake?" Max and Paul, standing behind, realized something. Paul spoke up, "Isn't that the bastard from the mercenary team? Why are you here?" It seemed he just realized something and said, "Wait, don't tell me." Paul suddenly pointed his sword forward and cautiously asked, Are you the one who wiped out the Black Eagles from the rumors?" Helmut bluntly exposed him. "You're a second-rate mercenary from the Tarek mercenary team. When your party was attacked by the Ape King, we couldn't find any trace of you." Their faces were stunned as they were exposed. Helmut said sarcastically, "So it's because you joined the Black Eagles, you traitor." Feeling himself being insulted, Max was about to charge forward in anger. "What, you bastard?" But he was stopped by Paul, who then flashed a cunning smile. His face turned purple with rage as he ground his teeth. "Kid, before you run your mouth, you should at least know your place." His cronies got into an attack stance at his word. They immediately surrounded Helmut in an instant. Paul's voice rose again, "Now you've become our prey." He unsheathed his sword and disgustingly licked the blade, saying in a threatening tone, "Now then, let the hunt begin." He looked at him with eyes that wanted to crush him. Helmut immediately reached for his sword to defend himself. He looked at them for a moment and thought to himself, "There are too many of them." In an instant, a source of powerful energy suddenly erupted from a distance, rushing straight towards them. The energy shot directly at Paul, surprising him. He became annoyed that someone had ruined his fun. Helmut seemed to have guessed where the energy was coming from, his expression unchanging. The mage's hand gently cradled a small orb of energy on her finger. Alia became angry and glared at them, warning, "Drop your weapons and surrender if you don't want to face the worst trouble of your life." Alia slowly approached, energy radiating with every step. Seeing his plan ruined, Paul's face contorted in anger and he said, "We sent them to Dreamland for a hefty sum." He said sarcastically, "And here's one who escaped because of insomnia." Helmut glanced at Alia, who hadn't made a move yet. Seeing him staring, they said with annoyance, "Stop glancing at me and focus on the enemy in front of you, you idiot." Seeing Alia there, Paul angrily turned and put his sword to his subordinate's neck. What is this, huh? The man immediately told the truth. We didn't account for a mage being here. Before he could finish explaining, he took the pommel of a sword to his face. Hearing the half-assed explanation, his face darkened. Nice excuse, Tesk, he gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Forget it. I was a fool to expect anything from the Black Eagles. Shut up and clean everything up after this is done. He suddenly swung his sword and charged forward. I'm going to have a nice chat with that stupid bastard over there. Paul's eyes revealed red glints as he roared, die. Paul charged into attack but was blocked by Helmut with an incredibly easy move. He didn't hesitate to use a skill on his sword to attack. Then he lunged down from the sky, unleashing a combo. Helmut was no pushover either, he defended against every relentless strike. At this moment Mac's feet also started to move. He targeted Alia and smiled like he was hunting prey. If you stay still, I'll grant you a death as light as a feather. Seeing him ramble on like that, they couldn't be bothered to reply. Alia created an orb of accumulating energy and said in a cold voice, a mage who doesn't act is a dead mage. The moment was unusually peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly a black shadow unexpectedly shot past, tearing through the silent space in the blink of an eye. The sword fight between Helmut and Paul was as tense as a guitar string. They leaped between tree branches, putting intense pressure on each other. Paul, thinking he had the upper hand, taunted, what's wrong? You talk a big game, but look at you now. Helmut paid him no mind, continuously dodging and attacking, moving without stopping. As he retreated, he analyzed 2-second-rate mercenaries and thieves. If I were alone, this would be very difficult. He suddenly remembered Alia's appearance and help, and felt reassured. I guess I got lucky. Seeing Helmut keep dodging the blade, Paul became excited and shouted, die then. He swung his sharp blade, tearing up the ground, and charged with great power towards him. When he attacked, Helmut saw through his movements. A powerful explosion rang out, knocking him back. Not seeing him appear, Paul said smugly, what's with this coward? Facing the scene, billowing dust, he continued his contempt. Worse than I thought. What happened to your arrogance from before? Suddenly, his calm voice rang out, stunning. Don't worry, Helmut calmly appeared from behind the smoke and said confidently, we've only just begun. Paul's face turned purple with rage, seeing him unharmed after that last attack. What? A jet black aura immediately surrounded him. Helmut spoke softly, thank you for following me all the way here. Paul felt insulted by those words and shouted, what did you say? In the one who cornered you here. A purple spiritual energy appeared around his sword as his serious voice rang out, no. Helmut had become cold and said, you are not worthy to face me. Seeing his sudden burst of power, his eyes widened. Yes, he became panicked and swung his sword erratically. You bastard. Paul charged forward frantically, shouting, a piece of fourth-rate trash dares to speak to a second-rate like me. He held his sword without hesitation and unleashed a sharp, direct attack at Helmut. But he was no match for him. Helmut easily dodged the attack. In an instant he surprisingly leaped behind Paul with his gleaming sword. As soon as he saw Helmut jump behind him, he turned his head in panic to look. Helmut's murderous face and a fierce attack slashed down on his head. He maintained his cold expression as his sword flashed across the sky in front of Paul's terrified face. Single blow from Helmut released a powerful blast of air, instantly slamming him to the ground. Taking the direct hit, a mouthful of blood sprayed out as Paul lost consciousness. Helmut landed gently after the attack. He took the full force of the blow and couldn't move, lying flattened on the ground, barely breathing. Paul was still unwilling to accept it, and said with a trembling voice, how after a guy what? Like you could use this many screws just as. He finished the question. He punched him straight in the face, a punch that made him cough up blood. Helmut calmly sheathed his sword and said, it has nothing to do with you, take your subordinates, and get lost quietly, I will spare your lives. As he was about to leave, the man gave a sinister laugh, kiki, lying on the verge of death. But Paul still spoke with arrogance, you're making me beg to be spared. He burst out laughing, and then shouted contemptuously, you might as well just finish me off. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Hearing this, Helmut couldn't let it slide and repeated humiliated. His eyes became sharp and his voice cold. You ran away and abandoned all your comrades, isn't that humiliating? His voice grew more serious. Is this humiliation worth more than the lives of your comrades? So that's how it is. After that, Helmut immediately left without a second glance at the bruised guy who was lying there. Paul felt so humiliated and angry that he burst out laughing, but he couldn't do anything. Helmut quietly walked away amidst the man's crazed laughter. After walking for a while, he suddenly remembered something. Then he looked towards the distance and thought to himself, that idiot, I hope is okay. Over on Alia's side, the Black Eagle's henchmen were lying unconscious one by one. Some were motionless on the ground, others were unconscious in tree branches. Their bodies trembled, but they still tried to stand up against Alia's power. Max frowned and cried out in alarm, this bastard, what the hell are you? Alia, without further words, gathered a ball of energy in their hand and said, I already told you. Alia, with their spiritual power flaring violently, angrily used the technique. I am a mage. Alia cast a magic circle and controlled the rocks floating with mana in the air. A man standing there shouted mindlessly, this bastard. Before he could act, They used magic to knock the sword out of his hand. The men standing around fared no better, being attacked one by the stones they launched. Alia's expression was cold as they said, "I don't care what your purpose is, but," with just a flick of their hand, they immediately released mana and said, "If you interfere with my business." The man standing beside took the full brunt of the attack as Alia's voice rang out. "Then things will be completely different." Max became furious, tightened his grip on his sword, and said, "This brat, you're really arrogant." He swung his spear in a rage towards them as if wanting to crush them. Alia's face remained unchanged as they calmly said, "Oh, still acting tough at a time like this." They gently extended their hand towards him, instantly creating powerful mana and launching it straight ahead. Before the powerful ball of spiritual energy, he was terrified as he took the full force of Alia's attack. Max was immediately knocked back several meters, landing in a battered state. Seeing him get knocked back by Alia, they became horrified after hearing them say, "All of you are coming to Baden with me." They were frozen in fear. Alia summoned a magic circle and shouted, "Stay still." The men from the Black Eagles panicked, and one of them shouted, "Run. It's capture magic." Alia didn't hesitate, and sent out the circle, shouting, "Where do you think you're running?" A fleeing man was immediately bound tightly by their circle. The rest also broke out in a cold sweat and fled, but were caught one by Alia in the magic circles. They moved relentlessly, launching waves of shining circles. At an astonishing speed, then, they immediately flung all the circles towards the fleeing men in front of them. However, some of them escaped. Alia, annoyed, said, "Damn, they run fast." They suddenly remembered something and turned their head back. "Ah, I took down the one who seemed to be the leader. Right?" Looking towards the rock that Max had just slammed into, they were puzzled. Max had already escaped, leaving only a few drops of blood on the rock, along with a wondering voice saying, "Huh, he ran away." He was now panting heavily after escaping from Alia and hiding deep in the forest. Max clutched his wound in pain and wondered, how did it come to this? I can't believe the Black Eagles targeted a brat from a page. The horrifying scene with Alia was unforgettable for him. And another thing, nobody mentioned there would be a mage. Max slowly leaned his head back and said in a low voice, "Since when did things start to go so wrong?" Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes widening in shock. Just as he saw Helmut's figure pass by, Max immediately turned his head on guard. At this moment, he still didn't notice Max nearby and casually walked on. Seeing him so calm, Max froze and became horrified. How is this bastard not scratched at all? And what about Paul? What happened? He sank deeper into his thoughts. Could that guy have defeated Paul? After walking a distance, he suddenly stopped. Helmut glanced at the rock that Max was hiding behind. He stood there looking for a moment, then sighed. Then he quietly left, thinking he did need to get involved. Perhaps as quite strong too. Seeing that Helmut seemed to have left, Max painfully dragged himself away, while cursing under his breath. Damn it, when Alia saw him return unscathed, they said in amazement, "Huh, you're still alive." They suddenly threw something at him. Helmut deftly caught it. It was a coil of rope now resting in his hand. Alia pointed at the group they had just captured and said, "Tie them up." Seeing they were already bound but still needed rope, Helmut asked blankly, "But they're already tied up." Alia immediately turned and replied, "I'm throwing them in a jail in Baden. I don't want to waste any more mana on them." Hearing that, Helmut suddenly exclaimed, "Ah." To prison he only just realized now. Darien said that's where people who do wrong things are gathered. There was that method too. Huh, recalling the moment he had just let those two go, he thought to himself, I didn't have to let them go, huh. How unlucky. Suddenly Alia asked him, "But how were you able to not fall asleep?" Hearing their question, he became wary. Helmut tried to evade and find a random excuse to explain, "Because I didn't drink the water from that spring." His answer sounded unbelievable, so Alia immediately launched a blast of mana at him, but Helmut managed to dodge. Alia's eyes widened and they snarled, "You think I didn't see?" Helmut just stood and watched, without making a move. Then he suddenly asked back, "What about you? Why didn't you fall asleep?" Helmut continued, "I saw you drink that water." Alia, while preparing to attack, replied with a cold voice, "I am a mage, I can purify it." His question now made Alia become surprised. "Ah, is it because of the magic surrounding you? Your message?" Skipped a beat and stammered, "You can see it." Helmut was tying up the Black Eagles gang, and calmly replied, "Not clearly, but I can sense it." Seeing him answer so calmly, Alia became bewildered. "Why did you pretend you couldn't see?" Helmut slowly stood up and calmly replied, "I'm not that curious." Then he dusted himself off, and added gently, "You were intentionally hiding it, so it wasn't my business." Alia looked at him with a suspicious gaze but said nothing. Seeing her stare at him like that, Helmut became bewildered, not understanding. Seeing his dumb face, she coldly walked away, thinking to herself, "Tosk, what a troublesome bastard." Later, after waking up, Newton sighed upon seeing the Black Eagles tied up. "Phew, we were almost in big trouble." He looked at Alia with concern and said, "We don't know how to repay this kindness of yours." "How should we repay you?" She coldly replied, "It's nothing, I only did what a fellow traveler should do. There's no need to repay me." Then she glanced over as if she wanted to say something else. Also, Alia pointed at him and continued, "That mercenary over there helped me too. Although I'm not sure why, I noticed he wasn't put to sleep either." Alia still couldn't help but feel suspicious. As she stared at Hio, he just calmly replied, that drug doesn't work on me. Mr. Newton covered his mouth and chuckled, oh ho, I have heard of a few people with such incredible immunity, thank you very much. He continued to smile and say, because you're a mercenary so. When we arrive in Baden, in addition to the promised payment for your work. Before he could finish his sentence, Zinnia rushed over shouting there, Lady Alia. Her eyes lit up with hearts, and she jumped up and down, heading towards Alia, which startled her. Her eyes still emitting hearts, she said joyfully, you appeared and saved me in my time of need. Zinnia tightly grasped her hand and said excitedly, is it not fate that has brought us together? She squeezed her hand even tighter, her eyes sparkling. I, Zinnia of House Jering, wish to offer myself to repay you, no matter the cost. Zinnia said enthusiastically, please marry me. Alia immediately rejected her outright. With a cold expression, what a pity. I have a Finca waiting for me at home. Her words crushed Zinnia's spirit. Once I graduate from the academy, I will marry her right away. Hearing Zinnia's indignation, Carriage felt helpless. Oh damn it, she burst into tears, sobbing, which made everyone come to comfort her. My lady, please don't cry in a place like this. While Mr. Newton escorted her away, a wary Carriage gave the order, let's keep moving. After a long journey, Steward Newton gently wiped away his sweat and sighed, phew, by traveling tirelessly day and night, we've arrived safely. Under the brilliant sunshine, they set foot in Baden, a bustling, crowded, and prosperous place. Arriving at the city gate, Helmut dismounted his horse and took the chance to look around. He gazed for a moment and thought to himself, so, this is Baden. Before his eyes now were the city gate guards. Everyone entering and leaving had to be checked. Mr. Newton also dismounted and called out to Helmut. A young man, he called. Helmut replied yes. The man then said, thank you for your hard work. I will definitely give you a good review at the Mercenary Guild. Then he handed over a bag of money and said, there's more. Newton smiled and said, this is 10,000 max. This isn't part of the promised payment. Just consider it a token of our sincere gratitude. Helmut stared at the larger than expected money pouch and replied, thank you. Just then, he noticed Alia preparing to leave. His gaze didn't leave her, and he stood there in a daze. Helmut was silent for a moment, then lowered his head. Then he raised his head again, as if he had understood something. Helmut paid it no mind and immediately turned to leave with the huge sum of money. He just silently walked right past Alia. After a few steps, his feet suddenly stopped as if he wanted to say something. Seeing Helmut say nothing made Alia confused. Helmut didn't turn around, but unexpectedly said thanks. He glanced at her, for helping me in many different ways. Hearing his words of thanks, Aya's eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. She shyly looked away, pretending not to care much. The conversation ended just like that, and Helmut left in an instant. Helmut seemed lost in thought, thinking, now then. He looked towards the bright light of the city gate, and thought to himself, should I go straight to the academy? Inside the city of Baden, a bustling crowd hurried back and forth. Helmut looked around for a moment and thought to himself, how strange. Seeing everyone laughing and talking, he was astonished. This place is bigger than any village I've ever set foot in, and more crowded too. He continued to stand there alone and wondered, is this what people call a city? Helmut just wandered around alone. This place is so big it's hard to find anything. After walking for a while, standing before his eyes was the academy's gate, the place he had been looking for a long time, standing and admiring this huge gate. Helmut thought, so this is it. Looking at the vast campus, he said to himself, great academy. Just as he stepped into the academy, the sound of people laughing and talking was lively, and radiant smiles were on their lips. Helmut stepped into the middle of the academy's hall. The vast space overwhelmed him. Seeing how large the place was, Helmut became tired. I should find the man named Ethan. Kuro, now where is he? Suddenly, he saw an orange-haired girl, a receptionist, sitting there. He didn't hesitate and walked straight to the girl. The girl still didn't react, so Helmut slammed the desk, startling her into exclaiming, you scared me. Then she asked cautiously, sir, what can I do for you? He didn't waste words and replied, Ethan Kuro. I'm looking for someone with that name. The girl suddenly became flustered and asked, you mean Ethan Kuro, the swordsmanship instructor? He replied, yes. Then Helmut said, I am an acquaintance of his. Me, can I meet him? The librarian nodded and said, I understand, please tell me your name. He immediately replied Helmut right after signing his name. The girl started leading him somewhere in the academy. She led him to a red door and said, this way. After that, the girl used a card to make a magic circle appear. She glanced at him and asked, would you mind waiting a moment? Helmut replied, it's fine. He looked at the card and thought, is this also magic? The door following the card slowly opened. He just watched the door as it slowly closed again, standing and watching. For a while he thought, the person Darien mentioned him so curious. A moment later the door suddenly began to open again. The girl stepped out and said, please come in. Helmut slowly walked in, but suddenly he sensed the aura of this place. The man with his back turned towards him was Ethan. A chilly atmosphere radiated from him. Seeing Helmut appear, he growled, I've never heard the name Helmut before. His face turned cold as he spoke, get straight to the point. The sight of Ethan before him made Helmut fall into Deep thought, that aura, it's not as strong as Darien's. But among all the swordsmen I've met in the human world, he must be one of the top. Then he looked at him with a serious expression. Ethan's face remained unchanged. Helmut thought if he were a mercenary he would definitely be top ranked. Seeing him make no move, Ethan spoke up. You said your name is Helmut, right? I want to ask one more time. He looked at him suspiciously and asked, why have you come to see me? Hearing that, he snapped out of it and said, ah. Helmut immediately drew his sword from its sheath. Then he held the sword out in front of Ethan. Seeing his strange action, Ethan was stunned and asked, what is the meaning of this? Helmut didn't waver and calmly replied, he said you would understand its meaning, this sword. Hearing him say that, he was confused, but upon closer inspection, Ethan realized, wait a minute, it doesn't seem to be professionally crafted, but looking closer, the sword was incredibly sturdy, well balanced, and extremely sharp. It could be considered one of the best swords. Suddenly Ethan became shocked as he realized it's also quite familiar. Could it be? He fell silent, then said, Darien. Seeing Ethan's reaction, he sighed in relief. Mr. Darien was right. Ethan immediately rushed towards him and asked worriedly, oh my god, do you mean he's still alive? Helmut's words made Ethan fall silent. No, he has passed away. He continued, he took his last breath in recent days. The news was like a lightning strike. Ethan was so shocked he couldn't move, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He covered his face in pain and said, I see, so that's how it is. Ethan still used his hand to hide his sorrow and said, has been missing for over 20 years. I swore that I would repay him for saving my life with the honor of my family. Then he looked at him and asked, the fact that you're holding this sword also means. Before him was Helmut's face, and he affirmed, you are the hand. He was holding the sword with said it all, the final apprentice of his. Helmut immediately admitted, that's right. Ethan asked directly, tell me, why did you come looking for me? Helmut's gaze lowered as he began to speak. Oh. Helmut looked at Ethan with eyes full of determination and said, I want to enroll in Greta Academy. Hearing him say that, Ethan didn't speak right away but assessed him for a while. He understood the situation and said, all right, I think I understand why he told you to come here. Before Helmut's eyes, he said again, perhaps he wanted you to have a guardian. Then Ethan asked again, how old are you now? Hearing him say that, he looked bewildered. I'm not sure. Ethan could only feel helpless at such an answer. You don't know your own age. Speaking of that, he cursed inwardly, this bastard. Helmut held out his hand and started counting. 14 or 15. Watching him count, Ethan could only think, has lived for so many years and doesn't know how old he is. Ethan lowered his voice and said, I know, looking at your aura and appearance. After assessing him for a moment, he said, you don't look like a 14-year-old first-year student. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Ethan suggested, then let's just say you're 15. Also, you'll have to take the transfer student exam. He held a folder of documents and said, the other students are probably before Ethan could finish. Helmut asked, I have to take a test. Seeing Helmut ask that, he thought, Tesk. Does the apprentice of the Sword Saint really need to take the entrance exam for the Swordsmanship department? Ethan slowly explained, Humph, if you reveal that you are the apprentice of the Sword Saint Darien Deb, you'd probably be accepted immediately. That alone is enough to prove your skills. Helmut quietly looked at the glowing hilt of his sword and thought, Darien. He gripped it tightly and fell into thought. Even now, you're still helping me. You've helped me from the time in the primordial forest until this very moment. Suddenly, Helmut suspected something. Wait a minute, Darien stayed in the primordial forest. Recalling what Ethan just said, has been missing for over 20 years, he wondered, missing. What happened? Helmut was still lost in thought. Even Darien's acquaintance doesn't know where he was. Surely Mr. Darien didn't go to the primordial forest willingly. After that, he became suspicious, so that means someone forced him to go there and hid this truth, didn't they? Imagining that time, he thought, if the one who forced Darien to the primordial forest finds out that his final apprentice is living in the human world, this thought made Helmut wary. It'd be sent back there immediately, let alone have a chance to destroy the dark root. After an internal struggle, Helmut decided to hide it and refused. I can't do that. Hearing his answer, Ethan immediately asked back in confusion, why not? He didn't hesitate to explain, I can't reveal all the details. If someone finds out I'm Darien's apprentice, my life will be in danger. This statement from Helmut immediately sparked anger in Ethan's heart. His face turned purple with rage as he spoke angrily, what the hell? Who would dare to harm Master Darien's apprentice? Yes, Helmut calmly said, when the time is right, I will tell you everything. Please be patient. Hearing that, Ethan calmed down and said, for right, it's you and Master Darien who have a difficult situation. Then he offered, but if you need my help, please just say so. He trusted you to me after all. He replied, yes. As he walked, Ethan said, well then, let's go prepare for the entrance exam. It'll take care of the necessary paperwork. You don't need to worry. First, I need to check the level of your skills. Follow me. Seeing Ethan leave like that, he still had a blank expression. As he stood there watching, Helmut had now followed him to a large training room in the academy. He looked around bewildered and curious. This is, Ethan explained, my personal training ground. He opened the door and continued, surely that Sword Saint didn't take you as an apprentice for no reason. But for the exam, I need to see what your skills are like. Behind that door was a giant wooden log. Ethan took a piece, gave it to Helmut, and said try to cut it. Hearing the command, he got into position, ready to draw his sword and do as he was told. Then suddenly, Ethan spoke up to stop him. No, he pointed to the pile of wooden swords behind Helmut and said, use the wooden sword back there. Without hesitation, he immediately picked up the wooden sword and tested its durability. Ethan looked at him and thought to himself, this is birch, a type of wood harder to use than most others. At this age, if he can cut that log, it can be considered a high achievement. Ethan seemed to feel something was strange, but seeing him hold the wooden sword so confidently made him become surprised. He wasn't surprised at all. Seeing Helmut's fearless demeanor, Ethan now realized, this kid, it made him a bit wary, has already used to using a wooden sword. I wonder how strong he is. Just as he thought this, Helmut focused on the log and immediately used a powerful mana flow that enveloped the wooden sword, instantly slicing the log in a flash. At this sight, Ethan's face became more astonished than ever, his whole body freezing. Helmut had finished with just one impressive move, stopping in a perfect stance. Ethan silently assessed a powerful aura, extraordinary strength. Therefore, he was certain that at this rate, getting accepted was almost guaranteed. And from that, Ethan could guess, his definitely Darien Deb student. Helmut spoke up, asking, so, does this mean I can enroll? In fact, even Ethan wasn't sure. His swordsmanship is at such a high level that I can't determine the extent of his talent. But still he replied, yes, you just need to take the written exam. Helmut heard this and was bewildered. A written exam? Ethan was holding a piece of paper, his face pale. He couldn't believe what was before his eyes. An average score of 4 writing. Just a little shouldn't result in a score this low. Then he turned to look at Helmut. There are only about 10 days until the exam. This is a problem. Then Ethan explained clearly to Helmut, with your current scores, you'll never be accepted. Even with a private tutor now, there isn't enough time. Hearing that, he was a bit dejected. Can't you teach me? Ethan was straightforward. No, I'm a teacher at the school. Ethan reluctantly explained, we are not allowed to tutor any applicants. The consequences would be severe. He also mentioned that usually, students in the academy tutor other students. But since it's very close to the exam now, I'm pretty sure all the good tutors have been booked. That's why Ethan felt even more troubled. This is bad. Helmut just remained silent, without saying a word. In his mind, he was recalling, they said that mage is very famous at the academy. Based on that, Helmut thought, I think they meant his very talented. Then he asked, do you know a student named Alia? Ethan replied, Alia. Of course I know her. When she enrolled, she was at the top. Her class with a perfect score, a first in the academy's history. But why do you ask? Based on that information, Helmut deduced, top of the class, that definitely means they can teach me. In the end, he had to conclude, I don't know anyone else but them. It seems there's no other way. After a moment of hesitation, Helmut announced, well then, I'll go ask that student. Ethan wasn't very convinced and asked, are you just going to go and ask student Alia like that? He blurted out, one thing is for sure, that student is good enough to be my tutor. Wait, how do you know Alia? Helmut. Outside the academy, a voice exclaimed. With hands on her hips, Alia looked confusedly at the person before her. What nonsense are you talking about, just showing up here to see me? She bluntly denied it. Did we say we would meet again? I don't remember making such a promise. On top of that, Alia spoke scornfully, and tutoring an applicant. Those idiots, I despise them, especially those block-headed swordsmen. At this point, she remembered, wait, at first I thought you were commissioned to go to Baden, but you're here as an apprentice. Really? Then Alia showed her disgust. I don't know what business a mercenary has here, but study on your own if you want to apply. I have no intention of tutoring you. Now Helmut finally spoke up, I just need to get a passing grade. They said you're really good. Alia replied bluntly, I don't want to, so I won't help you. She immediately turned to go inside. What have you been hearing this whole time? You should go. I'm not free to talk to you here. Helmut stated clearly, I never said I'd let you teach for free. I'll pay. Because he had grasped one thing in this world, money talks. Hearing that, Alia asked, money, you intend to buy my knowledge? With money, she turned back and said with a haughty voice, go on, say it, a mercenary. Like you, how much money could you possibly have? Helmut got straight to the point, how much do you want? This attitude annoyed Alia. Why you so? She named a large number, 100,000 MC, no credit, cash up front if you think you can. Pay in installments, forget about it. Unexpectedly, Helmut calmly said, okay. Alia was momentarily stunned by his words, then Helmut settled it, I'll prepare the money, so let's start tomorrow. Alia was skeptical and asked, what, are you serious? Are you sure? So you want me to repeat myself? That's a huge sum of money. I'm demanding 100,000 MC, are you deaf? And Helmut silently calculated 90,000 MC I received from the Swift mercenary escort, and 10,000 MC I received from the escort mission. So Helmut was very confident he had enough money to pay. Alia demanded in a stern voice, there's not much time left, so I think we should start tomorrow. Helmut remained calm, see you here tomorrow. Alia repeated once more, if you don't have the money ready, I won't be your tutor. Alia even warned, come here tomorrow morning, And if you try any tricks, you'll have to deal with me. Finally, Alia went straight inside, seeing them pass by like the wind. Newton noticed. While Helmut stood motionless outside, he let out a sigh of relief. Woo, it should be fine now. Then Helmut also turned and left. Alia stood watching him through the large door. They thought deeply for a long time. Then they uttered, "How interesting." Meanwhile, Helmut returned. Without noticing, Alia deliberately said out loud, "Alia having a friend." In a flash, the next day arrived. As scheduled yesterday, Helmut was now on his way to the academy. On the other side, Alia had been standing outside the door for a while. Moreover, their face looked very angry. Alia really didn't expect it, this bastard, he actually came. Then they held out their hand and asked coldly, "Where's the money?" Hearing that, Helmut started reaching into his clothes. He took out a bag of money and assured, "Here, exactly 100 MC. Before that, Alia said, "All right, if we're going to do this, we have to do it properly. But I told you before that I wouldn't tutor anyone, so if you fail, don't come asking for your money back." Helmut nodded firmly, "No problem." Actually, Alia was silently blaming themselves. "Yesterday, I should have refused outright. I only demanded such a fee because of my pride." Then they sighed, "Oh well." Then they instructed, "Wait here, I'll be right back." Alia told themselves, "Oh well," and they thought, "I probably won't have to teach much." Now Alia and Helmut were inside starting the session. While Helmut was writing intently, Alia sat right beside them, resting their chin on their hand. Those scrutinizing eyes kept glancing at Helmut. Alia was silently evaluating this crow, and they noticed something, looking at him up close. "I've discovered. He's even more problematic than I thought." From that, Alia could tell his learning ability far surpassed all the students in the magic department. Suddenly, they called out, "Hey." Alia was curious. Did you really come out of the forest after fending for yourself?" It seemed this didn't surprise Helmut much. "Just as I thought, I noticed this during the last mission too." He also judged Alia, but this mage is no ordinary person. From then on, Helmut told himself, "I should be more cautious around this person." After a while, he finally replied, "Why do you ask?" But Alia remained silent and didn't answer. Then they pointed forward and expressed their opinion. "Well, that's how I see it. Your ability to concentrate is very good, your memorization is also excellent, and I can see your diligence too." A second later, they got angry again, slamming the table. But Alia angrily questioned, "Why don't you have any morals or common sense at all?" They just went on a rant. "Look at your ethics test score, mistake after mistake." Alia pointed out each error. "Oh, what's this? Using your father's power to threaten. In retaliation, if someone picks a fight with you, that's how you plan to react." After a long explanation, Alia sighed warily, "Hurry up and finish the other subjects. The remaining time will be focused on this one." To motivate him, they reminded Helmut, "Listen, 100,000 MC is an enormous amount of money. You've paid a huge sum to be tutored by the academy's top student." Finally, Alia summarized, "Which means I have to help you get into the academy by any means necessary." They even specifically emphasized, "The issue isn't the money, the issue here is my reputation. By any means necessary, you have to get into this academy, understand?" Suddenly being scolded made Helmut pout. They really are a strange person. Alia posed a situation. "Now, a poor student steals from you. In that case, what is the right way to act? Think of some ethical solutions that many people would use." Following that, Helmut reasoned, "An ethical solution? That means no fighting, right?" After thinking for a moment, he exclaimed, "I know." Alia waited the answer. Helmut stated his solution. "I'll steal it back silently." Alia heard this and was exasperated. "Why, you idiot. This situation left them helpless. I really don't know what to say to you." "Wrong." Helmut naively retorted. "Where is it wrong? I didn't fight, I just resolved it." Quietly, Alia was too fed up to speak. "You're clearly a swordsman." In the end, they had to lay out the best course of action. Things might end quietly, but if your classmate doesn't learn a lesson, it will just happen again in the future. The best solution here is talk to them so they feel remorse for their wrongdoing, and at the same time, help them realize how much of an impact that behavior can have. Alia explained in the simplest way, "You forgive them, not their sin." This is the Academy's standard definition of justice. After hearing this, Helmut could only silently lament, "So complicated. Being a person is really hard." Only now did he realize, in this world, I have to learn things like ethics and common sense to survive. I've started learning these basic things too late. Therefore, Helmut told himself to become the kind of person Darien talked about. I need to be able to solve complex problems like that. I think it will take me a very long time. After that, Alia continued the lesson on ethics. But it looked they were running out of things to say. While Alia used all their brain power to teach, Helmut just scratched his foolish head. 2 weeks. Behind the Greta Academy library, it's quite crowded outside. Behind the bushes, 2 girls are peeking out with infatuated eyes. Over there, it turns out these 2 girls are fawning over the handsome Lord Alia, who is on patrol. "He's so handsome today. Who do you think he's waiting for?" The other girl guessed. "Well, who else but the person he's been tutoring for the past few weeks." Just then, Helmut was walking over. Could that be him? Alia, who had been waiting, finally saw Helmut. His face clearly showed his annoyance. "Are you done? Why does such a large academy only hold the library exams?" Helmut could only guess, "I'm not sure, because it's quiet." Hearing this, Alia reminded him that was a rhetorical question. In the end, he brushed the matter aside and questioned him. Never mind, ever since I became your tutor, I've put all my work and books aside. So I have to spend all my time waiting. Did your exam go well? Hearing this question, Helmut fell silent for a long time. Besides, Alia added, you surely won't have any problems with the practical exam, but the lessons from the past few weeks were all for today, weren't they? Finally, he waved goodbye. Off, good luck on the practical exam. Helmut started to reply thanks before really leaving. Alia turned her head and waved. Helmut uttered the rest of the sentence for helping me. So Alia was blunt, I got paid in exchange, so there's no need to thank me. Then he left, leaving behind words of encouragement, do your best. Even so, Helmut had to admit, but thanks to Alia, things are looking to end well. Then he returned to the main task. Now all that's left is. Helmut headed to where he needed to be right. Now the practical exam. Swordsmanship department transfer exam waiting room. Right now Helmut is on his way inside. Inside, someone was giving instructions. You all must stay here and follow the instructor's directions to find your respective groups after your names are called. There was a group of people gathered and chatting there. One of them glanced away with a dangerous look on his face. Helmut looked around and thought, I just have to wait here, right? A question popped into his head, what should I do after the exam is over? Suddenly Helmut remembered Ethan's advice to just rest. It's been a while since I've trained, so maybe I should practice a bit. Just then, a steady voice called out, hey you, the one with black hair. The person waved his hand in front of Helmut. Hello, he started the conversation as if they were very familiar. What are you thinking about so intently? He cheerfully introduced himself. Greetings, I am Shapoth Google, the second son of the Google family. Then he asked in return, what's your name? Just by looking, Helmut knew. What's wrong with this guy? I'm sure he has some ulterior motive for approaching me. Seeing that he didn't reply, Shapoth was a bit confused. So he spoke up to reassure him, hey, what's wrong? Is it because of the academy's rules? Don't worry, we haven't enrolled yet. This made Helmut wonder, what academy rules? Now he finally replied coldly, why are you talking to me? But Shapoth still acted friendly. You don't need to be so defensive. I'm just trying to make friends with a fellow transfer student. In reality, Shapoth had his own motive. And also because he's rumored to be Alia's student. Even if he's low class, knowing him might be beneficial for me. From his appearance, he seems like an obedient person. He simply introduced himself as Helmut. Shapoth was clearly being sarcastic. Helmut, a common name but very fitting for you. What's your family name? He added, it would be better if I knew which family you came from, right? Helmut subconsciously repeated, family. Shapoth immediately confirmed, that's right. If we get acquainted beforehand, it would be better. Right, if we attend the academy, we'll have to know each other anyway. Helmut fell silent in thought. The only family I know of is the name on the pendant Max Redarien, but since I was abandoned in the primordial forest, I probably shouldn't say that name. Thinking this, Helmut bluntly blurted out, I don't have a family. This answer made the atmosphere fall silent. Shapoth was surprised by the information he had just received. You don't have one? Are you saying you're a commoner? Helmut confirmed without any hesitation. That's right. Immediately Shapoth showed clear contempt. Oh my, I could recognize you. To think I extended my hand to a commoner first, truly. On top of that, he arrogantly questioned him. But even if I couldn't correctly identify you, why are you acting so confident? The guy next to him chimed in with insults. Why do you think? If he knew his place, why do you think he would even apply to the academy in the first place? Shapoth jeered cheerfully, then that bastard probably doesn't even know what shame is. Maybe no one ever taught him. Then he turned back to belittle Helmut. Hey, commoner, how were you raised? He continued to mock, so, do you have money or something? Suddenly, someone appeared, causing the guy standing next to him to shout, applicant. A man appeared from behind Shapoth and lectured. We know you're happy that your written exam is over. But since there are still other students, please hold back for now. Insulting someone based on their class or gender is strictly forbidden in the academy. He warned sternly, from now on please be careful with your words, applicant number 15 Sir Shapoth. After that, he announced loudly, we will now explain the exam to everyone in 5 minutes. All applicants, please take your seats. Being told off like that, Shapoth had no choice but to retreat. Let's go. His shoulders were trembling with rage. When he was a short distance from Helmut, Shapoth called out, hey. He whispered contemptuously, if you're a lowly commoner, you should at least bow your head like a commoner. Don't go around socializing with people of a higher class than you and cause misunderstandings. Helmut glanced in the direction Shapoth had just left. The examiner spoke in a loud voice, all applicants. Thank you for all your hard work on the written exam. We hope you will do your best on the practical exam next. He explained, the practical exam will be conducted in groups and will be divided into 2 rounds. There will be a total of 4 groups, and the scores will be decided based on. Meanwhile, the eyes of those around him were all fixed on Helmut. They were all looking at him with contempt. Even the people standing in the far corner, and Helmut could feel it clearly. Everyone is staring at me. Their gazes are just like that bastard's from before. This made him realize this place is no different from the primordial forest. There are also humans and monsters, but among them, There are social classes. Although power in the human world isn't determined solely by strength, just as, they said, is family more important than one's own strength. But Helmut believed that, in any case, he would definitely learn something here. For now he just had to focus on the test first. The proctor announced group 4, the last group, please enter. Outside, there was a tree trunk placed there. The proctor continued to explain, as we've explained to everyone before, the first round of the exam is to cut down the blackwood tree. He stated everyone must use the provided wooden sword and is free to use swordsmanship as well as vest. Someone gripped their sword so tightly their veins bulged. The proctor added, the time limit is 5 minutes after you raise your sword. Even if you fail to cut the log within the time limit, you will not be disqualified from the next round, so I advise everyone to do their best. Once you are ready, you may begin. He held the wooden sword in his hand without any worry. I just have to cut it, how simple. And yet he thought, even if it's harder than it looks, it's still just a tree, not something I can't break. Immediately, Helmut began to raise his sword, his hand tightening its grip. Well, should I just get this over with? Then Helmut brought the sword down on the log. The supervisor's jaw dropped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Helmut still had his eyes closed. And unbelievably, he split the log in two with just one swing. Witnessing this scene, he was very surprised. Even I, the supervisor, have to strike the blackwood several times to cut it, but he managed to split it in two with just one move. Helmut spoke calmly. Am I done? An announcement rang out. Yes, you have passed the first round of the test. Inside the room, the candidates were now chatting because they had finished competing. The large door was slowly opening. Shapoth, who was smiling cheerfully, turned to look. Helmut stood before the large door with a cold expression. Immediately Shapoth jeered, what's this? Did they use rotten wood instead of black wood somewhere? I think you'll have to go ask the supervisor. This time Helmut's face showed clear disgust. At the same time, the supervisor walked in. Since the last group has gathered, we will explain the next round of your exam. And he revealed, the second round of your exam will be 1-1 duels. Next were the rules. Under the supervision of the supervisors, you will compete 1-on-1, using your own swordsmanship to face your opponent for 8 minutes. And your final results will be decided based on careful evaluations. The supervisor added, opponents will be decided randomly and your result will be determined regardless of whether you win or not, so please show us your best skills within the allotted time. Shapoth immediately let out a malicious laugh. What an unfair test. Then he glanced over. If anyone gets matched with that lowly bastard, they'll automatically pass. He felt a gaze on him and glanced over. Seeing this, Shapoth grew more excited. You must have heard what I said. You look quiet. But Helmut was very annoyed. He keeps pissing me off. He doesn't know his place. I should make him shut up. Sensing Helmut's gaze, Shapoth growled, what? Is there a problem? He put on a despicable expression and provoked him. If you're annoyed, why don't you hit me? Shapoth revealed a dark and menacing smile. Well, he was now like a lunatic, continuously ordering, hit me. Hit me if you've got the guts. Helmut stared at him pensively without saying a word. This bastard has driving me crazy. However, his hand was secretly clenching, restraining himself from anger. What would happen if I punched him? Suddenly a cold voice rang out, startling him. Please welcome the first pair. The referee's voice from afar made Helmut turn his head. Number 29, Helmut. His next words made Shapoth's mood drop a little. And number 8, Andrew. He stared at his back and mumbled, you lowly thing, I could easily crush you under my foot. Immediately another person chimed in flatteringly, yes sir. That Andrew guy is lucky. Suddenly Helmut glanced toward him. In the end, he turned away coldly, not wanting to pay any more attention. There will be another chance. The scene changes to a large examination hall where the judges and candidates were present. Ola looked at the candidates and welcomed them with a smile. Here are the first applicants. Ethan sat beside him with a calm expression and said, come in. The referee standing in front of Helmut bowed his head respectfully. Greetings, sirs, are you ready? We will now begin round 2. His eyes glanced to one side as if he had noticed something. Seeing the nod from him, Helmut thought to himself, Ethan. He glanced at and asked casually, is that the one you recommended? Ethan immediately turned his head and replied calmly, yes, so you two will be evaluating this match. Their laughter eased the tension somewhat. This is the first time you've recommended someone, isn't it? He must be very special. On his usually calm face, a meaningful smile now appeared. After you meet him, you'll understand why. Meanwhile, the referee had also begun to officiate the match. The match will last a total of 8 minutes, with each round being 4 minutes. The match will end when one of the fighters can no longer hold their sword or is unable to continue fighting. I repeat, the purpose of this match is not to win. I hope both fighters will try their best. After explaining the rules of the duel, he swung his hand down as a signal. Now begin. Andrew took a breath, trying to compose himself. It seems just now I heard the sound of the wind roaring in his ears made his mind wander. This guy is just a commoner. His hand lightly gripped the wooden sword, and in his heart, he sneered so weak he couldn't even split the black wood. But on the other side, Helmut had also prepared to raise his sword. Overall, as just an ordinary guy without proper training. While Andrew was lost in thought, His figure had already darted as fast as the wind. With the level of swordsmanship I've trained in since I was a child, suddenly, he was knocked to the ground in astonishment. Both Pacheka and the other couldn't hide the surprise on their faces, while Ethan was quietly smiling with confident eyes. Andrew looked at the tip of the wooden sword pointing at him with a face that had turned pale. Helmut looked down on him with a cold demeanor. There was not a glimmer of mercy in his eyes. Have you learned your lesson? The referee quickly ran over and raised his hand to stop them. Stop. Number 8 cannot continue fighting. He gritted his teeth so hard his whole body trembled. What? I lost. The sound of his teeth grinding grew louder as Andrew fumed to a commoner up. Pacheka watched on, but he had to pause for a long time before commenting. The sword path is very fast and powerful. I didn't expect a child could be so skilled. Ola looked on, his eyes filled with satisfaction. These kids are the same age, but the difference in their strength is so vast, it's hard to believe. But if the match goes on like this, we can't properly assess both their skills. What should we do? Andrew was trying to get up from the ground. Ethan, sitting in the examiner's seat, silently clenched his fist and thought, I knew his skill level was no joke. His assessment of Helmut had now changed, but he never expected him to be this strong. He once again raised his sword and got into a ready stance. I heard there are 2 matches, right? So there's one more match. Another round, right? She put a hand on her chin, a hint of concern on her beautiful face. Impressive. That kid is really good. Pacheka's voice continued while Andrew was still struggling. However, the goal of this test is to evaluate the applicant's skills. And nothing more. He glanced over and also spoke. In agreement, that's right. But if the second round is like this, we won't be able to evaluate the kid's skills. After a moment of silence, Ethan finally spoke up. Helmut. He gave him a reminder. Instead of just focusing on defeating his opponent, he suggested to Helmut, a new approach. Can you compete against him as a coach? A hint of curiosity appeared on his expressionless face. This time, Ethan tried to explain more simply. That's right, fight like you were learning swordsmanship. His hand quietly tightened on his sword's hilt. Hellmood recalled the time when he was taught by Darien, when he learned swordsmanship, as if he understood what he had just been taught. He calmly replied, I understand. He finally nodded, his eyes glancing towards the dueling floor. His voice startled Andrew back to his senses. Applicant Andrew. Ethan also gave him a small hint for the new match. Status and background aren't important. What's important is that you get to fight an opponent on a completely different level than yourself. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your skills are not inferior to your peers, so be confident and show us what you've got. A bead of sweat quietly trickled down his forehead. Finally, Andrew nodded with a mindset that was strong and determined. Yes, I understand. Regaining his spirit, Andrew once again gripped his sword tightly. Looking at the opponent before him, he couldn't help but offer praise. You're really strong. Andrew also admitted his own mistake. I'm sorry for underestimating you. I was only focused on status. Even so, he now had a confidence that was greater than any fear. However, I have my pride too. Helmut listened to his confession without any expression. This time I won't lose so easily. Suddenly the muscles on Andrew's face tensed, and his eyebrows furrowed. He charged forward like a flash of lightning, shouting loudly, watch this. Andrew decisively swung down his sword. However, it was quickly blocked by Helmut with a simple move. While maintaining a defensive stance, he offered advice. You need to strike faster. Your range of motion is too wide, making your attacks easy to block. Andrew instinctively took a small step back and let out a soft cry. Immediately after, a series of powerful strikes rushed forward. Andrew launched 3 consecutive attacks. Helmut, with a cool and indifferent expression, gave his feedback. Your central balance is too weak. If you only focus on attacking, your center of gravity will shift forward. Andrew gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. He still stubbornly pressed forward to attack. No way. As soon as he made his move, Helmut gently slipped behind him. Attacking head-on like that makes it hard to change direction. When you attack, you also need to pay attention to your flanks. Gently striking his back, he successfully knocked Andrew down. When you lose your balance, it's very difficult to block an opponent's blow. You have to know how to maintain distance from your opponent. Ethan looked at the strange situation he himself had created and didn't know what to say. Get back in position. Don't fight so recklessly. The perspective now shifted to behind his ear. He recalled a past memory when he was so seriously injured he couldn't move a muscle. Dar. A weak smile appeared on Ethan's lips as he tried to stay alive. The wound on his stomach looked very serious. My life ends here. He closed his eyes, accepting the death that was coming for him. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared in the dark cave. Hey, you over there. The sword in the man's hand radiated terrifying power. After one strike, the rocks in the cave shattered into pieces. On the face of the calm Ethan, there was now utter surprise. If you just sit there like that, you really will die. Dare, in his majestic armor and heroic stance, appeared before him. With furrowed brows he spoke softly, get up. And now that stern image almost merged as one with the present Helmut. Get up. The wind blew his cloak open, making Helmut look even more like Darien. For some reason, Ethan's lips curled up to form a relieved smile. You've returned. On the table were several application forms laid out. I think we've selected suitable candidates. It seems so. Elaine thoughtfully gave his assessment. This year's applicants are quite varied in terms of ability. Ms. Pachika carefully thought for a moment, then said, first of all, she smiled lightly, her eyes unable to hide her excitement. I have high expectations. I wonder how far they'll go. Ethan picked up an application form and looked at it. Gently touching the photograph of Hellmood, he whispered softly, this child will become very outstanding. The golden sun colored the bustling city streets. 1 week later, in Baden, Hellmood walked through a small street, seemingly looking for something. Last time I came here it was around here, I think. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had found it. In front of him was a wooden sign. Apparently a mercenary guild found it. The young man at the reception desk quickly greeted him with a bright smile. Welcome to the Biden Mercenary Guild. Facing Hellmood, he didn't hide his smile. Do you have a request? He replied coolly with an emotionless face. No, I'm here to take on a request. This sentence made the receptionist a little flustered. What? You're a mercenary? He didn't seem to understand what was happening and simply replied nonchalantly, yes. What's wrong? The young man had other thoughts when he saw his tidy appearance. I see. I thought you were the son of some famous family. Can I ask which mercenary guild you belong to? He handed over a paper with his information. I'm Hellmood from the Swift Mercenary Guild. I've left things here before. As soon as he saw it, the young man quickly confirmed, I see, sorry, I'm new here. Hellmood from the Swift Mercenary Guild, rank 3, confirmed. He turned and asked for more information to process the request. Which request would you like to take? I'll do my best to help. Hellmood thoughtfully let out a soft hum in his mind. He now recalled the moment of a table being slammed. Ethan, with his eyes wide open, shouted in surprise, 100,000 marks. Even for Alia, how did you earn such a large sum of money? He obviously still wasn't over the shock from this information. Did you borrow it from somewhere? While putting food in his mouth, Hellmood said calmly, it's money I saved from being a mercenary. Sweat poured down his forehead nonstop. If that's true, then it's fine, but I hope this isn't your entire life savings. Hellmood still replied very innocently. And frankly it is. This made Ethan even more distressed, and he sighed. First I have to teach you about financial management. Hellmood. In the end he heaved a sigh of relief and then explained to Hellmood, I'm your guardian now, so you don't need to worry too much. But you won't always have money during a recession, and you don't know when you'll need it. The life of someone who can't earn more, and on top of that, has no money left, he asserts with an extremely serious expression, just like a beast. He looked at Ethan and asked curiously, so I just need to earn money? As he sat back down in his old spot, the man explained, I'm just telling you how things work. Since there's still a month until enrollment day, you can do whatever you like. Lightly raising his hand to his face, he nonchalantly said, then I guess I'll go and take on a request. His lips curled up slightly in approval of this idea. Alright, that's fine. But you're not allowed to take on any requests that are too dangerous or long-term, like a protection mission. Okay. Back to the present, Hellmood made a request. To the young man, a request I can complete within Biden for now. The young man stood on his toes as if reaching for something high up. Right. Wait a moment. He looked up and added a more detailed request. Something I can complete before next month. The higher the reward, the better. He tried to flip through the quests posted on the wooden board. That's a bit specific. Not this one. After a moment, the young man found a piece of paper pinned at the bottom. Here it is. As he took down the request paper, he turned his head and asked, but the location is quite strange. Are you okay with that? Hellmood got straight to the point. Where is it? The young man held out the commission sheet in front of him. While he was still focused on it, the young man said, Greta Academy. The paper was now stamped with a red seal in the right corner. Under the afternoon sun, Hellmood pensively read the information written on it. The following is what was recounted on the paper. There are reports of student ghosts appearing in the school. Accordingly, they appear more frequently at night but in many different locations, so specific information is unclear. So far, the evidence or cause has not been explained. They also requested that all dangerous risks be avoided. Please investigate the identity of the Academy ghost and report after dealing with it. He put a hand to his chin and considered it carefully. I chose this request because I want to familiarize myself with the Academy's layout, but this is very different from the requests I've taken before. While he was lost in thought, a shadow approached. Did I choose wrong? A probing voice rang out, startling Hellmood. Are you Hellmood? As he turned, he was curious to see who it was. Who is it? He could only hear the person's voice filled with excitement. You. The person who appeared was Cian, with a youthful and innocent look. It really is you, Alia student. He was very excited and still couldn't stop asking. So you're really transferring here? He tilted his head slightly, a big question mark seeming to appear on his face. What are you talking about? The image of a sparkling Alia, like an idol, was recreated in Cian's words. That's the first time Alia, the star of the Magic Institute, has ever associated with someone. So there's no way this wouldn't cause a stir. Looking at that beaming smile, Hellmood was a bit flustered. Alia. Shouldn't I have let him teach me? Then he looked at his uniform and asked, so you're a mage like Alia? He slightly nodded but hesitated a bit when confirming. Well, something like that, but we're still a bit different. Cian's hand went palm down as his sentence trailed off. For example, His long eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with seriousness. A magic circle of light appeared along with his smile, this for instance. Lightly raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, Hellmood thought to himself magic. Suddenly, a cute creature appeared. Its name was Rattan. Rattan looked down with its big round eyes, making him curious. Not magic but mana. Even so, Helma's face showed no particular expression. For some reason it rushed towards him like a whirlwind, his eyebrows raised slightly as his guard was quickly up. It's attacking. Helma's hand clenched into a fist with his personality. He decisively threw a punch towards it in Helma's eyes. A small yellow speck of light was now reflected. Rattan was a little surprised to see his fist pass through its mouth. It gently dodged to another spot with a disdainful expression. It seems Rattan was annoyed by Helma's action. He pulled his fist back and carefully judged my attack, and yet Cian suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. Oh my god, you're the first person to try and hit Rattan. Watch. Fly around him inquisitively. Helmut couldn't help but ask, what is this thing? Following his introduction, Rattan stuck out its tongue at him disdainfully. This little guy is a light spirit. Its name is Rattan. It's a bit mischievous, but not dangerous. He also didn't forget to add, even if it were to cause harm, you couldn't stop it with physical means. Cian's finger twitched as if giving it a command, because spirits don't have physical bodies. It flew playfully between the two of them. Cian, only a few chosen mages can control them. In the end, Rattan put on a confident face and landed on his head, and one of those few people. The two of them made an incredibly cute combination. Is me. I'm Cian, the first elemental mage of Greta Academy. However, Hellmood just kept staring at it intently. I think I can catch it. Cian scratched his face a couple of times and gave a forced smile. Answer me. Finally, he came to a conclusion about his new acquaintance. He seems like a funny guy. Outwardly, Hellmood replied with a calm expression. All right, nice to meet you, Cian. In his heart, he was thinking about his mission. But I have something to do now. As soon as he thought that, he decisively turned his back to leave. I'm in the middle of a request, so we'll be going. Both Cian's and Rattan's eyes widened in surprise at a request. Are you a mercenary? If it's a request to be carried out at the academy, could it be? He mentioned a familiar name, the Academy Ghost. This phrase made Hellmood involuntarily turn his head. What? You know about this request too? He snapped his fingers crisply. Seeming to understand the story, of course I know about it. I'm very interested in that rumor. Then Cian pointed to himself with a confident posture. What do you think? Want my help? The scene changes to a gloomy building. At the academy at night. So this is... He calmly asked him a question. The place where the ghost appeared most recently. Rattan in his hands now looked scared. That's right. A deep sigh escaped Cian's chest. It's just a normal building belonging to the Swordsmanship Institute. But ever since the ghost appeared, it's been completely empty every night. On the long corridor, only a small light emanated, while outside there was a dark shadow. Mysterious. When the sound of their conversation got closer, the dark shadow gradually disappeared. Are ghosts really scary? Cian lit the way while answering the question. I don't think so. He also carefully explained the reason for his belief, unless it's an evil spirit summoned by dark magic. But in that case, I think the professors would have gotten involved. They probably know that thing isn't dangerous. Hearing this, he decisively turned to the right. Is that so? Good, let's split up here. Cian couldn't hide the panic on his face. Split up. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with this plan. Wouldn't that be more effective? Son hurriedly followed his footsteps. No, searching together is better. Wouldn't the search be more accurate that way? As he moved forward, he tried to chat, but after you find it, what do you plan to do? Helma's cold voice echoed down the empty hallway. Of course, destroy it. The strange black shadow now reappeared at the end of the corridor. The shadow only revealed two bright eyes, its whole body covered in a cloak. After Hellmood and Cian ran to the building together to find the academy ghost, Cian opened the door with a fearful heart. However, stepping inside, the place was empty. Hellmood said softly, there's nothing here. Hearing that, Cian turned around with Rattan. That's right, maybe it moved to another building. Hellmood still wasn't convinced. He searched every nook and cranny. It can't be just this. After closing a locker door without finding any clues, Hellmood thought to himself, we're lacking a lot of evidence. Then he turned to say something to Cian, maybe. But at that moment, he and Rattan were focusing on something, and didn't answer Hellmood. He walked over curiously and asked, find something. Cian calmly replied, it's nothing. After that, he didn't mention it but made a suggestion, let's go to another classroom. He also agreed, okay? Cian stepped out of the classroom door first. He called back, Hellmood, when did you say you'd complete, according to the request? Suddenly, Cian saw something. His eyes trembled. Seeing his strange expression, Hellmood replied, about 10 more days. What's wrong? Cian's face went pale. He froze, pointing into the middle of the dark corridor. A black shadow with a strange aura appeared out of nowhere. Its eyes glinted with a dim light. Hellmood scanned with a sharp gaze that silhouette, a ghost. His hand quickly reached for the hilt of the sword at his hip. The shadow got closer and closer. Its footsteps suddenly stopped. Hellmood shielded the trembling Cian and asked, what the hell is that? Unexpectedly, the shadow reached up and took off its hood, revealing Alia's handsome face. He was slightly surprised. Why are you two here? After explaining everything, Alia snatched the paper. A request. Cian quickly explained that's right, he needs to find the ghost in the academy, and I am helping him. Meanwhile, Alia was examining the paper in his hand. What caught his attention was the value of the reward. Alia thought to himself 3,000 max if successful. Then Alia lazily tossed the paper back. Do rich people do this kind of work? You've been accepted, so just go home and sleep. Do mercenaries usually do this? Hellmood answered nonchalantly, doing something to pass the time. Cian had been having a question all this time, so what are you doing here? We are here because of the request. Hellmood hesitated for a moment before giving his answer. That was finally, he decided to say it because I also received a request. Cian's eyes widened and pointed, Huv, you're a mercenary too. Annoyed at being pointed at, Alia slapped Cian's hand and said, what are you talking about? I received the request directly from the academy. Cian brushed the back of his hand where he was hit and continued cheerfully, oh, what a surprise. I thought you didn't care about these things. Is the academy giving you some nice reward? Alia was speechless looking at him. I'm also curious, but you don't need to know. Hearing the news from him, Hellmood thought to himself, the academy issued another request. Is the situation that urgent? Hellmood turned at Cian's excited voice. This is fun. It suddenly became like this, not stopping there. Cian even made a suggestion, let's find that ghost together. It'll save time and be more fun. His suggestion was met with silence from Hellmood and Alia. Cian awkwardly changed his mind, if you don't like it, we can go separately. Alia sighed, no, let's go together. Like you said, the more the merrier. Seeing Alia agree with him, Cian turned to see Helmut's approval. Alia thinks so too. Hellmood, you agree, right? He didn't say anything, just hummed softly. A moment later, in a certain room, Alia cast his magic illusion. He created a structural model of the academy's building. Then he pointed to each location on it. According to recent reports, the buildings where the ghost appeared include the lecture hall, where we're standing. The next place with similar rumors is the swordsmanship training area. Next is the professor's swordsmanship training area. The stadium is the fourth place where the ghost was spotted, and the arena is the fifth recorded location. After reviewing them for a while, Alia offered his assessment. These buildings all have something in common. Cian's eyes widened as if he had realized the key point. He observed and then exclaimed, they all belong to the swordsmanship department. Alia nodded in silent agreement and continued, that's right. For some reason the ghost doesn't appear in the magic department area. Hellmood then turned to look at him with a confused expression. Could it be the work of a mage? Cian and Rattan fell into contemplation at the same time. He guessed if so, then someone would have heard the incantation at least once. There's also silent. Cast and Alia slowly glanced at the structure again and replied, but high-level mages don't have the time to pull such childish pranks. His eyes shone like a detective's. If this wasn't done by an ordinary person, then we can guess that the ghost is avoiding mages. Cian clapped his hands, his eyes wide, and said, that's right. Maybe it doesn't dare to attack magic users. Because it's too weak, Hellmood quietly added, because ghosts can't be physically harmed. Alia and Cian glanced at him in unison. How do you know? He looked back at them with a puzzled expression. Old memories came flooding back like a film reel. It was a conversation he had. A ghost? I think I've heard of it. Hearing him mention the ghost, Hellmood casually asked, do you know anything about it? His hand tightened on the teacup handle. In a low voice, let's see, yes, there was a brave student among those students who confronted the ghost. He remembered how his student had charged in. When the students encountered that ghost, he swung his sword, but the sword passed right through it, as if it were a wisp of soft, pliable smoke. Hearing this, Cian was extremely curious. What, is it really a ghost? He was a bit scared, and Rattan on his head was just like his master. While Cian fell into thought, seeing this scene, Hellmood suddenly smiled. He watched Alia thinking, and felt a new sensation. Come to think of it, have I ever been able to express my opinion as an equal? Even in a normal conversation. When I was little, I'd just get scolded by Elena for speaking my mind. When I got a bit older, Darien would yell at me if I tried to argue. Speaking of mercenary groups, even with the Swift Mercenary Guild, it was never like this. The feeling he had now was very strange. Suddenly, there was an equal collaboration between the three of them. They had never thought together like this before. We have different knowledge. But when that knowledge comes together, we can find the answer bit by bit. Eventually everyone will give their opinion. Hellmood understood something, so this is communication. After thinking for a while, Alia spoke up. Hellmood, if it has no form and can't be physically attacked. He offered a suggestion. What if you use Vivus to attack it? You're good at using Vivus. Hellmood was a little surprised. Vivus. The sword at Helmut's side suddenly emitted a purple light, making Cian next to him jump. He continued, if I find it, I'll try. Cian backed away a few meters, startled. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Alia concluded softly, anyway, I can't think of anything else. Then Cian, sitting nearby, waved his hands dismissively. Tomorrow we have to search all the swordsmanship department buildings. I'm tired, I can't think anymore. He quickly stood up with Rattan. I'm going to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Cian rushed out the door, leave a message behind, don't overdo it, stay safe. The room's door slammed shut right after. Alia stood with hands on hips, looking indifferently at the door. Then Hellmood when he made eye contact again. A few seconds later, there was only silence until Alia spoke up. Hellmood. He stared at him and asked another question. Have you figured anything out? Without missing a beat, he nodded slightly. I've thought of one thing. Images of Rattan gradually appeared in his memory, about how Cyan played with Rattan, and then deduced formless things. He remembered Rattan surrounding Helmut's body, avoiding the mages, and extremely loved to play pranks. At this point, he spoke up, calling Alia. The question echoed in the silent room. If you want to find a spirit, where do you look? Alia winked playfully, looking at Hellmood with amusement. Turns out I'm a pretty good teacher. After that, he snapped his fingers. Unfortunately, I'm not an elemental mage, so it's hard for me to sense the spirit. The earlier model had shrunk into a glowing orb on the table. Hellmood looked at him curiously. So, what should we do? Alia revealed a smile. What do you mean? He turned to the glass door and looked into the distance. Have you forgotten? Elsewhere, Cyan was running for his life in some direction. According to Alia, the mages didn't need to search anymore, because we already have a talented elemental mage. After Hellmood and Alia realized something was unusual about Cyan, they immediately rushed to find him. Hellmood from behind kept asking where Cyan was going. He glanced back while running and replied, he's probably chasing the spirits. I'm sure he can sense them. Hearing these words, suspicion arose in Hellmood. How could he sense them so quickly? Could it be? He remembered the time Cyan suggested going together, and Alia suddenly agreed. We can go together. The more the merrier, like you said. Or when Alia asked during the discussion, how did you know? Or the time Alia suggested using that, what if you take advantage of it? Hellmood connected all the dots and glanced coldly at Alia. He finally spoke up. You. From the beginning, you knew it was a spirit. You just wanted to make Cyan look for. Alia didn't hide it and said everything outright. I took a chance. It was the only way I could think of. Hearing these words, Hellmood said nothing more. The two ran out of the academy building. They stopped on a long, paved road. Hellmood was a bit curious and asked, aren't we chasing him anymore? Alia calmly replied right after, we only need to know his general direction. He started to place his hand on the ground. Light shone from below. Alia cast her magic, searching. A magical trail of light appeared, revealing Cyan's footprints. It turned right. Hellmood walked over to observe. This direction is. Looking in the direction Cyan went, they concluded that he was running to the Swordsmanship department's training ground. After getting the clue, Alia dusted off her hands a few times. I'm sure Cyan won't be able to pinpoint the exact location, he said with a smirk, so we have to find that spirit before he does. Hellmood just followed without making any judgments yet, at a room that was carefully locked. In just an instant, it was shattered by magic. He pushed the door open, walked in, and said not just anyone can enter the training ground of the Swordsmanship department. He provided some more interesting information. Also, they take rankings quite seriously, so even students within the department are divided into separate classes and levels. Hellmood looked around, somewhat impressed. Going deeper inside, Alia added, and I'm sure that spirit is hiding in the least used area, because it needs to hide in a quiet place, so besides the grounds we use. He turned sharply to look straight at Hellmood. It could also be hiding near where the upperclassmen with scholarships are. We need to look there. But Alia realized Hellmood had already noticed something else. He called out curiously, Hellmood. Hellmood slowly replied, Ethan has his own private training ground. The two went to a closed room with the two words Ethan written on it. This is instructor Ethan's training ground, Hellmood thought for a moment and said, so I'm sure no one uses this place. Alia seemed to realize his intention and was slightly surprised. Then they both decided to push the door and enter. But there was still some hesitation. Can we go in without permission? Hellmood nonchalantly gave a valid reason. We're on a mission. I'm sure he'll understand. Suddenly Alia touched something. Crouching down, he spoke in a low voice. I can sense something similar to Cyan. Alia smirked confidently. Yeah, it's definitely here. After that, his fist clenched. Hellmood softly called him Alia. He directly asked the nagging question on his mind. Did you really receive a request from the academy? Hearing that, Alia glanced at him. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At this point, there's no reason for me to lie to you. Alia didn't hide it anymore. He said it straight. To be honest, I don't like that our academy only has one elemental mage. Hearing this, Hellmood guessed you're going to capture that spirit and study it. Alia waved his hand, summoning his magic. That's right, and you will automatically complete your mission request. As he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and recited the incantation. Silence. A circle appeared at Alia's feet, a magic circle, and a brilliant orb of light also appeared in his hand. He casually looked at his palm. I've erased all traces of myself because I'm a mage. Then he sat down directly, making a request for help. From now on, you'll help me, because I'm also helping you. I need you to trap. Hellmood retorted, what if I refuse? He taunted, is this how a mercenary repays a debt? The two argued, but did notice a dark shadow creeping out from a crack in the wall. Hellmood sensed something was off and turned to look. In front of him now, the shadows were multiplying. Seeing him focused in one direction, Alia also turned curiously. What is it? He frowned in confusion. Why did you suddenly stop? But before he could finish, the ghost had transformed into a terrifying monster, drooling and staring menacingly at Hellmood. Alia glanced at it once and quickly called out a name. I think it's out, the academy's ghost. Alia didn't hesitate and rushed forward to the astonished eyes of Hellmood. Well done, Hellmood. he concentrated magic into, his palm raising an amused smile. I should greet it first, shouldn't I? As he finished, he launched several magic stones with the name Wall. Simultaneously, those stones surrounded the ghost. It quickly used its snake-like body to weave and dodge them. Alia gritted his teeth and summoned another magic circle. Don't fail. He shot magic directly into the circle to amplify its energy. Mana spread out like waves, like concentric circle. Seeing Alia's magic, Hellmood was curious. In contrast, Alia urgently shouted, the seal is set. This bastard won't be able to leave the training ground. But while I'm casting this spell, I can't move. You weaken it, just injure it badly. It'll be a big problem if it gets away. The ghost is now thrashing around inside the matrix, unable to escape. Hearing this, Hellmood drew his glowing sword. All right. A light gleamed in his eyes as he thought, they say a normal sword won't have any effect on it. Thinking this, Hellmood drew his brightly glowing sword. If that's the case, he ran towards the ghost like the wind. He aimed straight for the glowing area in the middle of its chest and slashed. The ghost body dissolved. Like dust, it let out a painful shriek. Its original form also became distorted. Afterward, Hellmood glanced at the ghost as mine, calculating he'll use Vivus to slash it. Looking at the body distorted into many pieces of the ghost, he wondered, is that enough? Suddenly the ghost furrowed its brow in anger. Looking towards him, it restored its form in an instant, returning to how it was. It roared furiously. Helmut's eyes widened, coldly looking at the ghost. I guess not. At that moment, both he and the ghost took an attack stance, ready to fight. Hellmood seized the opportunity and rushed forward, calculating to himself, this time he'll add a little more power. The ghost didn't remain passive either, lunging at the same time as him. His feet also pushed off the ground. Its sharp gaze was fixed on him. Hellmood didn't hesitate to look back at it. It seemed as if both of them had the same thought. Here it comes. Suddenly, Cian and Rattan appeared out of nowhere. He released Rattan's energy. Rattan. This made Hellmood suddenly stop in his tracks. The light from Rattan cut through the middle of Hellmus and the ghost's battle. Cian rushed in coolly, blocking the way, his magic flaring up powerfully. Cian glanced at him, looking extremely annoyed. Hellmood, what do you think you're doing? Hellmood was surprised by Cian's appearance. Cian tried to create a shield to separate Hellmood and the ghost. He frowned. Why are you recklessly challenging that spirit? He continued. That's a dark spirit. It's very timid, so we have to approach it gently, while the ghost was watching him cautiously. At this moment, he looked at the struggling ghost and explained, I've blocked it with a veil of light. But neither I nor Rattan can hold out for much longer. At this time, Hellmood also paused for a moment to observe his opponent. It does look a bit angry. Alia, who had been setting up her formation on the side this whole time, suddenly spoke up. So how are we going to catch it? These words made Cian a little startled. His face turned pale and he whipped around to look at her. Alia, you. Cian was extremely indignant, pointing at the ghost and questioning her. You want to catch this child and experiment on it? How could you do that to such a cute child? Alia spoke helplessly. No, she still maintained the magic circle while explaining, well, it's because you don't want to cooperate in researching spirits with me, and you're also the only elemental mage at the academy. Cian and Rattan both imagined Alia's scary face. He replied in a loud voice, that's because you want to do those scary experiments. Then he turned to look at the ghost and continued, we just found it, and now it will completely close itself off. He instructed Alia, losing it will be very dangerous. Keep maintaining the veil, Alia. Alia arrogantly glanced at Cian and gave a few nods. Next, Cian started giving a task to Hellmood. As for you, Hellmood, can you stall for more time without attacking it? He thought for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then replied, I'll try to make it. Calm down. All right. Suddenly, Hellmood jumped through Rattan's shield with his sword, surprising everyone. I'll try, but I don't know how long I can last without attacking it. The ghost, sensing danger, quickly surged up to break Rattan's barrier. Very quickly after, Hellmood had flashed in front of it and slashed down with his sword, but it managed to dodge. Having been outmaneuvered, Hellmood thought to himself, it's too fast, but I still can. Thinking this, he decided to unleash multiple slashes, forming a sharp net, telling himself, endure it. The ghost was no pushover either. The places it was hit dissipated like light smoke, but also very quickly healed. Cian quietly called out, Helmut. He cast his magic, creating a ball of light, then said in a strained voice, just a little longer. At that moment, the ghost suddenly roared, dark energy escaping from its mouth. Suddenly, its long tentacles were like arrows twisting together as they thrust forward. It looked at Hellmood with vented fury. The ghost didn't hesitate to strike down at him. Hellmood thought to himself, too dangerous. Hellmood very quickly dodged in time, but the ghost didn't let him go, launching more attacks from behind. He hurriedly dodged this demon. After running for a moment, Hellmood stomped his foot for momentum, spun around in mid-air, and jumped directly behind the ghost, swinging his sword down. He knew he couldn't touch it. His gaze sharpened, spending about 3 seconds thinking, should I scare it a little? Suddenly, a loud call made him freeze at Hellmood. Cian shouted worriedly, no. During that moment of distraction, the ghost didn't miss the chance to swing its tentacle. Luckily, Hellmood reacted quickly and dodged in time. However, it followed up with a backup strike, whipping Hellmood and sending him flying straight into the wall. Forced into a passive position, Hellmood clicked his tongue. Cian had intentionally distracted Hellmood. Seeing him get slammed into the wall, he hissed an apology. Sorry, Hellmood, but it's gotten a lot weaker, so I had to do that. Hellmood lay sprawled on the rubble, looking at him with a stunned expression. Weaker. A confident glint appeared in Cian's eyes as he drew a few more magic circles. Now, just leave it to me. The ghost was now panicked, surrounded by Cian's circle of light. It tried to find another way to escape. Then, it chose Alia's seal and charged towards it. She was attacked fiercely, struggling to withstand its every thrust. Cian. Alia gathered all her remaining energy to maintain the shield, hurriedly saying, "This thing is trying to break through the veil. Do something." He observed the situation, frowned slightly, and whispered, "It's afraid of us. It's afraid of my magic." The ghost's body suddenly moved, no longer attacking Alia's seal. It turned to look at Cian's magic, then hesitated. Then Alia was startled to meet the ghost's gaze. It charged wildly, as if wanting to bite him. Cian beside him shouted excitedly, "Hellmood." At this moment Hellmood also charged forward like a storm. Arriving, he quickly stood in front of Alia. He gripped the hilt of his sword, feeling this was the signal to get serious. Alia was in danger, so now, Hellmood forcefully swung a sharp, purple, glowing sword at it, telling himself, "Looks like there's no other way." The ghost took the full brunt of the slash. But something happened that made Hellmood pause. Alia, seeing the situation was bad, clenched her teeth and cursed. Then he summoned another type of magic, a berry. The ghost smirked. It charged straight at him, but its body suddenly split in two, forming two smaller ghosts. They attacked Alia from behind. It passed both Hellmood and Alia, rushing in another direction. Cian, realizing the ghost scheme, quickly shouted, "No, it's getting away." Hellmood very quickly chased after the ghost. He jumped up and blocked the ghost's escape route. It decisively accelerated, trying to escape. But seeing Hellmood's face, it could help but be terrified. The brilliant purple blade lunged straight towards it. Hellmood, as a true bounty hunter, coldly raised his sword. "Cian," he said coldly, "right now." He slashed at the ghost's body. It stared back in terror. Its eyes constricted as it watched the decisive blow. Suddenly, the tip of the sword stopped, just a few centimeters from its eye. "Me?" he asked in a cold voice. "You're scared, aren't you?" Cian, seeing that things were going in the right direction, shouted, "Great." Then he quickly created even more magic circles. Cian's eyes glinted with determination. He shot energy straight at the head of the charging ghost. Cian gathered all his strength and commanded, "You must return." A brilliant light flashed, blinding everyone. The golden orb in Cian's hand still shone brightly. Hellmood watched him intently. Alia beside them didn't look away either. Then everything suddenly went dark. The space was enveloped in darkness. Inside the hall, the building was filled with smoke and dust. Cian breathed lightly, looking at the small thing floating in his hand. After the dust slowly settled, the dark shadow's true form was revealed. It was a black orb, similar to Rattan. "See," pouted petulantly. Cian spoke arrogantly, "Only an elemental mage can handle a spirit." Hellmood stood there silently, while Alia let out a long, ragged breath. After capturing the Academy's ghost, it turned out to be a rather cute spirit, like Rattan. Cian showed off the mini ghost to his friends. He stared wide-eyed and pointed at it. "So this is that problem monster, huh?" He was a bit flustered when the ghost glared at him annoyedly. "I get it, how interesting. What could a spirit possibly be doing in a place like this?" Hearing this, Cian switched to detective mode and whispered, "There must be many reasons." Cian started to explain his own deductions, full of confidence. It might have been influenced by magic, so at some point, a creature on Earth was mutated. Although the probability isn't high, this could also be a trace of dark forces. Anyway, it all ended well. Taking the opportunity, he also pretended to brag about his mage abilities. "I know Hellmood received the mission. But if it weren't for me," Cian, the only elemental mage in the academy, Alia, who was beside him and couldn't stand it, shoved his face. "Hey, shut up. Why are you explaining so much?" Afterwards, the three of them left the academy building and went outside. Cian looked around curiously. "We've shown them the dark spirit, so why haven't they come to reward us yet?" Seeing this, Alia just let out a sigh. "You heard what he said earlier." Alia repeated the words of the blonde guy from before. "We have to make sure the monsters don't reappear. So please come back in 3 days. Alia turned to Cian and asked, "What's your hurry anyway? It's not like it's your money." Cian answered enthusiastically, glancing over at Hellmood. "What are you talking about now? Hellmood is our friend too, right, friend?" Hearing that, he was a little surprised. "Friend?" Cian gestured with his hand, affirming, "That's right, friends." His eyes widened, looking at Hellmood with a sparkling gaze. "We've now formed a relationship of mutual help. If this isn't friendship, what is? I guess fate intended for us to be like this from the very beginning." These words made Hellmood's heart waver a little. With that, Cian held out his hand in front of him and said, "Come on." He looked at Hellmood. "From now on, please pay more attention to me." The sunlight shone down between them, as if connecting a thread of their new friendship. Hellmood was taken aback by the word friend. He remembered the times he met and joked with Cian, or when he cried. Never mind, there was a big change in his eyes that even he might not have noticed. Then, Hellmood took Cian's hand, thinking to himself, "I guess this isn't so bad." Afterwards, Cian winked mischievously and turned to look at Alia. Alia. He had just said, "Let's shake on it," when Alia, blushing fiercely, ran off. "No, you idiots. Scene jumped around under the clear blue sky, and Alia fell into the trap, lured into becoming friends with Helmut and Cian. Helmut, what's a friend of a friend? Another friend. Should we ask our rich friend Alia to buy us some meat? Alia, suddenly being put on the spot, got angry. Don't drag me into this, there's no time to eat anyway. We still have to clean up. Cian was startled and replied, you're right. We destroyed the training ground early this morning. Returning to his magnificent, luxurious house, Helmut stared wide-eyed at the paper he was holding. He had just received another mission. The noteworthy part was the line 3rd floor, room 3-1. What does this mean? Ethan, sitting opposite him, rested his chin on his hand and explained, I assume that's the dorm room you've been assigned to. All students at Greta Academy are required to stay in the dormitories. Are you ready to start the semester? Helmut replied calmly, yes. Hearing the confirmation, Ethan frowned and instructed him, good. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, but since there's still time. He looked at Helmut and continued. So going to see the place where you'll be staying now is probably a good idea. After that, Helmut took the time to visit the dormitory. His attitude hadn't changed at all. His eyes scanned the surroundings. There were many workers coming. Just a few days ago, when I was looking for a mission, he glanced over at the people carrying things. He thought the entire academy was completely silent, so this is the first time I've seen this sight. Before his eyes now, the academy was as crowded as a morning market. Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. That person shouted, those who have been assigned a dormitory, please come over here to get your luggage. He thought to himself, I guess I have to go there. Walking up to the information desk, he held out the letter. The guide quickly opened the envelope and greeted him with a smile. Hello, you've been assigned a dorm room. Please wait a moment. After reading through the information, his face turned pale. 3rd floor, room 300 and scene changed to a tidy room, sunlight shining and sparkling brightly. There was the sound of someone inside sighing. Have I been relaxing too much these past few days? So tiring. I swear I won't make friends with anyone. That person placed a ring on a pile of books on the desk. Because of those strange events, I've been caught up in all sorts of trouble. The silver ring glinted in the sunlight. The person, wearing floral pajamas with ruffles, sat on the bed and mumbled to themselves, that's right. That person kept telling themselves, it's all because of that damned crow. At that moment, Helmut had also received his key and was approaching the assigned room. The key had room number 3-1 on it. He passed the 1st floor, then the 2nd, and finally the 3rd. Finally, Helmut stopped in front of the door, room 3-1. He looked up and thought, this is it. Inside the room, the person in the ruffled shirt was still mumbling, ever since I met him, things have started to get messy. That distinctive purple hair and purple eyes. After the semester starts, I don't want to see him at all. Meanwhile, Helmut inserted the key into the lock. He started to unlock it. The person in the ruffled shirt was revealed. It was Alia, who promised himself never again. Scene changed to a small dark alley. There was the sound of someone panting. He furiously cursed, do you think I'm spouting nonsense? He was so agitated that he pointed a knife at his 2 subordinates. If that's not it, then you must think the Black Eagle is easy to mess with. The blonde-haired young man, pale and trembling, said that's not it. The defenses at the Biden house are too tight right now. So, not listening to the excuse, Max roared, what this brat? Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder as someone called softly, Max, just execute them. The grim-faced man standing behind him whispered in his ear, do it. According to the rules of the Black Eagle. Max's eyes bulged full of bloodshot veins. His lips twisted, trembling.
Yeah, that's right, those
who defy orders should be executed. Immediately, suddenly a voice rang out, execute who, causing Max and Paul to suddenly freeze. The man's voice spoke again. What do you think you're doing, harassing innocent people? After failing to deal with a child with a fever, Max's voice trembled as he gripped the knife in his hand. Who's there? Something like a ghost, its eyes glowing red, stood behind Max and Paul. But thanks to that, I could easily find the failures, who always claim to be the Black Eagle, are the very ones who destroy their own lives, like you. Max realized someone was behind him and shouted, how dare you? The shadow flashed past him, blood shot out like a faucet. It sprayed onto Max's face. He stood with his eyes wide open, frozen to the spot. Paul's head was gone. Max called out softly in despair. Paul, his face was ashen and lifeless. He quickly turned around, searching you. Who are you? Don't hide like a coward, show yourself. The shadow suddenly appeared from above, asking him lightly, hi. The man materialized behind Max, placing a cold knife against his neck, and asked who is the one who's been hiding like a coward all this time. And then, with just one simple move, Max went to meet his maker along with Paul. This horrific scene made the subordinates' faces turn pale. The shadow sighed softly. They dared to tarnish the name of the Black Eagle. The man grinned cunningly, holding a blood-stained knife, and they keep impersonating us. But I have to admit, they were lucky to survive this long. Then, he stood up, causing the other men to tremble. The man had a cross-shaped scar on his face and a demonic smile. I forgot I had a few things to ask them. The shadow growled, now may I ask you? In the dark, lightless alley, there was a blood-curdling scream. Under the clear sky. After Hellmood finished unlocking the door, he casually pulled it open. He slowly stepped into the room. Hellmood looked around the room, his gaze a little absent-minded. He walked to the desk full of books, thinking to himself, well, this is a dorm room, but compared to sleeping in the forest, this is quite luxurious. Thinking of this, old feelings suddenly rushed back. Remembering the fierce battles, there was one time he was even pierced through the chest by a pillar of energy. Hellmood thought to himself, speaking of the forest, after leaving the primeval forest, he recalled his journey. I made a deal to travel with the mercenary guild. Now he stood in the dormitory, clenching his fist, and thought, and now I've been accepted into Greta Academy. Hellmood looked at the palm of his hand, telling himself, finally, it feels like a new journey is beginning. Helmut's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, I'll focus on increasing my strength, and then, suddenly, from behind a wall out of sight, a shadow moved. Hellmood quickly made a motion to draw his sword and attack. Suddenly he was a bit surprised, finally realizing that's right, I don't have my sword with me today. The person standing behind that wall was Alia. He stared at him in surprise at Hellmood. Hellmood was also surprised and asked softly, Alia. Seeing Alia, he asked in confusion, you're also in this room? Alia was furious, magic already prepared in his hand. What are you talking about? And how did you get into my room? I almost gave you a beating. Hellmood simply replied nonchalantly, because I was also assigned to room 300 but it was enough to make Alia's jaw drop. What, that's impossible. Hellmood glanced at him and asked, why not? Alia buried his face in his hands, helpless. Of course it's impossible. How the hell did this? Wait, don't tell me. Suddenly Alia's gaze froze. He said nothing more, hurriedly taking off the ruffled shirt, while gritting his teeth. Damn it. There are 2 beds here. Seeing him leave, Hellmood asked, where are you going? He replied gruffly, the bathroom. Why do I have to answer a question like that? Alia quickly changed into his usual robe and issued a warning, I'm warning you, don't touch anything in this room, or else I'll definitely give you a beating. Hellmood suddenly looked like a child who was told to stand still in the room. Don't move around, stay put. He felt it was a bit strange, thinking to himself, what did I do to be hated this much? The academy was suddenly quiet today. Inside a room with glass doors, the early morning light shone in. Someone was fiddling with a teacup on the table. That man chilling was Liam Weiss, the headmaster of Greta Academy. He had just taken a sip when suddenly his office door was broken down by someone who entered, calling out loudly, headmaster. He turned and spoke softly, but that person yelled, what the hell happened? Before Liam could understand, he asked, what do you mean? The person snapped, how could you let someone else stay in the same room with me? Then, extremely dissatisfied, he demanded his rights. I have the right to a private room as the president of the Magic Institute at Greta. Surely you haven't forgotten that. Liam quickly replied with a straight face. He was a bit wary. It seems he knows about it already. I also anticipated this situation, but then he randomly found some excuse and said with a straight face, I'm sorry for not informing you beforehand, Alia. Actually, we arranged the dormitories during the last break, so there are very few empty rooms left. I hope you understand. Alia frowned displeased. Even so, you still have to keep your promise to me. He insisted on his rights. For privacy, you know very well I need a private room. What if he finds out I'm a girl? Hearing this, Liam closed his eyes, thinking of a reasonable answer. In the end, he avoided Alia's gaze. You just need to be more careful, that's all. You possess the magic of a powerful archmage. A student from the Swordsmanship department won't be able to notice that. But Alia still refused to accept it. He was extremely dissatisfied. So you're not going to take responsibility? I don't want even a sliver of risk here at all. A hint of sadness and helplessness flickered in Alia's eyes. In the end, you know very well who my enemies are. Hearing this, Liam suddenly paused. He frowned and looked intently at Alia. Then, he thought it over carefully and replied, Alia, don't you think that having a private room when there are no empty ones left is too much favoritism? Besides, I tried to arrange for someone you're familiar with to be your roommate. So please try to endure it for this one semester, at least. Alia showed her disgust openly. Familiar with it. Liam acted as if nothing was wrong. Isn't that right? I mean, you've guided him, studied with him, and even hung out with him. Alia waved her hand dismissively. No, I only did that to repay him. Then she scratched her head in frustration. I never knew him that well in the first place. We barely even saw each other. Recalling her memories with Hellmood, she was always watching him. Just thinking about it made Alia feel reluctant. Liam sighed, his tone turning somewhat serious. This is my responsibility as a teacher, and also a guardian to help you with your friendships. I've already said, if you get along well with him, this semester I will definitely arrange a single room for you. I promise. Hearing his words, Alia was half believing, half doubting. After that, the room became silent again. He leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Finally escaped. Only time will tell if she's completely convinced or not. In his heart, he couldn't help but think about Alia's situation. That kid is destined to become a good person. Elsewhere, the door to room 301 swung open. Hellmood was still standing in the same spot since Alia left. Seeing Alia sigh helplessly, Hellmood asked, looks like things didn't go your way, huh? She replied irritably, you must be proud of your quick wits, huh? Glancing at Hellmood, Alia shot him a suspicious, annoyed look. Then, she took off her cloak. You really want a room with me? Hellmood watched Alia indifferently and replied, it's not a matter of wanting to or not. It's necessary, you understand. Alia, wearing a black t-shirt, leaned against the wall and sighed. I've lived alone ever since I became the president of the Magic Institute. Yet this semester, I have to share a room with you. She frowned, her voice suddenly softening. Honestly, I don't really like this situation. Hearing this, Hellmood was a bit surprised, waiting for her next words. Alia glared lazily, looking at Hellmood, and made an offer. I can use magic to help you with many things. What do you think? He nodded but didn't agree. I don't think Ethan would agree. Even if he did, they would find out eventually. This way doesn't work, that way won't do. Alia crossed her arms and frowned. I hate to say this, but I'm more difficult than you think. She added a few more threatening words. Living with me isn't pleasant. Do you still want to stay? Hellmood pretended to think it over. Then he agreed, okay, which surprised Alia a little. He tilted his head, his eyes covered by his long hair. To me, you're still much better than the others. I'm sure of that. Hearing these words so suddenly, Alia's eyes widened in surprise. Helmut's inner intentions weren't so noble. Remembering the buff guys, he thought to himself, actually, I mostly talk to her at the academy anyway, and this is better than sharing a room with the other guys from the Swordsmanship Institute. Alia was still thinking, a drop of sweat trickling down her cheek. In the end, Alia felt regretful. I shouldn't have helped him during the test. A few days later, at the prestigious academy, the campus was filled with students. Outside the gate, several horse-drawn carriages were leisurely entering. People were getting out of them. Hellmood was carrying a bag of luggage and his sword, slung at his hip, his expression completely uninterested. He quickly picked up his bag and looked around. He thought to himself, the luggage has been moved, and Alia has decided to use the shared room after all. Then Hellmood walked up the dormitory stairs. He pushed open the door to his room. Alia, who was inside, glanced over and asked, "You're back?" Hellmood tilted his head to look at her. "Have you decided?" Alia didn't even bother to turn her face and replied, "I have. It's in front of you." In front of them was a table with a candle on it. The room, one table, one bed, was extremely tight. The curtain on one side had also been drawn. Hellmood looked around the room. Alia went to the window and pulled the curtain sharply. "The space behind the curtain is mine. Your part is bigger, so I won't accept any complaints. This curtain is also a red line, so don't you dare come over to this side." Hellmood glanced at her, somewhat confused. Then Alia laid out a ton of room rules. "I've placed a sound-proofing spell on it, but don't be loud at night. Also no smells, and you must keep the living area clean. You can't bring anyone in either, especially those from the Magic Institute." Her eyes widened as she continued, "If you need anything, just call me. If I don't hear, I can still respond if you call enough times." Hellmood glanced at her and said softly, "Got it." Hearing this, Alia opened the curtain and went inside. "Well, that's all. Go back to doing whatever you were doing before." He watched her. Suddenly he called out softly, "Alia." He looked at Alia with an expectant gaze. "Make a suggestion. I hope we can live together peacefully." Alia turned her head to look at him, not saying a word. And so, the first day of moving into the dorm ended with a sigh. The semester at the academy had begun. It was late one afternoon. Someone crossed his arms defiantly. "That commoner, he passed the transfer test, didn't he?" That person said softly as the corner of his mouth curled up. "I heard Instructor Ethan is backing him." The other guy replied with equal disdain. "No wonder that guy is so arrogant. He thinks having a noble backing him can hide his weakness of his." The words that person said next made the blonde young man Shapat quite amused. "I can't wait to face that guy." "Right, Shapat." He smirked, not hiding his disdain. Hell soon realized the line has not allowed to cross. He shot up and announced his dirty plan. "Luckily, there's no swordsmanship class tomorrow, so let's go and beat him. Until he can't get up, it'll be fun." The next day, at the academy, the sky was clear, and you could see every cloud. Hellmood pushed open the door to his room. He was wearing a uniform that was very elegant. He then moved his limbs to check the fit. "I thought the uniform would be tight, but it's actually very comfortable to move in." He remembered Alia's words. Alia had said that at the beginning of the semester, there isn't much to do. After class, he'll head straight to the personal training room. Suddenly, on the dorm floor, he saw Cian's familiar blue hair. "Hellmood." His face was pale, his hands trembling. As he pointed at Hellmood, "You just came out of room 301. His head was full of question marks, and he replied blankly, "So what?" Cian screamed in shock, "Of course. That's Alia's room. Don't tell me you're rooming with Alia." He nodded in silent agreement. "That's right." Cian's eyes widened as he confirmed it again. "But Alia has the privilege of having a private room because has top of the class, so," and more importantly, Alia actually agreed. Then Cian hurried over to examine this young man's appearance. Weird. Alia is biased towards good-looking people, which makes sense. No, being biased is even more wrong. Thinking it over and over, he still could figure out the thoughts of someone as mysterious as Alia. Cian waved his hand. "Whatever. You're going to have a hard time living with that hot-tempered person." After that, he walked down the dorm stairs with him. Come to think of it, the first swordsmanship class is today. He just grunted softly. Suddenly, Cian became serious, warning him about something important. "You probably won't have any problems in class, but remember not to cause trouble with the academy's mad dog." Hearing that, Hellmood imagined a growling black dog. The academy has a dog. Seeing his innocent look, Cian was dumbfounded. "Huh. It's just a nickname. You must be the dumbest person in the world." Cian began to tell the tale of the academy's mad dog, there's a guy named Ashok has the top second year. Last year he beat up every single guy who picked a fight with him. One guy even had to drop out because he tore his ear. After that, no one dared to mess with him anymore. Hearing these words, Helmut's eyes showed no sign of being moved. Then he spoke, are we allowed to do that? Scene frowned and replied, of course not. Because he's so talented, the school stopped putting him on probation. Do you think he'd change in such a short time? Anyway, remember to be careful. At this point, Cian, walking ahead, waved goodbye to your best in class. By the way, I'm in room 307. If Alia takes his anger out on you, just come find me. Hellmood silently watched his back as he disappeared. Alright, at this time in the academy hall, a few groups of students were gathered and chatting. Suddenly, someone wearing a red armband appeared, attracting their attention. The scar-faced red armband raised his voice and called out loudly, second year's attention. Form 4 lines in front of me, immediately. The kids in the crowd immediately obeyed. Yes sir. Only Helmut stood there with a sullen face, getting in line. The scar-faced red armband asked about the students' vacation. Did you all have a good break? Yes sir. Since today is the first day and also the first class of the semester, I will start with basic physical training exercises. He demanded in a stern voice. I'm sure the students of Greta Academy's Swordsmanship Institute didn't use their break to slack off, right? Run 20 laps around the field. How many laps? The students, seeing the scarred man's intensity, didn't dare to make a peep. 20 laps. Run. Hellmood in the crowd heard whispers. I heard we'd be running 20 laps. I heard is really strict. He calmly thought to himself, 20 laps. For a warm-up, that's so few. At that moment, he didn't notice that a tan-skinned young man named Aaron was looking at him. He thought to himself, I have to stand next to this kimono. He looks so elegant. The more I look at him, the more I hate him. Looking at the calm and different expression on his face, Aaron couldn't help but feel jealous. He started thinking of a dirty trick. Good. If I stick my leg out, he'll fall right away. Have a taste of dirt to celebrate your first day. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to stick his leg out to trip him while running. But Hellmood was more skilled. He pulled his leg back a beat earlier, so Aaron was left looking foolish. He frowned in suspicion. What? There's no way I could have missed. At this point, Hellmood had already sped up and was in front of Aaron, who couldn't believe it, staring at him wide-eyed. No way. That guy, he still didn't give up and kept trying to trip him, but he dodged it every time. How many times now? Aaron was both embarrassed and tired, sweat pouring down his face. Has on guard to avoid being tripped, that arrogant bastard. After that, Aaron decided to go big, speeding up to charge straight at him. Let's see you dodge this. His foot shot out in front of Helmut's shoe. Hellmood decisively kicked him kicked his leg to make Aaron lose his balance. He was counterattacked and fell flat on his face. This incident made the others turn their heads to look. The scarred man shouted from the side, what are you doing? He tried to get up and replied, sorry, my foot got caught. Hellmood, having run far ahead slightly, glanced back at him, then turned back and continued his warm-up run. Aaron was so angry his face turned red, his mouth twisted. He thought to himself, you piece of trash. While the 20-lap warm-up was over, the scar-faced red armband looked at the students, some sitting on the ground, some panting with their mouths open. He turned and ordered, take a break. I need one volunteer to come with me and carry some things. Yes, a young man raised his hand to volunteer. Sir, I'll go. After the warm-up, Hellmood only had a few drops of sweat on his face. He exhaled. After the scarred red armband left, a resentful Aaron approached. Hellmood, hey you. He acted as if nothing. Turns to ask what is it. As he spoke, Aaron tried to slap Hellmood. Are you kidding me? You dared to trip me earlier. However, Hellmood quickly dodged and retorted, you did it to me on purpose first. Having been embarrassed twice in less than half an hour. He hissed, you're just a commoner. You talk big but you'll regret it. After that, he got close to Helmut's face and growled. Once you're out of the academy, you'd better watch your back. Commoners should know their place. Shapat, seeing the confrontation, called out, Aaron, stop it, Aaron, stop. Running is tiring enough, don't waste your energy on things like this. He gave a meaningful smile, turned around and called out, leave him alone. We'll get our revenge on the training grounds. Aaron followed, swallowing his anger and giving a warning, just you wait. Hellmood watched them as they left. He felt a bit of contempt, thinking to himself, how dare someone as weak as him act so arrogant? I can't believe he'd challenge me when he can't possibly win. He clenched his fist, which was already filled with energy. Right here, right now, should I teach him a lesson? Suddenly, a voice cut through his murderous thoughts. Of Helmut, did you just say commoner? A strong wind blew, ruffling his sea blue hair. Both Hellmood and Aaron turned around to look at the person who had just spoken. Ashok smiled and asked softly, could it be that you were talking about me? The blue-haired young man lowered his head, his voice clear. Hey, did you just say commoner? Which one were you referring to me? The wound on Aaron's cheek was still red. He said irritably, who the hell are you? Ashok walked down, saying, oh, you don't know me, and I don't know you. Are you a transfer student? He rolled his neck, looking wary. I keep hearing someone whining about commoners. Then, Asuka opened his ocean-colored eyes and smirked slightly, so I thought you might have a problem with me. Azuka walked past Aaron, heading straight towards Shapat. Shapat frowned. Why are there so many commoners in the swordsmanship department? We won't tolerate your insolence any longer. Asuka put his hands in his pockets, sneering. Is that right? I don't like tolerating this stuff either. He moved closer, provoking him. Want to show me what you'll do when you can't tolerate it anymore? Provoked, Shapat couldn't hold back and was about to strike this bastard. But his underling behind him quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Shapat, wait, that's enough. Being held back, he remembered his status and decided not to engage. But his words were still full of annoyance as he clicked his tongue. Whatever, you commoners can keep being clever. For now. After that, there were some whispers from behind. Damn, that bastard Asuka disappeared. We're late for class. Let's go. Hellmood continued to observe in silence. He remembered what Cian had said, but don't get involved with the mad dogs of the swordsmanship department. There's one guy named Ashok, the top student of the second year. Thinking of this, he glanced over hesitantly. Looking at Ashok's gloomy face, he thought to himself, so it's this guy. A moment later, the scarred instructor had prepared 2 barrels of wooden swords. He gathered the class. Assemble. Line up in the order I call and draw a wooden sword. Suddenly he noticed Asuka's blue head and called out, Huh. Asuka, look at you pretending to be a commoner. Get up here. Scarface crossed his arms arrogantly and questioned him. Why are you late? Asuka scratched his head, looking for an excuse. A reason. I'm sorry, I was busy asking Miss Pashika about the lesson and lost track of time. But this lie was quickly seen through by the instructor. Ms. Pashika took the day off today. If you're going to lie, at least make it a believable one. He added, run 30 laps around the training ground. Now, Asuka's face fell in surprise. 30 laps. Seeing his disagreeable reaction, Scarface shot back, you got a problem with that? Asuka replied nonchalantly, no. Hellmood witnessed this and thought to himself, it seems he has a pretty bad reputation. It makes sense, you can't get a good name by doing things like that. After dealing with a shock, Scarface returned to the training. The rest of you practice on your own once you get a sword. I'll instruct each of you in turn, so don't just go through the motions. Dismissed. The voices of the students echoed across the field. Loudly, yes. Hellmood returned to what he did best. Gripping the wooden sword's hilt with both hands, he got into a forward stance. A powerful swing. Even a wood sword could cause great damage. He began to practice the basic movements of swordsmanship. Helmut's gaze was sharp and confident. Hellmood slashed left, slashed right, and slashed downwards without pausing for a second. Just as he was about to make another strike, he froze. In front of him was Scarface, who had been watching for a while. He said nothing and simply turned away. Although Hellmood didn't understand, he wasn't curious either. He used his hand to wipe away some sweat from his face. He recalled Ethan's words. Ethan had said the first class wouldn't be too hard, but something was lacking. He wondered if things would change in the coming years. Or not. Suddenly, from behind him, he heard footsteps. Approaching Asuka after finishing his punishment, his face also covered in sweat, waved his hand, and called out to him, hey you. Asuka tilted his head arrogantly, teasing, Helmut, aren't you going to thank me? I stopped you from getting into a fight earlier. His next words took Asuka completely by surprise. His jaw nearly hit the floor. But I didn't ask for your help. Asuka frowned in confusion. Huh, you're quite arrogant. I heard you're a commoner. Then he held out his hand in front of Hellmood. I'm a commoner too. We should get along. Hellmood looked at the hand. Something felt off. In his vision, Asuka's hands were emitting a blue aura. He frowned slightly, on guard. Realizing Hellmood had noticed, Asuka didn't hesitate to say it outright. Your intuition is sharp. Then, Asuka patted him on the shoulder and said, alright, let me warn you first. Asuka frowned, lowering his voice mysteriously, his attitude changing in a flash. Don't even think about butting up to me just because we're both commoners. I find it annoying. At this, Hellmood frowned slightly in confusion at Asuka. Then, Asuka didn't linger and walked ahead nonchalantly, waving goodbye. Let's get along, my fellow commoner. After he left, Hellmood touched the shoulder that Asuka had just touched. The things that happened always made Hellmood wonder about one thing. Do I look that easy to bully? At that moment, Alia was getting ready for skincare, wearing a pink headband and glancing at him. Seeing his expression, Alia hesitated and asked, no, that's not it. From the beginning you've already had a hard time. Then, she turned to brush her teeth. They're just relying on their prominent family backgrounds. Once you prove yourself, they won't dare to touch you anymore. Hellmood was a bit hesitant, but Ethan told me that starting fights is not beneficial. Alia offered her thoughts. It depends on how you do it. If you make them start the fight first, then you can fight back. Hellmood was very curious. Are there any other ways? Alia glanced at him and suggested a few plans. If you want to do it properly, you'll have to endure it until the sparring matches. Hearing this, Hellmood was a bit hesitant, his gaze becoming distant. Seeing his reaction, Alia began to study him. Seeing that his gaze was fixed on her, Hellmood stood to the side and asked softly, what is it? Alia brushed her teeth nonchalantly, then shared her own clever tricks. Before enrolling, I beat them black and blue. Luckily, I don't do that anymore. Suddenly he was given 2 choices, a fair and square fight, or despicable person. Hellmood was not someone who liked to get involved too much. He began to hesitate. In his choice, suddenly he had a question. If I were the head of a department, I wouldn't have to endure it, but fight them directly. Wouldn't I? Alia was surprised by this, looking puzzled. What the hell are you talking about? Helmut raised his voice, staring intently. If not, then there's a guy here I don't quite understand. Meanwhile elsewhere, Asuka had run into Shapat's trio. He looked at them as if they were lower class beings. He walked right past them. Only Aaron and Jerem looked back at his retreating figure. Suddenly a voice called out, making Asuka stop in his tracks. You must be happy now that you have another commoner friend. Shapat smirked provocatively. Let's see how long you can act high and mighty with those high scores. It'll turn you into an obedient dog soon enough. Just wait, Asuka. Asuka said nothing, his mood sinking into gloom. Then a loud smack was heard. Asuka had slapped Jerem directly on the head. He cried out in pain. Why did you hit me? Asuka smirked, flashing a nasty grin. Sorry, I got too excited. My hand moved on its own. I was hoping you'd make me behave without having to wait for the confrontation. At that moment his blue eyes narrowed, shining with a threatening light. How do you feel now, It was often said that at Greta Academy, there was no class discrimination when it came to tuition. It can be understood that this equality was a publicly known fact. However, a single rule couldn't change a social custom that had lasted for a century. Hidden beneath the surface was a superior attitude and bullying, which nobles often used to treat commoners. However, there were exceptions. Although the nobles bullied many people, when it came to Asuka, the nobles didn't dare. Even though Jerem was hit, and Shapat was directly humiliated, no one dared to say a word, and it all boiled down to one reason. It was all because of his title as the top student of the academy and his mad dog personality. Asuka's madness made others, no matter how arrogant, afraid to do anything. It was too scary. Do something. You think staring at me like that will make me listen to you? Shapat was continuing, but when he felt the pressure emanating from Asuka, he had to lower his voice. So I heard about what happened last year. Just like your nickname. You went crazy, didn't you? Asuka's face turned dark as soot, his voice full of challenge. So what, too scared to fight me? Shapat didn't care. He dug into his strangeness. After coming back from that suspension, you've been living quietly. That's not like your personality at all. His face darkened, revealing a sly fox-like expression. Don't tell me you dare to be reckless. If you get suspended again, you'll be in big trouble. These words made a flash of anger appear in Ashok's eyes. A look of annoyance gradually appeared on his face, one eye covered by his long, hanging hair. Shapat slowly stepped towards him. All right, if you want it, I'll indulge. He was playing with fire like provoking a dog, a dangerous game. Go on, try punching me. Let's see you do it. Thinking that he had Asuka in a corner, Shapat shamelessly presented his cheek provocatively. Of course, if you do, be prepared to face the punishment. Not from me retaliating, but from this society. Asuka grimaced at these crazy words. Shapat continued to taunt. That's right, you can't hit me, because then it would be too clear whose fault it is. It would be clear who's at fault. Then he even turned to laugh with his friends. Looks like the mad dog is afraid of being kicked out of the kennel now. He didn't notice Asuka's killing intent surging. He bowed his head slightly. While Shapat was mocking him, Asuka's distorted face lunged forward with a fist in his hand. Suddenly the tip of a wooden sword flew out. It struck Asuka's neck, making him spit. The second blow hit Shapat's back, making him fall over. So both of them had been beaten up by someone. The sound of shoes striking the wooden floor, words spoken with anger. Did you two come to the Swordsmanship Institute to be thug? Asuka and Shapat stared at the person before them with curiosity. Pachika coldly asked the two young men on the ground. You two have some nerve, ganging up to fight on the grounds of this sacred school. Ashok angrily pointed at Shapat's face and yelled, trying to prove his case to Pachika. But Professor, this bastard started provoking me first. And what do you mean ganging up? I'm all by myself here. Contrary to what he expected, Pachika struck his back with her ruler. Imi Asuka. Pachika was furious. She pointed her wooden sword at him. I've told you time and again that recklessly throwing your fists at others won't solve anything. Asuka was angry, the corners of his eyes welling up with tears. Why only me? After dealing with the mad dog Asuka, Pachika impartially turned to deal with Shapat. You're no better. As long as you're a student at Greta Academy, you will only be judged by your skill. However, he was only scolded, not hit like a shock. He himself was a little surprised. Then Shapat struggled to sit up. I'll remember that. Pachika then pointed at Asuka and warned, the next class is about to start, so hurry and get ready. Asuka, come with me. He was startled and asked, why? Pachika's voice rang out. When I tell you to follow, you follow. Why ask so many questions? Shapat's group straightened their clothes, watching Asuka get dragged away by the collar. On the other side, Pachika continued to lecture her good student, while Shapat turned and called his gang, let's go. Asuka wasn't paying attention to Pachika's words. He was only focused on the guy who had just provoked him. She had to take a deep breath to calm down, then delivered a slap. Asuka screamed when Pachika hit him. The force was strong enough to leave a red mark on his shoulder. He cried, looking at Pachika in disbelief. What now? What is it now? Now what's the problem, Professor? Pachika was both bewildered and scolding. You're hopelessly stupid. You can't control yourself. With that temper, are you trying to cause trouble again? He was annoyed by Pachika's difficult reminders. You still haven't learned anything since your first suspension. At this moment, Pachika sighed, pretending to bring her hand to her face to cover half of it, and lamented, you escape punishment once because you're the top student, but if there's a second time, I can't protect you anymore. Then she turned to Asuka and expressed her thoughts. I know it's very difficult for you to endure it right now, but as you go through the school year, you will be recognized. You are an excellent student. You can't just because of things like this lose your opportunity. Asuka frowned in annoyance, because what he carried on his shoulders was not just himself, but also his title and other great things. Pashika suddenly changed the subject. I heard that the new student, Hellmood, has been studying at this academy without any trouble with the noble class. Ashok, slightly interested, asked back Iker. Sensing his curiosity, Pachika quickly provided more information. He is also a comer like you, so be nice to him. Your situations are similar, so you might get along well. Helmut's familiar face popped into Ashok's mind, and he suddenly remembered. You mean that guy? Hearing this, Pashika asked with some surprise, aha, so you two have met. Asuka turned and waved his hand, lazily rejecting her suggestion. I already told you I don't want to get close to anyone. Besides, has an insolent brat, so he can also take care of himself. Asuka lowered his head, thinking to himself, and perhaps. Scene changed to the hall of the classroom, not a single student in sight. At this time, they were already in class, gathered in a classroom as large as an airport. Ms. Pashika slammed her wooden sword on the desk to get their attention. She started taking attendance for the whole class. Everyone pay attention, class is about to start. Is anyone absent? Quickly look around and check. Suddenly a hand was raised to speak. Professor, Hellmood hasn't arrived yet. Pachika was a bit surprised. What? Ms. Chika saw someone new about the absent student and directly asked. For information, Jerem, did you clearly tell him where the class was? Jerem nodded in reply. Yes, miss. Ms. Chika was silent for a moment, then frowned and spoke. One of you, go find Hellmood and bring him here. Andrew left the line and went outside to find him. At the same time, Asuka was also paying close attention to this absence. A moment later, the classroom door burst open. Following Andrew was Hellmut's half-lidded, disinterested face. Pashika was annoyed by this absence. Hellmood, why are you late? Hellmood replied as if it were nothing. I didn't know the class location had changed. Because of his words, Ms. Chika asked the entire class, has anyone officially informed you about the classroom location? Jerem's face scrunched. Acting sad, I already informed him very clearly, miss. Hellmood glanced sideways at his sudden change in attitude. She tilted her head and coldly embarrassed Jerem. I'm asking Hellmood, not you. Hellmood, were you accurately informed of the location? Hellmood didn't rush to answer. His eyes still held a hint of annoyance. Jerem held his head high, casting an intimidating look towards him, a silent warning. Jerem's cronies understood the meaning and snickered. Taking in the situation, Pachika secretly came to a conclusion. It seems he received the wrong information, therefore she was about to stand up for him. Hellmood, you can tell me the truth. Before she could finish her sentence, Hellmood calmly answered, it seems I misheard my classmate's message. I'm sorry, Professor. His submissive reaction made Pachika pause for about 3 seconds. Ashok on the side also frowned in confusion. Only Jerem smirked smugly, considering his little trick a success. Pachika couldn't say anything more at all. Is that so? She had to punish Hellmood according to the rules. Whether it was intentional or not, you delayed the class, and you must take responsibility. At the end of class, remember to run 10 laps around the field. At this, Hellmood moved to the back of the line and replied, yes, miss. Asuka looked visibly displeased when he saw him. Pachika announced, then let's start the class. Down below, Asuka was still glaring at Hellmood. He couldn't stop thinking about Hellmut's submissive act earlier, so this guy is no different from the other commoners. Class began. Ms. Chika reached for an almond ball from the wooden crate. She introduced the lesson's content today. Just consider this a part of basic training. We will spend time developing your physical strength. When using a sword, physical strength is directly related to the stability of your sword techniques. Pachika used the tip of her wooden sword to balance the ball. She said, I will give each of you one of these almond balls. Your task is to place it on the tip of your sword and keep it from falling. While explaining, she demonstrated how to keep the ball on the flat of the sword. Any student who can hold it for 30 minutes will be allowed to leave class. So I hope you will all do your best. Is that clear? As soon as she finished speaking, Pachika retracted her sword and caught the ball in her hand. The class responded in unison, yes, ma'am. Everyone started to spread out to practice. Just then, Pachika called out to Hellmood, Hellmood, come over here and give me a hand. He hurried over. Yes, Asuka's gaze hadn't left Hellmood this whole time, as if there was something difficult to say. Watching Hellmood and Pachika hand out the balls for everyone to practice, Asuka couldn't help but feel annoyed. Hellmood. Yesterday when I saw him, I thought he had a fierce personality, but in reality, he's just a sly guy who's afraid of authority. Ashok coldly caught the almond ball thrown to him, thinking to himself, I'm different from guys like you. He glanced over at the group of nobles who were only good at sucking up to each other. Even if I'm expelled, I will never bow my head to this bunch of nobles. At this point, only Jerem hadn't received a ball. He was quite arrogant. Since the person handing it out was Hellmood, Hellmood aimed precisely. He held the almond ball, spinning it around to warm up his wrist. Then, he put all his strength into it, and threw it straight at Jerem. A perfect curve. The ball shot forward like it was tearing through the wind. Jerem stared blankly, his body suddenly felt heavy, unable to move. And so, he took the ball right in the stomach, spitting out saliva. Seeing this, Pashika's face contorted in disbelief. Asuka wasn't much different. Having just looked down on Hyomu, he now had to reconsider his thoughts. Jerem was now clutching his throbbing stomach and groaning, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hyomu dusted off his hands and glared at him, his voice full of contempt. Sorry about that. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that you were too far away. Ashok's jaw dropped at this attitude. Surely he had met a true expert. He wondered just what kind of person is this guy. The training room was silent. Powerful strikes landed directly on the wooden post. The wooden post just spun around and around after those strikes. Jerem took off his shirt to reveal the purple bruise. In front of the mirror, he tots, with a sigh. What a pain, it'll take a while for this bruise to heal. Jerem gritted his teeth in fury. That arrogant, damned commoner, how dare he do that to me? Shapat, standing behind him, wiped his sweat and scolded, you're getting too worked up over a normal ball. Jerem turned around and raised his voice. In annoyance, you try taking a hit like that, it's as if he threw a rock at me. Veins popping on his face, he growled out each word after that bastard Ashok, now this commoner student. Shapat, are you just gonna let this slide? Shapat saw that he was being childish and just sighed. Aaron, sitting to the side, also had a headache. Ashok's personality is just like that. But what was that newcomer thinking, daring to bother us? This isn't good. More and more people are forgetting their place. Shapat calmly stretched his neck and wiped his sweat. He carelessly tossed the towel to the ground, then calmly walked past the two of them, reminding them, don't be so hot-headed. Starting tomorrow, treat those guys well. Seeing him seriously practicing his sword, the two guys cried out in alarm. What, Shapat, did I just mishear you? Are you seriously telling us to befriend those commoners? Is that it? He cut them off with a stern voice. Shut up, you dimwits. Since when did I tell you to befriend? Shapat put all his strength into his sword strike and reassured them, you won't be seeing them much longer, so be nice to them while you still can. Jerem was confused. What do you mean? Shapat smirked a hidden meaning. He bent down and took a stance, calmly saying, just wait and see. The clear sunlight shone on the magnificent academy. Cian cheerfully pushed open the door and exclaimed, Hellmood, I heard the news, so that means you were punished, right? I thought I'd go see the friend who just transferred 2 days ago and is already in trouble. Hellmood just smiled lightly. He seemed to radiate a bright aura and said softly, so that's how it is. Cian met his gaze and froze. He was doubtful and pointed. That's not the look I was expecting. What happened? Alia also poked her head out from the side, confused. What deal? Don't just casually walk into my room like that. Cian put his hand on his shoulder and chuckled. Come on, why so hostile? Why are you acting like that towards us? Anyway, I just came to see Hellmood today, so don't mind me. Alia retorted angrily. It doesn't matter who you came to see. The point is, did I ever give you permission to enter my room? He was a little disappointed. Hellmood gets to come in, so why can't I? Cian's whining made Alia unable to stand it. I've been in my room all alone these past few days. Now I just came over to hang out for a bit, and you're being difficult. What does he have that I don't? Look, this is his true nature, isn't it? Did I do something wrong? She threw a pillow hard at the two of them and growled, you two, get out of here now. Cian and Hellmood were kicked out of the room. He sighed and wondered, is that some kind of social anxiety or something? Then he glanced over at him and said softly, who knows what he's thinking, it's so tiring. He suddenly realized something in a panic. I'm sorry, you got kicked out of the room because of me too. Are you still making that face? Can you stop? It doesn't suit you at all. Walking down the dormitory hallway, Cian was a little curious. Did something good happen to you? He replied, flustered, I guess I'm proud of myself. Hellmood was happy. To himself, his face beaming even more. The problem won't solve itself anymore because I threw the ball a bit too hard. But no one was seriously injured, so it's fine. At least I still have some humanity in how I dealt with that bastard. Cian was a bit confused. Proud. Based on how you acted, you're fiercer than I thought. Please, I'm begging you. Don't turn into someone like Ashok. Hellmood calmly retorted, I had no intention of doing anything meaningless. That was something I needed to do to put them in their place. He also realized he went a bit too far and stammered, right, you look so relieved now. He looked ahead thoughtfully and said firmly, now, I won't just stand by and let them do whatever they want. After all, Alia said that problem can only be solved with force, words are useless. I have to make it clear and distinguish the distance between us. Cian was unconsciously drawn to Hellmood. He watched him intently for a moment. Then he took the initiative and suggested, Hellmood, are you planning to go out this weekend? How about going to the city center with me? Hellmood was a little surprised and said in a low voice, not really, I was planning to go home to see Ethan and then leave, have a meal and talk a bit. Cian was a little disappointed and crossed his arms. I see. Then he cheerfully suggested, if that's the case, can I come with you? Hellmood was confused. To the Kuro mansion. And then what will we do? Cian cheerfully said. What do you mean what will we do? Do you need a reason to go to a friend's house? Do you really need a reason? He gestured and explained, it's very important for personal relationships to go smoothly. I bet tutor Ethan will like what you're doing. Hellmood stopped in his tracks. He seriously considered Cian's suggestion. After a moment, Hellmood suddenly spoke up, great, in that case. Cian happily gave a thumbs up and said, all right, it's decided then. He immediately ran off, calling out, "See you this weekend then." Hellmood was a little helpless, but Scene just cut him off. "You promised, don't stand me up." He froze on the spot, wondering, what did I just agree to? Night fell once again on the shabby slum. A few figures were scattered on the rooftop, as if waiting for something. The shabby room opened up before them. The figure of Anton calmly walked in. Crom immediately handed him a file. "Sir, this is today's request letter." He carefully flipped through the documents. Then he questioned doubtfully, "What's this?" "A bunch of noble young masters who know nothing about the world receive this, and make such a trivial request. Anyway, we've already taken the money, so just do it." Anton suddenly pulled his hand back. He calmly pulled back his hood and warned cautiously, "Not long ago, there were some people who impersonated us to extort money. Perhaps because of that, the Black Eagle is known as a group of scammers in this area." He continued, "I'll prioritize looking into that matter first. You may leave." Proudmoore didn't say much and bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, sir." Anton looked at the file again. Then he held up a piece of paper and asked, "Wait, Proudmoore, have you ever heard this person's name?" He frowned suspiciously. "I'm not sure." "Why do you ask, sir?" Anton thought for a moment. Then he seriously ordered, "Take care of the other name first, and this one, take your time." He rearranged the documents, not forgetting to add, "Furthermore, investigate this person's background. Report whatever you find to me." Crom calmly replied, "Understood." Anton frowned in thought. He looked at the name Hellmood on the page and suddenly exclaimed, "I have a bad feeling about this." On the weekend at Greta Academy, students headed down to the town of Baden as a way to relax on their day off, and the school grounds became much quieter. Hellmood stood in the quiet school grounds, waiting. A magnificent horse-drawn carriage stopped behind him. A loud call caught his attention. "Hellmood." Cian looked at him with some doubt. "Is that all your stuff?" Hellmood was confused. "Is there a problem?" He sighed. "Not really, but it's true that we're only going for 2 days, but you packed very little." Hellmood unconsciously recalled his time in the forest. Keeping his body as light as possible was the secret to survival there. "I guess I still have that habit." Cian asked curiously, "And Alia is in her room?" He calmly got into the carriage and replied softly, "I guess so." He sat on the seat with some suspicion. "Besides occasionally going to Baden in his free time, I rarely see him go out. I wonder if he ever visits home. Maybe it's because his home is too far away. Even I visit home every 3 months. Maybe he's planning to go during the holidays." Cian laughed awkwardly in embarrassment. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not a stalker. He's my rival, so I usually keep an eye on him. That's right, I don't like stalking men." Hellmood tilted his head and looked at him. Then he suddenly blurted out, "If you're that curious, should I ask him for you?" Cian was instantly petrified on the spot. He replied helplessly, "No." Down in the bustling town with people passing by, Azuka was walking while eating a meat skewer. He chewed noisily, thinking to himself, "Finally, I can breathe a little easier." Asuka silently cursed in annoyance. "Damn those nobles. They can't beat me, so why do they risk their lives like that? Is honor that important to them? I don't get it." He frowned and wondered, "Is there a problem with what I did?" Then, as if remembering something, Asuka regained his composure and told himself, "Wait, no, what's the problem? Why should I think about them? I'd rather leave than bow down to them." Asuka wondered while biting into the meat, thinking about it. What the hell did Hellmood do? Most of the time he's submissive, but that one time he fought back. It's probably because he usually has a high tolerance. The cold figure of Hellmood suddenly appeared in his mind. He happily recalled Jerem's expression and chuckled. It was so fun seeing Jerem rolling on the floor after being hit by the ball. Asuka strolled leisurely through the town, thinking to himself without noticing the figure standing behind him. "It's not that I plan to be friends with him, but maybe I can talk to him a little. A little bit." His footsteps halted. Azuka turned his head to look at the busy street. Bad feeling rose within him. The market street was even more crowded and bustling than before. Asuka quietly weaved his way past the shop. He turned his head and looked around. From up high, a complete stranger followed Asuka's every step. He stopped walking. Azuka looked ahead in confusion and questioned, "It's you. Who sent you?" A group of strangers surrounded him. They looked at Asuka warily. The 2 muscular guys behind him weren't easy opponents either, blocking his escape route. Azuka looked them over suspiciously. "They lured me here." He suddenly spoke up, "Come on, I won't know if you don't tell me." He looked at them warily, unconsciously touching his side and thinking, "My sword, it's still being repaired." He gave a slightly helpless smirk, doing all this just because of a childish fight. "I don't know which family it is, but they clearly have too much time on their hands." They silently drew their weapons. Ashok frowned and cursed silently, "Damn bastards," then said aloud, "You'd better say something." He suddenly waved his hand and shouted, causing them to panic, "Instructor Elena is here." Then he quickly rushed towards them with the speed of an arrow. With a cold expression, Azuka threw a punch at one of them. The powerful force of the blow stunned him. Asuka used his shoulder for leverage and flipped over. He gracefully flew over their heads as they watched in utter amazement. Azuka landed gently. They still hadn't recovered from the shock and stood dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity, he bolted away. They panicked. How is he so fast? One of them urged, "What are you standing there for?" After quickly, Asuka darted off like an arrow. He stopped in panic. It turned out to be a dead end at the end of the street. He stood frozen in utter panic. A group of people gradually appeared from the corner. The other side was also blocked. Azuka was in a dilemma, surrounded on all sides. He frowned, smirked, and cursed silently. Damn it, I guess I'll play with you guys for a bit. Night gently fell upon the luxurious mansion. The dining table was filled with eye-catching delicacies. Ethan spoke politely. Thank you for joining us today, Cian. I hope the food is to your liking. Cian placed his hand on his chest. He expressed his delight. Of course, Sir Kuro, the food is delicious. As expected of the reputation of the Kuro mansion, I was completely amazed by the splendor of this mansion. Ethan replied with a cheerful smile. You can call me instructor instead of being so formal. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, I can't believe Hellmood has such a normal and polite friend. I was worried for nothing. Hellmood was skeptical. I wonder how someone can change so much. I'll have to ask him about it later. Cian suddenly asked Hellmood, it's the weekend. Do you want to visit Baden while we're here? He calmly replied, no, I'm going to train. Ethan cut him off. That sounds great. Baden is a big city. Visiting Baden would be wonderful. Helmut's expression darkened, seeing Cian's satisfied look. As he walked ahead, he thought to himself, I guess this is why Darien sent me to the academy. He spoke sympathetically. Look at you. It must have been hard, leaving a wonderful house and moving into the dorms. And you even have to share a room with a grumpy person. Hellmood retorted, Alia isn't a problem for me at all. Cian was skeptical. Really, do you know why? With tears in his eyes, he complained, it's because he bullies me instead of you. He wakes me up before dawn to assist with his research, and makes me summon more spirits than I've ever summoned in my entire life. Hellmood looked at him confused, but you've gotten better because of it. Cian replied, crying his eyes out, that's the only consolation, thanks to that knowledge. He suddenly remembered something and turned back. Alia seems to listen to you, so why don't you put in a good word? Before he could finish, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a rare silence. Cian screamed in panic. Hellmood calmly spoke, wait a minute, you are? Azuka clutched his wound and managed to speak. Speak of the devil, you two have to help me. Another group of people surrounded them. Fully armed, they slowly closed in on the three of them. Cian panicked, who are they? Hellmood noticed the clasps on their cloaks. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance. Black Eagle. Asuka swore in pain, damn it, these bastards waited until I didn't have my sword with me. Cian looked at him in panic. They dare to attack a student right here in Baden. I see you go around making enemies everywhere, Atsuka. He retorted angrily, what are you talking about? What do you know? Hellmood stepped forward. He calmly faced. Hellmood coldly drew his sword and said, perfect timing. I have some questions for you. After the chance encounter between Hellmood and Ashok in a dark alley, he stepped up to clean up the group that ambushed Asuka. Cian was a little scared seeing this. Hellmood, what are you suddenly saying? He didn't answer Cian's question, because his hand was busy drawing his sword, while his mind was busy thinking about the Black Eagle. The Black Eagle is an organization that will take anyone's life for the right price. Just a student from the academy couldn't have done anything to be hunted by the Black Eagle. There must be someone behind this. Seeing the menacing group chasing Ashok, Helmut's past memories suddenly flooded back. Back then he was still wandering outside as a bounty hunter. Not long ago I just took down a few guys from the Black Eagle. Back to reality, the sharp sword in Helmut's hand was already drawn. It wouldn't be wrong to assume they have information about me. But I thought that while I was a student at Greta, they wouldn't be able to touch me. Hellmood raised his sword high, gripping the hilt tightly. I'm still sure that's true, but I definitely have to find out one thing. The guy with loose hair saw the situation was bad, and he said to the long-faced guy leader, what do we do? Now this long-faced guy seemed much more cautious in front of Hellmood. Just taking our target's life isn't enough. We must think about the consequences. We can't leave any more witnesses, even if they're just academy students. After thinking it over, the long-faced guy ordered his two underlings to attack together. There are only 3 of them at most. Take care of them immediately. Start with the one who drew his sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-faced guy charged straight at him uncontrollably. Hellmood coolly dodged. Something cold suddenly grazed his arm, but the long-faced guy didn't feel anything at all. In just a flash his right arm was gone. Only when he saw his own hand fall to the ground did the long-faced guy scream his lungs out. The underling with horned hair, not knowing any better, spoke in panic, this brat, but Hellmood didn't answer with words, he answered with action, specifically by kicking him. The horned hair guy was shocked, his eyes wide as his sword was knocked away by him. His sword was now tumbling in the air before his stunned eyes. Everything was like a Bollywood special effect, in slow motion, so slow that every line on the sword could be seen clearly. Against the night sky, it floated, its trajectory unpredictable. The blade shone brightly, emphasizing its sharpness. And on the blade, images from below were now reflected, the scene of the group fighting, followed by the sight of Hellmood swinging his sword, finishing off the strangers. Just as the sword was about to hit the ground, Hellmood unleashed his roundhouse kick. He struck the kid who came with the long-faced guy's group, sending him flying several meters. In just 2 moves, tossing the sword and waiting for it to fall, Hellmood had cleanly dealt with Asuka's bullies. Cian and Azuka stood still, afraid they would only get in Helmut's way. The guys who had just been loudly threatening Hellmood were now getting thoroughly beaten by him. Helmut's gaze held no mercy for them. Ashok was astonished by Helmut's masterful swordsmanship. He could defeat them in an instant, without even needing to use fish. Looking at his normally, the gloomy classmate, who was now overflowing with the aura of a swordsman, Asuka wondered. His skills are this good, so why is he? Hellmood took out a radiant purple stone from his hand. The seed of darkness, it's not reacting either. As long as I don't finish them off, it seems to be fine. The space fell silent for a few minutes. It was Cian who spoke first. I didn't even get to do anything and you're already done. So, who are these big guys? He just answered curtly. Black Eagle. One of them was still conscious, stubbornly trying to reach for the sword beside him. But before he could even touch it, Hellmood coldly stomped on his hand. He continued, for money. They'll target anyone. Asuka clutched his injured arm, glanced at the Black Eagle members, and said, I need to hear from their own mouths who hired them. But I also have a guess. Already, Hellmood glared at the men lying on the ground and continued, they won't reveal it easily. They've been trained. But coincidentally, I have a question for them too. His face suddenly darkened, his words carrying a chill. No matter how tight-lipped they are, if we just cut off their fingers one by one, eventually they'll have to talk. Hearing the proposed torture method combined with the look on Helmut's face, Cian and Asuka couldn't help but be startled. Cian's face darkened as he stammered, what did you say? Are you planning to torture them? Even if a student was attacked first, that's beyond the scope of self-defense. Asuka stood to the side looking away in disgust. What kind of thinking is that? I wonder. With that, Cian pointed in a direction and made a suggestion. Since you've got them under control, I'll go call the guards. We've done all we can. Interrogating them is their job. Hearing that, Asuka said, are you sure we can trust them? If this is a case of commoners against nobles, will they just conduct a superficial investigation? Cian understood his words, but he had his own reasoning. Harming a student from the academy is a very serious crime. They can't do a sloppy job. And the fact that you're worried about these things is impressive. That's probably why you go around making enemies everywhere, huh? Then, Cian snapped his fingers, reminding the two before leaving, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm just saying this as a precaution. Don't you dare touch their fingers. Ashok warily watched the little old man go. Hellmood absent-mindedly replied, all right. When he left, he glanced at the guy on the ground again. His foot was still pressing on the hand of the long-faced guy. Hellmood crouched down near him, his foot not moving an inch. Hey, how much do you know about me? The long-faced guy heard the strange question and was baffled. What nonsense are you talking about? He glared as if he understood the extent of their knowledge. I only need to know that much. The academy grounds were swallowed by darkness, with only a few lamps lit. Inside the dormitory hallway, it was also pitch black. The manager opened the door, a little surprised. I heard the news. Fortunately, you're all safe. She looked over Hellmood, Cian, and Asuka one by one, and once she was sure all three were safe, she instructed, it's late now. Go back and get some rest. Report to the headmaster's office tomorrow morning. Asuka, your wound looks quite serious. Should I notify the school nurse? He refused. No, it's okay. Afterwards, the three left the office. Cian looked at Asuka with concern. You should at least go to the nurse's office now. Are you sure you'll be okay? He shook his head slightly, avoiding the question. It's so late already. Besides lying down and resting, what else can be done? Then, he casually downplayed the wound on his arm. Besides, you already gave me first aid, so it'll be fine after a night's sleep. Cian looked at him, exasperated. That's completely absurd. Are you a monster or something? The three of them walked down the empty hallway, and Cian continued, if you move around, that stab wound will reopen. Why don't you go somewhere else to get it treated? Asuka held his arm, not even bothering to care. I'm very poor, and healing magic is expensive. Suddenly an idea popped into Cian's head. His sly eyes looked at Asuka. There's probably a way to get treated for free. Hellmood and Asuka, who lived by the principle of no work, no food, were quite skeptical about this freebie that fell from the sky. Then everything became clear. Cian went to knock on Alia's door. The person inside was annoyed and scowling. Cian waved cheerfully at him. Alia, glad you're still awake. Alia tiredly held her head, her voice somewhat angry. If you guys don't explain to me right now what's going on, I'll use wind magic to blow you all away. Cian laughed heartily and said soothingly, come on, don't be like that. We came here to ask you for a favor. Hearing the name Alia, Asuka looked surprised and pointed straight at him. So this is the famous Alia. You really look like a girl. Alia looked annoyed at the messy stranger and asked, who is this guy with the crow's nest hair? Being insulted, Asuka couldn't contain his anger. What did you just say, you punk? Not wanting things to get worse, Cian jumped in to block them. Here's the thing, you can see that he has injured, so Alia, you know healing magic, right? Hearing this, Alia understood the three of them's intentions and got so angry. Her face darkened. Don't tell me in the middle of the night you want me to use it to heal this rude stranger. Cian quickly glanced at Hellmood. He understood the hint, nodded, then turned and said softly, please do it. Seeing her roommate's sincere attitude, Alia paused. For a beat, she rubbed her eyes helplessly. Finally, Alia relented. Come inside first. Upon getting approval, Cian gave Hellmood a huge thumbs up. Alia walked straight into the room and announced to everyone, I'll have you know it's not For free. Do you know how much magical healing costs outside? I should at least get something in return. Having said that, she immediately turned and pointed at Helmut. Helmut was slightly startled and naively asked, "Why do you want me to compensate you?" Alia immediately explained his connection to healing Asuka. "It was because you asked that I let them in, so isn't it obvious?" Alia turned her head and carefully stated her condition. "If I heal him, what will you do for me?" Helmut hesitated, and thought to himself, this is such a hassle. Since I can't decide on a price, I'll just say anything. Anything, as long as it's within my abilities. These words made Alia pause. She smirked, smiling suggestively. "Don't you forget the words you just said." Understand? Helmut sweated helplessly. He actually had no idea what her intentions were. Then Alia turned sharply, and called out, "Hey, bird's nest hair, sit down next to me, hurry up. I don't want to waste any more time, so get healed and then get lost." Asuka cursed in frustration. "What did you say, you little punk? You insolent." On the side, Helmut had started to wonder about her request. What could it be? He gradually fell into deep thought, already feeling regretful. I should have answered more carefully. Dorm room 3-1 emitted a light, magic from its window. After a while of healing Asuka, Alia announced it's done. The wounds on Asuka's muscles had healed, and it even felt like they'd been enhanced. Asuka then turned to say something but was tongue-tied. Alia immediately jumped in, saying coldly, "What's with that look? If you have something to say, then say it." He awkwardly mumbled, "It's nothing." Helmut stood to the side, watching the short conversation that had neither head nor tail, and a question mark appeared over his head. Asuka looked away, steeling his resolve. Though he really wanted to say thank you, his pride wouldn't allow it. Asuka put his shirt back on, and said, "You may look effeminate, but your skills are pretty good. We're done here, so I'm leaving." Very quickly Asuka ran off and disappeared. Alia gritted her teeth in anger. "That punk, did we really have to heal someone like him?" Cian laughed awkwardly. "Despite his personality as the top of his class, befriending him will be beneficial for you." Alia frowned, glanced at Cian, and retorted, "You just need to chain up a mad dog and whip it relentlessly, and it'll naturally become obedient." Hearing his dear friend being insulted so harshly, Cian didn't dare talk back to Alia and could only gently persuade her, "Come on, why say that? Isn't it better to help him?" Suddenly Helmut cut in, "I don't need anyone's help." Cian was already tired of dealing with Alia, and now Helmut had to chime in. "Why did he have to annoy you too?" Then he started to lecture on the power of friendship. "You can't look down on relationships, Helmut. You're skilled. I know that, but you can't do everything by yourself. You'll regret it later, so be prepared to face the consequences." Even though Cian said all that, Helmut couldn't be bothered to listen to a single word. He turned to Alia and sighed, "Alia, you're the same way. Why did I become friends with two brats like you?" Alia retorted resentfully, "What? If you don't like it, then let's not be friends. I'm not being friends with you either." The two of them kept bickering. "What do you mean? I helped you investigate the spirit, you know, you benefited from it too." Meanwhile, Helmut seemed lost in thought. His gaze wavered slightly. Relationships. The next morning, at the school Helmut attended, in the headmaster's office, going over the information on 4 strangers. Last night, 4 suspicious individuals didn't just attack Asuka in downtown Biden. Liam sat with his face buried in his desk, continuing helplessly. "But they also injured Helmut Senin. They failed and were thrown in jail, but I heard news that they escaped this morning." Liam's conclusion made the other 3 stare at him intently. Ashok rushed forward angrily and slammed the table. "What is the meaning of all this?" Liam raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I don't know anything else. I heard this from the prison guards." Cian was thinking, piecing things together. How will the students and the guards handle this? This threatens the students' lives, so you can't take it lightly, sir. Being questioned by a kid like Cian, Liam rubbed his temples and replied, "Of course, I'm not taking this lightly. I have people investigating it now. I'll inform you of any new developments." The solution of his did not convince Asuka. The 3 of them left the headmaster's office. Asuka was still fuming. "We should have listened to Helmut, beaten them up, and interrogated them on the spot." He frowned, posing a question. How could those 4 escape so easily? Do they think the Baden prison gates are made of paper? Knowing he was in a full mood, Cian spoke cautiously. "They're still investigating, and they're still working hard to find them." Every day Asuka wasn't having any of it. He glanced at Cian, his teeth clenched. "Every day, do you know what the worst thing in the world is? It's better to do it your own way than to rely on others." Helmut lazily considered himself an uninvolved party. "If you want to fight, don't drag me into it." Asuka was utterly shocked and pointed straight at his face to retort. "Hey, don't use that tone like you're not involved when you're actually very good at this. You're second only to me." Helmut didn't look at him, nor did he rush to explain. "Your business is yours to deal with. If it were my business, I would deal with it myself." Asuka was no longer agitated. He put his hands in his pockets and said sulkily, "You heartless jerk. Don't tell me you're trying to be a model student now." Helmut replied coolly, "Weren't you the one who told me to be a bit friendlier?" Cian, at their side, saw they were about to argue and intervened. Hey, stop it." At that point, Cian turned down another path, waving goodbye. "I have to get back to class. The next time we see the headmaster, hopefully everything will be resolved." Asuka looked at him absently and mumbled, "I don't think so." Just then, Helmut was also about to leave. Asuka called out curiously, where are you going now? Without looking back, he replied coldly, to train. For various reasons I've been neglecting it lately. Asuka strode behind him and sighed softly, so diligent. In the academy hallway, two figures trudged along, one after the other. Hellmood sensed the tail following him and was a bit annoyed. He whipped around and asked, why are you following me? Asuka replied nonchalantly, as if nothing was wrong, I need to go this way too. Just ignore me and go on your way. And so the space returned to its peaceful state. Asuka followed behind Hellmood, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, he spoke. Hey, on second thought, your skills are pretty good. Does it annoy you when you see others trying everything to climb up to your position? He stopped walking and tilted his head to glance at Asuka. A thought popped into his head. You're the one who's annoying me now. Even so, Hellmood did act too rudely. He continued to answer Asuka. Even so, I have no intention of acting like you. Hearing that, Asuka smirked and scoffed. If you hit a child with a ball, you get kicked out of the game. I think you get what I mean. Asuka glanced at Hellmood and scoffed, out of habit. Don't show them the difference in our levels. While we're fighting, look at me, because at the top of the class, they're going crazy with desire. Defeat me. Hellmood didn't really care about achievements in his eyes, so he cleared his throat to tease Asuka, not because of his disagreeable personality. Being provoked, Asuka couldn't help but get angry. What did you just say, you bastard? I'm giving you advice. Just a second of joking, and then, after that, Hellmood returned to his usual indifferent demeanor. I'm not good at starting fights with other people. I want to get along with you guys in class. After that, he strode away. Asuka smirked and watched him, taunting, you're different from how you look. Are you a good boy who always listens to his parents? Did your parents tell you to befriend those nobles? Helmut slowly put the key in the lock and turned it to open the door. Then, he turned back with a murderous glint in his eyes and issued a warning. I don't have the patience to watch others try to climb up to my position, and you are no exception. Hearing those last few words, Asuka flinched slightly, a chill running down his spine. Asuka quickly turned away, deciding not to joke anymore. All right, I get it. No need to be so tense. At this moment, Helmut pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside was fully equipped with all sorts of weapons and armor for training. In that room, there was no one. Asuka curiously poked his head inside. Don't you want to practice? This isn't the main training center. Hellmood replied unhurriedly. This is Instructor Ethan's personal training room. I asked for his permission to use it when it's free. Asuka was a little surprised by his special treatment. What? Only you get to use it, so stingy. Can you let me use it too? However, Hellmood didn't want anyone to disturb him during practice, especially Asuka, so he kicked Asuka out. No. Now please leave. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting a second, he slammed the door shut, leaving Asuka all alone. Cold-hearted bastard. That afternoon, the sun was about to hide behind the building. The evening light shone down the academy's hallway. In a certain room, someone had shut the door tightly. Aaron carefully looked around. Jerem sat on the table, asking worriedly, did you spill anything? He angrily snapped around. To answer, I said, I don't know anything. Maybe that a shock guy ratted us out. He asked me a lot of questions. Despite that, Jerem was still quite relaxed, knowing he had strong backing. The academy has no way to contact the Black Eagle. We have nobles backing us, so there won't be any problems. Although he was that confident, Jerem had to ask someone with more authority, but in the end, why is this happening, Shapbat? We did all that stupid stuff for nothing, and now we have to worry. Shapbat couldn't hear a word at this point. He clenched his hands tightly in tension. The more he spoke, the more Shapbat's face contorted, a hint of fear in his eyes. He kept wringing his hands, thinking to himself, damn it, those Black Eagle bastards. It was just one kid, and they couldn't even handle that. Those country bumpkins can't do anything. Right after wringing his hands, Shapbat started biting his nails. The academy won't stop investigating until they get what they want. How can we hide forever? His lips pressed tightly together. He decided to take a gamble. If it's come to this, I'll personally make you two walk out of this academy. Thinking this, Shapbat's face darkened. Don't think this is over. In Shapbat's mind, an image appeared. Ashok and Helmut, two people who were like mortal enemies to Shapbat. Back in Miss Pachika's swordsmanship class, the students had gathered to hear her announcement. As most of you already know, the dueling classes will begin next week. Hearing this, Hellmood, who was among them, thought, sooner than I thought. He allowed himself to drift off again, thinking to himself, my patience has reached its limit. I can't avoid punishment, but if I can end these troublesome situations with this opportunity. As he thought, Hellmood turned his eyes towards Jerem, staring at him for a long time. Then he remembered what Asuka had said. Don't even think about trying to show them the difference in your strength through a sword duel. A one fight. I mean, look at me, even though I'm at the top of the class. They still try to pick fights with me. To him, that was also a pretty good suggestion. However, not knowing how much pressure the academy would apply, Helmut decided to go with the flow. If it doesn't work, you'll just deal with it as it comes. Just then, Miss Pachika suddenly slammed the tip of her wooden sword on the floor, attracting the attention of the students in the class. She said, silence. I understand how excited you all are, but don't forget we have another important event before the duels. All right. She raised her voice and then continued to remind them as previously. announced, "You will have a pop quiz tomorrow. The quiz will count towards your grade, so make sure to review your textbooks carefully." Information that could earn points was something Helmut desperately needed right now. But he was still a bit puzzled about this thing called a textbook. Helmut ran back to the dorm to ask his roommate. Alia pulled the curtain aside, both annoyed and surprised. "What? You still haven't bought a textbook?" Yet she sat back on the bed, looked up at him with some sympathy. "Well, after all that chaos, it's understandable that you forgot about the quiz. But they didn't inform you before you enrolled." Helmut rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Not at all. Professor Ethan didn't mention anything about it." Suddenly, Helmut froze, as if he remembered something. "Hey Helmut, after you register for the dorm, remember to buy the textbooks, okay?" When Ethan reminded him, Helmut had been distracted, thinking, "I'll buy some textbooks when I get back from the manor." But then, because of the Black Eagle's attack, Asuka getting injured, and finally being urged by Cian, "Let's hurry back to the academy, everyone, because we'll be questioned too." Because of all that, Helmut realized he had been caught up in too many things and completely forgot about buying the textbooks. Helmut was about to say, "On second thought, I did hear about this," but before he could finish, Alia cut him off. "Hurry up and get a permit to go buy them. If you say you're going to buy textbooks, they'll allow it." However, Helmut was facing a problem like a student at the end of the month. The issue was, even if he wanted to, he couldn't buy them. "I'm out of money." Alia's eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you do with the reward money from the last mission?" "Well, whatever. I foresaw this day coming ever since you casually paid out that huge sum of max." In a heartbeat. At this point Alia sighed softly. "So, now what? What do you want from me?" Helmut spoke as if he was placing all his hopes on Alia. "I gave all my mission pay to Ethan, because I thought it would be safer. It's just that I don't have enough time to go get it back now. Besides, I was hoping you could tell me the quickest way to get money. And you know a lot of things I don't, so I trust you." These words were like a domineering CEO's, leaving Alia stunned for a long moment. Realizing she was acting a bit strange, Alia quickly turned aside, rested her chin on her hand, and said, "What kind of request is this? Just spit it out and ask to borrow money from me." Hellmood asked back, "Borrow money?" She calmly explained, "That's right. It means I give you money now, and you'll pay me back later." Hearing that, Hellmood nodded in agreement. "I understand. If you agree, I'll pay you back by this weekend." The corners of Alia's lips twitched. Looking puzzled, "You agreed really quickly." Saying nothing more, Alia turned and pulled the curtain. "Before you go, wait a moment for me to change." Hellmood was a bit surprised. "You're going with me? I can buy them by myself." Alone, Alia turned her head and replied arrogantly, "I don't think I can stand being at home wondering if you're buying some weird book with my money, and I'm free anyway, so don't say anything else. Let's go." Hearing these words, Hellmood also felt something was off, but he let it go. At this moment, Alia had her own thoughts. If I let him go out alone in Biden, he might end up in a situation similar to Asuka's. It's safer if we go together. So, the two of them went out together to buy textbooks. Hellmood and Alia strode along the main street. He thought to himself in annoyance, or rather that's what I thought, because it wasn't just the two of them, but also Cian and Asuka. Asuka walked behind, laughing loudly on purpose. "It's been a while since you've been out, huh?" Cian next to him looked around and exclaimed, "Finally I can breathe the fresh air outside." While Alia and Hellmood were somewhat annoyed, sharing the same thought, how the hell did this situation happen? To know why things turned out this way, we have to go back a few minutes. At that time, Cian was very excited when he heard Hellmood was going out to buy books. "Really? I want to buy books too, so let's go together." His main purpose was to tag along, hoping something interesting would happen. Coincidentally, Asuka also wanted to go, reasoning, as a swordsmanship student, I'm more familiar with that stuff. "Let me show you." The simple truth was that he just wanted to get out this afternoon. Alia spoke in a low, disgusted voice, just loud enough for Hellmood to hear. "Somehow these annoying flies have stuck to you." He was also speechless and replied warily, "I never asked for their help." At a brightly lit building in the middle of the city. The inside was lavishly decorated, with books neatly arranged. Hellmood looked around to search. Cian was focused on the neat rows of books on the shelves. The smell of new books is always the best. Alia, on one side, pointed Hellmood in the right direction. "The swordsmanship textbooks are over there." Before looking for the books, Alia asked him, "Do you remember the names of the books you need?" Hellmood thought for a moment, then listed each one. "Right now, I need intermediate general swordsmanship, basic business management, and advanced ethics." In just a moment, Alia had gathered all the things he needed. She asked him, "Do you need anything else?" Hellmood seemed quite flustered. "No, this is enough." He flipped through a few books to take a look, thinking to himself, I guess it comes from the title. But these are all just basic knowledge. Why do I have to buy textbooks when I already know all of this? Suddenly, Asuka handed a strange book to Hellmood. "Since you're buying books, get this one too." Hellmood was momentarily surprised, followed by curiosity. "But that isn't a textbook, is it?" Asuka frowned, flipped through a few pages, and said, "Instructor Pashika's personality is quite erratic, so she doesn't take questions directly from the textbook. She either mixes in questions from upper-level courses or uses difficult vocabulary, so I've practiced these concepts for 4 years, and this is the most accurate and suitable book of all the ones I've Tried to read Alia and Hellmood, stared at him upon hearing that, feeling that Asuka was smarter. Today, catching their strange gazes, Asuka asked what's wrong. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Alia replied indifferently, seemingly not angry at Asuka. They often say even a dog living near a school for 3 years can recite a poem. Your sudden intelligence today has left me speechless. Hearing these words, Asuka became visibly angry in the top of the class. You know, these guys keep treating me like some stupid ox. While he was still annoyed, Scene brought over a book with a cheerful expression. Alia, since you're paying for the books, can you let me pay with you? Alia replied coldly, you think I'd let you pay with your own money? Scene clicked, his tongue sadly so heartless. The Fantastic Four followed the signs to the checkout counter. The cashier, after calculating, gave a star-bright smile. The total is 2,000 marks, sir. A shock glanced at the annoyed Alia. Why are you so covered up? Planning to steal something? Mind your own business, she grumbled. Shut your beak. On the other side, Helmut was lost in thought. Only 2,000. That's not even 1/10 of the money Alia gave me. It's pretty cheap anyway. When Helmut handed the money to the cashier, she smiled profusely. Yes, sir. Thank you for your per. Oh my, aren't you, sir? Alia. Alia quickly pulled her hood down, turning away to hide. You've got the wrong person. Asuka stepped out of the bookstore, laughing and teasing. Being famous is such a pain. Shiz. Your fan, you should have given her an autograph. Alia walked ahead. Though her face wasn't visible, it was clear how annoyed she was. You're drawing more attention. Can you please shut your mouth for a bit? Cian gave a strained laugh. Isn't it unreasonable to expect not to be famous after topping the class with such an unbelievably high score? Hearing this, Helmut was only slightly surprised, as if he had understood something. Before him now were his 3 friends, teasing each other under the moonlight. A gentle dark breeze blew by, making Helmut's heart flutter slightly. Is this what relationships between people are like? A moment later, the 4 of them returned to the dormitory. Alia slumped her shoulders. So tiring. I shouldn't have wasted so much energy on something like that. Helmut suddenly asked a question. Alia, did you bring your textbooks with you too? Alia, who was already annoyed, snapped at him. What? Do you think I'm the type of person who would forget to buy books? His gaze became more serious. That's not what I meant. You already know so much without textbooks, so I was wondering if that stack of books would be of any help to you. This question made Alia pause. She crossed her arms and began to share her experience of climbing to the top. Knowledge changes slightly depending on your perspective, and textbooks are valuable because they help you gain a more objective view of what you know. You are extremely talented, but if you keep thinking that the world you see is all there is, you will fail at some point. Hearing this, he still didn't respond. As if this pleased Alia even more, she pointed straight at his face and warned, the point is, don't be complacent. You have to study hard. Before going into her room, she reminded him, you'd better take good care of those books. If you dare lose a single one, don't even think about me helping you again. Hearing that, he fell silent and replied softly, got it. The next morning, at the academy near the sea, something bad had happened. Who would have thought life would slap Helmut's insincere face? The promise from that night was immediately broken the very next day. As soon as he opened his locker, Helmut didn't see any books. Asuka next to him shouted in frustration, where did all the textbooks go? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Those bastards even stole from the locker. They stole from yours too, Helmut. Did they go through your locker? He couldn't hear anything now. His hand had crushed the wooden wall of the locker. Helmut buried his face in the locker, his anger overflowing from his indifferent facade. Today was Scarface's class again. He stood on the podium and shouted, now we begin. It's sparring class. Both sides must agree to be opponents, and of course, you are not allowed to use Vivas. Looking around the class, everyone's eyes were wide, seemingly quite interested in today's lesson, including Asuka. Scarface also reminded them before practice, sparring with your friends is fine, but facing someone you've never fought before will give you very valuable experience. At the end, he called out to them also, as soon as you have chosen your opponents, we will begin sparring. The students replied in unison, yes sir. Asuka was looking for his opponent. He stood before the group of nobles who were pairing up and called out loudly, Shapat. Asuka arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder and made a proposition. Let's have a little chat. Shapat was somewhat wary, looking at him cautiously. What are you looking for me for, Mr. Top Student? Hearing his foolish question, he couldn't help but sneer. What am I looking for you for? You're really asking me? That Asuka's pupils contracted, blue and red veins bulged from his neck, crisscrossing. Seems you find me quite an eyesore. So I'm giving you a chance to fight me. If you're a swordsman, don't you dare run away. Since the incident with the Black Eagles, Shapat didn't dare to clash with Asuka too much. He made up a random excuse to refuse. Sorry, but we've already grouped up. I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else. Asuka repeated his words. Did you hear the instructor say to find someone different to spar with? Shapat still couldn't resist provoking him, curling his lip to ask. Since when do you listen to the instructor so obediently? Why don't you fight that commoner friend of yours? Instead, Ashok put on a frightening face and spoke with hidden meaning. So that's how you want to play it? Shapat glanced over Aaron behind him, who seemed to understand and nodded. Shapat smirked and began to speak. Fine then, if you want it that badly. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. What about me? The whole group turned to look at the person who had interrupted Shapat. It was Hellmood. He spoke in a cold voice, provoking the noble's rock-bottom self-esteem. I don't care if you all attack me at once. The result wouldn't change anyway. Ganging up is a specialty of the weak. Suddenly finding Hellmood quite cool, Shapat still hadn't processed it. What's this? That brat Aaron put his hand on his own to start a verbal fight. Look at him boasting, I alone am enough to take down someone like you. Aaron even laughed contemptuously and challenged, if you're so confident, then give it a try. Remembering the conversation between Aaron's and Shapat's group a few days ago at Hellmut's group's lockers, Shapat had devised a plan to sabotage them, stealing all their books to provoke them. Listen carefully. If we destroy their lockers, there won't be a swordsmanship class. They'll target us. When that happens, just provoke them enough and then accept the challenge. Jerem, hearing this idiotic plan, voiced his doubts. Accept the challenge? I don't know about that Hellmood guy, but we can't beat Ashok. Are you saying we should just let ourselves get beaten up? Shap coldly said. Well, use Vivas. His dirty trick made Jerem and even Aaron, as dirty as they played, seem pale in comparison. What? Jerem anxiously reminded him, but using Vivas is forbidden in sparring class. Shapat reassured him. Listen to me. I'm telling you. He revealed a mysterious smile and deep-set eyes, slowly explaining, if we call it self-defense against their retaliatory attacks, we'll only get punished. But if their arms or legs get crippled, for instance, they won't be able to stay at the Swordsmanship Institute anymore. He smirked. It's worth it, right? However, Jerem was hesitant. Wait, Shapat, I don't think. Suddenly Aaron beside him declared confidently, fine, I agree, making Jerem's eyes widen as he glanced over Aaron. Aaron tossed his head, frowning in annoyance at Jerem. Jerem, if you're not going to join us, then just step aside. Hey, Shapat, I'll do as you say, but in return my opponent will be Hellmood. He was still quite bitter about being constantly beaten by Hellmood. What he did, I want to pay him back personally. Shap, amused by the guy's recklessness, said, do as you wish. After all, I also want to teach that damn commoner a lesson. A lesson. With that, Shap smirked like a fool. I'm looking forward to swordsmanship class. Recalling the conversation and the two idiots' crazy plan, Jerem was worried sick. After getting ready, Asuka stepped onto the training floor. On the other side, Shapat was also ready. Asuka's face looked as if someone had eaten all his rice. In contrast, Shap was thrilled that he was about to achieve his goal. That's right, now you want to jump on me and snap at me, don't you? He frowned, his eyes glinting with triumph. Come on, attack me. I guarantee I'll make sure you can never hold a sword again. I'll teach you a lesson on why commoners should know their place. Shapat brandished his wooden sword, waiting, but Asuka still made no move. The atmosphere in the training rooms suddenly fell silent. The other pairs of students were no longer focused on their practice, they were paying attention to the pair of Asuka and Shapat. Everyone was expecting a fiery fight. However, the longer it went on, the more uneasy Shapat felt. He was sweating bullets. An alarm started going off in his mind. What the hell is happening? Looking at Asuka's face like a beast eyeing its prey, Shapat's mind screamed, why isn't he attacking first? Jerem on the other side felt a pang of guilt, frowning with worry. Shapat, it seems you still don't understand Asuka. Watching the atmosphere of the sword duel between the two, Jerem felt a chill run down his spine. When Asuka holds a sword, has a true hunting dog, he'll stare down his opponent and wait for the right moment to take a bite. He was still quite deep in thought. It seemed he understood Asuka all too well. Which also means that from the very beginning, your plan was never going to work. Looking at Shap's tension, which made him breathless, he thought, but Asuka's sharp gaze narrowed. The time was ripe. He moved quickly. Holding the wooden sword, he shot forward like a flash, running towards the frozen Shap. This wind-tearing speed created immense pressure, rooting Shap to the spot. His nerves were stretched taut, his charging. Seeing Asuka's darkened face but sharp eyes, he reassured himself, a low attack to the right, I can block it. With that thought, Shap changed his sword's direction to block the move. However, Shap had been deceived by Asuka. He changed the sword's trajectory to come from above. Shap took a direct hit his neck and shoulder. He knocked Shapat down, making him collapse to the ground. What kind of ridiculous move? Shapat slammed his face onto the floor, humiliated and in excruciating pain. Jerem and the other couldn't watch anymore and turned away. Ashok knelt down beside the fallen Shapat. He sneered arrogantly, mocking, you're not useless and just full of hot air, are you, you son of a bitch? I should thank you. Getting tricked by my feint like that makes me feel like beating you up is quite worth it. Shapat was stunned, his face suddenly filled with horror. My left arm, no, it's my collarbone, it's broken. How dare this lowly commoner trick me? Shap struggled to get up, one arm hanging limp. He reassured himself, whatever, he attacked me first, right? From now on it's self-defense, so don't blame me. Fueled by long accumulated bitterness, Shap held his wooden sword, thinking I will condense Vivas, and with just one strike before he could execute his dirty plan, Shap received another blow to his back. Shap was in pain, but had to bite his lip to keep from groaning, and he received another strike to the face like a massive slap. Shap met Asuka's sharp gaze, and that was the last thing he saw before being beaten to a pulp by Asuka. No, I don't have time to condense Vivas. His face darkened as he thought of the worst outcome. Is this bastard trying to finish me off? I surrender. Hearing these words, Asuka delivered a final Merciful punch before ending the practice session. Asuka sighed arrogantly, whispered in his ear, "Don't say that so soon, we still have plenty of time, don't give up." He gave a terrifying smirk, glaring. "Why don't you show me half the persistence you've shown all this time? Watch your mouth. Every time you say surrender, I'll hit you 3 more times." Hearing this threat, Shapat, both furious and panting, harbored even more hatred. On the other side, Aaron tightly gripped his sword hilt. He slapped his stomach, provoking Hellmood. "You don't look so good, are you? Not worried about your commoner friend?" Hellmood coldly scanned insolent face. He frowned, his voice a warning. "You should worry about yourself." It's unknown how much time had passed, but the sound of the wooden sword hitting flesh showed no signs of stopping. Shap was currently being beaten up soundly, to the point where he had to lie flat on the ground. Shap tried to crawl away under the pitying gazes of all his classmates. However, because of the waves of pain hitting him, his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Asuka called out, "Don't think that by playing dead like that, it'll take pity and go easy on you. We're far from done, so stop playing possum and get up." Shap was both furious and humiliated, cursing internally, "Damn it. This can't be happening. I'm a swordsman from the Yugo family. How can I lose to someone like him?" Seeing a few pairs of legs approaching made Shap feel even more annoyed. Those bastards. What are they standing around looking for? They should be calling an instructor. Or getting canned, shouldn't they? Suddenly, Shap's pupils constricted. He looked as if he had just seen something terrible. What is it? Seeing his bootlickers looking at him with amused eyes, he seethed internally. Why are they looking at me like that? I'm not someone you can look at with that look. Stared at with contempt, Shapat angrily stood up and grabbed the hilt of his sword. As he tried to get up, the other two quickly turned their faces away. In that moment, the resentment of Shapat reached its peak. Asuka frowned, wondering about Shapat's strange attitude. He turned his back on him, only revealing 34 dark faces. If that was the case, Shapat immediately turned, glared at Asuka, his hand condensing golden vivus, glowing around the sword's blade. "I'll send you to meet your ancestors." He rushed forward like a whirlwind, catching Asuka slightly by surprise. But that was probably just a small feint by Asuka, who somersaulted in the air, dashed behind Shapat, and landed a blow on his back. Shapat's chin was red from hitting his face earlier, and now his eyes were bulging. In pain, Shapat then landed on the ground very flashily. He had also condensed his vivus, smirking as he glanced at the pathetic state. "You broke the rules, so break them too. That makes us even." Saying that, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, enveloped in a blue aura, and charged towards Shapat. Jerem, seeing this, shouted to stop him. A shock. Wait, but it was too late. The rigid blade seemed to land right on Shapat's neck. All the students present were so shocked they were scared out of their wits. Unexpectedly, the sword's tip had plunged straight into the ground. That was because Scarface had appeared just in time, deflecting the trajectory of the sword strike. Asuka glanced at him, annoyed. Scarface looked sternly at the two troublemakers, his voice full of authority. "Asuka, Shapat, the match is over. Shapat, you come to my office after this. Treat the wound. Asuka, follow me now." Asuka turned back and asked Scarface, "Why do I have to go too? Has the one who broke the rules? If you hadn't dodged that blow just now, it'd be carrying you out on a stretcher." However, his experience was more than enough to handle Asuka, so he wasn't easily fooled. "Just the fact that you disrespected your opponent is already a violation of the rules. How long do you plan on living by your own rules? Making excuses like that?" Scarface clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. "No matter how I think about it, I can't understand why Instructor Pachika would cover for someone like." Hearing Pachika's name, Asuka seemed to choke up. After that, Scarface instructed the class, then turned to leave. "First, someone take Suba to the infirmary." "Asuka, I understand something unpleasant happened recently, but..." His words were suddenly cut off by Andrew's call. "Excuse me, instructor." Scarface was a bit surprised. "What is it?" "I'm in the middle of something, so if you could come back later." He stuttered, struggling to speak. "It's nothing, it's just..." Andrew pointed in a direction and said, "If you don't stop those two, will it be okay?" Hearing that, Scarface and Asuka couldn't help but wonder. The day before, in the academy hallway, someone spoke hurriedly. "Aaron, why didn't you stop him?" Jerem was very confused by Aaron's nod when he heard Sharp's crazy plan. "You know full well those cheap tricks won't work on Asuka, right? Besides, breaking the rules will definitely lead to punishment contrary to that concern." Aaron crossed his arms and replied flatly, "Jerem, since when did you get so close to Sharp?" Jerem was a bit surprised. "What?" He gave Jerem a strange look. "Your eyes are for seeing, not just for show. You should learn to observe sometimes. It's obvious Sharp is done for." Hearing such cold words, Jerem paused for a few beats. He stammered, "What do you mean?" Aaron glanced at Jerem and calmly replied, "He only escaped punishment because there was no evidence. But who doesn't know that Subat used others to harm Asuka?" Aaron's brows furrowed tightly, his shrill voice hissed, "For nobles, using a Black Hawk is a disgrace, even if he used it against a commoner. Most students at the Sword Academy are from noble families. Do you think their families would view that positively?" He even revealed a truth. Sharp has been an outcast for a long time. At this point, Aaron sighed, seemingly relieved. "Actually, if Asuka defeats him and kicks him out, it would be beneficial for us. After all, once the captain disappears, no one will question us anymore." These words made Jerem think endlessly. Before he could fully process it, Aaron added, well, to be honest, I've also wanted to crush that guy Helmut myself. Wouldn't it be great if we kicked Subbat and him out of the academy? It'll make him crawl without needing to lift a finger. Just keep watching. Back in the present, Aaron was preparing to face Helmut. He seemed to have guessed Subbat's fate, thinking to himself, well, don't be too mad at me for what happened. After all, this is how nobles have survived for generations. Suddenly, Helmut spoke up, I've been meaning to ask you something. He held his wooden sword at the ready and continued coldly. Someone destroyed the books in my locker. Was that you? Aaron didn't answer directly, just asked back, can you think of anyone else but me? Because of this question, Helmut stared at him for a few seconds. Then he half closed his eyes and replied no, knowing that I shouldn't have asked. At this moment, Aaron began to move his sword. He smirked calculatingly. Helmut, what's wrong with you? What kind of defense leaves so many openings? Is he overconfident? Or is he just putting on a show? Seeing the nonchalance in Helmut's stance, he thought again, whatever, I can't underestimate him either way. With that thought, Aaron immediately made his move, aiming for his legs first. Suddenly, dust flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Helmut had dashed right in front of Aaron. The tip of the sword flashed past. It broke Aaron's sword in half, sending it flying. He looked at the break on his sword in alarm. What just happened? I definitely swung my sword. He didn't even notice Helmut preparing his second move. Aaron's stance was wide open. He took a blow right to the neck. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Aaron collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and crying out. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He couldn't breathe. Helmut nonchalantly walked closer to Aaron, looking at his pitiful state, struggling to breathe, with saliva drooling from his mouth. He sat down next to him. During the first class, you asked me a question, so now let me ask you one back. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. Do you think your noble status can protect you outside the academy? Helmut glared at Aaron and continued, I could have broken your neck with that last blow. Can being a noble bring you back from the gates of hell? These words created immense pressure on Aaron's heart. He could help, but turned pale, his eyes still watery. His pupils constricted as he thought to himself, no, this bastard isn't even human anymore. Looking at the darkened face and the murderous glint in Helmut's eyes, he trembled intensely. What the hell is he? Feeling he had threatened him enough, Helmut withdrew his gaze and exhaled, sorry. With torn vocal cords, you can't talk. Can you? He directly stomped hard on the helpless hand of Aaron. He wanted to scream in pain but couldn't make a sound. Again Helmut stared intently at Aaron, his chekva stone glowing brightly. He directly lifted him by the collar. A murderous aura erupted with extreme pressure. At that moment Scarface ran over, shouting, Helmut, Aaron, stop the match right now. Drop your swords immediately. And before he could finish his words, Scarface was silenced by Helmut's dangerous gaze. He and the students who were running over stopped in their tracks. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Helmut stared at Aaron with a dark expression. Suddenly he returned to his normal state. He glanced at the kid he was holding by the collar. Helmut directly let him go, letting him fall freely. He panted for a few breaths. Then he turned to look at instructor Scarface. He too felt quite wary of the student in front of him. Regulating his breathing, Scarface ordered Jerem, give Aaron first aid and take him to the infirmary in the academy's faculty office. Instructor Scarface was very serious about handling the supposedly excessive actions of Asuka and Helmut. It'll give you two a chance to defend yourselves. If there's anything you want to say it now. However, neither of them had any words of explanation. Seeing this behavior, Instructor Scarface praised, that's wise. Right now neither of you are in a position to defend yourselves. He said this while glancing at Helmut. Let's assume Asuka could have left, but Helmut, even you. I never expected you to act like you did just now. Helmut lowered his head and replied softly, I did not follow the rules of dueling. He then rested his hands on the desk and asked, is that all? Is that really all you can think of? Helmut's eyes followed Scarface as he continued to speak. I went to check on Aaron's condition before coming here. Scarface began to detail the injuries Aaron sustained. His trachea was torn, and the bones in his right hand were broken. By now Aaron had been thoroughly bandaged. Scarface frowned and said sternly, if he hadn't received first aid then, he could have suffered from respiratory failure. There might be a way to heal his torn vocal cords, but he will probably never be able to hold a sword with his right hand again. Asuka spoke up angrily on Helmut's behalf. Instructor, those scoundrels even tried to take me out by hiring a Black Hawk. So what if those despicable scoundrels can't hold a sword anymore? As soon as he finished the sentence, he got hit by Scarface's stick. He looked at Helmut and reminded him in a loud voice, I wasn't asking you, Asuka. Let's assume you didn't break the dueling rules. But don't you think you went a little too far? At this, Helmut suddenly spoke up, actually, I can't seem to understand why you're blaming me. His next words threw Asuka into a panic. Aaron is weak. Despite his weakness, he had the gall to insult not only me but also my friend. Asuka added, has right. What friend? At this, Helmut asserted he wasn't wrong. I just wanted him to know that there are some things he is not allowed to touch. Gaining momentum, Asuka blurted everything out. They even broke into our lockers and stole all our books, sir. Scarface paid him no mind. focusing intently on Helmut's words. So are you saying that from now on, whenever you meet someone you don't like, you'll use a duel to cripple them? In that case, you don't deserve to study at this academy. He lectured angrily that goes against the virtues of the Sword Academy. Scarface's reasoning fell on deaf ears. Helm retorted, so, picking fights with commoners, insulting them, stealing their things, and having people assault them, are those the virtues of the Sword Academy, sir? Seeing he was quite agitated, Scarface softened his tone. I'm not supporting either side, Helmut, he stated bluntly, so you can't do anything about it. Either. Helmut even reaffirmed his own rule. I simply wanted to solve a problem that you couldn't solve. As a student of the Sword Academy, is there anything wrong with what I did? Is there anything wrong with what I did? Suddenly Scarface said nothing and drew his sword. The blade slashed past Helmut's and Asuka's faces, creating a gust of wind that blew their hair back. This sword strike damaged the office ceiling. Helmut was a little surprised. Scarface frowned, correcting his thinking. Helmut, don't twist your argument in another direction. You're just using your strength to bully the weak. As he spoke, he sheathed his sword. If I were to use force to defeat you now to make you pay for your rebellion, would you accept that kind of justice? Then he began to lecture on how people should treat each other. In this world, there are nobles and commoners, the strong and the weak. Just as you are not allowed to look down on a commoner because you are a noble, you are also not allowed to trample on the weak because you are strong. Scarface's argument was so sharp it made Helmut freeze. Do you see how what you did today is no different from looking down on others because you're a noble? Asuka furtively watched him get a long lecture. After thinking for a while, Helmut spoke first. Then what am I supposed to do? The question, in a way, proved that Scarface's words were just empty theory. He turned back inside and slowly explained, the Academy and I are also at fault for not taking any action until now. I apologize. Scarface gripped the hilt of his sword again as if making a resolution. The Academy does not aim for domination, but rather equality. Asuka and Subat remained silent, waiting for his next words. He turned to speak to both of them, from nobles to commoners, from the strong to the weak. Everyone is human all the same. If you take that to heart, one day you will find the answer. Then he looked at the two unfamiliar faces. Regardless of what happened, you are both truly outstanding students. Being praised while being scolded, Helmut's emotions suddenly became chaotic. After a moment's thought, Scarface continued, regardless, I still have to punish you for your actions today, so I will ban you from participating in duels. However, I will allow you to duel each other. For Asuka, this was more of a treat than a punishment. Sounds fun. Just then, Scarface produced a stack of paper. Asuka was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was happening. After waiting, Scarface's expression darkened. Why are you looking at me with such a doubtful face? You don't think just limiting your duels is the end of it, do you? Go write 50 apology letters. If you don't finish writing, you're not allowed back here. This punishment was a terrifying shock to the two who loved holding swords. That afternoon, desperate pleas could still be heard. Wait, instructor. What about class? Scarface replied coldly. Right. Finish before theory class starts. Then come back and give them to me. I've already been lenient with you, so stop complaining. Helmut still wouldn't stop shouting, come on please, instructor. That night, as the full moon hung in the sky, Asuka looked at his blistered hands. He puffed his cheeks in a pout. My hands have gone numb. While Asuka was complaining, after we finished writing, we went outside and it was already dark. And he calls this being lenient with us. That instructor is a demon. Meanwhile, Helmut was also looking at his swollen hands. Unlike Helmut, Asuka frowned, clenched his fist, and said nothing, thinking to himself, I don't regret activating my ability. Thinking of this, Helmut remembered the Chekva stone flashing inside him. But I made a mistake. For a moment I lost my composure. After all that training, I still can't completely control it. The more he thought, the more his brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with anger. Back then, how could I? Seeing him silent and frowning, Asuka turned and asked, what's wrong? Why the long face? Helmut, your hand hurts a lot too, right? Helmut put his hand in his pocket and replied flatly, today because I had to write letters. I couldn't train. Asuka was surprised by his insanity. Geez. You're too diligent with your training. How can you still have the mind to think about training after writing apology letters all day? Helmut glanced at Asuka and said with casual sarcasm, and it seems you haven't trained for very long, but you've improved. Suddenly having his training time belittled, Asuka angrily shouted, have you ever seen me train to say that? Look who's talking. The guy who doesn't care about anyone else, and is always cooped up in his personal training room. Look who's talking. Suddenly an idea popped into Asuka's head. Since we're talking about private training rooms, can I use your private training room? Helmut just replied, in one round word no. Asuka immediately retorted, you said that we are friends, yet you won't even let me borrow a little something. In a nearby building, Scarface was silently watching his two kids. He thought to himself, Helmut, I know you're a good student, but Scarface hesitantly followed Helmut's figure with his eyes. He suddenly remembered the look in Helmut's eyes when he stopped the fight. The killing intent you radiated. At that time, or to be more precise, the demonic energy. Feeling that he was overthinking, Scarface quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. No, That theory is too far-fetched. Anyway, he's still more obedient than Asuka, so. He could only sigh and pray silently. I hope he can continue to study well without going astray. Suddenly, Scarface saw the slash mark on the ceiling, and jumped. It looks like he'll have to use this month's salary to pay for the repairs to this room. At the same time somewhere, the space was shrouded in darkness. Inside a house lit by a flickering candle, someone slammed their hand on the table. The crowd below bowed their heads. Subserviently, Anton was sitting, imposingly above, his face filled with killing intent. He glared at the useless bunch at his feet. Chapter 53. The candlelight flickered in the quiet room. There was no sound, other than the faint crackling. The candle wax. Anton just sat there silently, looking at his subordinates. He gently stroked his beard and said, I've lost the spy in Baden, the one who helped you escape. The subordinate with horn-like hair felt uneasy and replied, I'm sorry, leader. We failed miserably. The one-eyed young man next to him interjected, but please listen to us. That guy's movements were definitely not those of a second-year academy student. Hornhair heard this and thought it made sense. Nodding repeatedly, that's right, he must be at least a 2-star swordsman. Suddenly, Anton raised his hand, signaling enough. He rested his chin on his hand. I didn't gather you here to find fault, but in fact, I should reward you for helping me find someone I've been looking for a long time. Suddenly, Hornhair and One Eye froze at the praise from their boss after their failure. Then Anton glanced at Chromo and ordered, tell them. He took a piece of paper from his pocket and nodded in reply, yes. Chromo started with a question, was there a black-haired kid among the academy students you faced, with black eyes, a pale face, and who looked like a noble, right? Hornhair and One Eye suddenly burst with anger. That's right, that kid alone beat us to a pulp. After confirming it was the right person, Chromo held a few papers and continued. That kid's name is Helmut. He is an official member of the Swift Mercenary Guild. He massacred 5 of our men with just a tree branch and escaped. Since then, we've been hunting him, but we never expected him to be hiding in the academy. Hornhair couldn't believe his ears, stammering softly, a massacre. At this moment, Anton rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and spoke. There's very little information from Baden. It was smart of him to choose the academy as a hiding place. His eyes narrowed with tension. One shouldn't play with a monster in its den, but if it still remembers that grudge, if we're not careful, one day it will bear its claws towards us. Hearing these words, Hornhair's eyes widened. So what should we do? He placed his hand on the armrest and replied, that's why I'm going to give you a new mission. Hornhair was a bit puzzled. A new mission? As he spoke, Anton reached for the papers in Chromo's hand. It's simple. Just deliver this report to the higher-ups, and then he'll give you a leave of absence. So you better get it done. Under orders. Hornhair and One Eye bowed their heads solemnly. Yes, thank you, sir. We swear we will not disappoint you a second time. After that, Anton and Proudmoore watched the 2 underlings leave. As soon as they were gone, Anton glanced at Proudmoore and gave the order to eliminate them. You never know when a wounded dog will turn around and bite you. Send someone to assassinate them right after they finish their task. He replied, yes, sir. After finishing, Anton gave a faint smirk. Perhaps, just perhaps, we'll meet that person soon. The full moon tonight at the academy was obscured by clouds. There were footsteps outside the door. Helm tiptoed into the dormitory room. Inside the room, the space was dead silent. He stepped in quietly, trying not to make a sound, and looked around. Feeling that nothing was wrong, Helm was about to return to his bed, but suddenly a voice spoke up, making him jump in surprise. You're back late. Helm asked worriedly. You're not asleep yet? Alia replied irritably from inside. You're sneaking around like a cat was so ridiculous that I couldn't sleep, he said softly. Sorry. Inside, Alia was lying on the bed hugging a pillow and asked casually, I heard you beat them until they were unconscious. That's good. Outside, he sat down on the bed, looked out the window and replied, but I have to write them an apology letter, and am not allowed to go to training. A hint of confusion appeared in Alia's eyes. You got what you wanted, but you're still not happy because of this question. Helmut also fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he crossed his arms and changed the subject. Sorry, but I lost my textbook. As you said, I want to ask for help in the future. Alia was a bit surprised by his story about the lost book. He angrily yanked open the dividing curtain. With a glare like daggers, he intended to scold Helmut, but then he stopped and said nothing. This state of his made Helmut wonder with a big question mark. Alia sighed. I don't know if you're reckless or just naive. Are you sad just because of that? He continued, making Helmut's eyes widen. Did you think I would assume your book was stolen when I said that? And there's nothing you could do about it, so it's not your fault. Seeing Helmut's expression, Alia felt helpless. Gosh, if you feel bad, just pay back the money. For the book, he simply replied okay, and said seriously thanks. Alia frowned, looking at him with a mix of annoyance and awkwardness. He quickly pulled the curtain shut and said bluntly, I'm going to sleep. Inside, Alia buried his face in the pillow and sighed a few times. His cheeks suddenly turned red. As night fell, the moon became fuller and brighter. A few hours later, the morning sun shone into the academy's hallway. The shadow of a person holding a sword was cast on the floor. Helmut tried to pull the door open, but couldn't. He wondered, why won't it open then? Helmut checked the key again. It's the right key. Is it broken? Suddenly, someone's wrinkled hand reached out. Hold on, wait a minute, is that you, Helmut? Hearing someone call him, he turned around. Yes. An old man holding a large broom smiled at him. Sorry, but the instructor's training area is being cleaned today. It seems you didn't get the message. Would you mind using the common training room? With the reason he gave, Helmut had no choice but to agree. Okay, no problem. He thought to himself, the common training room. After that, he left the private training room. He went and gently opened the door to the common training room. Helmut's entrance made everyone in the class stare wide-eyed. Everyone turned to look at him strangely. Seeing the scrutinizing gazes, Hellhood also felt a bit uncomfortable. A few people in the class came up to greet him. It had been a week since that day, and many things had changed in the swordsmanship training hall since the day the resistance class started talking to me one by one. They started praising me and admitting they never liked Sharp. Helm walked around looking for an opponent, observing his surroundings at the same time. But perhaps this was the unfair personal relationship the instructor had mentioned. He also realized that they were only pretending this was a fair relationship because they felt threatened. But because they were afraid of me, they also flattered themselves with that superiority complex. How could I benefit from being fair to them? He walked over to a wooden dummy and started warming up. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Hellhood. Andrew walked into the training room from outside and announced, Professor Ethan Kuro is looking for you. The door slowly opened, and Hellhood slowly walked in. The person inside was still, continuously writing something. Ethan's voice spoke up without looking towards him. Come in. Helmut approached and spoke first. I heard you were looking for me, sir. He nodded in reply. That's right. I want to talk about what happened during the sparring session. As soon as he heard this, Helm thought to himself, here we go again. Nevertheless, on the outside he remained polite. Yes, Helmut remembered the less than optimistic experience from before. If I speak like I did last time, I'll definitely get scolded just the same, so it's best to act repentant and remorseful. And so he said, I apologize for disrupting the class. Following that was a string of apologetic words. At that time I thought it was cool. I assumed that the strong preying on the weak was a matter of course. But after hearing what the instructor said, I understand that I was also partly at fault. Next time I will be more careful. Ethan didn't stop writing, but he seemed a bit pensive. His gaze flickered up to Helmut as he thought, I didn't intend to call him here to scold him, but with this atmosphere I guess I have to do it now. As he thought, Ethan went along with Helmut's expectations and spoke slowly. It's good that you recognize your mistake. I also hope you won't dwell on what happened. The students who bullied you will receive their due punishment soon enough. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be curious. How so? Now it was Ethan's turn to be surprised. Instructor Elena hasn't told you yet. Helmut honestly admitted no, he hasn't said anything. He crossed his arms and explained, Instructor Elena has already gotten a confession from one of the masterminds. The academy will probably expel them. He didn't forget to add firmly, besides, even if they are nobles, hiring the Black Eagles is unforgivable. Helmut was silent for a moment. After a moment he murmured, I understand. Seeing this, Ethan added, you seem surprised. You must have been scolded quite a bit. It's understandable. Instructor Elena believes that a good conscience goes hand in hand with good deeds. He didn't stop there. Since everything has been settled, I'm telling you this now. Standing up against injustice is a swordsman's responsibility, but what's important is to know your limits. Helmut listened with a receptive attitude from beginning to end. If you've learned that limit through this incident, then just follow it from now on. That's all at this point. Ethan added with a laugh, besides, you know, everyone has a reckless youth. I was the same. Things like this happen at the academy from time to time. Just be careful not to get punished, that's all. Tomorrow take your friend for a tour of the mansion. Remembering those troublemakers, Helmut was a bit hesitant. Not necessarily close to everyone, but you should at least have a few close friends at school. We're not that close, he suddenly thought, which means I can go now, right? Unexpectedly, the professor gave him more things. Also, here are your new books. They destroyed the textbooks they stole to get rid of the evidence. 2 heavy stacks of books were placed on the table. He followed them with his eyes. He asked, but why are there 2 sets? Ethan smiled and explained, your friend lost his too, right? Young Asuka wasn't it? Since you're here, take this back for him too. At this moment Cyan waved when he saw him. Helmut, you came just in time. Helmut quickly saw the 2 of them. He approached with 2 stacks of books in his hands and asked Cyan, why do I see you everywhere? Hearing that, the other guy just smiled. You mean him friendly, right? I'll take that as a compliment. Then Helmut turned to Asuka and announced, here are your books. He looked curiously at the stack of books. Why did you buy them for me? I was just wondering what to do. You're more considerate of your friends than I thought. Helmut slowly explained, Professor Ethan gave them to us. He also emphasized that we have to take good care of our textbooks. Asuka mumbled, it's nice being a noble buying 2 expensive sets, without even looking at the price. Cyan quickly interjected again, hey, can I continue? Can I? He smiled and explained, I was just about to look for you to talk. Helmut, you came at the perfect time. Are you free this weekend? Evening gradually fell upon the city. Everyone had their own fun in a tavern at this moment. Cyan's cheerful voice rang out in the city of Baden on weekends. There are so many places selling all kinds of delicious food. So delicious. Students can go there to eat when they're allowed out. But among those places, the Griffin Tavern on Eiderfens 3rd Street is the absolute best. However, both Helmut and Asuka didn't respond, which made Cyan a bit confused. What's wrong with you guys? Let's raise our glasses. Let's celebrate justice prevailing this time. Suddenly, Cyan turned to Asuka to chat. Hey, Asuka said as treating today, so feel free to drink. He asked back stunned. What, when did I say that? He brushed it off and replied, come on, it's no big deal. I'll split the bill with you if anything. And then, Cyan spoke up again. I wish Alia was here too. But if he were, he'd be the last person to be with us in a place like this. I can't believe even Helmut couldn't persuade him. Hearing that, he just remained silent in thought. Helmut recalled Alia's words, isn't Cyan enough for you? You want to drag me along with that mad dog too? Just the thought of it gives me a headache. From now on, don't invite me again. Helmut was completely silent. He just slowly drank his beer, and then he was speechless, thinking to himself, how on earth can anyone like this taste? On the opposite side, Sheen and Asuka were discussing, let's order this too. Go on, I'll even sell both my kidneys. Then he looked up at him and spoke again. I heard you've been the talk of the town in the sword arts division these days. Huh, he replied, a bit surprised. I didn't know that. I've never gone to any other class. Asuka scoffed and commented, those guys only submit to him because they are scared for themselves. They look down on him for being a commoner. He beat them all until they were crippled. So who would dare to pick a fight with him now? Sheen smiled and chimed in with a sentence, well, let's let bygones be bygones and smile about it. Ha slowly agreed, his expression a bit thoughtful. I guess so. Seeing this, Sheen couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong? What's weighing on your mind? He answered him, no, it's not really weighing on my mind, it's just that. Helmut slowly added, usually, people just look at me and they already dislike me, so why are you guys hanging out with me? His words made Asuka and Sheen freeze in unison. Asuka was the first to speak. What, you're worried about that? You're easy to hate, but you're also cute in a way. And Shin added, so what's so hard to understand? He was already tipsy and added, the first time I met you, I could already feel it, that if I was with this person, it would be a lot of fun. Hearing Sheen say that, Asuka immediately scoffed. What fun? Is that why you've been clinging to us all this time? That's a bit perverted. You know, old man, you didn't look at me and feel that way, right? Sheen laughed and replied, don't worry, you're not that funny. He immediately felt offended. It's not fun anymore. Sheen didn't stop there, continuing to look at Asuka teasingly. What about you always trailing after Helmut like a loyal dog? The more he heard, the angrier he got. Trailing after him, you say it like it's true. Say one more word and I'll beat you up. With a slightly arrogant expression, Asuka explained, it's just that I like people with real abilities. Unlike those guys who are all talk, but I hate the way he lectures people. Just then, Ha spoke up, I don't lecture anyone. It's just that I don't like people who don't know their place. Asuka frowned, his annoyance clear. Then why are you so harsh with me? Of course, my first impression of you wasn't good either, but we fought against the Black Eagles together, right? I even brought books for you. I thought that we were close. And he continued to pat Cian, demanding Cian tell him. You also think is really mean to me, right? Unexpectedly, he was no longer able to answer them. Both Hev and Asuka were stunned. Cian was slumped over on the table. His face was flushed pink, and he started talking nonsense. The scene in front of him made Asuka laugh until he cried. Look at him. He drank just that little bit and has already dead drunk. A moment ago, he was boasting that he would drink until I ran out of money. What's with him now? Has really such a kid? Helmut didn't say a word. He slowly drank while Asuka continued to tease loudly. Now I know. From now on, whenever he gets noisy, I'll just get him drunk. Before and after, his gaze was fixed in one direction. His thoughts also drifted far away, just as I thought. I still can't be sure. Sheen was still sleeping soundly, dead drunk. They had left the pub, and Asuka was trying his best to shake him awake. Can you get up yet? I told you so. Has completely wasted. I don't know why he came here if he gets this drunk after just one drink. Unexpectedly from a distance, someone's voice rang out. How do you know me? That girl? What on earth are you talking about? A group of people were laughing and talking. He let out a breath, and he couldn't help but be curious. Alia flipped through the book he was holding, looking for something. He checked the book's title again. Alia's face showed surprise as he thought to himself, I remember leaving it around here. Could it be that I forgot it at home? There's no way I would misplace a book. He took another book. Alien told himself, oh well, it's a book I read often anyway. I'll have to stop by the bookstore downtown to buy a new copy later. Suddenly his gaze darkened. He remembered Helmut looking at him and asking Alia, where do you want to go this weekend? Sheen and Asuka said they're going downtown together. Looking down at the book, Alia calculated in his head, then I just need to follow them. In a small town, Alia rubbed his temples, frowning as he thought, no. A group of girls surrounded him, fawning over him. Lord Alia, there's a shop over there that sells beautiful things. Please go with me, my lord. Are you looking for books? Let us buy them for you. He thought irritably, this isn't it. He turned, annoyed, and said to a girl with a love-struck face, why should I let you people buy things for me? I don't need it, get out of the way. She replied, oh my, we just want to have tea with you, Lord Alia. He held his forehead, calculating I can't talk normally with these people, but I also can't use magic to blow them away. In this dilemma from afar Helmut appeared. Alia saw Helmut. Helmut was sweating, waving his hand as he looked. Towards him Alia frowned and glanced over. He slipped past the other person, aiming straight for Hellhood who was standing dazedly ahead. A hand grabbed the hem of his clothes. Alia turned his head and explained to the crowd, sorry, but I have a prior appointment with this guy today. Could you please make way? Helmut glanced over at him, looking completely bewildered. Asuka turned and asked, confused, what's going on? It's Alia. A moment ago he was ignoring all of us, and now what's this nonsense is spouting? Alia gritted his teeth and cursed, keep quiet and stay away, you idiot. The group of girls went crazy, saying in panic, no way, why is Lord Alia with those people? Associating with people of a different class like that will ruin your reputation. Azuka and Cian's faces darkened upon hearing this. Someone else added, especially with that barbaric bunch. From the Sword Arts Division, a girl raised her hand to stop the person speaking, hesitatingly asking, wait a minute, that green-haired guy from the Sword Arts Division, could he be the famous swordsman? Sheen and Asuka were furious, their bodies emitting an intense murderous aura. Asuka turned and glared threateningly, you. What? Finish your sentence, you little mouse. Cian's face turned red as he hissed, I'm not from the Sword Arts Division. The girls started whispering, who's that next to him? I don't know. His eyes widened as he shouted, stop bothering people and get out of the way, or I'll bite. The group of girls turned pale. With fear, they scrambled away. A helpless Helmut turned and asked, what happened here? Alia frowned and glanced at him. He thumped him, making Helmut jump. Why'd you hit me? He complained irritably. The street is so wide, and yet I still run into you guys. You reek of alcohol. Get out of the way. Asuka scolded, this kid, do you have multiple personalities, asking for help and then acting like that? He pointed at Helmut, refuting his words, I didn't ask you for help. I just saw that this guy was about to go crazy when he saw me in trouble. Hellhood looked down at him and said calmly, I didn't intend to help you. I thought with your skills, situations like this would be nothing to you. He frowned, glanced at him, and then explained, no, this isn't the time to discuss that issue anyway, forget it, it's better if I don't say any more. Someone looked towards Cian and asked, Cian is leaning in a corner. But what's wrong with that guy over there? His face is pale and listless. The other person replied, just ignore him, has been mumbling this whole time. Alia then took off his hood, looked at Asuka, and ordered, honey, check your bag. What? He asked irritably, why are you ordering me around like that? Alia replied curtly, just do it. Someone held a potion vial in their hand, skeptical medicine. Alia explained, it's an antidote. Everyone in the Magic Academy always carries a vial with them. Just give it to drink. He'll wake up soon enough. Asuka sat down in front of Cian, pouring the medicine while complaining, if you had something this good, you should have said so earlier. What a pain. Sheen held the vial in his mouth, his brow furrowed. Suddenly his eyes flew open. Sheen asked dazedly, Alia. He had a teary-eyed, narcissistic expression. You said you wouldn't come, but you still came because you were worried about us. You dishonest person. Asuka casually mocked, is it really working? Is spouting all sorts of nonsense now. Alia, helpless, regretted it. It would have been better not to give it to him. Cian suggested, now that the four of us are all here, let's go somewhere, shall we? There's a dessert shop near here that's really good. Asuka replied helplessly, where can we go at this hour? Let's just go back to the dorms. Helmut glanced at Alia, who was holding his forehead with a wary expression. He looked up. He turned as if he wanted to say something. Helmut spoke up, Alia, are you free tomorrow to come with me to visit the Kuro residence? He turned to look at Helmut in astonishment. Alia didn't answer. He asked, are you planning to bring those guys along too? He answered, no, I just wanted to ask your opinion first. He said with a serious face, it seems Ethan wants me to introduce you to him. Alia furrowed his brow slightly, looking thoughtful. He asked curtly, why just me? Helmut answered, flustered, because if I invited others you wouldn't go. You're stubborn. Alia added, that's right. He lowered his eyes and explained, anyway, I owe you a lot. Alia looked at him. He asked, all right, when do we go? He casually replied, I think early in the morning is best. It'll be a pain if we have to split from Sheen and Asuka again. Sheen asked blankly, what are you two whispering about? Are you talking bad behind my back? Alia urged him away. Hurry up and go straight home while you're still sober. The midterm exams are coming up. Sheen raised an eyebrow and replied, no, with the midterms coming, I have to burn the midnight oil and study. Stop nagging, you sound like my mom. Hearing that, he immediately refused. Stop it, just hearing that is scary. Hellhood thought to himself. I still don't fully understand the relationship between people, but on that day I felt that the distance between me and Alia had gradually narrowed. A hand was placed down, he couldn't stop thinking, or maybe. Helmut in front of him hesitated and commented, maybe it's just me. Alia turned to look at him, a fierce murderous aura radiating as he ordered, listen, this is a team battle. Our goal is to defeat Sean and Asuka to win. Helmut sweated as he looked at him. Looking at Helmut's dumbfounded face, he continued to explain, as you know, I've never lost, and I've taught you very thoroughly. Alia had a fierce expression, his brows furrowed, his pupils dilated as he warned, so if we lose, it's definitely 100% your fault. Try your best to win, understand? Helmut watched the scene, not daring to wonder, at school. Students were chatting lively. The door opened. Alia, holding a book, turned and asked, "Why are you here?" Helm stared blankly. He turned and asked irritably, "What's with that look on your face?" "I'm asking why you came here." Helmut replied, "I thought you'd be in the library like always." He turned away sharply and explained, "I just came to get a few things, then I'll go right back to the library." "How's your exam preparation going?" he replied nonchalantly. "It's so-so." He glanced reproachfully. "What's with that nonchalant answer?" Helmut expressed calmly, "I'm not worried about the practical exam." Alia asked, "Does that mean you're worried about the written exam?" He glanced and replied, "Anyway, my score on the entrance exam was high enough, and the elective classes don't really suit me." Alia stopped and wondered, "Which elective class are you talking about?" Helmut replied, flustered, "History of the continent and magic." He exclaimed, "No wonder you're not interested." He seriously explained, "The reason it can't be helped. Exchange students don't get priority in choosing electives." Alia exhaled sharply, frowning and complaining. "But that class gives priority to high-scoring students to choose from. It's clear that exchange students are always at a disadvantage, and the academy doesn't do anything about it. It's so inadequate." He continued, "But anyway, should you be at the top of at least one subject?" Helmut glanced over and replied, "I guess I'll try to make up for it with the practical exam." He spun around and exclaimed irritably, "What? Of course it's not like that. Have you seen how they grade?" Helmut was startled. Alia pointed his brow, furrowed as he explained, "Listen, the practical exam for swordsmanship is graded very strictly. For third-year students, unlike combat-style tests, the instructors divide the scores into evaluation categories. Ranks 1 to 4 get a grade 1, while ranks 5 to 11 get a grade 2, and so on. Even if your skill is worth 150 points, according to the system, you'll still only get 100 points. This means even if you're at the top, there will be at least 3 other people with the same score as you." Finally, he concluded, "Therefore, the gap in the grade rankings can only come from the elective subjects." Even so, Helmut was still calm, as he replied, "I'll try harder in my 4th year then." Alia brought up the past in a cold voice, after being defeated by Asuka. "You can still say that." Helmut was shocked, as if struck by lightning. The two looked at each other in silence. Alia spoke in a low voice, "If you want, I can help you. Of course it comes with conditions." Helmut fell silent. The two fell silent once again. Helmut spoke up and asked, "You're getting ready to go to the library now, right?" The library was crowded with people coming and going. Helmut looked up. Alia, who was in front, turned back and prompted, "This way, follow me." As the two walked down the hallway, Helmut asked, "Where are we going?" He replied, "A private study room in the library. Outstanding students can sign up to use it." Helmut glanced at Alia and remarked, "You have a lot of private space, even in the dorm." He frowned and complained irritably, "Now I don't have any, thanks to someone. Using a common room is quite a hassle for me, as you know." He opened the door, reminding him, "This is the only place I'll let you share, so study hard." Cyan and Asuka were sitting there looking out. Cyan spoke up, "Sorry, but this room is already booked. It's been signed out." The two were stunned. Helmut had a confused expression. Cyan looked flustered, waving a greeting, "Hey, it's Alia. What a coincidence seeing you here." Crossed his arms, his face full of disdain, and asked, "Then why are you guys here?" Cyan raised his hand to explain, "What's the problem? The top student in the swordsmanship class and the second in the magic class have the right to use the private study room." Alia turned to glare at Asuka, explaining, "I mean, why are you two together?" Asuka's face contorted in annoyance as he replied, "Why else? We're sharing the room to save space. Besides, we're in different classes, so we don't bother each other at all." Cyan added, "That's right, it's a waste for one person to use a whole room." The two, Helmut and Alia, fell silent, pondering. Cyan awkwardly suggested, "So, that's the situation. Could you guys go to another room?" Helmut leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Something's fishy, Alia. He seems to have a hidden agenda." Alia suddenly clasped his hands, smiled brightly, his face beaming, and exclaimed, "Oh, is that how it is? Well then, we shouldn't get in the way of each other's studies." Cyan pointed, playing along insincerely, "That's Alia for you." So understanding, he cut him off, replying, "Because I have a better idea." Cyan immediately froze. Alia's expression changed in an instant. He sinisterly suggested, "It's simple. Let Helmut and Asuka study here, and you and I will go to the room next door. That way we save space and each room will only have students from the same course." The other two immediately broke out in a sweat, stammering, "Well, but," he immediately cut in, "What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with that. Is there? No need to hesitate." Cyan spoke with worried regret, "So that means..." Not letting him finish, Alia cut in again, asking, "And you always want to study with me, right?" He narrowed his eyes, a cunning look in them. "Or are you guys hiding something that you don't want us to know?" The other two were caught and fell helplessly silent. In the library, the space was quiet. Asuka sat silently, frowning. Someone asked, "So, are you afraid Helmut will steal your top rank, so you're asking Cyan to tutor you?" Alia glanced at the dazed Helmut and judged, "What is there to be afraid of with this guy?" Asuka angrily spoke loudly, "Don't you know his result on the last quiz? He was the only one to answer it correctly right after me, without even using the textbook." Alia calmly replied, "Well, I helped him." Asuka flared up, pointing and yelling, "There. See, that's the problem." He explained helplessly, "I don't intend to lose on the written exam. The practical exam might be a draw, but Helmut always has Alia helping him, so of course I have to seek help too. I'm not 100% certain he'll win. Alia sighed, frowning disdainfully. You're more of a coward than I thought. So you're afraid of losing your top spot and seeking help? He replied dejectedly something like that. You're going to help Helmut too, right? He replied calmly with a dark, unreadable expression of course. Why else would I be with him? Asuka was so angry he was speechless and replied, do you want to know how much I'm holding back before I throw? A punch. Alia raised his hand and posed a question, but why Cyan you're number 1 while Hez? Only number 2. Cyan let out a helpless exclamation. That's so hurtful. I'm better than him at the magic elective. Cyan spoke up again with a suggestion. Now that things have turned out this way, how about we have a competition? Want to bet Alia whether Asuka or Helmut will be number 1? He frowned and asked, why bet when I know Helmut will win anyway? Cyan persuaded, luck has to run out sometime. If you're that confident, why not make a wager? He pointed and laughed, stating the terms. The loser will have to run 100 laps around the sports field without using magic. The great Alia wouldn't back down from a bet like this. Right? Alia fell silent, frowning in thought. Asuka broke a sweat, covered his mouth and whispered to Cyan, where did you get that? Confidence from, don't worry, I've got it all planned. He laughed and exhaled sharply. Helmut remained silent, not saying anything. He looked up. Alia slammed his hand on the table and reminded him, before that, I need to add something. Because of this, if we lose, it's 100% your fault. You better drag your ass up to the top spot for me. His face contorted, his pupils shrinking frighteningly as he asked, understand. He indifferently hummed in agreement, thinking to himself, it seems I've forgotten my original wish. Alia looked at him listening attentively with his arms crossed and reminded him. This isn't just about your grade, it's about my honor too. We're not taking a break until we finish chapter 1. He ordered, now open your book. Let's start by grasping the basics. The other two also sat opposite them. Asuka and Cyan sat gloomily in a corner, glancing over, thinking helplessly, why are you guys studying in a place where time passes so quickly? Running in a field, it was already dark and had started to rain. Cyan stood by the window, watching the raindrops fall with wary boredom. It's suddenly starting to rain really hard. As soon as Cyan finished speaking, Alia, who was nearby, immediately added, yeah, I know. On the table in front of him was a stack of terribly graded tests. It really is pouring. After looking at them a while longer, he felt like life had nothing left to offer, while the person in question pretended to know nothing. After a moment of depression, Alia sighed. Seeing this expression, Asuka laughed his head off. I thought he would have at least improved a little. Even the great Alia is at a dead end, huh? Don't you dare jinx. After calming down, he slowly picked up the stack of papers and commented, Helmut, it'll give you passing marks for the objective questions. I mean, you just need to remember their essence. His calm didn't last long. Alia irritably held up the pile of papers and scolded, but the answers to these open-ended questions are. What the hell is this, to make it more believable? He even used one of the questions as an example. You were supposed to describe the difference between a normal mage and a dark mage, and the danger that dark mages pose. Mentioning this issue made Alia's anger explode. But Helm still replied provocatively, unlike normal mages, dark mages are evil creatures. You must avoid confronting dark mages. What kind of answer is this? How could you even meet them? More importantly, how many points would an answer like this get? You told me to answer based on my own thoughts. This cluelessness made the person opposite him explode. No matter what, Helmut stuck to his original opinion. No, I told you to answer based on your thoughts. Based on the theory, who the hell would believe you've actually run into them? But it's true. Good grief, what I mean is. At this point Alia was at a loss for words. Asuka and Cyan now came over to eavesdrop, let us see too. Without waiting for permission, the two of them grabbed the pile of homework and started scrutinizing it. After reading just a few sheets, Cyan immediately pointed out. Helm's situation. One thing's for sure. Helmut, you've never answered an essay type question before, right? As far as I know, the tests for exchange students are mostly objective questions. Asuka, standing beside him now, also showed great disgust while reading. What subject is this? Understanding magic. Why are you taking this course? As soon as the question was asked, the person next to him answered. Hearing this, a two-faced Asuka advised, well, exchange students don't have many choices for liberal arts. Helmut, why don't you just give up this time? Even for Alia, this is too difficult. As soon as those words were out, Alia slammed the table and stood up, startling the other two. They flinched. He stood up, his eyes shining, his voice trembling. Give up, nonsense. The more Alia thought about it, the more unwilling he was to accept it. Asuka watched, not knowing what to say. I won't let my student lose to someone like you. Hey, what can I say? You look so serious that I can't even get mad. Helmut, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. However, Alia immediately objected. We're going to relearn the method for answering open-ended questions. But I have to go train. You're not going back to the dorm until you understand, so be prepared. The sun gradually set. Everyone in the room was still studying very diligently. Besides studying, Asuka and Cyan also teased Alia for fun. Tired from studying, the four of them rarely sat together to eat cookies. Finally, the rain stopped. Helmut, who was doing his work, suddenly noticed something. Alia, while flipping through a book, answered perfunctorily. Aren't they coming back? It's late and they're probably full, so they went to bed. Those two will pay for being so smug. Hearing these words, Helmut grumbled lightly, you're working so hard because of me. Alia was surprised to hear that. He then calmed down and urged him on. But Helmut said directly, then work harder. Unless you want to see me run 100 laps around the field. But how could you lose the top spot? Of course not. Receiving that confirmation, he couldn't help but be confused. Is there any reason why you're so obsessed with being number one? At this question, Alia fell silent, gently closing the book he was reading. He spoke up, everyone had secrets they can't reveal to anyone else. My reason is similar to that. Since he said that much, Helmut didn't ask further. A secret that can't be revealed to anyone else. I have a secret like that too, I understand. That said, he still guessed the reason in his head. Alia is truly amazing. He'll surely achieve the title of Grand Mage one day. That means, just like Anton, he will also discover the seed of darkness within me, so there's no other way than to get away from him before that day comes. Thinking this, Helmut became pensive. Seeing his reaction, Alia came over to ask. He also honestly expressed his question, that's enough. Are there any key points you still don't understand? I don't understand this part about abnormal magic receptors. At that question, he enthusiastically instructed, let me see. With that, Alia tucked his hair to one side. This action caught his attention. He was surprised looking at the other person's profile. Alia, still unaware, explained enthusiastically, in short, it's the theory that a person has different locations where they receive magic. Abnormal means it's not fixed. Although the hypothesis hasn't been proven, the professor in charge, Mr. Zin, likes discussion, so he posed a question from this. Pausing for a moment, he noticed something strange about Helmut. So first, you need to decide whether you agree with this theory or not. As soon as he looked up, their eyes met. They held the gaze for just a few seconds. This romantic atmosphere was quickly shattered by Alia's grumpiness. Being asked like that, Helmut deflated. What's wrong with you? I don't want to have to explain it again. Don't just space out like that. Sorry. Since he was sincere, he did pursue it further. You seem to be losing focus, huh? Want to take a short break? That would be better. Don't let him rest. Helmut covered his face, full of doubt. Have I been studying too much? Alia wasn't much better. He held up a book to hide his blushing, embarrassed face from view. The next day at the training ground, Andrew, unable to hide his curiosity, sidled up to ask him, Helmut, I heard you made a bet with Azuka. Being asked that, he was confused. Seeing his reaction, he kindly explained, everyone knows already. I mean, it's the fight for the top spot. I'm sure the other classes in the swordsmanship department know too. Not to mention Alia is also involved, so how could I not know? Not stopping there, Andrew also asserted firmly, this confidence confused the person in question. I'm sure you'll win. Why, I don't know. A swordsman's intuition? I have a feeling you're stronger than Asuka. Hearing these words, Helmut silently assessed the person opposite him. After meeting him during the transfer exam, we corrected each other's stances like partners, and in class, I'm quite close to him. Snapping out of his thoughts, he declared frankly, the written exam is the main hurdle, but like you said, I don't intend to lose. This attitude got Andrew excited. Honestly, I really want to see Asuka lose for once. I mean, nobody likes him running around acting like he owns the place. He continued to talk casually, completely unaware that the person he was talking about was already standing next to him. Helmut noticed Asuka and fell silent. Andrew, who was talking, was confused. Just then, Asuka growled threateningly, it must be fun blaming your incompetence on me, huh? Andrew flinched a little. No, I didn't mean that. I don't care about this anymore. He walked up to Helmut. Whatever. Move it. Hey. Helmut, have you heard the news about class today? He asked back, confused. Aren't we having a sparring session? Seeing his cluelessness, Asuka explained, not exactly. It's not just a sparring session. We're going to fight the first years. After making the announcement, he crossed his arms in annoyance and guessed, it's probably an event to boost their morale or something before the midterms. What a party pooper. I thought I'd get to fight you. So boring. Andrew beside him added fuel to the fire. But they said we'll also have an official match with the first years after the written exam. I heard there are some pretty good ones among the first years this year. So what, you mean I'm going to lose? No, I'm just saying. Suddenly he remembered something. Andrew's next words made Asuka skeptical. But I heard there's a girl who's on a completely different level. A girl in the swordsmanship department. Ugh, she really chose the department where you sweat the most. This opinion stirred indignation in Andrew, but he didn't care. Apparently, that girl isn't just super talented, she's mega talented. Yeah, whatever. I hope I don't have to fight her. I mean, if I felt like it, one punch would be enough to knock her out. So you plan to beat her up? Helmut said nothing, lost in his own world. First years, at that moment in a dorm room, a petite girl sat inspecting her sword attentively. 58. After a bit of back and forth, the group of highly anticipated first-year students appeared. Asuka and Helmut's group were already waiting in the courtyard. Looking at the group of students, everyone couldn't hide their curiosity and chattered nonstop. So those are the first years. They just enrolled, so their spirits are high. I used to be like that too a long time ago. Only Helmut was still silent. Just then, Andrew leaned over and whispered in his ear, Helmut, that's the first year I was talking about. As soon as he finished, a beautiful girl with flowing hair walked past the two of them. Seeing her graceful figure, James and Dino were impressed. She's really pretty, just like the rumors. Her noble aura practically screams him a noble, obviously. Pausing for a moment, James pointed out, but, don't you think she looks like someone? At this, they both looked at Helmut, and he returned their gaze. After observing Helmut for a moment, the two discussed skeptically with each other. They do look alike, don't they? Do you have any relatives you don't know about? Being asked this, he was a little confused. What are you talking about, relatives? After answering, he also became stunned by his own words. Looking at the girl in front of him, a suspicion arose in Helmut. Relatives, he pondered. After a long moment, Helmut denied it, but Dino still wasn't convinced. No way. Why aren't you answering? Don't tell me it's true. It wasn't just Helmut's group that was whispering. The first-year students were also sizing up their seniors. Are they commoners? Watch your mouth. They're commoners, but they're also our seniors. Hearing his companion's words, the black-haired guy showed open contempt. I have to call a commoner senior, ha. I heard they're the top students of the second year. That just goes to show you the level of the second years. Not stopping there, the first years became even more outrageous. These words obviously angered Asuka. But our seniors seem to be good-looking. Don't they? Maybe they rank them based on looks. Dino and James saw the anger on Asuka's face and tried to intervene. However, he calmly let out a breath. Immediately after, Asuka gave a twisted smile and declared in a low voice, these little calves don't know how scary the world is yet. A little taste of pain will be good for their health later on. Seeing him like this, the other three didn't know what to do. Now they didn't know what was going to happen. The teacher then arrived. The two groups of students quickly and neatly lined up at attention. As you all already know, today first-year students and second years will face off. That means those whose names are called will step forward to duel. After explaining the rules, she gave a few more instructions before getting to the main point. First years should learn from their seniors, and second years should reflect on themselves, so as not to become arrogant. I will now call the names. The first name was called, and the person called quickly prepared. First year, Charlotte. Yes, ma'am. Seeing her name called, the second-year students started to chatter amongst themselves. Her name is Charlotte. This is already getting interesting. Helmut didn't care about such things. He had only one thought: appearance is determined at birth. We look similar, perhaps because of something related to our birthplace. I want to ask her right away, but just as Charlotte stepped forward, the second name was called. And from the second year's, Asuka. The person called was a little surprised. What? At the same time, James and Dino beside him clutched their faces in agony and cried to the heavens. Their mocking demeanor made the fire in Asuka's heart explode. I thought there was no way that would happen. But why did things turn out this way? I can't believe no girls are paying attention to us again. Stop messing around and shut up. After scolding his friends, Asuka looked at the teacher and confirmed loudly, but the answer was like a bucket of cold water thrown on him. Instructor, are you sure you read that correctly? Is there anything wrong with having the two top students fight each other? Receiving that confirmation, he pointed to himself and spoke bluntly. This frankness surprised the students. But, you know what kind of person I am, so why pair her with me? I can't believe he's talking about himself like that. The more he talks, the other students get more agitated. These words successfully provoked Asuka's pride. What's with that senior acting all crazy all of a sudden? He must be afraid of losing to a kid from the first year. Hearing these words, he looked at the crowd with murderous intent. When the teacher saw that he said nothing, she declared, if there are no further issues, get on the platform immediately. At this point, Asuka could only accept his fate. Seeing her opponent had appeared, Charlotte stated preemptively, I don't expect you to go easy on me because I'm a girl. Asuka replied without courtesy, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't do those sorts of cheap tricks. Don't cry when you get hit. As the two were preparing to fight, the teacher called the next pair. Helm to Jeffrey, you two will fight next. Get ready. His name being called, he carefully observed his opponent. The students looked at the other guy's tall figure and once again whispered amongst themselves, I heard a rumor that first year is far beyond the others. I see why that rumor exists. After observing for a while, Helmut had his own assessment. His aura is on par with a second-year student. Of course, only time will prove what his true strength is. After announcing the next pair, the teacher declared round one, begin. After the signal, the two slowly advanced. Charlotte raised her sword in challenge, while Asuka's movements seemed more hesitant. Even so, he carefully assessed his opponent. That's a good stance. Before starting, Asuka inquired, why did you join the swordsmanship course? Being asked that, though a bit surprised, Charlotte answered concisely, to become stronger. Is there any other reason? Putting that issue aside, she requested again, I've heard many rumors about you. I would be very grateful if you fought with all your strength, regardless of my gender. Since she said that, Asuka readily agreed, if that's what you want, I'll indulge you. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately lunged forward. Asuka launched an opening attack, which Charlotte quickly blocked. Without giving her a chance to counterattack, he attacked continuously. Asuka's eyes were filled with determination, launching strike after strike, making it difficult for Charlotte to defend. Under that stormy assault, she was steadily pushed back. Witnessing this, The students who had previously disdained the senior were silenced. On the dueling platform, Charlotte's sword hand was trembling. Even so, she still managed a bright smile. I guess the rumors still underestimated the power of your strikes. Asuka didn't seem pleased by this praise at all. Is that so? I haven't even warmed up yet. You'll see how long you can last, so you'd better be careful. Having been warned, she changed her sword grip. This change caught Helmut's attention. After changing her stance, Charlotte also gave a warning. Sorry to say this, but from now on, I won't be an easy opponent. 59. Even if she says that, the one she's fighting is Asuka, the top student of Great Academy's second-year swordsmanship department. His swordsmanship can be summarized in 2 words: fast and unpredictable. The reason for this title is because, to his classmates, his speed is difficult to keep up with and his trajectory is hard to predict. These skills have obviously helped Asuka become the top second year in the swordsmanship department. After an opening exchange, the two fought more seriously, and this time, all of Asuka's attacks were blocked by Charlotte. At this, he wasn't annoyed but rather very surprised. Her concentration is really good. I haven't gone all out yet, but she can still keep up and parry my blows perfectly. Asuka then praised her out loud, but not only was she not happy, she became even more cautious. At least her movements showed that she still trained systematically. He then narrowed his eyes, struggling internally. Should I give her a chance to counterattack? After a moment, Asuka had his answer. He gripped his sword tightly and then rushed forward with great speed, leaving Charlotte unable to keep up. Thanks to that moment of distraction, Asuka intended to deliver the decisive blow. However, she was agile, ducking to evade it. Charlotte then quickly retreated backward. This action couldn't help but make Asuka frown cautiously. The two then entered a stalemate. Neither advanced to attack first. This calm made him a bit apprehensive. She dodged that so quickly. Was it because she guessed it was just a feint, or, at this moment opposite him, Charlotte was watching him with full vigilance. Once again, before she could do anything, she was attacked by Asuka. The battle returned to how it started, with Charlotte only able to defend continuously. In this situation, she was unwilling to accept it. That expression inadvertently caught Asuka's eye, and he quickly deduced, "Hey, are you aiming for a draw?" The other person hadn't answered yet when he launched a powerful blow to end this stalemate. When there was enough distance between them, Asuka said bluntly, "I don't like stubborn people, but I also hate those with no self-respect." Charlotte was stunned by these words, but he didn't stop there. "You gave up on winning before you even started, just because you were scared, and to a commoner like me no less. Don't you feel ashamed? Was your earlier confidence just for show?" Hearing these words, Charlotte froze on the spot. Asuka still didn't stop, his words growing harsher. "If you're not aiming for victory, then just stop. Stop swinging that sword and get out of here. There are tons of people out there who want to be swordsmen more than you do." These words made all the first-year students go silent. Helmut heard this and wholeheartedly agreed. He's absolutely right. After being scolded like that, Charlotte hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up to defend herself. "I was simply trying to learn whatever I could from everyone around me, regardless of status." But pausing for a moment, Charlotte smiled gratefully at Asuka. "You helped me realize that I was truly thoughtless. Thank you. It's good to be able to duel with you." As she finished speaking, she gripped her sword tighter, pivoted her feet, and switched to a completely different stance. Pointing her sword at his face, Charlotte provoked, "If you could help me one more time." Asuka was unfazed by these tricks. She's changed her stance, but it won't change anything. With that thought, he shot forward. But this time Charlotte didn't defend but launched a preemptive strike. This strike couldn't help but stun him, but with his quick reflexes, Asuka successfully tilted his head to dodge it. As soon as he landed, he retaliated, but Charlotte dodged it. The two then attacked continuously, neither giving an inch. Having just defended a blow, Charlotte launched a counterattack. Of course, Asuka wasn't about to be outdone and attacked as well. Facing this strike, she ducked with great flexibility. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't keep up. Taking advantage of that lapse in concentration, Charlotte swung her sword with all her might to end it. But Asuka had vanished since who knows when. It turned out that just as she attacked, he had managed to jump high into the air. As he prepared to land, Asuka gave a mocking warning, "Try to brace yourself and block this, or it's gonna hurt a little." Everything was too fast, too dangerous. Charlotte couldn't react in time. Before she could do anything, he landed with his feet on her shoulders. Charlotte's whole body fell straight backward, and at that moment, Asuka thrust his sword down. Sitting on top of her, Asuka had the arrogant look of a victor. "Nice try. It wasn't your fault for choosing me as an opponent." These words were too true. She froze on the spot. The students, who were initially scornful, were left speechless by this fight. As the atmosphere fell silent, the teacher raised her hand and announced the winner of the first match is second year, Asuka. With the result decided, Asuka glanced at the person on the ground and revealed a shocking piece of information. "I may have acted normal, but I was actually pretty surprised myself." These words confused Charlotte. Seeing her expression, he didn't mind explaining, "You were able to keep up with my speed just by changing your stance. You might not be used to it due to a lack of experience, but if you can master." He hadn't finished speaking when she cut him off. "Hey." Pausing for a moment, Charlotte put aside all embarrassment and remarked, "You're too heavy." This comment successfully made Asuka deflate. He then quickly climbed off. She sat up, scratching her head and reassured him, sorry, no, it's okay. When the two were sitting up properly again, Charlotte smiled brightly. Asuka, you're better than I thought. Suddenly being praised by a girl, Asuka became embarrassed. Up on the platform, things were peaceful, but down below, on the field, the second-year students were getting a round of sarcasm. Hey, you piece of trash. Do you like sitting on other people's daughters that much? See him smirking. What a pervert, you bastards. If you want something, come and get it. He then turned to argue with his friends. While Charlotte suddenly noticed something. It turned out her attention was drawn to the emotionless face of Helmut. Seeing his face, Charlotte zoned out. Being stared at, Helmut also felt a bit awkward. Realizing she was being a bit rude, she nodded and smiled lightly as a greeting, and he nodded back in response. The two then got off the field, and the teacher immediately called the second pair. Next, Helmut, Jeffrey, get on the platform. And get ready. As the person named Jeffrey walked past her, he took the opportunity to say a few sarcastic words. Charlotte, I can't believe you lost to a lowly commoner. You've dragged the honor of the first-year students to rock bottom. These words displeased her greatly. Even so, Charlotte quickly calmed down, but the other person turned his head back. You'll regret it if you keep that mindset. Because the results of talent and effort don't distinguish between commoners and nobles. The one named Jeffrey was angered by these words. When both were on the platform, he still held his original opinion. We'll see. 60 Helmut recalled a time during sword practice. Andrew once asked him. Helen recalled a time during sword practice. Andrew once asked him, Helmut, what do you think is more important in swordsmanship, strength or technique? Helmut stood there a bit dazed by the surprise. Then he said, I'm not sure. But if I had to choose, shouldn't strength be the top priority? After all, technique was created to supplement strength, right? Andrew thought for a bit. Is that so? Then he revealed his weakness. You see, my strength isn't that great compared to those who were born with strength. No matter how hard I try to train, it's hard to catch up, so it feels a bit unfair. Helmut, seeing his lack of focus, said, you think about all sorts of random things. Don't you? Andrew sighed. Can't you be a little more understanding? Helmut, have you never had that thought? I guess that makes sense. Among the second-year students, you already possess the highest level of strength and technique. He glanced at him and asked further, suppose you had to fight an opponent who outclassed you. In terms of strength, what would you do? Helmut rubbed his chin in thought. Jeffrey's foot stomping hard on the floor brought him back to the present. Helmut finally experienced the situation in Andrew's question. He was standing before someone with better physical strength and build than him. Jeffrey smiled and said, having the chance to fight you is truly my honor. Helmut replied perfunctorily, same here. Jeffrey looked down at Helmut and assessed him. So has the commoner from the rumors. He doesn't look strong enough to beat someone half to death. The last commoner seemed more skilled. Helmut noticed the other's gaze and had a thought. This look is so familiar, as if everyone and everything in the world must submit to him. Pachika called out from a distance at Helmut. She reminded him, don't go over the line this time. Helmut just looked without replying. Asuka, watching from the sidelines with James, commented, it feels weird to see someone else being told what I usually hear. James replied, so what, compared to our peers, you are quite excessive, aren't you? Asuka didn't like that. How about I beat you up first and we'll think about it later? Pachika then spoke again, are both sides ready? The second duel began. As soon as she finished the sentence, Jeffrey immediately rushed forward, swinging his wooden sword faster than him. Helmut raised his sword high above his head to dodge, but then his eyes widened. His footing became unsteady and he stepped back. The tip of his sword almost reached Helmut's neck. Jeffrey's sword path was deep and wide, like his tall and long body. The aura released from that sword path was no joke. It shot out towards the audience, creating a free breeze for the spectators. Asuka and James were also impressed. However, Helmut's cold face remained unchanged. Jeffrey complimented him, you're pretty nimble. If you had actually blocked that blow, this wooden sword would have broken. I hope you don't just keep dodging. As he prepared to strike again, Helmut had finished his assessment. I see he has only this strong. That's it, he felt bored. What a pity. I've fought countless strong opponents to the point of being sick of it. The wooden sword was swung horizontally once more. Helmut once again ducked his head to dodge this blow from Jeffrey. The next few blows, Helmut dodged them all as well, giving the audience the feeling that this fight was somewhat slow and not dramatic. Another blow, he dodged it again. Jeffrey felt annoyed. He shouted loudly, stop dodging and attack. Helmut still didn't feel like attacking, wanting to observe his opponent more, even though, no matter how strong the blow, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. Since I promised Ethan I wouldn't cause any more trouble, instead of waiting for his stamina to run out, why don't I just end it now? Asuka and James stood there, not knowing what to say. The others started to chatter. What is he doing? How boring. His looking down on the first-year student. Asuka glanced over, also wondering what is he doing. Helmut was still holding his sword but didn't want to strike even once. Jeffrey was already exhausted. He was panting, having lost a considerable amount of energy. He seemed to realize it himself, rubbing the back of his neck a little before saying, is that all your plan is? Since you were taught by a commoner, I didn't expect much, but this Do you know how much a family background affects the difference in starting points? Simply put, there's an insurmountable gap in experience between you and me. He boasted, this dirty body is thanks to my birth and a good education. For commoners who can't even afford a single sword, reaching my level is impossible. So that's why you've only been dodging. Helmut's face showed boredom, not asking the opponent directly, what's with this stupid provocation? Does he mean it's not worth his time to waste on me? Jeffrey said confidently, I don't know who taught you swordsmanship, but I can see the level of your master. Helmut's face darkened slightly at this. But Pachika, over there, shouted Jeffrey, respect your opponent. Helmut, don't let your mind wander, focus on the duel. If you let your emotions control your sword one day, Helmut began to exhale. He thought, playing around with you isn't so easy. Then he lowered his stance, preparing to attack. Jeffrey felt like he couldn't react in time. Helmut broke through and landed a blow on his leg. Jeffrey was quite surprised. Helmut continued to gain momentum. He was behind Jeffrey like a tiger stalking its prey, but when he struck, Jeffrey immediately jumped to dodge it. But as Jeffrey landed, Helmut didn't miss the chance and struck his thigh. Jeffrey was hit by the wooden sword, so he turned and laughed that attack was too weak. Helmut, you can't even touch me properly. But afterward he was stunned. His other leg lost its balance, automatically making his whole body kneel. Jeffrey didn't understand my leg. He finally reasoned that no matter how much the body is trained, there are always parts that will collapse when struck repeatedly. But there was still a throbbing pain. Helmut spoke up then, this is the difference in experience. So add this defeat by a commoner to your life experiences. Jeffrey wanted to get up and continue. It's not over yet. Helmut charged in immediately. He slid between the other guy's legs. The sword he held horizontally tripped him, causing Jeffrey to fall flat on his face before he knew it. He couldn't stand the embarrassment and swung his sword upwards. But Helmut was in a position with more momentum and knocked the sword away. Instantly, Jeffrey now saw something different in his opponent. Helmut said, a transfer student, so I don't have much to teach you, but I hope you can spend less time insulting others and more time cultivating your character. Pachika quickly reminded them, that's enough, the duel is over. But he didn't listen, swinging the sword straight down on him, making Jeffrey collapse. The faces of the students watching showed fear. Pachika put a hand to her forehead and sighed. Look at the large Jeffrey, lying there battered and unable to get up. Someone's wooden sword was knocked up to the ceiling, spinning a few times like a bamboo pinwheel. Jameis' opponent suddenly fell, to Jameis' own astonishment. He pretended to mock his opponent. What about this, you idiot? Bactria reminded him, respect your sparring partner. He immediately trembled. Yes, I'm sorry. Then he had to pull his partner up. The duels that day were a tradition for the second-year students. The first-year students quickly realized the gap between them and their seniors. For the second-year students, this was an opportunity to gain fame. The evening dusk outside created a very refreshing atmosphere. Someone was getting a small amount of water from the basin, then turned off the tap right away. At the same time, a foot approached. Charlotte was washing her face when she saw Helmut passing by like this. It made her really want to say something. Helmut also looked at her. Charlotte immediately wiped her face clean, stammering before him, hello. Helmut replied to her, Mum. He kept looking at her and thought to himself, Charlotte, should I just ask her now? The name engraved on the pendant, Margaret Irene. But how should I start? Should I be direct? Being too hasty isn't good. Revealing a family relationship is no different than showing my weakness to others. If they knew I had the seed of darkness, Lim, Mano, or even the entire noble faction would certainly side with the holy side instead of my side. Even Ethan Kuro, after being stared at by the upperclassmen, who remained silent, Charlotte grew more and more scared. She worried, this scary senior who caused trouble with Jeffrey. Did I do something to make him hate me? Charlotte had to start the conversation first. Did you want to say something to me? Helmut exhaled and decided to speak. It's nothing. I watched your sparring match. Your skills are pretty good. Charlotte was a bit flustered. Really, thank you. You're very talented too, Senior Helmut. He was a little curious. You know my name? She covered her mouth and smiled. Who in the swordsmanship department doesn't know you? Helmut didn't seem very interested. I see. Charlotte bravely confessed, someday, could I have a sparring match with you? Helmut froze for a moment. This made Charlotte awkward. Of course, only if it's okay. You don't have to. Think about it. I didn't mean anything by it. Helmut was just reacting slowly. He said, okay. Charlotte was startled. Really? Thank you, she said beautifully. Then, I'll wait for that day. This time, you were stunned at the right moment. Helmut. Asuka appeared out of nowhere and put an arm around his shoulder. Helmut, what are you doing here? When he saw Charlotte, he asked slyly, oh, you two know each other. She quickly waved her hands. No, we don't. It's just a coincidence. Then she left, politely smiling and saying good luck. Asuka, with his arm around Helmut, had already imagined countless scenarios. Hey, are you happy that a junior started a conversation with you? Helmut, with his usual expression, denied it. Of course not. Get your hand off me, please. Seeing Helmut also walking away, Asuka shouted, you're so difficult. Did I injure you or something? Helmut replied with one sentence. I'm not like you. Asuka wouldn't accept it. What did I do? Who do you think I am? Don't you ignore me. Early in the morning, sunlight shone on the academy, adding to its elegance. The window panes sparkled even more. Helm too was diligently writing with his pen. Then he turned to his roommate and asked, "The problem here is." Alia was reading a book and coldly asked, Helm T looked at the young man who had become unusually intellectual. His face was a bit pensive, staring at the other person's gaze which wasn't directed at him. Helm T assessed the situation. After many years of being tormented by Dan N during training in the Black Pine Forest, my senses have been sharpened. This feeling right now is telling me there's an imminent danger nearby. Helm T gently asked him, "Is something wrong?" Alia was silent for a moment. Then he slammed his book shut and got serious. "Helm T, I have a question for you." Helm T had a bad feeling. What is it? Who would thought had asked about that? Making him choke on his water. "I heard a first-year girl from the Swordsmanship department confessed to you today, is that true?" While Helm T was busy wiping his face, the person next to him concluded, "Your silence means it's true." He denied it. "That didn't happen." Alia retorted, "The rumor is all over the place. Besides, she's new to the school. You must be very happy that you're famous and being pursued by your juniors, right?" Helm T asked innocently. "I didn't do anything. But are you angry?" Alia flared up. "What? Why would I be angry?" Helm T clarified. "Let me repeat. That didn't happen. Only exchanged a few words because she wanted to have a sparring match with me. I don't know about other people, but I wouldn't lie to you." Alia sighed and opened his book again. "Okay, if that's the case, I believe you. Not all rumors are true, after all." He added, "I've thought about it before. Helm T, you're my roommate. And you're also the closest person to me." Helm T confirmed, "That's right." But Alia closed his book again, delusionally saying, "I'm saying this because you seem very oblivious, so listen carefully. Never trust any girl who approaches you, because there's a high chance she's using you as a bridge to get to me." Helm T actually looked surprised by that, but he didn't understand at all, saying, "I don't think so." Alia was still very confident in his persuasion. "No, it's definitely 100% true. You've seen the people who approach me. The girls who pursue me are very smart. Some even disguise themselves as boys to get into my bedroom. That means there will definitely be people who are good enough actors to deceive you." Helm T stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Ah, I see. I get it now. So it's best if I stay away from Charlotte, right?" Alia panicked. Well, no, that's not it. I just said that because it's a possibility. You have to decide for yourself." Helm T comforted his roommate. "You don't need to say anything else. If you suspect Charlotte and want me to keep my distance, just say so. It's not like I care anyway." Alia was completely surprised. He sighed again and turned away. "Really? Then just do that. I'm just reminding you, never trust any girl who talks to you in a friendly way. Since you're a commoner, there will definitely be people who want to get close to you just to stab you in the back." Helm T laughed to himself. Alia is truly sharp, but Helm T was the only one who didn't realize that his appearance alone was enough to win the favor of the girls for some reason. Xian's face was utterly desperate. Did some shop close already? That made him scream no. Helm T maintained his emotionless face as usual. Asuka was completely helpless. The origin of this incident goes back a little while. Evening at the academy, most of the rooms were dark, with only one or two having their lights on. Holding the papers, Alia was checking them very seriously. Helm T was also extremely nervous. Asuka and Xian were even more anxious. Alia was about to open his mouth. He held up the test and said, "All right, this is an acceptable answer." Helm T let out a sigh of relief, while the other two acted like they had just seen their favorite soccer team score a goal. Asuka put his arm around him. "Well done, Helm T, you finally passed Alia's hellish test." Alia wondered instead, "Why are you guys so excited?" He raised his voice again, pointing straight at Helmut's face. "Besides, don't get complacent too soon because this isn't a perfect answer. Don't forget your goal is to become the president. You're only at the starting line." The other guys defended Helm T. "Hey, give him some time to breathe." Xian looked more excited than ever. He clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone, listen up. With the test almost over, I've prepared a special place for everyone to battle all day." Asuka was surprised why so suddenly. Xian then introduced, "How can you study late without food? I know a place that sells extremely delicious waffles, so I'm specially inviting you guys there." Asuka was helpless before his foodie soul. "You've been eating while studying this whole time," Xian said. "Very naturally. How can a person live without it? So, are you going or not? If you don't go, don't regret it." His next words only succeeded in making Alia drool, while the other two remained expressionless, completely impassive even. "Don't you want a hot waffle topped with sweet strawberry ice cream?" Alia was successfully tempted. He put the test back on the table. "I think that sounds good." Asuka quickly asked, "But is there any shop still open at this hour?" Xian looked proud. "What do you think Baden's Central District is for? This is when the city lights up. There are always restaurants open all night, targeting students who study late." Helm T thought to himself, the city of Baden late at night. But when they arrived, Xian's favorite shop was mercilessly closed. And that's the story that led to this situation. Xian was on his knees in front of the shop, his voice trembling. "I've been looking forward to this day." Alia spoke up. "I guess it's not happening today. If you feel that bad, maybe next time would be fine." Xian cried regretfully, "But it'll be alone then." Alia asked him, so are you going to bed or looking for another shop? We're already here. Sheehan, of course, wouldn't give up. It's best to eat something before going back. As if remembering a saving grace, he looked up at everyone. Do you guys want to eat some bread? There's a shop nearby. Alia immediately pushed his back. All right, let's go. Lead the way. Scene looked as if he had just heard a confession of love, asking again and again in disbelief, really? Wait, you really agree? You really agree for real? After that, they arrived, only to hear his voice complaining again. In the end, there's no romance at all. The shop's lights were indeed still on, and there were still many customers inside at this hour. Azuka was looking at the menu. He was as awkward as he was confused. Why is just plain bread so expensive? Sheen then offered his opinion on his friend Asuka. Why do you keep acting like you're poor? If you made it to the academy, even if you're a commoner, you should be well off. Right? He sighed. My family doesn't send anything besides tuition. Shoin sympathized. Really? What a loving family. Then he twisted the knife. Well, if you become the student council president, you could get a scholarship. Sorry. Seems I expected too much from a student on probation, Asuka said. Do you want to personally find out why I became a regular student? Alia looked around and commented, it's quite clean in here. Sheehan, acting knowledgeable, explained to his friends while Azuka held him in a headlock. Most of the students are nobles, so of course it has to be clean. If there's anything unusual, the restaurant can just kick them out. Alia, do you inspect every place you walk into? So meticulously. Alia retorted. Mages are very sensitive to the smallest dust particles, because they can interfere with experiments. You probably aren't as sensitive as a mage, are you? Shoin shouted again. Hey, don't you know how sensitive mental magic is? Alia didn't care. Then it must be your fault. Asuka ignored the argument and turned to ask the silent Helmut. Did you order yet? He replied, yes. The restaurant was brightly lit with candles. After a while a staff member brought the food to their table. Here's your food. Everyone. Shoin eagerly took his plate of pastry. Thank you. He glanced over and asked, of course, the basic dish is the best. What did you guys order? Azuka replied, I also got the basic. The waiter continued to place a giant hamburger platter on the table. This is the super special from the Greta Swordsmanship department. Scene and Alia stared at it. Helmut also couldn't have imagined that the dish he ordered would be like this. Asuka burst out laughing. What the hell did you order? Are you planning to eat until you go to sleep? I didn't know either. They said it was for the swordsmanship department. Alia had a question. Do people in the swordsmanship department eat 5 times more than other departments? Shoin acted knowledgeable, with a hint of craving. Whispering, this is a business gimmick to create a sense of a challenge. What are you going to do? Helmut, if it's too much, do you want to share? Please, how much meat is in this thing? Someone else said. Stop him from me. Hey, let go. Before they could even touch their food, they saw someone approaching to greet them. Hello, seniors. Charlotte was as radiant as a flower. It's so nice to see you all here. Helmut recognized the speaker Charlotte, but he didn't remember the slightly shy person standing behind her. And the muscular guy. He politely bowed his head. My name is Jeffrey. It's a pleasure to see you again, senior. Charlotte had been looking cheerful this whole time, but she guessed, everyone's here for the swordsmanship department special. We came to eat it too. Azuka asked. Both of you. Jeffrey revealed the truth. Yes, she wanted to make a bet with me. Azuka was unconvinced. Hey, why would you bet with someone that big? Aren't you ashamed? Charlotte immediately became stern. She turned and questioned him sharply. Wait a minute. Senior Asuka, are you underestimating me? He was startled. No, of course not. Charlotte continued, to prove herself I'm from the swordsmanship department and I can finish it all. Don't you know, the more you train, the more you have to eat. Senior Helmut, you believe that too, right? Helmut always froze for 5 seconds like that. Swine, sitting opposite him, had already picked up his knife and fork, eyeing his burger on this matter. Helmut reacted very quickly, smacking his hand to make him drop the idea. Then he answered her, of course. Charlotte had an idea. Since we're already here, why don't we sit together? Seeing Alia suddenly stand up from the table after hearing her words made both Azuka and Swine wonder what was going on. He stood in front of her, staring intently. Helmut knew that his roommate was getting jealous of a girl again. Alia asked, you are Charlotte, right? Charlotte was a bit taken aback, stammering her reply, yes. His tone was unfriendly as he said, Alia, you know that, right? The next morning at the school, sunlight shone through the window of a room, bathing the space in light. The sound of clashing echoed in the faces. Everyone here were focused on the unfolding events. In the arena, Helmut and Charlotte were sparring. Their 2 wooden swords clashed violently. With a swing, he used his strength to knock her sword away, surprising her and making her lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, Helmut gave her no time to rest. He swung his sword, his movements so fast that afterimages appeared. Seeing the tip of the sword pointed directly at her pupils, Charlotte broke into a cold sweat and gritted her teeth. In that crucial second, Charlotte reacted in time, dodging Helmut's dangerous blow. The tip of the wooden sword pierced through her long hair. Unwilling to be outdone, Charlotte found an opening, holding the hilt of her sword to thrust from below. Just then Helmut lowered his gaze and saw the sword about to touch his chin. He spun around and kicked Charlotte squarely on the back of her hand, making it fly from her hand. The sword landed on the ground, right behind the judge's table, and the winner was clear. Grabbing her trembling wrist, which had taken a powerful blow, Charlotte choked out, "I lost." Looking at the outcome before them, Pachika and Ethan exchanged a brief glance, seeming to agree on something as they nodded. As Pachika spoke, Charlotte struggled to her feet. "Good fight, please wait while the scoring is being processed." "Yes." After answering her, Helmut glanced at Charlotte's limping figure behind him. For a moment he was lost in a memory. That night, a yellow light emanated from the house. Alia, wearing a white robe, stood before Charlotte and introduced himself. "I'm Alia. You know who I am, right?" "Right?" Suddenly being addressed by a famous person, she was clearly flustered. Yes. Yes, of course, everyone at the academy knows you're the top student in the magic department. It's an honor to meet you." Alia frowned, asking suspiciously, "Is that so?" Helmut sat to one side, observing silently. Meanwhile, Charlotte was still flustered, covering her face. Her cheeks were now flushed with embarrassment. "What's wrong with me?" Scene was eating his mouth still, chewing on something, and said to an annoyed looking Asuka, "I just realized something. As long as Alia is with us, none of us will ever get a girlfriend." Helmut's face remained expressionless as he pensively observed the person he had judged. That person also glanced back. When his eyes met Helmut's, Alia immediately looked away, as if trying to see something in him. He just silently paid attention. There was a faint ambiguity in his eyes. Finally returning to reality, Helmut came to a conclusion based on her reaction. It seems Alia is an honest person after all. For a moment, Charlotte's image appeared in his mind. To start speculating, besides their similar appearances, there's no evidence that we share the same bloodline. Instead of rushing and revealing my identity, it would be wiser to keep my distance from her from now on. Helmut's face showed no expression as he stared ahead thoughtfully. Besides, right now, getting stronger is my top priority. It seemed he had found his goal to strive for. A glint of determination flashed in Helmut's eyes, the strength to overcome any trouble I might face. Out in the long, empty hallway, there wasn't a soul in sight. In the room, Asuka sat dejectedly on a chair. He leaned back, rocking gently, and stared blankly up at the ceiling. Now, Asuka's face was etched with lines of stress. He muttered while grinding his teeth, "That's right, just half a semester. I just need to avoid suspension for the next half semester." Suddenly appearing from nowhere, Helmut spoke up, startling Asuka so much he almost jumped out of his skin. "If you don't get suspended." "What do you get?" "Ah, you scared me. You should at least make some noise so people know you're there." Asuka calmed down, turned and draped an arm over the chair to look at the person who scared him, explaining, "I was just talking to myself, don't mind me. By the way, your match was with Charlotte, right? What did you think of it, considering it took you so long? It must not have been as easy as I said." Helmut listened to Asuka's long speech, his expressionless face showing a hint of doubt. "Not really. The match ended pretty quickly. We were late because the instructor kept nagging me not to end it too quickly." Hearing that provoking tone, Asuka erupted, "You annoying bastard. Are you trying to be like your roommate?" Not wanting to talk about himself anymore, he changed the subject. "Considering how calm you are, it seems your practical exam went very well." Hearing Helmut say that, Asuka boosted. "Of course, it was perfect. If you don't want to be on Alia's bad side, you'd better prepare well for the theory exam." Who would have thought that the person he had just mentioned would suddenly appear behind him, saying his right, making Asuka jump again. "You scared me again. What's wrong with you two? Did you two secretly enroll in the assassination department or something?" Ignoring the person screaming his head off, Alia looked towards Helmut. "Your exam tomorrow is on understanding magic, right?" he answered softly. "Yes." Having gotten his answer, he immediately stated his intention. "I'll give you a final review. Open your book." Helmut looked at Alia and actually took out his book. He hesitated and asked, "What about your exam?" Alia frowned. His expression was very impatient. "I've been well prepared for a long time. You should worry about yourself. That's the only way you can help me." Asuka now noticed someone was missing, his eyes searching for Xuan. "Where's Xuan? Why are you here alone?" "How should I know? He's probably busy studying for his exam to help you." So irresponsible." Watching Asuka and Alia bicker back and forth, Helmut briefly fell into deep thought, shoving the noisy lump aside. Alia put his hands on his hips and looked at the dazed Helmut, chiding him. "What are you doing? Hurry up and take out your book. I don't have much time." Pulled back to reality by his voice, he quickly replied, right." Alia was suspicious. "What's wrong?" While rummaging, Helmut answered him, "Nothing. I was just thinking. Do you hate running 100 laps around the field?" "That much?" As if it were obvious, Alia sighed. "Why would I like it? I hate losing even more. And most importantly, I'm about to die from worrying about unexpected factors." He explained his idea to him. "So, I just want to be more certain. Being top of the class isn't so bad for you, right? Enough talk, open your book." Asuka sat beside them, gloating at the speechless Helmut. "Tough, isn't it? Good luck, Helmut. Beating me in the theory exam will be quite difficult, after all." This annoying lump Asuka still hadn't left. Alia looked at him with a deadpan expression. "Hey you. You're interrupting his studies. Of CUI. Shouldn't you get out, being shooed away like a fly?" Asuka was indignant. Why should I? Did you rent the whole room or something?" Again Helmut tightened his grip on the book in his hand, his face clearly showing his frustration as Asuka and Alia began a new war of words. We can't just reveal our strategy to the enemy before the battle. Right, if you don't like it, why don't you both leave? You're the one with the problem. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to throw you out? Go ahead and try, if you can. A sense of helplessness gradually crept into his mind. Helmut closed his eyes and pondered. It seems it'll be quite difficult to study for a while. The study session passed. On the table were piles of tests circled in red. Helmut continuously worked on problems. His hands, only used to holding a sword, were now writing swiftly on paper. Finally, he passed his completed test to Alia for checking. Receiving a nod from him, Helmut let out a breath. The book's pages were now also covered in dense notes. Helmut continued to study. The sound of his pen scratching on paper echoed throughout the room. And finally the time came. The light today was brilliant. In the lecture hall, groups of students sat neatly, looking up at the podium. They sat silently waiting for the instructor to announce the exam rules. You will have 2 hours for the exam. You may now begin. After a clap, everyone started to work diligently on their exams. Helmut was no exception. He read through the questions on the paper, suddenly pausing at one question. Picking up his pen, Helmut focused. You have accidentally acquired a forbidden dark magic. He read on thoughtfully. If you lose this power, you will die. Describe what you would do. In this situation, another familiar scene. The sky was as clear and blue as any other day. At that window, also in that hallway, with no people, Alia sat on the table, one hand resting on his chin, the other gracefully turning the pages of a book. The light from outside shone in, highlighting his white hair. How was the exam? Having just entered the room, being suddenly asked by Alia like that, Helmut paused for a moment. Then, like a robot, he stiffly closed the door. It felt like he was reporting back on his homework. It wasn't too bad. Most of the questions were like you explained. But there was one rather unique question. Catching the main point of Helmut's words, Alia looked up at him. Unique. How so? Helmut thought for a moment, then repeated the question. You accidentally acquire a forbidden dark power. If you lose this power, you will die. Helmut pulled up a chair and sat down opposite him. In this case, what would you do? After hearing the full question, he fell into deep thought. Dark power. Alia looked him straight in the eye reassuringly. That professor always asks questions like this, but if you answer seriously, he won't find fault with it. Pausing for a moment, Alia spoke up. What did you write? Hearing his question, Helmut's lips tightened slightly. Then a dark and gloomy aura emanated from Helmut, enveloping the entire room. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He answered word by word. I would take that dark power. I would survive, fight it, and control it. Shaken by his answer, Alia suddenly shivered. He averted his gaze, unconsciously avoiding looking into those gloomy eyes again. Really, that's not bad. At least Professor Zin won't think badly of it. Helmut paused, then posed a question. So, how should I have answered? Alia broke into a cold sweat as thoughts raced through his mind. Finally, feigning nonchalance, he stroked his sharp chin. According to the standard answer, you're supposed to go to the temple to find the answer. Because the temple governs dark power, and the nobles probably wouldn't be able to write anything different from that. Observing Helmut's serious expression, Alia leaned back in his chair. But I answered almost the same way you did. Thinking about it, he grimaced. Although, that also means becoming an enemy of the holy temple. Hearing the underlying reason, he was slightly taken aback. Still unclear about it, Helmut repeated an enemy of the temple. In contrast to his vague expression, Alia was extremely calm. Think about it. The Luman temple is ruthless toward dark forces. Besides, reporting it yourself is like willingly walking into your own grave. Helmut fell silent, his slow voice still echoing in his ears. So surviving and finding a way to control it is the most logical way. After explaining what Helmut was wondering about, Alia returned to the main point. Well, it doesn't seem too bad. If nothing goes wrong, you should get a high rank on the class test. But it's best not to carelessly mention this anywhere. The academy may prioritize learning over faith, but outside you'd be accused of heresy immediately. Understanding his warning, Helmut closed his eyes and nodded. Got it. Then Helmut looked out the window, which was flooded with light. I understand. On the day the midterm scores were announced, birds soared freely in the sky. At Greta Academy, the exam results were posted publicly in the school's central square. Students crowded around, clamoring to find their names. This obviously sparked the competitive spirit of the honor-conscious noble students. Some were overjoyed by high scores, while others cried out in despair or didn't know where to hide their faces because of their terrible scores. Today Helmut was also among this crowd. He couldn't help but marvel. This is truly an excellent method. Done observing his surroundings, Helmut now began to search. Where are the scores? For the magic department, where is Alia? The board in front of him was densely packed with names. Finally, the name he was looking for was sitting proudly at the top of the list with a perfect score. Right below was Cian, with a score he could also be proud of. Helmut showed no expression, not very surprised. Thinking that Cian was also here, Helmut looked around for him. Cian really studies hard, but this isn't the first time, so is probably calmer than I predicted. No, this thought of his was completely contradicted by the utterly shocked expression on Cian's face. Helmut also spotted him in the sea of people. Has completely stunned. Overcoming his shock, Cian finally regained his senses and screamed loudly. This is absurd. Alia had appeared out of nowhere behind him. I don't get it. What makes sense? Then, too used to his sudden appearances, Cian ignored his natural startled reaction. There was only one thing on his mind now. Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, what did you do? Cian couldn't understand. He was so indignant that he started waving his arms and legs to express himself more truthfully. Spiritual understanding is a new subject this term. Even though I only recently started learning some of the material, I was sure it'd still be at the top. Suddenly, a hand landed on Cian. It was Alia. He turned Cian around to face him. Then, very confidently, he let out words that were like rubbing salt directly into his fragile heart. Cian, 3 months is enough for me to excel in any subject at this academy. Thunder roared in Cian's mind. He froze like a statue, standing stock still. Having crushed Cian, a very satisfied, expressionless Alia stood amidst the crowd that began to gather around him to congratulate him. That's Alia for you, always perfect. Out of friendship, Helmut walked over to the speechless Cian, hearing the mumbling sounds coming from the dejected figure. Maybe I underestimated you. He almost forgot one thing. Cian quickly recovered his spirits, but the game isn't over yet. In this bet, I'll at least break even. There's no way I'll lose. Cian turned his head, but before he could finish his sentence, the scoreboard hit him right in the face. The line showing Helmut first place above Asuka, second place was crystal clear. Now Cian felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, screaming in disbelief. Why? Helmut, his expression unclear, stood behind the collapsing Cian. A glint seemed to flash in Helmut's eyes, and the wind joined in the fun, gently rustling his hair. Alia finally managed to escape the crowd of flatterers and looked over at Helmut, who was standing there dumbfounded. He smiled faintly. You did it. Congratulations. It wasn't his usual sarcastic remark, but a heartfelt congratulations. Helmut's usually straight lips rarely curved up. He grunted in acknowledgement. Asuka had now arrived as well, scratching his head in annoyance at the results. What is this? Only a 1-point difference. Why is it always so close? This is so humiliating. Alia was surprised. You're not as angry as I thought you'd be. Immediately, he replied in an extremely curt tone, of course I'm angry. All in all, Asuka was still more open-minded, but still, it was better than letting first place fall into someone else's hands. But his competitive nature was deeply ingrained. He angrily pointed straight at Helmut and declared loudly, but next time, prepare for a real fight, because I won't lose to you again. That time, it will be a true test of our skills, with no one's help involved in the exam. Suddenly, someone grabbed Asuka's sleeve. He glanced down. It was Cian, wailing, and crawling over to confront him. You traitor. You lost on purpose to make me get punished. I trusted you. Suddenly blamed, Asuka became furious and pushed that hateful face away. What, me? Do I look like that kind of person? You were the one who confidently made the bet. If you lose, you have to accept it. Speaking of which, Cian turned his teary, sparkling eyes toward the two winners of the bet, casting aside his shred of pride to beg. Alia, Helm, please let me off, please. 100 laps around the field is too much. I'm going to die. Helm too was confused. You won't die from just 100 laps. A scream was his reply. Don't think everyone is as strong as you. Seeing no hope with this freakishly strong person, Cian put on a weak expression and turned to beg Alia, your physical strength is similar to mine, so you understand, right? Can we reduce it to 50 laps, please? A little surprised to see this side of Cian, Alia was stunned for a moment. Then his beautiful lips curved into a sly smile, directly crushing Cian's hopes. He leaned in close. I done it all. Every single word from Alia's beautiful mouth was like a voice from hell ringing in Cian's ears. You're like someone who always complains about a fat belly from too many late night snacks. You deserve it. Completely deflated, Cian collapsed as if all his strength had left him, unable to speak. Whoa. What? Darkness gradually fell, the moon rose high, and the sound of panting from below the field could still be heard. It was coming from Cian. His face was now pale, his whole body drenched in sweat. But no one cared now. He just gritted his teeth and tried to keep running, this heartless bunch. From above, you could clearly see that the campus for these nobles was very spacious. Down on the training ground, person by person was swinging a wooden sword, with a teacher standing nearby, watching closely. When the break came, James turned to Helmut's group to chat. Hey, have you heard? Our class is going camping in the forest next week. As soon as James finished speaking, both Andrew, Asuka, and Helmut immediately turned their attention to him. Andrew was doubtful. Camping in the forest? I've never been camping before. What about you guys? James looked at his knave expression and sighed. Huh. You've never been? Then you have no experience at all. Listening to James share his experience, both Asuka and Andrew's faces turned pale. Everything else was fine. But remember to check the ground carefully before setting up your tent, because if you dig with your hands, you might hit someone else's buried poop. James continued to ramble. That's why a camping shovel is essential. And the forest mosquitoes are very venomous, so if you don't want your face to swell up, don't stick it out of your sleeping bag when you sleep. Ignoring what he was saying, Asuka nudged Helmut's shoulder and whispered, Hey Helmut, you used to be a mercenary, right? Was it like this when you slept in the mountains? It seems a bit. Helmut was surprised. You've never been camping either. Hearing that, Asuka looked. I've camped along roads when traveling with caravans, but never in the mountains. He looked away, replying indifferently, but I don't think it's that serious. Burning incense can repel mosquitoes, and as for waste, Helmut hummed for a moment, then gave a curt reply. You just have to look to know. His calm demeanor made Asuka feel relieved. Thanks, I was getting even more worried. Now that you've said that, I feel a bit more at ease. Thinking about the prospect of adventuring in the wild forest, Asuka rested his chin on his hand dejectedly. The poop is fine, but I hate insects. I should probably buy some mosquito repellent beforehand. Hey Helmut, this weekend. Want to go shopping together? He thought for a moment before making a decision, probably. And the shopping date between Asuka and Helmut had arrived. That day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. On the street below, the road was bustling and lively, with the sounds of commerce and conversation everywhere. Customers flowed in and out of every shop. Finally Helmut and Asuka arrived at their destination. Asuka looked at the scene before him, exhausted. We're here. Now, what should we buy first? Then he turned to look at Xian's bright green head standing next to Helmut, and added, why did you follow us? Xian, having been called out, not only was he not embarrassed, but he even grinned cheekily. Well, do you really have to ask that among us? It's perfectly normal. Besides, I wanted to buy something too. Helmut, who had been silent until now, spoke up, striking right at Xian's sore spot. Aren't your back, knees, and hands still sore after running 100 laps? Any more? Xian froze, sweat dripping. Of course, recovery magic is very effective. A few days is enough to heal completely. Thinking back on the night Xian had to run those 100 laps for the bet, he knew perfectly well that Xian had used a shadow spirit to substitute for half the day, but Helmut decided to let it go. After all, running a few dozen laps was still praiseworthy. No more arguing. Asuka clapped his hands sharply to get their attention. Alright, let's buy the insect repellent first. Asuka and Helmut browsed around. He pointed to a candle displayed over there. There are insect repelling candles here. Should we buy one? Not yet. Helmut calmly pointed out its pros and cons. Sounds good, but insects are also a nuisance while eating. Using a spray is less toxic and better. Then he pointed to the lantern Asuka had just picked up. And a lantern for light too. It's darker in the mountains than you think. But if it's too bright, it'll attract predators. Buy something just bright enough to see. That'll be fine. Hearing Helmut's long explanation, Asuka was a bit speechless. He glanced at the always indifferent Helmut and remarked, you're more thorough than I thought. Helmut paid no mind to his words, reaching for a different type of lantern. Well, it's better than running into trouble later, right? Seemingly agreeing with Helmut, Asuka dropped the lantern he was holding and stared intently. True, but if you drop this lantern while sleeping, wouldn't it? 'Cause of forest fire. San, who had disappeared for a while, suddenly jumped in between the arguing Helmut and Asuka, making them turn to look. So should we buy one of these? He smiled brightly, holding up a scroll and explaining its name and function. A magic scroll to extinguish forest fires. It creates an aerial environment to put out the fire. Looks cool, right? Hearing Xian say that, Asuka immediately questioned it. What, that thing really exists? If you used it on a person, wouldn't they suffocate and die? Hearing him say that, his face darkened. No, normally, who would think of using it on a person? No way, I don't want to be an accomplice to murder. Helmut stood behind watching Xian and Helmut enthusiastically discussing. Look, this grill looks great for grilling meat or vegetables, right? It's lightweight too, so it's easy to carry. Oh, that sounds good. Let's buy one. Wait, if we use it while the sounds of let's buy this and let's buy that echoed in his ears. Helmut felt helpless, suddenly feeling like this was turning into an eco tour. Seeing the other two so enthusiastic, he didn't want to waste time standing around. It was better to split up and buy the necessary items. Helmut turned his head and said to Asuka, I'm going to buy gloves. You guys go on and choose. Alright? Go ahead. On his way, Helmut once again became lost in his own thoughts, camping outside Biden. For me, I can't go there with a relaxed state of mind. Looking at his endlessly long shadow, he fell silent. I don't think the Black Eagles would attack both the students and faculty of the academy at the same time, but there is a precedent, so I can't let my guard down completely. At least I still need to be vigilant. Entering a small alley, Helmut glanced around. But it's so tiring to always have to be on guard against them. Once I have enough power, it'll solve this problem before they can act. Suddenly he saw a shiny black pot. It was a cotton candy machine. The candy seller was also deftly using a stick to wrap it all together. After finishing a new one, the seller held it up and called out, cotton candy. Cotton candy here. Who wants some cotton candy? Try the unique dessert of the 3 temples. From elsewhere, Teresa heard the call and walked over. I'll have one. The seller quickly handed her the fluffy cotton candy and said politely, thank you. He was still standing there thinking, cotton candy. It looks as fluffy as a cloud. If it's a dessert, then it must be edible. Swinging the freshly bought cotton candy in her hand, she slowly approached Helmut and started a conversation. It looks tempting, doesn't it? They say it's made by melting sugar and spinning it into thin threads around a stick. These ordinary skills seem more magical than magic. Her golden hair brushed past Helmut's eyes. He looked at the beautiful face intently staring at the cotton candy in her hand. Then that face turned its ruby red eyes to him. Right, Helmut, the student from the spiritual understanding magic class. Only then did Helmut show any reaction, narrowing his eyes questioningly. Who are you? Seemingly having anticipated his reaction, Teresa didn't mind and burst out laughing. Oh, you don't know me, we were in the same magic class. Oh, you don't seem to pay much attention to other people. She smiled, introduced herself, and stated her purpose directly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Teresa, a third year from the magic department. I'm a little interested in you. Are you free? Helmut was silent for a few seconds. An image of Alia's warning flashed through his mind. Never trust the words of women who approach you. They'll only try to get close to deceive you. Immediately, without a moment's hesitation, Helmut turned to leave. No, I'm busy. I'm leaving. Teresa was stunned and quickly reached out to stop him. Hey, that's so cold. Hey, just talk to me for a little while. Annoyed, he glanced at her. If you're interested in Alia, why don't you go talk to him directly? Teresa got antsy and laughed helplessly. What, Alia? Oh, it seems you run into this situation quite often. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I'm only interested in you. The situation she mentioned he often encountered was the type where people approached Helmut but were actually aiming for Alia. Teresa reached out to touch him. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out. It blocked Helmut's chest, interrupting her advance. The owner of that hand was Alia. Helmut looked at him, stunned. Alia's face was cold as he turned his head slightly to ask him, Helmut, what are you doing here? Suddenly interrupted. Teresa wasn't angry. She naturally retracted her hand. Oh, Alia, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here. He frowned, his gaze devoid of any emotion as he sized up the girl before him. Once he recognized her, Alia's guard dropped a little. Teresa, a top senior student. What a coincidence to meet here. Teresa laughed it off, waving her hand. No need to be so cautious. I just wanted to talk to your roommate. When Alia took off his hood, his exquisite features immediately caught her eye. You have something you want to say to me? Struck by his beauty, Teresa was stunned, her cheeks gradually turning red. Realizing her gaffe, she shyly scratched her cheek, trying to change the subject. No, well, is it? Maybe. Not letting her stammer for long, Alia cut in. Try, get it. Calm one moment, the next, he grabbed Helmut's sleeve and pulled him away. Let's go. Helmut, seeing them about to really leave, Teresa called out, hey, wait. Looking at the scene, there were people everywhere. Alia had pulled Helmut away from Teresa, but he still held tightly to his sleeve, not letting go. As they walked, Alia chided him. Did you forget what I said? Why were you just standing there? She has no good intentions. Trailing after Alia, Helmut calmly defended himself. I tried to ignore her, but it's a bit rude to ignore a senior student like that. Alia huffed, his tone extremely difficult to please. It seems I was too rigid. If you don't like something, just say it. If you were more decisive, I wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. He paused, confused. If you find it annoying, just ignore it. His reply was met with an even more aggressive tone. What? How could I? Almost misspeaking, he calmed down and sighed. Never mind, let's talk about it later. Suddenly remembering something, Alia frowned and asked, where are Cyan and Asuka? Hearing his question, Helmut, his face went blank. How would I know? He said firmly. There's no way you came here alone. He was vague. They're probably nearby. Giving up on Helmut, Alia said helplessly, all right, it's best if we just stick together like this. For safety, now take me to them. He pressed his lips together, staring at him intently. Then he finally gave in, walking side by side with Alia. He didn't even know if he felt bothered or not. He really was hard to read. Whatever he wants, he has to get. By fumbling around and retracing his steps, Helmut led Alia back to the previous shop. Just as they entered, Alia froze when he saw Cyan and Asuka loaded down with countless items hanging all over them. Seeing Alia's fed-up expression, Helmut was just filled with question marks. Finally, night fell with the faint moonlight and street lamps illuminating the late night space. After their shopping spree, Asuka smiled with satisfaction. All right, with preparations this thorough, the camping trip will go off without a hitch. Only now realizing the problem, Cyan looked down at the bags he was holding. I think we bought a bit too much. I don't know if we can fit it all into the carriage. Asuka didn't care, humming as he walked. Well, just stuff it wherever there's empty space. Helmut, walking behind, could only smile, silently listening to them continue to bicker like cats and dogs. It's because you're always spending so extravagantly that you run out of money. What? No way. Have you ever spent my money to be saying that? Suddenly a dense, murderous aura appeared. Helmut was startled and immediately went on alert, whipping around in that direction. But behind him was just an empty street with no one in sight. Only the four of them on their way back. His heart was still full of doubt, but Helmut still retracted his gaze. Because he didn't see anything unusual, he turned back to walk with the other three. Although Helmut was always carefully observing his surroundings, at that moment, he didn't know. Helmut walked leisurely. The surrounding area was quiet, so their footsteps echoed loudly. But right after he left, a shadowy figure appeared on the wooden bench behind him. It gradually coalesced into a sinister figure, signaling that these were the final moments he could spend as a student at the academy. And this period was about to end. In a quiet room, silvery moonlight crept through the window frame, creating a long streak of silver light that shone inside. A pre-lit candle was still flickering. With a soft rustle, someone entered and knelt in reverence. The two people who had just entered remained kneeling on the ground, facing a dark cave entrance where nothing could be seen. Seen inside, Anton was one of the two. He bowed his head and reported the situation. I am the head of This branch. I have successfully gathered the information, sir. Inside the doorway, there was still nothing, only a faint mist spilling out from within. Seeing this, Anton could only stammer, a flicker of fear clearly visible on his face. Immediately after, a large stepped out surrounded by swirling wisps of deadly energy. Little by little, it gathered into the form of a man, stunning the other two people in the room. Anton glanced sideways, goosebumps rising on his skin. The man wore a hood, his deep voice carrying a deadly finality. I'm listening, continue, he said, go on. Frightened, Anton lowered his head. I understand. Sweat poured down his body. So this was one of the Black Eagle's most elite forces. The figure slowly turned, revealing a grotesque clown face. It was the killer clown Freljord. Anton suppressed his fear and took out a stack of papers from his pocket. On it was information about Helmut, as I mentioned before. There's a kid at this academy who's very difficult to deal with. For more details about him, please look over these documents. Freljord reached out and took them, carefully flipping through the pages. After reviewing the information, he looked doubtfully at Anton, who was kneeling respectfully before him. A group of level 2 mercenaries took out 2 members of the assassination team. A current second year at Greta Academy. Is there any instructor at the academy with skills good enough to train a kid like that? Anton answered cautiously. At his current level, he no longer needs to attend the academy, sir. Previously, he was hired by Ethan Gordo, one of the nobles from Baden. Freljord immediately raised his suspicion. What about the mercenary group's past? Did you find anything? As if afraid of being blamed, Anton quickly bowed his head as low as possible. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any information. All I could find out was that the mercenary group accidentally met the kid during a mission, and they started working together from then on. His movements are very mysterious. Freljord fell silent for a moment, then raised his sharp finger. He slowly drew a line on the paper in his hand, pondering. No mother, no master, and no identity. He possesses the skills of a first-class mercenary, and is currently studying at that academy. Anton glanced at him furtively. Freljord was skeptical. I've never met anyone this suspicious. Anton frowned, his dull, somber eyes flashing with caution. This, could it be that we're about to approach someone we shouldn't? Seemingly angered by this question, Freljord forcefully pierced through the stack of papers in his hand. He growled menacingly. Are his skills on par with ours that we dare not approach him? No one knows about. And our work disappears along with the bodies of all our targets, as if they never existed in this world. Overwhelmed by Freljord's aura, Anton watched him fearfully as he delivered his verdict. This one seems rather tough. Freljord pulled his finger out from the stack of papers. The lines of information, along with Helmut's picture, were crumpled from his force of this time. It seems I'll have to handle it myself. On the day of departure, the bright sun shone down from overhead. A line of people, each with a horse, stood in a line in front of the school gate. A bottle of wine was held in hand, its surface glinting in the sunlight. Elaine looked down at the bottle as if at a lover gently cradling it. 32-year-old merino wine, very delicious, and very rare. With that he turned sharply, his gaze resolute. I will share it with the other instructors as a token of gratitude. He ignored his student shouting from behind, no sir. You don't know how much money I had to save to buy it. Hearing that, Elena put on a serious and perfectly reasonable expression, gesturing with the bottle in his hand. This is a training camp, not a camping trip. Didn't we inform you beforehand that any items not useful for training would be confiscated? Unable to watch his precious wine be taken by his teacher, Wesley immediately turned and pointed directly at Asuka, who was carrying a mountain of gear on his shoulders. Sir, this guy looks like he's about to go live in the forest or something. Why would he bring so much stuff for training? Betrayed by his classmate. Asuka pouted. Hey, this is all stuff I need. Elaine also turned to Asuka and advised, you all must prepare the items you need within 10 minutes. You can't load all of this onto your horse. He was truly being singled out. Asuka was startled. What? No way. I really need all of this stuff. The instructor immediately dismissed his intention. The more compact the luggage, the better for camping. Asuka lost all his energy. He couldn't bear to leave any item behind and could only stand there flustered. What should I leave behind now? The commotion over here also caught the attention of Helmut, who was standing nearby. He watched shortly after. He lost interest and turned to look in another direction. The group mounted their horses and gradually moved out of the school gates. On a Monday morning, with the sun slowly rising, the outdoor camping lesson outside the academy had begun. Very quickly in the distance, towering trees appeared, clearly having approached the forest. The sound of hooves clattered as the whole group of students proceeded in an orderly fashion without any chaos. Being used to sitting on a horse, Helmut had no worries at all about this field trip. It's been a while since I left Baden. If I go exploring in the forest now after all this time, I wonder if anything will be different. Asuka rode his horse parallel to him, observing him from top to bottom, only to realize that Helmut hadn't brought a single thing with him. Asuka laughed mockingly, pulling Helmut out of his thoughts. Your employer is a noble, so is your horse a fine steed too. I wonder what breed it is. In his eyes all horses look the same. Helmut replied nonchalantly, I don't know, but your horse doesn't look half bad either. Asuka pouted. What do you mean? You can tell just by looking that the value of these two horses is different. Never mind, no point arguing with someone as emotionless as Helm T. Azuka looked at him curiously. So what's its name? What is it? Unexpectedly, Helm's answer was beyond his expectations. A name. I don't know, do I need to name it? Asuka immediately chided him. What, you haven't even named it yet? So heartless. Then he went on a long-winded explanation on the horse's behalf. Horses are our partners. They'll be with us for a long time, so we usually name them. Why not take this opportunity to name it? Helm T got a headache. What, I can't just think of a name out of the blue. Seeing this, Asuka made a suggestion. Whatever comes to mind when you look at it, you can use that as its name. After hearing him, Helm T fell into thought, looking down at its shiny smooth blue mane. A thought flashed through his mind. Then Helm T said a name that made Asuka so angry, his face darkened. Asuka, how could you possibly choose that name? He immediately protested. That's my name. Do I look like a horse or something similar? To you that's not cool. Helm T was confused. What's the big deal? Why are you so scared? Asuka was speechless. Taking someone's name and giving it to the horse you're riding is not a good thing. He huffed and turned away sharply. I don't see any problem with that, which made Asuka scream in anger. What, do you think I look like a horse or something? They traveled for a whole day, from the crack of dawn until nightfall. Finally the group arrived at a clearing where both horses and people could rest. Peichika dismounted and immediately carried out her duty, turning to give instructions. Everyone, listen up. Since we've reached the camping area, we'll rest for a while, and then we'll announce the schedule. Look after your personal belongings and loosen the saddles. Helm T and Asuka also dismounted one by one. He was as leisurely as ever, but in contrast, Asuka was out of breath from exhaustion. We've been riding all day just to get to the camping area. How much longer do we have to ride? Helm T didn't answer, observing his surroundings out of habit. Then he bent down and raised his hand to calculate the schedule. According to what I heard during our departure, the first day is for rest and an outdoor barbecue. The second day will be a hunting competition, and almost the entire third day is for group activities. Thinking about this, Helm's face scrunched up in thought. Luckily, on the way here, I didn't feel anything strange, but he was still lost in thought, completely unaware that Asuka had been watching him for a while. If someone is targeting me, the third day with the group activities would be a good opportunity. But from now until then, I'll just have to be careful. Asuka suddenly called out, hey. Helm T reacted just as quickly. What? Asuka finally said what had been noticing. Where's your horse? Helm T froze, his gaze slowly shifting to the hand holding his reins. He still had the reins in his hand, but the horse was gone. Asuka, seeing Helm T hadn't answered, thought he hadn't heard clearly. Hey Helm T, where's your horse? Helm's current mood was extremely full. The reins in his hand drooped. Only now did he notice this clean, transverse cut. Helm T immediately deduced that the reins had been cut with a sharp, heavy object. This stunned him. Asuka, standing beside him, looked around frantically. No way. I was holding the reins tightly the whole time. How could they have been cut so easily? The incident happened without Helm T anticipating it, making him feel a sense of danger. No, the problem is, I didn't even realize my horse was gone. Finally Asuka, who had been looking left and right, spotted Helm T's missing horse. Oh, I think your horse is over there. You need to be more careful. He looked in the direction Asuka was pointing. Not far away, the horse was standing and pawing at a patch of grass. Helm T showed his face. Done, he didn't rush to the other side, but turned to Asuka and asked to borrow your Asuka. Let me borrow your sword just for a moment. After getting the sword from Asuka, Helm T carefully walked over to where the horse was standing, with the sword in a ready stance. If there was any sound, he wouldn't hesitate to give that thing a slash. Nearing his approach to the horse, Helm T looked around even more carefully. Still not seeing anything unusual happen, he found it strange, he still couldn't sense anyone round here. Why? Suddenly, his intuition flared up. Helm T looked down at where he was standing. Right next to his foot, a trap was hidden neatly under the dense grass. The distance was extremely close. If Helm T had taken another step, his leg probably wouldn't have been safe. During this camping trip, the feeling of coldness enveloped him. Helm T gritted his teeth. A trap hidden so well it was almost invisible. This camping trip completely prohibited hunting. Looking at the open animal trap, like a bear's jaws flickering, ready to bite an unlucky person, it must have a specific purpose, a warning. That's right, this is a warning. The tingling sensation from the deathly aura enveloping the back of Helm T's neck made his body stiffen. He was implicitly warning him that he was the prey. But, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. The corner of Helm's lips clearly broke into a smile. Worry of danger. Helm T still didn't get close to the horse. He stood from afar and called out, hey, Mr. White, since you're a white horse, I'll just call you White, come here. The horse, just named by its careless owner, didn't even bother, and continued to enjoy the delicious meal. But how could a horse understand human language? Helm T still hadn't realized this, and was still talking to himself. It still doesn't understand. Seeing it just standing there eating carefree, he figured there was no more danger. He approached and patted it. No matter who it is, if you dare to stand in my way, I will deal with you immediately. The forest's darkness slightly covered part of Helm's face, but one could still see his face was filled with excitement, hoping it would be a worthy opponent. Back at the campsite, the tents and campfire were set up. Elena went to the center and shouted loudly, everyone gather around before dinner, we have a few announcements. Very quickly, the students gathered completely, standing in neat groups in front of Elena. He spoke while raising the orb in his hand to give instructions. From now until the end of the activity, refrain from any unnecessary actions. Each group's leader will be provided with a communication orb to maintain contact with the instructors. Report immediately if there are any problems. The orbs were distributed to each group's leader. They carefully placed them on a thick cloth to avoid them from breaking. Holding it in his hand, Helmut looked at it intently. Then a voice spoke up, grabbing his attention. Hey Helmut, who else could it be but Asuka? He had already gathered all the team members, except for the team leader of the team. You're the second leader. First gather. Besides Asuka, Helmut looked at the 3 people standing on this side. Then he looked at the 2 people on the other side. He caused a moment of pause. Finally, he concluded with a blunt statement, too many strangers. Obviously, this statement easily drew hostility. Mizzen grumbled and cursed. You should have seen us when the group was formed. Wesley, standing next to him, also agreed. With dissatisfaction. Exactly. Andrew saw the situation was a bit tense and quickly stepped in to mediate. So now let's introduce ourselves. Since we're in the same group, it's fate, so let's introduce ourselves first. Andrew. The 4 strangers in Helmut's eyes also stated their names from left to right. I. Mizzen, Basil, Wesley, Dino. Helmut nodded, then turned to the bright red-haired James, who hadn't introduced himself, and asked, and you? Oh my god. This question from him made James want to cough up blood. He pointed to his own face, exasperated. James, my name is James, we've talked before, please remember. Helmut crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, oh okay. Helpless against Helmut, James urged him and Asuka, who were standing next to each other. You guys should introduce yourselves too. This statement surprised Asuka. We have to do it too. Really, I thought everyone already knew. Alright, here's a pair. James sighed and explained, the second years don't know you. Helmut didn't think it was necessary to introduce himself. He turned and interrupted, sorry, but everyone should prepare dinner first. I want to report something to the instructor. Asuka was full of question marks. Report what? Helmut explained, when I was leading the horseback, I saw a trap that was still set. Hearing that, Asuka was extremely confused. What, a trap? But aren't people forbidden from hunting during the camping trip? Helmut gave him a look as if to say, you're asking that. So that's why I want to report it. Seeing that this was serious, Asuka also wanted to go with Helmut to check it out. You seem to be thinking a lot about it. Why is that? I want to see it too. Helmut nodded. Alright. But this action of the 2 of them, in the eyes of the rest of the team, was they are doing this on purpose to get out of preparing dinner. The white moon above shone brighter and brighter, its gentle silver light illuminating the entire quiet forest. The lush green meadow from before was the place where the animal trap had been set. Now, it was empty. Pachika knelt down on one knee to inspect. Seeing nothing unusual, she asked Helmut doubtfully, so, you're saying there was a trap placed here? Pachika looked at him. Are you sure it was a trap? Helmut was still certain about what he saw. Yes, I'm sure. I almost stepped on it. She stood up, brushing off her clothes. But there's no evidence. So there's nothing here. Be more careful in case there are other traps. He didn't try to prove what he had seen, just replied with a yes. Asuka was no different from Pachika, also questioning Helmut. Are you sure there was a trap here before? Helmut didn't bother to answer Asuka. He thoughtfully looked at the grass in front of him. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. The grass there was clearly flattened. Something had definitely been placed there. But the trap was gone. Indeed, on the lush green meadow, there was an unusual depression. Helmut continued to deduce it's like removing evidence. He was able to remove it immediately, which means has watching me very closely. Looking at the meadow, Helmut thought. When I learned to hunt from Elena in the root forest back then, I realized a few things. Humans have the ability to fight prey stronger than themselves. The simulated scene appeared in Helmut's imagination. A person holding a makeshift spear, hiding behind a large tree trunk, watching a wild wolf stalking its prey. This is persistence. Then that person seized the opportunity, rushing out with a torch in one hand and a spear in the other. Human perseverance is truly unique and suitable for gradually squeezing out and then finishing off the prey. Obviously, the wolf had collapsed. That person planted the spear into its body, standing over it in the proud pose of a victor. Until the prey collapses from exhaustion, they have achieved their goal. Seeing Asuka leave, Helmut immediately turned and followed. He was confident, smiling. His deduction is indeed very formidable, but it seems he doesn't understand me very well. If he wants to scare me, has picked the wrong person. Helmut put both hands in his pockets, walking and thinking. Beside him was Asuka, brushing aside thigh-high grass. We are now in the wild, nothing can threaten me. Mizzen saw the 2 had returned, still holding tongs in his hand, and called out loudly, Helmut, Asuka, what took you so long? We were so hungry, we've already grilled some meat. Looking at his confident expression, it was a complete contrast to the blackened product on the plate. Looking at the thing called meat from Mizzen's mouth, Helmut and Asuka were petrified. What is that? The full moon was hanging in the middle of the dark night. Below, a plate of attractively grilled meat, cooked on the outside and rare on the inside, was laid out. Mizzen and Basil's mouths were agape, their eyes sparkling as they looked at the delicious plate of meat. Dino quickly speared a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to enjoy. Wow, it's so delicious. The grilled meat is perfectly cooked. Basil next to him also quickly stuffed a piece into his mouth. Burnt meat from before was truly no match. Asuka, the most unexpected person, was the one grilling the meat, his hands still flipping the meat continuously on the grill. Honestly, how do you guys not know how to grill meat? You probably never cook for yourselves at home, right? Basil and Dino automatically ignored Asuka's nagging, looking at him with satisfied expressions. Thank you, Asuka. People from common backgrounds are really good at these things. The corner of his mouth twitched when he heard the two nobles say that. Asuka immediately threatened, you want to eat charcoal again? Oh, if you guys like it, then fine. They immediately raised their hands in surrender voices, and laughter rang out. Helmut, in the distance, obviously didn't want to join in. He just quietly held a fork and speared some meat. Wesley looked mysterious, whispering to his teammate, "Oh, come on, don't be like that, my friend. Look what I brought with me." After saying that, he held out a bottle of alcohol. Today, Sheen looked at it and exclaimed, "Is that Hennessy? How did you bring it without getting caught?" Wesley chuckled and answered, "I have my own ways." Right after that, he revealed his secret, holding up his cloak and sliding the bottle in and out. "I used a cloak with storage magic. Even the instructors didn't notice." Dino exclaimed in amazement. "Impressive. Where did you get that cloak?" Sheen, sitting opposite, was also at a loss. "Did you come all this way just to drink in front of the instructors?" Wesley replied logically, "When we have a barbecue party, alcohol is a must." He looked at Wesleyan. "But you only brought one bottle." As if hitting a sore spot, he complained, "Hey, you should be grateful for even one bottle. If we bring too much, we'll get discovered later." After saying that, returning to the center of the fun, Wesleyan took out the fake liquor bottle. "A coach will definitely be on patrol later to confiscate things like this, so let's wait until after that. To drink, you have a point." The campfire flickered. Pachika appeared suddenly like a demon. Each of her hands was holding 3 bottles of liquor. Obviously, before coming to Helmut's group's tent, Pachika had already swept through the other groups. She looked at Wesleyan, the instigator, and interrogated him. "Is it true you didn't bring any bottles? But if none of you brought any liquor, it's very suspicious." Wesleyan lied without batting an eye. "We're not lying, coach. We didn't bring any liquor. Because Helmut and Asuka are on our team, we wouldn't dare do that." Dino stood beside them, staring wide-eyed at Pachika. How many bottles did they confiscate in the end? Seeing that the other two weren't very trustworthy, she turned to Helmut. "Helmut, are you sure they're not hiding anything?" The stone-faced boy replied yes. Pachika stared at Helmut for a while, looking for any strange glint that might flash across his face. In the end, she didn't find anything and didn't forget to remind him before leaving. "Alright, you're the team leader, so you have to be responsible for the behavior of your team members. Remember to manage them well." At this point, Pachika finally let Helmut's group go and turned away. "Continue with your dinner, I'm leaving." "Yes, coach, have a good evening." Waiting for Pachika's back to disappear completely, Wesleyan and Dino furtively looked up. The two exchanged a quick glance. "Looks like we succeeded. Yeah, now's the time." All 6 of them, each holding a glass, they raised them high and shouted, "Cheers." James took a gulp and liquor immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. This is too strong." Wesleyan, like a seasoned drinker, advised James, "Just drink slowly, you're not going anywhere." In contrast to his team members, who were enjoying themselves, Helmut sat silently in a daze. Andrew noticed and asked him, "What's wrong, Helmut? Don't you like the taste of this liquor?" He denied it. "No, it's not the taste of the liquor." Asuka glanced at Helmut and immediately guessed his thoughts. "Don't tell me you're still thinking about that trap from earlier." "Hey, don't worry so much, just enjoy tonight." James chimed in enthusiastically. "That's right, there's probably a hunter nearby recently, but I'm sure our teachers have cleared the trap away." Everyone else also chimed in. "You're the best second-year student. What's there to be afraid of?" "Exactly. If I had your abilities, there'd be nothing in this world that could scare me." James smirked. "Hey, you guys haven't seen it with your own eyes, have you? His abilities are even stronger than the rumors." Asuka pursed his lips. "Why are you the one who feels proud?" Dino burst out laughing. "If even Asuka lost, we don't need to see to know." Seemingly remembering something, James turned to Helmut. "Hey Helmut, you're from the city, right? Where did you learn swordsmanship?" He unhurriedly corrected the information about himself. "No, I grew up in the forest. I learned swordsmanship from my master." Basil exclaimed, "Your master? Is he someone who likes to remain anonymous? It seems your master's abilities are also very strong." Michael also chimed in. "Can you introduce your master to us?" Helmut coldly refused. "I can't. He is no longer in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, the lively atmosphere, just from that one sentence, quieted down. Basil said awkwardly, "I am sorry." James was no longer joking either. He gave a forced laugh. "But his disciple is a student who is the best at the Swordsmanship Institute in Greta Academy. I'm sure he would be very proud." Hearing this, a rare smile reached Helmut's eyes, his thin lips curving slightly. Perhaps Michael and Basil, seeing this, didn't know what to say. Seeing someone as cold as Helmut show such a happy expression, the two of them couldn't help but smile along. Very quickly, they didn't want the happy and lively atmosphere to just die out, so they quickly revived it. "Come on, don't be sad anymore. Let's keep drinking. It's good to know this Perhaps in the future I can use this strategy. By midnight, the late night had only the bright moon for company. On the table, a mess of knives, forks, and empty liquor bottles lay scattered on tiddly. Wesleyan was already sleeping soundly and drooling. Not far away, Dino was also deep in a sweet dream. While others used chairs and tables to sleep, James just sprawled out on the ground, dead asleep. The only one still awake was probably Helmut. Seeing that everyone was out, he stood up. Asuka, half drunk, noticed the movement and asked, Helmut, where are you going? He answered vaguely, I'm just going to the restroom. Alright, don't go too far. Helmut entered the dense forest alone, with Asuka's sword, which he hadn't returned yet, hanging at his waist. As he walked, Helmut observed his surroundings. Good, it seems I've figured out the basic way to use Vivus to neutralize the effects of alcohol. The rustling sound of his shoe soles against the grass echoed. Helmut thought, perhaps right now, he is still watching me. He glanced up with a menacing look towards an unspecified direction. Alone now, will you appear and attack me? Or Helmut walked to a clearing not covered by trees, and the bright moonlight immediately shone down on his figure. Helmut closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to enjoy the fresh air from nature. The wind also gently brushed past, as if caressing his hair. Just when the scene seemed peaceful, Helmut opened his eyes. His sharp eyes and the smirk on his lips were exceedingly wicked. His being cautious. I also hope you will be. Now the other person was in the dark while he was in the light, not knowing when he would act. Well, he'd deal with it when it comes. Helmut turned around, intending to return to the camp. Then suddenly, a small wooden cabin appeared, peeking out from behind the dense foliage. Helmut pondered. A small wooden cabin, that must be where the manager of this campsite lives. Normally, Helmut wouldn't have cared and would have left, but he suddenly noticed something. Looking at the closed window, there was also another slanted wooden frame covering it. Helmut approached the cabin and raised his hand to knock on the door. Withdrawing his hand, he stood silently waiting for any movement. Suddenly, inside the cabin, a candle flickered to life. The light from that flickering flame reflected through the window frame. Closed door slowly opened. An old man appeared. I didn't expect a visitor in the middle of the night. Who could be here at this hour? Looking at Helmut. Standing before him, the old man observed him from head to toe, looking at the uniform he was wearing. He then said slowly, you're a student from the Swordsmanship Institute. Hello. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. Helmut didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I found a trap over there earlier. I'm afraid someone might step on it and get hurt. Could you patrol more often? This old man was actually Gladiolus in disguise. He was playing his role very well, his old body struggling to lean on a cane. A trap? You must be mistaken. Everyone knows that setting traps in this forest is severely punished. Helmut had no intention of letting this go. I am a student of the Swordsmanship Institute, so my eyes and senses are sharp enough to recognize that it was indeed a trap. I am absolutely certain that I saw that trap. Gladiolus grunted, frowning and putting on a grave expression. If what you say is true, then this is a big deal. Then he cleverly tried to shoo him away. Alright, starting tomorrow morning I will patrol more often. It's been a while since I've used my cane. If the trap is well hidden, it would be hard for the naked eye to see. Slam. Helmut forcefully wedged his foot in to stop him from closing the door. The two of them stood still, neither making another move. Helmut's face darkened coldly, looking at him. But I haven't explained what kind of trap it was. Gladiolus smiled, the hood of his cloak hiding most of his ugly face. As expected, the two of them, Helmut and Gladiolus, still held their positions without moving. An inch. He coldly tore open the loophole he had fallen into. But I still haven't said what kind of trap it was. Helmut didn't rush to answer. He lowered his gaze. The corner of his mouth was smiling slightly. His slightly trembling hands were gripping the cane to support his weak body. He looked for another moment. Helmut didn't see anything else unusual. He closed his eyes. Never mind, you're not wrong since you haven't seen it with your own eyes. And I didn't explain it clearly. He bowed his head slightly. You were right to warn me to be careful of hidden traps. Gladiolus chuckled. Yes, just leave it to me. Just as he was about to close the door again, Helmut suddenly stopped him. Oh, by the way, it's just something I've been wondering about since the beginning of this trip. I heard that every year, the Academy's Swordsmanship Department organizes group activities and a hunting competition here. What's so special about this forest? Gladiolus placed one hand behind his hunched back, the other holding the doorknob, just waiting to close it as soon as he finished answering. The hunting competition is held in the mountain range, north of the campsite. As for the group activities, they are divided equally among 12 surrounding locations. Since it happens every year, unless there's a reason to change, it stays the same. Receiving the answer, he nodded. I see. It was late now, not good to bother others in the middle of the night. He said thank you. Then he turned to leave, but his gaze still lingered on the wooden cabin. Too many abnormalities were unexplained, but there was no reason for him to stay any longer. That old man, behind the wooden door, the light was still on. Helmut thought, I can sense any aura from him. He really is the manager of this campsite. The next second, Helmut's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking, a characteristic expression of high alert. But my intuition still points to him. What should I do? Maybe if Hez threatened, Hell confess. Helmut's hand lightly touched the scabbard of his sword. He was thinking of eliminating him. Better to be wrong than to let someone slip by. But right now Helmut wasn't acting alone. There was a whole group of students behind him. He could only push this idea aside. Forget it, I shouldn't act rashly, because I'm not the only one. Here Helmut walked back the way he came. Soon the dim firelight cast itself upon him. I just need to attack him head on when he reveals his true face. He can't hide forever. Unexpectedly, while he was thinking, standing right in front of him was Pachika, who had just finished beating up the team members. Wesleyan's and Asuka's heads had large lumps on them. Ugh, please spare us. Helmut stared blankly. Meanwhile, Pachika's expression was like a rakshasa looking at him. Her lion-like roar echoed through the night. Helmut. What is the meaning of this? Cut change scene. The next morning everyone was awake, gathered and lined up under the scorching sun. Beads of sweat, big and small, raced down the students' faces. Even Wayne, sitting in the shade, was just as hot, his hand fanning like a fan. Unlike everyone else, Helmut was extremely calm. This hot climate was nothing to him. In his hand he also held a bow. Elena looked over all the students once, then spoke up. It seems everyone has gathered. I will now explain the hunting competition. He spoke loudly and clearly. Without further ado, the most important thing is that everyone must be vigilant and stay safe. Don't shoot arrows randomly. You must identify your target clearly. While Elena was speaking, Pachika looked worriedly at Wayne, who looked like he was about to die from the heat. To prevent injuries, you will go in groups of 2. If anyone gets hurt, their teammate must immediately report to Professor Wayne using the communication crystal. Elena continued with his duty, his face exuding a stern expression. You will be equipped with a bow and arrows, a map, and food before the competition begins. You can also use your own bows and arrows. Elena announced the rules of the competition, causing the students to burst out in excitement. The rankings will be decided based on your results. Prizes will be awarded later. Do your best. After Elena finished speaking, Michael raised his hand to speak. Sir, does the person who hunts the most animals win? He pointed at him, nodding. Good question. If you think you can get a high rank just by hunting a lot of animals, then give up. Elena mercilessly shattered the kid's dreams, leaving the student stunned. He explained, each prey will have a different value. For example, a fox is worth more points than a rabbit, and a bear is worth more than a fox. The rarity of the animal will also increase its value. Then Elena crossed his arms and gave the final instruction. If there are no more questions, let's begin. This competition will last until 5 in the afternoon. It gets dark faster in the forest, so remember to keep track of the time. Asuka let out a sigh of relief. Let's take it easy. We'll win no matter what. He smirked and gave a very provocative smile, casually placing his hand on Helmut's shoulder beside him and declaring, we will definitely win. Seeing these two on a team, Wesleyan and Basil immediately felt it was unfair. Asuka, how is it fair for the top 2 students in the class to be on the same team, Professor? Elena also thought it was quite unfair, but you were free to choose your team, so I won't interfere. This made the 2 complainants deflate. But Asuka was extremely provocative, turning away as he said, if you guys think it's unfair, then just use your ability to defeat us. If you don't want trouble, then don't mess with us. Hearing him say that, the other 2 could only get angry but couldn't do anything about it. The clear blue sky was as dazzling as ever. Asuka playing in the blue was as dazzling as ever. Asuka raised his index finger. Hey Helmut, you know, if we're on the same team, our team will be the strongest in the department. Asuka said smugly, that means first and second place will belong to us. What do you think, should we compete for first place? Helmut wasn't as childish as Asuka. He now had his own thoughts. It's lucky not many people are with us, but if the Black Eagles attack, he'll have to push Asuka aside to avoid getting him involved. Seeing that Helmut wasn't responding to him, Asuka stopped being flippant. Just walking around like this isn't the way. He followed closely behind Helmut, nagging, do you know any good spots? You're good at this stuff, right? Why should I tell you? Suddenly Helmut had an idea. Looking at Asuka, who kept clinging to him, he glanced behind him, thinking, on second thought, I can't get rid of him earlier if I give him some prey. Thinking about this, he became much more enthusiastic. Alright, follow me. Asuka, knowing nothing, happily agreed. That's more like it. Quick, show me the way. Not knowing how far they had gone, a clear, babbling stream appeared, flowing with the current. It wasn't just a stream, this was the foot of a waterfall. The natural beauty and the roaring sound of the cascading water. Helmut and Asuka peeked out from behind a bush. Helmut explained, there's water here, so many animals must come by. It will be easier to hunt them when they come to drink. Asuka disagreed. If we just wait, who knows when they'll show up? Wouldn't it be faster to go find them? Helmut pointed out the reason. If we move, the prey will likely detect us and, running away, he glanced at the hot-tempered Asuka. Hunting requires patience. You should take this opportunity to get used to it. I've been very patient, Helmut said. What he noticed. When we walked here, I saw fresh claw marks on the trees. There must be a wild animal around here. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking near the stream, a wild animal appeared. It was a brown bear that had just caught a fish to eat. It seemed to sense the presence of another species, and it raised its head warily. Helmut gently raised his bow, his other hand reached back for an arrow. It appeared sooner than I thought. Azuka was excited. The bear is huge, let's catch it. On the count of 3, we'll shoot together, are you ready, Helmut? Both of them raised their bows, drew the strings taut, and took aim. Asuka began to count down 1. Helmut paused, he almost forgot something. Wait, on second thought, what if hunting animals causes my dark energy to react? But whatever, the bowstring is already drawn. There's no time to hesitate. Just as Asuka counted to 3, 2 arrows from Asuka and Helmut shot forward. One arrow lodged in its bicep, while the other one unfortunately missed and hit the ground. The bear was bleeding. It let out a roar that echoed through the forest, screaming in pain. Seeing the prey run away, Asuka was startled. It escaped. What's wrong with you, Helmut? We should have caught it. There was no way he would let the prey in front of him slip away. Asuka jumped out and shouted, stop it. 2 arrows from him shot straight towards the bear, but they both missed. Undeterred, Asuka took another arrow. This time he infused magic into the arrow. So this time, the arrow flew straight and embedded itself deep into the bear. It let out a piercing scream and fell with a thud. At the same time, Asuka also landed on the ground. He clenched his fist and cheered, got it. Unexpectedly, just as the bear died, another roar echoed again. This time the roar resounded throughout the entire forest. Asuka's face froze. Helmut also approached him from the bushes. Asuka hesitated. Wait, is that sound from a pack of bears? Helmut didn't jump to conclusions, just looked up, staring at the dense forest in front of them. Helmut then realized what it was and was shocked. He rushed towards the source of the sound, not forgetting to toss back a sentence. No, it's not a bear's roar. You take care of the prey. I'll go alone. Taken aback by Helmut's sudden action, Asuka stood there stunned, only able to call out, what? Wait, Helmut. Helmut's face was serious, his pace quickened even more. Could it be ahead? A large tree branch stuck out. Suddenly, a gust of wind shot past, landing on that branch, causing leaves to fall in a flurry. It zipped from one branch to another. Finally, it landed straight on a tree with yellow leaves. And that gust of wind was Helmut. Because he was moving so fast, he only left an afterimage like a whirlwind. He was about to continue running to patrol, but his eyes caught a familiar blonde head below, and next to it, someone else was lying sprawled out. Helmut lowered his gaze, focusing on the situation of the 2 people. Wesley had no idea Helmut was near him. He tremblingly held the orb in his hand. How do you use this? I can't activate the communication crystal. Suddenly Helmut jumped down not far behind Wesley. In his tense state, just a small sound was enough to make Wesley scream. He spun around and only upon seeing him did he gradually relax. Helmut, why are you here? Getting closer, Helmut also realized why the other person was lying on the ground. It's Basil. He was caught in a bear trap by the calf. The pain made Basil's whole body tremble uncontrollably. Helmut was shocked at that trap. Wesley looked at Basil's condition in fear and pleaded with him for help. Helmut, help him get out of the trap. Helmut, of course, disagreed. He explained as he removed his quiver. To move more freely, no. If we just pull it out like that, he'll lose a lot of blood. Let me handle it. You wait here. Helmut went straight through a bush, searching carefully. Very quickly, he found what he was looking for. He reached out and plucked it. Then he put it straight into his mouth and chewed it thoroughly. After chewing for a while, the taste in his mouth wasn't quite right. Helmut spat it out. His other hand plucked a nearby plant with a similar shape to the previous one. He also put it in his mouth and chewed for a while. This time, it seemed to be the right one. He didn't forget to pick up 2 stones and brought those things back. Wesley, who was waiting impatiently, saw Helmut return holding some strange things and asked what are those for? Helmut didn't answer him. He took out his water bottle and poured it over the 2 stones he had just picked up. Washing them clean, he knelt on one knee, handed the water bottle to Wesley. Hold this. Then, he placed 1 stone on the ground, put the herbs he just picked on it, and used the other stone to crush them. Wesley watched Helmut's series of actions, his mouth agape, standing there dumbfounded. When he was done, he looked at Wesley, who was still frozen, and asked, "You're close to Basil, right?" Seeing him start a conversation, he quickly replied, why do you ask? Without explaining, once Helmut got his answer, he directly reached out and ripped off Wesley's outer cloak. This made him distressed, holding the torn part, speechless. Ignoring Wesley, Helmut continued his life-saving work. He took the piece of cloth he tore and tied it tightly 2 centimeters above the wound. Then he reached out and took out an arrow. At this point, Helmut finally explained his intention to the regretful Wesley. I'm going to break the trap to save him. You hold him down, don't let him move. Okay, I understand. Helmut channeled magic into the arrow. Then, he directly swung his hand and stabbed it straight into the bear trap. A crisp clashing sound rang out. At the same time, Helmut's pupils slightly contracted. He reached out to grab the trap, which was now loose and had some parts falling off, and looked at it intently. Because of the impact just now, Basil's face was pale with pain. Wesley, holding him, couldn't bear to watch and squeezed his eyes shut. With a whoosh, Helmut threw the bear trap in an arc. Sending it flying, he took the pile, crushed herbs, dabbed a little on his 2 fingertips. Helmut rolled up Basil's pant leg and applied the mashed herbs to his wound. The stinging pain made Basil hiss through his throat, his whole body trembling. Wesley didn't know where Helmut had gotten those weeds and why he was applying them to Basil's wound. He had been staring at him without saying anything. Helmut sensed Wesley was still looking at him. So he slowly explained, this type of leaf is very good for stopping bleeding. This should be enough to help him until we get back to the campsite. Seeing him still standing there stunned, he reminded him, now hurry and contact Professor Wayne. Wesley was startled and quickly grabbed the crystal orb. Oh right, I almost forgot. Basil's complexion hadn't improved much. He was still clenching his teeth to suppress the groans from escaping. Helmut observed Basil's expression and fell silent. He glanced at the trap he had thrown away earlier, its sharp teeth still stained with Basil's blood. Actually, I was prepared for something worse, but it seems to that bastard, this is just his game. Looking at the scattered parts, Helmut concluded the trap was quite loose. It was set that way on purpose. Otherwise his leg would have been crippled. Thinking this, he sighed wearily, this trap wasn't aimed at me, but these noble kids are so careless. What a headache. What should I do now? At this point, Helmut, upon hearing a sound behind him, remembered something and spun around. That's right, Asuka is still alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a hand emerge from the forest. It was Asuka, whom he had completely forgotten about, looking utterly exhausted and struggling. It's indescribable. Overly frustrated, Asuka screamed furiously, hey Helmut, don't you know what a teammate is? How could you just leave like that? You should have at least explained before you left. Helmut breathed a sigh of relief seeing he was okay, but in Asuka's eyes, this looked like indifference. He angrily questioned, you ran ahead because I was too slow. After venting his frustration, Asuka noticed someone else was there. It was the familiar Wesley. Seeing that he looked even worse off than himself, he was confused. Why do you look so messed up? Wesley didn't know what to say either. He put the crystal orb back in his bag and reported to Helmut, I've contacted the professor. She'll be here soon. Now that everything was handled properly, Wesley could finally relax. Helmut, you're really amazing. In a situation like this, you still managed to stay calm. I myself was panicking and didn't know what to do. Helmut didn't think it was anything extraordinary. He simply replied, I've been through something like this before. Unlike his casual attitude, this was a life at stake. Wesley bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for saving Basil, Helmut. I swear on my honor as a nobleman, I will never forget your kindness today. Suddenly receiving such a formal thank you, Helmut was stunned, looking at Wesley with a foolish expression. After that he once again patiently explained, it wasn't me, Professor. Wayne is the one who will save Basil. He needs to be checked immediately, otherwise, if it gets infected, the situation will get worse. Wesley stammered, you're right. Helmut stood up, obviously still a little embarrassed, just not showing it on his face. Thanks, this is the first time I've heard that since coming to the academy. The sky above was still blue. The hot sun rays shone straight down on the dense forest below. An old hand was casting healing magic on Basil's wound. Obviously Dewey had come as per Wesley's call for help. After finishing the treatment, he praised them. You all did a good job with the first aid. Thanks to that, I didn't have to do much. Hearing this from Dewey, Wesley let out a breath, clutching his weak heart. In comfort, Pachika also came with Wayne. She knew whose work this was and turned to him with a smile. Good job, Helmut. Pachika also saw the trap lying at the base of a tree. So there really were traps like you said. It means someone deliberately set traps here. I'll send a complaint letter to the management of this area. After praising and acknowledging everything, she then turned to Wesley and questioned Wesley. Do you know why Basil stepped on the trap? He immediately replied, I do. Wesley raised his hand, pointing in a direction. He saw something over there, so he ran after it, then stepped on the trap and started screaming. I don't know what made him run there so fast either. Pachika nodded. She started giving orders. With Basil's condition, it's hard for him to continue hunting. Let's take him back to the campsite for now. Give us a hand, Wesleyan. Yes, after instructing Wesleyan, she turned to the other two young men and said, Helmut, you two continue hunting. Be careful, there are probably still traps around. Asuka replied confidently, hey, don't worry, Teach. We'll definitely bring back a lot of prey. It's true that there's no need to worry too much, because besides Asuka, there's also Helmut. Pachika now turned to leave. Alright, see you guys later. Yes, seeing that the others had left, Asuka started talking to Helmut about the earlier incident. I caught that bear just now, so it's mine, right? Helmut replied very straightforwardly, go ahead, I'm not competing with you. I'll go hunt on my own and head back first. Asuka was surprised. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of stepping on a trap? Hearing him say that, Helmut glanced over. I won't fall for a trap like that. If I stay here any longer, someone else will definitely get caught in a trap. Only now realizing something was wrong, Asuka was shocked. You mean to say? Knowing the reason, Asuka no longer lingered. He said goodbye to Helmut. I'm heading off first. Don't push yourself too hard, just hunt whatever you can. And head back. Helmut stared intently, waiting until Asuka's back disappeared from view. He then immediately dashed off like the wind. In Helmut's eyes a spark of determination flashed. Good, this is my chance. If he was controlling the situation like this from the beginning, then he might still be nearby. His vision ahead gradually darkened. I need to focus. It's time to find his hiding place. I'll enhance my senses to search the surroundings. No sooner said than done. Helmut entered a floating state, his entire body emanating faint streams of magic that enveloped him. Suddenly a purple light flew towards him. He felt the killing intent and opened his eyes wide. Right at Helmut's neck was a wire. Raising his magic-infused bow, he slashed and cut it in half. The taut wire suddenly severed, whipped wildly and struck the two tree trunks behind him. Amidst the blurred forest scenery, due to his speed, Helmut's body leaned sharply to one side as if sliding across the ground. His cloak and hair flew chaotically in the wind, leaving a thick cloud of dust billowing behind. Then he stood up and looked at the two sturdy tree trunks that had been sliced by the two wires, cutting deep into them. Helmut frowned. It was a trap. That wire, so thin it was almost transparent, had cut nearly halfway through the large tree trunk. Helmut stood still, looking at the two tree trunks that were cut in the same way. He looked up intently. The wire floated. In the cool breeze, the light accidentally hit it, making it glint. Helmut approached and took the wire in his hand. He suddenly remembered the route from before and was slightly alarmed. This wire, luckily, Basil didn't get caught in this trap. Otherwise he would have been much more seriously injured. Thinking about how carefully the opponent set the traps, Helmut cautiously observed his surroundings. There might be other mechanisms, but he couldn't see any around here. After looking around, he finally saw it. Not far away, a dark shadow was squirming behind the tree trunk. It was a deer. It was being tightly bound by wires on all four limbs. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape. Helmut looked at the scene before him and finally understood. It seems that was the bait. Basil could have also been caught by a simple trick like this. Even while hunting the person targeting him, he didn't forget the competition he was in. Helmut reached for an arrow from his back. I guess I'll just take this deer. He drew his bow, the silver string pulled taut. Helmut aimed the arrow ahead at the unfortunate deer. A thwack sound, and then the scene changed. The competition had now come to an end. All the students had gathered at the starting point, along with the prey they had hunted. All the unlucky animals were laid out on a tarp. Next to them were the names of each student, obviously, indicating their catch. The others all had rabbits or foxes, mostly small animals. Unexpectedly, when they glanced at one name, the massive carcass of a brown bear caught their eyes. Pachika was holding the list. She was a bit stunned. James and a few other students saw it, and their expressions were no different from Pachika's. He was astonished. Even though the truth was right before his eyes, he couldn't believe it. For real, Azuka hunted that bear. There are actually bears in this forest. Everyone's words of praise mixed with surprise made Asuka's nose swell with pride. Suddenly remembering who Asuka's teammate was, someone looked at him suspiciously. It wasn't Helmut who took care of that bear for you. Was it? This was denied by him. Ashok was furious. Are you kidding? How could he do something that would hurt his pride like that? He should have hunted something bigger. But no, Helmut only hunted a single deer. Elena walked over to Helmut and assessed a deer. Of venison is indeed delicious. After making a round and collecting the results, Elena stood in one place and announced, gather around, everyone. I have evaluated your hunting results. Well done. Before announcing the winner, I will reveal the prizes. With that he looked towards the table where various items were displayed, introducing each item with its corresponding rank. The 5th place winner will receive 10 meal tickets for the academy. The 4th place winner will receive a luxurious pen and ink set. As the students heard Elena announce one reward after another, their eyes lit up more and more. The 3rd place winner will receive 10 discount vouchers from the academy bookstore, and the runner-up will receive a discount voucher for the private training room. And then came what everyone was waiting for. Elena turned around with a smile, and the champion will receive all the prizes that I have mentioned. Looking at a separate table piled high with rewards for the champion, it seemed to have a sparkling, blinking effect in the student's eyes. Ashok grinned smugly, thinking his prize would surely win first place. He casually put his arm on Helmut's shoulder and whispered, I don't think I need a pen and ink. Do you want it? If you do, it's yours. Not making them wait long, Elena lowered his gaze to the paper and began to announce, all right, I will now announce the winner. In 5th place is, after an active morning, night fell, and the entire forest fell silent. Seen from above, it could be confirmed that the area where they were camping was in the middle of a vast forest. The fire flickered, and next to it were the carcasses of the animals that they had hunted in the morning. Jean made a serious face. He sat by the fire and opened his mouth to console someone. Unless you're someone like Alia, the private training room prize is quite valuable. Even though it's only for a week, it's still a lot for a hunting competition prize. In reality, this wasn't much of a consolation. Jean used these words to mock the crestfallen Asuka over there. So don't be disappointed, runner-up Azuka. Indignation, injustice, self-pity, and psychological shock could all describe Asuka's state at this moment. Why? I caught a bear. A big bear at that. It's completely absurd that I only got 2nd place. What prize could be better than this? Andrew chuckled. But the white fox that Bruce caught really deserved the first prize. Hearing him mention that, Dino couldn't help but recall the scene when Bruce presented his item to the professor. Even the teachers exclaimed, how could he have hunted a creature like this? He couldn't help but marvel. At first, I thought it was a mythical creature. Seeing Asuka so downcast, Helmut rarely showed compassion and comforted him. Asuka, didn't you want the training room? Besides, a training room is more useful than a pen and ink. Asuka was regretful, but still, well, it's just 2nd place anyway, he said, looking over at the ever calm Helmut. Oh right, you got 2nd place too, Helmut. 10 meal tickets at the academy. Hearing Hellmut's prize, Asuka shrugged. That's pretty good, huh? The competition was over. Now it was time to fill their empty stomachs. Everyone cheered to curry favor with the person who currently had the most meat. But thanks to Asuka, we get to eat bear meat. Asuka nodded. Right, I'm pretty tired, so let the people who didn't catch anything handle the meat. After a while of joking around, the atmosphere in Hellmut's team suddenly grew heavy. Dino slowly looked away from the fire, but his voice was low. It feels so empty. 3 of them couldn't participate. After he said that, no one spoke another word. Hellmut was the same. He just stared intently at the fire in front of him, lost in his own world. Besides Basil's 2 others couldn't continue the activity. A few minutes after Basil's was brought back to the campsite by Wesley. According to the situation that was reported at that time, Pachika was in charge of guiding Wesley, who was carrying Basil's on his back. Suddenly, the bridge he was crossing collapsed, causing him to be injured. In addition, there was also Michael. Michael fell into a trap while hunting and broke his leg when he fell into a deep pit, so he was immediately taken back to the academy for proper treatment. All these incidents resulted in the group having only 5 members to participate in and complete today's challenge. Dino was dejected. How unlucky. Why is it only our group that runs into trouble? Andrew agreed. The coach had asked before if this group needed to be changed. Helmut, who knew the real reason, thought to himself, this is probably not a coincidence. It seems someone is definitely targeting everyone around me one by one. From that person's actions, his personality. He is quite ruthless. He hesitated, pressing his thin lips together. Should I tell them, let everyone know about the situation? Who says nobles don't have friendships? Dino thought sadly. They're probably fine now. Asuka, however, was different. After all, I wasn't that close to those 2 or 3 anyway. They're probably relaxing and snoring away in the academy dorms right now, while we're still struggling to sleep out here in the wilderness, waiting for this activity to end quickly. Dino and James heard Asuka speak so casually with such an indifferent attitude, and their jaws dropped. Does this guy have a heart? Fed up with Asuka, Andrew propped his chin on his hand in exasperation. Tomorrow is a group activity. I hope there won't be any more traps. James grunted. Without the coach's supervision, we're lucky to even make it back safely. Hellmut just sat quietly watching them talk. Seeing that everyone's spirits had lifted, the words he was about to say were held back. I should just stay quiet. Saying it will only make them more worried. He looked up at the cloudy sky. There was a moon but no stars. In his ears, Hellmut could still hear everyone discussing tomorrow's trip. We should go to sleep to prepare for tomorrow's activity. If we stick together, we'll be safe. And the morning came very quickly. The group quickly gathered today at a different location not far from the campsite. Each team captain had been given a map by Elena. Helmut observed it and then pointed to the only red mark on it. The location we've been assigned is here. It'll take about 4 hours to get there. After the announcement, he rolled up the map and gripped it tightly in his hand, while his other hand held the reins, as the other members mounted their horses. Alright, let's depart. The early morning sun rose from the horizon, spreading its brilliant light across the snow-capped mountain peaks. The entire space seemed dyed gold by the warm aura of the sun, layer after layer. Faint clouds drifted lazily among the rolling hills. Amidst the vast nature, all sounds seemed to be swallowed by the tranquility, leaving only light and a sense of stillness, as if time had stopped. Below that magnificent scenery, Jean seemed to have spotted something and called out to the team captain. Hellmut, come look at this. Hearing Hellmut's name, Asuka, who was riding beside him, also paid attention. Looking in the direction Jean was pointing, there was a path leading to a cool, clear stream. He suggested to him, this place is pretty good for a rest stop. The water source isn't far, and it's hard to find a place like this in these mountains. Hellmut didn't agree right away. Instead, he jumped off his horse, walked straight to the clear stream, and gently cupped some water. Hellmut brought it to his mouth to taste it. Luckily, the water is pure and not contaminated. It would be very dangerous if such an incident happened during an escort mission. Seeing Hellmut's action, Asuka threw out a sarcastic remark that left him speechless. What's wrong? Are you that thirsty? Unlike the dense Ashok, James somewhat understood Hellmut's actions. He continued to persuade, so shall we rest for a bit? We've been moving quickly. It hasn't even taken the estimated 4 hours, and we have enough food from yesterday. We just need to gather some wood for a fire. Dino also shifted and groaned. Yeah, my back. Hellmut pursed his lips. Everyone in the team was just waiting for his decision, and so the team decided to set up a temporary camp here. A small tent and a fire were quickly set, with the 5 of them gathered around, but the atmosphere around them was extremely quiet. Everyone's face was gloomy, without a single spark of excitement. Hellmut took in everyone's expressions. He sighed. Everyone seems really down. It's understandable since 3 teammates had to return to the academy due to injuries. Just sitting here won't solve anything. Hellmut stood up, making an excuse to leave. Where are you going? The fire is dying down. I'm going to look for more wood. Asuka, as if clutching at straws, immediately jumped up and followed Hellmut closely. I'm going to stay with these guys is exhausting. He was frustrated, giving Asuka a deadpan look. As so carefree, how annoying. Because they were in the forest, the evening came very quickly. Asuka bent down to pick up firewood from the ground. Holding a bundle in his arms, he raised his hand to ask, is this enough? Helmut glanced over and stated, "You tried, but it's not much. The wood is damp and hard to use." Asuka grumbled, "Wood is wood, but damp wood is hard to burn." Fair point. Asuka continued searching. "Damp, it's probably because it's dark, so it's a bit hard to see. If I go back to Baden like this, I'll probably have to wear thick glasses." Helmut was silent, not responding to him. Ashok, seeing that Helmut kept ignoring him, was dissatisfied. "Hey, at least say something," he replied bluntly. "You'd better find the right kind of wood." So heartless. Because he was so bored, and also because Helmut wouldn't talk to him, Atsuka made up a song on the spot. "Someone drinks water straight from the mountain. We go camping, eat, rest, and then hit the road." Unable to stand this tag along anymore, Helmut coldly called out Atsuka. It made him jump. "What, can't I even sing?" Helmut didn't answer. He just handed the entire bundle of wood he had collected into Ashok's arms. He glanced slightly to one side. "Take this and go back first." Ashok was confused. "Why are you suddenly telling me to go back first? Where are you going?" "I have something important to do. Right now." Modenim. Asuka then waved his hand, clearly not pressing further. "Yeah, alright, just don't cause any trouble." "No wonder. You've been so quiet." When Asuka left, Helmut raised his guard even more. Now only the dark forest surrounded him. The moonlight occasionally shone through the gaps between the large canopies. Silver rays illuminated the patches of weeds growing at the base of the trees. In such a peaceful scene, the sound of whittling echoed continuously. Helmut followed the sound and finally stopped. Half of his face was submerged in darkness. Helmut looked grimly at the other person. "You seem pleased with your preparations." Helmut maintained a certain distance from the other man, who was none other than Fire. He carefully kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. Fire saw that his main character had arrived. He made no other move, only stopping the action of his hands. "Thank you. This is indeed a smooth start. I appreciate you accepting my invitation." And yet, he was extremely gentlemanly, having already prepared a seat for Helmut. "We have a lot to talk about. Now sit down." He also noticed beside it a tree stump that had been flattened. He sat down. The two were now face to face. Fiar's face was still hidden behind the clown mask, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. "I'm in a very good mood right now because finally, I can meet you." Looking at Helmut's handsome face, he praised, "But of course I have been watching your face all this time. How does it feel, meeting the predator who's been targeting you for the first time?" Helmut paid no attention to the threatening undertone in his words. He was extremely tense. "Your mask is very strange. It seems you're also not very confident in your own face." Helmut's words made Filar pause for a few seconds, then he acted as usual. "Helmut, you are very different from what others say." He raised the sharp point of the wood he was carving and pointed it straight at him grimly. "Most people, when they realize they're being hunted, they run away immediately. But you dare to bare your fangs at me, constantly tracking my position. This attitude, it's as if you're the predator." Helmut was silent, sitting there without a hint of fear, waiting for him to continue. Furso put his hand in his pocket, fumbling for something. "The reason I revealed myself is to give you one last chance." Just as he finished speaking, he threw something with lightning speed. It shot straight between Helmut's legs. He defensively put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Unexpectedly, in front of him was just a wriggling pupa. Furso was clearly very pleased with Helmut's reaction. He raised a finger, pointed it straight at him, and introduced himself. I am a member of the elite force, directly commanded by the Black Eagle, the Dark Jester, the Eagle's Eye." His tone was extremely arrogant. "I have the authority to recruit talented individuals into the Black Eagle. If you want to join, then swallow this pupa." It was called recruitment, but it sounded more like a command. He continued, "Without the medicine we provide, it will chew through your internal organs. But don't worry, there are no side effects if you refuse." Fr finished with a warning. "Then my subordinates will be ready to dispose of all of your friends. Think carefully." Helmut was silent for a few seconds. Then he frowned and retorted, "Lies, you're not the type to use others at will." Hearing Helmut say that, Fr's mood changed slightly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." He naturally didn't let a single piece of information from him slip by and continued to ask, "Is it really okay to dispose of nobles so carelessly?" "There are several types of nobles. They are important people, so they've been dealt with early on." "Don't worry." Helmut was silent. Did he mean the three of them, Wesley, Misen and Basil? Fr interrupted his thoughts, his hand pointing to his own temple. "Don't overthink it, Helmut. You have no other choice but to accept my offer." The pupa was still lying there, wriggling all this time. Helmut lowered his gaze, looking at it like it was something filthy. His expression was grim, a glint in his eyes. Then Helmut slowly closed his eyes, thinking he had surrendered. Helmut spoke up again, catching Fr's attention. "You said before that we have a lot in common." After wriggling for a while, the pupa on the ground managed to flip itself over. But before it could crawl far, a devastating stomp came down, crushing its soft body to a pulp. Helmut turned, sword in hand, ready to strike. The killing intent in his eyes instantly spread. "In that case, it seems you haven't researched me thoroughly enough." As he finished his sentence, Helmut shot like a bolt of lightning towards the seated Furso. He was no easy target either, swinging his arm without flinching. The wooden stake, which had been sharpened beforehand, flew from Fr's hand straight towards a hidden mechanism on a tree trunk, piercing it directly. Immediately rows of tripwires shot up from the ground. There were some on the left and some on the right. He had obviously set up many traps. Like a spider web, they intertwined to obstruct Helmut's steps, but he didn't hesitate at all, charging forward and swinging his sword. With a single sword stroke, all the tripwires cleverly set by Furso were cut into pieces by Helmut. With nothing left to obstruct him, he pushed off the air, facing Furso directly. By now he no longer dared to sit there. Leisurely Helmut's eyes widened. Every word he uttered sent a chill down the spine. Everything will end if I finish you right. Here, right? He increased his power, slashing to cut him in two. Unexpectedly, VR became a blur. The mist that dispersed to both sides along the cutting path. Helmut's clean cut, shocking him. Meanwhile, the other guy was relaxed and took shape again not far from Helmut. He glared at where he stood. VR calmly raised his sharp dagger to the wire. You've wasted your only chance. You won't be able to leave this forest alive. He applied a little more force, and the wire immediately snapped in half. It turned out that was also the hidden mechanism to activate a trap. Hundreds of hidden weapons from above Helmut's head shot straight down. Helmut was shocked and looked up. At the same time, at Helmut's team's temporary campsite, cups and plates were set on the table. Unexpectedly, a tremor violently caused those things to all shift. James was startled, sitting motionlessly. Seeing the cup was no longer shaking, he turned to ask the other members, did you guys hear something? Could it be a landslide? Azuka wasn't sure. But it's not even raining, how could there be a landslide? Andrew also chimed in, and where's Helmut? Why isn't he back yet? Asuka didn't seem to care much. He threw another dry branch in to keep the fire going. I think he went to relieve himself. What could possibly harm him? Just then Dino also returned. He was carrying a pile of hay in his arms. James was surprised to see Dino. Huh, weren't you going to feed the horses? Why did you bring back hay? Unexpectedly, his next sentence made the group even more confused. Hey, did you guys tie the horses somewhere else? I can't find them anywhere. James answered confusedly, no, we didn't touch the horses. Dino anxiously said, huh, but there's not a single one there. How is that possible? The group went to where the horses were tied. All that was left was a cut rope. Severed, Asuka and James were completely frozen when they saw there wasn't a single horse in sight. James stuttered, could the rope have come loose? Asuka also couldn't believe his eyes. How could 5 horses disappear without a sound, without a trace? Suddenly from the darkness a loud noise made all 4 of them jump. James and Asuka were standing closest to the source of the sound. Both slowly turned their heads, their nerves stretched to the limit. As expected, from the darkness, an indistinct figure gradually appeared. The two held their breath, waiting for the figure to step into the moonlight. It was Helmut. His entire body was now disheveled, his breathing was ragged. Obviously they had never seen him like this before. When Ashok saw that, it was his team captain who had been gone for hours. He yelled in frustration, Helmut, you scared me. Andrew, unlike the childish Ashok, remembered something more important and hurriedly asked, hey, have you seen our horses? Wait, why do you look so worn out? Helmut didn't answer any of them, just looked around. Are all of you here? When they heard him ask such a random question, James stammered, yes, that's right. Is something wrong? Looking at the worried faces of his teammates, Helmut hesitated. Maybe it's better if I tell them. Finally he decided to tell them the truth. At least if they know there's danger, they'll be more on guard. Let's gather for a moment. I have something to say. Returning to where the group had stopped earlier, the fire was still going because they had added dry wood in time. A tense atmosphere enveloped the team. Everyone looked serious. James thought for a moment, stroking his pointed chin subconsciously. So to sum it up, you dealt with the Black Eagle, and they sent an assassin to take care of all of us. Which means our friends who were sent back to the academy. Helmut nodded. That's right. Andrew was stunned, his whole body froze in fear. I can't believe it, so that's why. They were injured and returned to the academy for that reason. James trembled, he had the strongest reaction. Wait, but why us? We didn't do anything to attract the Black Eagle's attention. Why do we have to die just because of your problem? Immediately a sharp slap from Azuka landed on the back of James' neck. Shut up, you idiot. It's not even certain if we're being targeted. Or not. After lecturing James, Asuka speculated with a serious expression, maybe. It's because Sharp still holds a grudge against you, Helmut. He immediately dismissed it. No, I don't think that's it. Finally Helmut decided to reveal his true identity to everyone. I was a mercenary before joining the academy and I've dealt with some members of the Black Eagle. Maybe that's why they followed me here. Thinking back to the time he was alone, taking down 3 Black Eagle members at once with a bow in one hand and a sword in the other, it was a bit messy. Unexpectedly, Helmut's casual words left the group stunned. James, in particular, couldn't believe what he was hearing and hurriedly asked him, you dealt with members of the Black Eagle, really? How many did you deal with for them to follow you like this? Helmut closed his eyes, not as many as you think. For a mercenary they were just third-rate guys getting carried away by James. Helmut almost got off topic, but his reason quickly returned. I probably shouldn't have mentioned that. But what Helmut considered normal was like a Power Ranger saving the world to them. Everyone's face lit up with excitement. The group started chattering excitedly. So you've dealt with more than I thought. You have so much combat experience. No wonder you're better than us. seeing them regain their spirits just from a story from the past. Helmut thought to himself, that's right, they will also become warriors. And as for what Jim said earlier, Helmut obviously took it to heart. Like you said, you have no responsibility to endure this because of my problem. So no matter what happens, I will take responsibility for everything. Contrary to Helmut's calm demeanor, Andrew didn't think it was right. Are you planning to face that assassin alone? Are you sure that's a wise choice? How about we report this to the coach first? James also agreed with this and looked at Asuka, saying, Asuka, you're the one with the communication crystal, right? Use it quickly. Most people were in agreement on this. Asuka reached into his pocket, fumbling around. Let's see. Unexpectedly, when he pulled his hand out, only the 2 white fabric pieces of his pocket lining came out, nothing else. Asuka's face froze. He gave a stiff laugh. It's gone. Losing the communication crystal was like cutting off the team's only lifeline. Dino and James took turns berating him. Are you crazy? If it's gone, what are we supposed to do? Asuka looked innocent. It wasn't like he wanted to lose it. Maybe the assassin took it. We don't even know when he took the horses. As the second quietest person after Helmut, Andrew looked to Helmut for his opinion. So what should we do now? Leave this place as quickly as possible. This problem was also very difficult for him. He might have set traps around this area. It's better not to go too deep into the darkness. It's very difficult to spot them if they're hidden perfectly. After saying that, Helmut fell silent, stroking his chin in thought. Then he looked at everyone around and said, let's do this. We'll leave as soon as it's daylight. Even without horses, we can still reach the coach's location in 12 hours. Obviously, with an insidious person like Fiar, he naturally wouldn't let them go so easily. Helmut carefully pointed out Fifar's weakness for his team members to understand. But of course he won't let us leave easily. Has also avoiding a direct confrontation with me. He knows he can't beat me in a fair fight. At this point, Helmut's face darkened. He'll watch our back. He won't dare to attack us recklessly. If he shows himself and attacks, I will defeat him. Everyone's expression tensed up. After hearing Helmut's plan, they also understood the situation. If they didn't listen to him, their own small lives would be hard to preserve through this camping trip. Alright, understood. Helmut had nothing more to say. He stood up and instructed, okay, in that case, we need to conserve energy starting now. It'll be very difficult if we have to move and be on alert for 12 hours without rest. I almost forgot about the food supply. Is there enough food? We also need to guard the food. With no one adding more wood, the only flame that replaced the moonlight was gradually dying down. But the flickering flame was still enough to illuminate a certain area around where they were camped. With a rustle, someone pushed aside the tent flap and came out. It was James and Dino. As soon as the two stepped out, they noticed something. It was none other than Helmut. He sat in a lump next to the tent, holding his sword, not sleeping, fulfilling his duty to keep watch. Helmut looked at the two in surprise. Why are you up already? Dino was stretching, so James answered for him. We decided to sleep in shifts. One person at a time. It's better to have more people keeping watch at the same time instead of just one. Helmut didn't approve. Don't waste your energy. You have to save it for tomorrow. James smiled. Hey Helmut, we are also warriors, aren't we? I can't depend on others to protect me. That alone goes against the dignity of a warrior. He looked at Helmut worriedly. Are you sure you don't want to sleep? He answered bluntly. I can endure not sleeping for 3 days. James was speechless. You really are something. Seeing the mood sinking, James tried to make conversation again. That assassin must be really scared of you, Helmut. He still hasn't dared to show himself. But Helmut didn't understand his effort and warned him seriously. Don't let your guard down because of that. Has not the type to let his prey get away easily. James was exasperated to the point of amusement. Yeah, I know, it's just too quiet. As he was speaking, James was surprised by the sudden silence around them. He looked down at where Helmut was sitting. He saw him raise his hand in a gesture for silence. Both Dino and James tensed up instinctively, their breathing hitched. In the darkness, from the gloomy forest, the rustling sound of friction among the weeds grew louder. All three took a defensive stance with their swords, their gazes fixed in that direction. Helmut waved his hand, signaling James and Dino not to act rashly. Then the scene gradually appeared. The rear end of some creature was moving. It was a brown horse, leisurely chewing on grass in its mouth. James was amazed when he saw it. Of my village's horse. Suddenly, a familiar presence appeared, alarming Helmut. He immediately turned and shouted, James, Dino, run. But it was too late. Faceso had somehow hung himself upside down, his messy red hair dangling in front of the stunned Dino. He reached out, his 10 sharp fingers aimed at his neck. Dino slowly looked up, and what met his eyes were 2 demonic hands reaching out. Helmut shielded James behind him, watching Freljord's next move. He quickly grabbed Dino's collar, lifted him up, and with his other hand, threw a bunch of bombs towards Helmut. Simultaneously with the sound of the bombs exploding was the sound of Dino's name being screamed. The scene seemed to repeat itself in his mind as the bombs were thrown straight at the two of them. Helmut screamed his name, Dino. The bombs exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke. The view in front of them was completely obscured. When the dust settled, he struggled to open his eyes. Obviously, this loud noise had completely awakened the others. Asuka's voice called out from inside the tent. The dust had also spread here, so he had to cover His nose, what was that sound? Why is there so much smoke? The vision in front of him blurred, and James' hands began to tremble. He violently hugged his head, letting out a scream, mixed with fear and anguish. Helmut was calmer than James. He had encountered this situation many times. James, calm down, it's just a smoke bomb. We don't know when he will attack again, so be on guard. Even though he was a warrior, seeing his friend captured right before his eyes, he couldn't help but panic. Dino was taken by that guy. He's gone, Helmut patiently comforted him. I saw that he was still conscious when he was taken. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it from the start. He gently placed a hand on James' back to reassure him. Dino won't give up his life that easily. If you don't want to die, we have to stick together. James gasped for air, sweat pouring down like rain. Asuka and Andrew also ran over from the tent's direction. What's going on? Where's Dino? Leaving James to Andrew, Helmut was silently watching the still panicking boy. This is bad. He knows how to manipulate people's minds, and he has more experience than us. After confirming James was completely unharmed, Asuka now remembered to be wary of his surroundings. Where did he disappear to? James stammered in reply. I don't know. Maybe he's still nearby. James' legs were still shaking. He clung to Andrew beside him. Now what do? We can't leave Dino. Oh, I know that, but Andrew didn't know what to do either. But how do we find Dino? James questioned. Are you planning to run away? Seeing Andrew didn't answer, he turned to Helmut in disbelief. Helmut, you're not going to leave Dino behind, are you? Helmut shook his head. Now is not the time. He frowned, calculating. If we stick together, he'll play with us in the palm of his hand. But if I go alone to save Dino, it will be hard to watch over the rest of you. Hearing Helmut say that, James completely broke down. What the hell? Why is this happening to us? Then, he suddenly turned and grabbed his collar. James' tone was extremely resentful. Helmut, this is all your fault. If you even think about leaving Dino behind, I will. Seeing the situation was not good, Andrew rushed over to mediate it. Hey, this is not the time to blame Helmut. Calm down and think again. He reined in his emotions and didn't push James' hand away. Just used his emotionless eyes to look at him and say each word. Of course, I won't abandon Dino, but I also don't want to risk everyone else's lives just to save one person. The words coming from Helmut's mouth made James' blood run cold. Right now, what I can do is ensure that you all survive. He got angry and raised his hand to punch him. So you want to leave Dino behind, right? Andrew, standing behind James, struggled to stop him. James, calm down, you're going too far. After pulling him away, Helmut calmly straightened his collar, handing James over to Asuka to take back to the tent. Andrew carefully approached Helmut. This is really a terrible situation. Are you okay, Helmut? What James said isn't entirely wrong. Andrew sincerely stated his opinion. Helmut, it's not that I disagree with you, but I also feel the same as James. No matter what, we can abandon Dino. He calmly continued. When James calms down, let's talk about this. We'll find a way if we discuss it together. There was no other way. Helmut sighed. The night was still there, the moon still hanging peacefully. Overhead, the fire flickered and burned brightly. Helmut stood there, staring intently at the fire. After calming down, James approached Helmut and stammered, Then putting aside his embarrassment, James sincerely bowed his head and apologized to him. I'm sorry, Helmut. I was so scared that I lost my mind. Helmut didn't respond to his apology, just stood up. He turned to look straight at the three of them. Now I want to ask you a few things. His gaze fell upon them. In this situation, we have no idea where Dino is. And there's no guarantee that we'll all make it back alive after finding. To be honest, I think survival is almost impossible. At this life or death juncture, Helmut looked doubtfully at James. Do you still think we can't leave Dino behind? James placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, Dino and I have been friends since childhood. I can't leave him here alone. Andrew and Asuka were no different. I agreed too. Leaving a teammate behind in danger is shameful. Even though I'm not close to him, I can't just run away. Helmut looked silently at the three of them for a few seconds. Then he finally compromised. All right then, it's decided. He announced seriously, from now on, there's no time to sleep. We have to find a way to defeat the assassin and save Dino. As he was speaking, a flicker of alarm appeared in Helmut's eyes. He reacted extremely quickly, drawing his sword from its sheath to block a projectile flying towards them. The object, deflected by Helmut's force, spun into the air, then plunged into the ground. Only then did they see it was an arrow. Andrew exclaimed, What was that? Asuka quickly regained his composure and pointed. There's something tied to the arrow. As the dust settled, a cloth pouch tied to the arrow appeared. Helmut picked it up curiously, carefully opening it to see what was inside. Andrew also leaned in to look. Then his face turned pale. Inside the cloth pouch was a human finger joint. Andrew stammered in horror. Is that a human finger? Helmut said optimistically. We can't be sure if this is Dino's finger. James shivered. How can you know? But in this situation, isn't it obvious that it is? James thought of the worst possibility, his body stiffening. Could Dino have been? Helmut cut him off, taking the pouch and pulling the string tight. Not yet. This finger was cut while the blood was still flowing. At least we can confirm that he was still alive when this finger was cut. Helmut frowned, and perhaps he still doesn't want to deal with us. Andrew was silent for a moment, his eyes involuntarily drawn to the pouch containing his friend's finger. He suddenly noticed a corner of it bulging. Unusually, he shouted, "Wait, Helmut, look again. There's something else in the bag." Helmut immediately reached his hand inside and pulled it out. It was a map, with a message written on it. "If you want to save your friend, go alone to the marked location before sunrise." Helmut leaned over, staring intently at the map on the table. Andrew also stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Where is that?" "On cliff." James looked at the location, which seemed somewhat familiar. "I saw a few places on the way here." "Let me see." The map was quickly handed to him. Asuka, standing beside him, also leaned in to look. James pointed to the map. "This is the big rocky hill. How far is it?" Helmut replied immediately. "If I run, it's about 15 minutes. Asuka's jaw dropped. "Wait, run? Are you serious?" Andrew, still in the same posture, asked, "What do you think he's planning to do?" Asuka replied nonchalantly, "It's obvious, isn't it? He wants to separate Helmut from us." Hearing that, James looked at Helmut with determination. "Helmut, don't do what he says. We can go together to save Dino and fight that assassin." Unexpectedly, Andrew, who was usually agreeable to everyone's opinions, objected this time. "Wait, James. If we act recklessly, Dino might be in even more danger. It's better to just listen to him for now." He placed a hand on the table, "Because that's our only option. Helmut will go alone to rescue Dino, and we have to wait until Helmut returns." Helmut, of course, had no problem with it. His eyes swept over the three faces before him. "It's fine if I go alone, but the assassin will definitely target you first." Asuka sighed, crossing his arms. "We just have to wait for 30 minutes until you get back, right? Then the three of us will be enough." I'd actually like to face him directly, but what can I do? As he said this, he put on a mysterious expression. "Besides, I just came up with a plan." Suddenly, a blockhead like Asuka having a plan surprised Helmut, Andrew, and James. A silent night sky appeared, a bright full moon hanging amidst the deep blue. The soft moonlight shone through the dense canopy, creating a peaceful, mystical scene. The night was suddenly torn apart. The wind howled in the quiet forest, rushing as if something was moving at extreme speed. It enveloped the space like a whirlwind, causing the canopy to be swept along by the strong whistling wind, and that series of action was Helmut. He leaped out of the forest and onto a barren, cracked clearing. Lying there helplessly was none other than Dino. Helmut's eyes were sharp as he jumped down from above. His uniform was neat, his sword at his hip, his gaze stern, and his hair flying in the wind. Dino seemed to be unconscious. When Helmut landed with such a thud, normally he would have been on alert. His calm, pale purple pupils glanced to the left. To the left, there was only a desolate piece of land. Helmut frowned and looked to the right. There was a deep abyss. He placed his hand lightly on his sword's hilt. "Verso, as expected, has not here. I have to get Dino back quickly." He carefully approached Dino step by step and gently shook his shoulder. Thinking Dino was asleep, a faint smile appeared on Helmut's lips. "You look so comfortable, lying there. Hey Dino, are you awake? There's no time. Wake up and let's get back to the campsite." Before he could finish his sentence, Helmut's pupils contracted. A pale face with red irises and black pupils met his eyes. Helmut gritted his teeth and stepped back. Of course, Dino was no longer Dino. He shot up, growling. Dino let out a scream, his whole body swelling up. The buttons on his well-fitting shirt flew off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Helmut was 3 meters away from Dino. In a defensive stance, Helmut looked in shock at the surging aura. "This is demonic energy. This is bad. I can't believe I'd resort to this." A whirlwind of deadly energy appeared, like a greedy black hole sucking everything in. Demonic energy is the embodiment of pure madness. If unrefined and uncontrolled demonic energy invades a normal person's body, for that reason, if demonic energy is forcibly injected, a person already has pure Kai. A human's pure Kai and demonic energy will constantly clash until one is destroyed. This causes the victim extreme discomfort, and when their pure Kai is depleted, the human body will cease to function, and that leads to Dino's current state. A figure, no longer resembling a human, appeared before him. Dino was now 3 times his original size, his eyes flashing red, looking intently at Helmut as if he were prey. He once again got into a stance, placing his hand on his sword's hilt. Dino had now completely lost all reason, all human consciousness. He had truly turned into a demon. The next second, Dino charged towards Helmut. His speed was so fast that Helmut only had time to draw his sword to block the attack, not to retreat. The difference in strength was too great. The demonized Dino sent Helmut flying. Not letting up for a second, Dino pursued him relentlessly. As he was off balance, he once again threw a punch at his captain. Crash, the ground there shattered into pieces, fine dust flying into the sky from the impact. Obviously, Helmut had dodged that attack. He used his momentum to jump high into the air, then landed not far away. Helmut pursed his lips, looking at his former teammate. Although the amount of demonic energy that entered him is quite large, in the end, Dino has only just been turned into a demon. If I have to take action, it won't be too difficult. Looking at the familiar face, he hesitated slightly, but, unlike Helmut, Dino now had no consciousness left, only knowing to roar and attack. His recent roar caused the seed of darkness in Helmut's heart to ache slightly. He furrowed his brow, looking down blankly at his heaving chest. Then he slowly shifted his gaze upwards. He looked towards Dino standing in the rubble. His expression was as fierce as ever, his face soulless and ferocious. Helmut placed a hand on his chest, right over his heart. He looked up at Dino apprehensively. "The seed, darkness, it's been a long time since it's reacted." Pure demonic energy like this. He stomped his foot on the ground again, shattering the already dry, barren earth. Dino gathered momentum and charged straight at Helmut. He attacked so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Helmut didn't back down, quickly neutralizing the attacks from Dino. A fist and a sword clashed again and again. Finally Dino put all his strength into one last punch. The fist closed in on Helmut's face. It seemed like he was about to take the full force of the punch, but no, Helmut simply tilted his head to the side. The punch slammed straight into the cliff face. Behind him just one punch, its power spread across the cliff surface, causing it to crack and shatter. Then heaps of rock fell from above. Dino looked up blankly. Of course, Helmut wouldn't miss this opportunity. He swung his sword and landed a clean slice on Dino's shin, causing Dino to drop to one knee screaming. In pain, Helmut, helpless against the deafening noise, said, alright, it'll get you out of here soon. Just lie still and meditate for a bit. Large boulders hurtled straight towards Dino and his murky black eyes. Blood vessels appeared. Then the noise stopped. Everything in the forest returned to its usual quiet. After the trimmered debris continued to fall, a few stones even rolled down into the deep abyss. An arm was visible. Amidst the rubble, the entire lower half. Dino's body was crushed by large rocks. He was unconscious. Helmut stepped onto a slab of rock to check the situation. He bent down and placed a hand on Dino's forehead. Helmut looked at his unconscious friend. Then he closed his eyes tightly and activated the seed of darkness. Since it was located in his heart, Helmut couldn't help but press his lips together as it activated. The seed of darkness is a seed that absorbs demonic energy. Although the amount is large, it's much weaker than the demonic energy in the primeval forest. I can just burn it all away. Tendrils of dark energy from Dino's body were drawn into the palm of his hand. Gradually, Dino's body transformed along with it, returning to his normal human form. Helmut didn't rush to pull his hand away. He was trying to suppress the dark energy inside his body. When Helmut opened his eyes, it was done. He sighed in relief, his pale face gradually regaining its vitality. Even though it was weak, the amount of demonic energy was quite large. It took some time to burn it all away. Seems lucky that Furso wasn't here. Anyway, Dino is safe now, I have to get back quickly. With that thought, Helmut placed a hand on his knee and stood up. He hooked his arms under Dino's and carefully pulled him out of the rubble. Dino, I have to get you out. Hang in there, the situation is urgent, we have to hurry. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. Helmut looked up, the ground around him was slowly crumbling. He jumped, damn it, from the impact of the fight earlier. The ground is collapsing. The entire massive cliff that stood there before had now completely fallen due to human impact. Unlike the dangerous situation with Helmut, it was quiet over here, but still strangely tense. Swords were held tightly in their hands. The three of them, Asuka, James, and Andrew, stood back to back, not daring to move an inch. James spoke up fearfully, what time is it now? I don't know, damn it. But for now, get Helmut's name out of your head, don't expect too much. Asuka tensed up, not letting his guard down just because nothing had happened yet. Over here, our fun has only just begun. And then, the main character that the three of them had been waiting for finally appeared. VR, holding a strangely shaped knife, strolled out from the darkness. He walked towards Asuka, facing him directly. VR's clone mask now looked just like a demon's. James, standing behind Asuka, glanced over and stammered he, as the one who kidnapped Dino. Asuka, despite his tough talk, was now no different from James. Hey, don't look back, just look forward, don't ruin the plan I came up with. Asuka pressed his lips together nervously, recalling the conversation with Helmut before he left. His invisibility skill is formidable. The four of them put their heads together to discuss. A normal person probably can't detect him, so are you sure we can handle him? Helmut obviously wasn't sure, but that didn't mean they should just lie down and die. He took a wooden branch and drew a simple diagram on the ground. Then let's use this formation. If you keep the surrounding area as wide open as possible and guard all three directions, you should be able to defeat him. As he said this, a murderous glint flashed in Helmut's eyes. And when the time is right, Asuka, you do what you said you would. Back in the present, Asuka nervously watched Fiar's every step. He wasn't afraid of facing three opponents at once. He even casually held up his hand to count 1, 2. Furso mused, the other one isn't here, but that's fine. Here are the 4 remaining guests. James found his words extremely confusing. 4 remaining, what does that mean? This from him made Asuka furious. Please stop it. Are you going to believe what the enemy says? You might as well just cover your ears. Seeing this, he chuckled, there's a brave one. You're Asuka, and the other 2 are Andrew and James. Then Thur bowed, performing simple noble style bow. Allow me to introduce myself. Since you don't know who I am anyway, I am Furso, the hawky assassin. You've made friends with the wrong person. I came here to hunt him. Asuka remained unmoved, standing still. He paid him no mind and continued to sow discord. Although I've said that, if I have to deal with 2 nobles, even for the Black Eagle, it would be too great a risk, and I don't like risk. Fiar's index finger shot up. Therefore, I will make you an offer. His next words made all 3 of them, including Asuka, break out in a cold sweat. They're the one who isn't a noble. If you help me hunt him, I will spare the lives of the rest. This sentence hit Andrew and James like a ton of bricks. As if he had achieved his goal, Fiar's voice droned on. After all, isn't this an opportunity to eliminate that eyesore of a commoner from the Swordsmanship Institute? I promise to keep it a secret. You just need to hide this and say he left on his own. I will inflict a moderate injury. To avoid suspicion, Azuka anxiously interrupted. What nonsense is that? Don't tell me. You guys believe what he's saying. Hey, don't be so foolish. He's trying to trick you. If you hear me, answer. He glanced at James. Obviously, James' face had fallen a little. James spoke up, annoyed. No way, Asuka. James' voice caught Farzar's attention. He frowned. Actually, I've come to my senses. Asuka stared at James in shock. Meanwhile, Andrew had a smile on his face when he heard him say that. James continued, raising his sword defiantly. You assassin. You don't know anything. No fool would sacrifice their comrades in a fight. We will defeat you and all three of us will return alive. As expected, James' words made Farz's expression darken. He lowered his center of gravity. Humph. It was my mistake to try and negotiate with fools from the Swordsmanship Institute. I'll do as you wish. This place will be your grave. Azuka observed his stance and quickly warned the other two, he's about to attack. Everyone, be careful. In the next second, his figure dissolved into streams of air. This shocked Asuka. Before his eyes, Farz had vanished without a trace. James was terrified. Has gone. Asuka lowered his chin, his eyes still, staring intently ahead. He was focused. He's just hiding himself, not completely gone. We don't have any openings for him to exploit, so we can defeat him. The three of them raised their guard once more. After a while, the swords in their hands also began to tremble. James and Andrew's breathing became a little erratic. This silence is making them even more tense. Why isn't he attacking, guys? Do you see anything? He's waiting for us to lose focus. Don't let your guard down. James was the type of person who was very short-tempered. Now he was getting a little impatient. Damn it, he's just toying with us. But just as he let his guard down for a moment, Freljord appeared out of thin air, swinging his curved sword. James reacted extremely quickly, raising his sword to block the fatal blow. The force of the attack was so strong that he had to grit his teeth to hold it back. His attack having failed, Farz once again disappeared. James, are you okay? I am fine. I blocked his attack. Farz's voice echoed from above. I see. James, among the three of you, you're the weakest. He circled in the air and declared, I'll deal with you first. Andrew grew anxious as planning to focus his attacks on you, James. James, wait, Unexpectedly, Farz used a feint, landing in front of Andrew. While he was still worried about James, Andrew felt a chill. This is bad. Luckily, he managed to parry in time, deflecting the blow, but his shoulder was still slashed, drawing blood. He let out a soft groan of pain. Asuka gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down from the tension. Damn it, he tricked us. He lightly touched the ground with the tip of his toe. Farzar was as carefree as if he were toying with insects, even though they had boasted so much. But the skills of the Swordsmanship Institute are even worse than I thought. So I can't enjoy this hunt peacefully. He raised his curved sword, the smile on his clown mask adding to his bizarre appearance. From now on, I'll strike even faster. I hope you can withstand it. True to his word, Farz immediately gave Asuka a slash on the shoulder, his blood splattering everywhere. Just like that, he jumped back and forth between the three of them as if playing. The only difference was that with each jump, one of them would bleed a little more, gaining another wound. Seeing the three of them still swinging their swords to defend, Farz's speed suddenly became even faster. By now he was moving like the wind, making it impossible for the three of them to defend. But they absolutely refused to give up. All three held their swords firmly, even though their current situation was desperate and unbearable. Finally, dawn broke. Blood dripped down, forming a puddle on the ground. Asuka, Andrew, and James were all exhausted. Looking at their current state, Farz laughed gleefully. Now you all look much better. This is what I call a hunt. Even though this is just for fun, I've had a lot of fun. From his shoulder to his face, Andrew was bleeding. James was in a similar state to Andrew. Not much different, of course, the one who received the most attacks. Asuka was also in a pitiful state. Azuka furrowed his brows tightly. He said loudly, it seems you're really enjoying our predicament, aren't you? If you end this now, you'll definitely regret it. Asuka reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor, smirking provocatively. Don't touch those two anymore. Let's just the two of us play. You'll find it's even more fun. Even though he was so tired he could barely breathe, he forced a taunting smile, because with these two burdens, I can't fight with all my strength. Was silent, staring at Asuka. Seeing him not reacting, Asuka repeated himself, pointing back towards Andrew and James. Just let the two behind me go. How about just you and I play for a bit? I'll show you the greatest entertainment. The more he spoke, the more the confidence on his face became apparent. Farz didn't rush to answer, just remained thoughtful. Andrew panted and called out softly, Azuka. Finally he made a move. You want me to let them go? Interesting. Farz rested the curved blade of his sword on his shoulder and asked him in return. But why should I listen to you? I already told you. Playing with just me is much more fun. If there are people behind me, you won't be able to swing your weapon at me freely. He was skeptical. I don't know if you're that strong. This was like a blow to Asuka's pride, making him furious. So you always like to bully the weak. You haven't seen my skills yet. Asuka continued to provoke him. If you like bullying the weak, then I can't do anything about it. But if you can't defeat me, you won't get a chance to fight Helmut. At the mention of this name, his pale white pupils narrowed slightly. Finally, Fiar jumped down from the tree. He immediately exposed his intentions. Honestly, that provocation was useless. But since you targeted my preferences, I'll acknowledge your effort for hitting the mark. Far gave a bizarre smile. I get more excited when my prey fights back, whether it's due to a plan or arrogance. Alright, we'll give you a chance to take care of the two behind you. Having achieved his goal, Asuka pursed his lips nervously. Then he turned around and yelled, "What are you waiting for, you idiots? Get out of here now." James crouched down, clutching the bleeding wound on his right arm, hesitating, but beside him, Andrew looked at his pale face and persuaded him, "James, if the bleeding doesn't stop, things will only get worse. Just listen to Asuka and get your wound treated." And so Andrew helped James to the side, leaving Asuka alone to face Fiar. Fiar remained standing there, motionless. He waited for Asuka to warm up and stretch. After everything was done, he raised his sword. "Alright, I'm ready, come on." Just as he finished speaking, Fiar appeared behind Asuka in the blink of an eye. He swung the curved blade at his neck, intending to decapitate him. Unexpectedly, Asuka reacted in time, turning and activating his magic, ignoring the blade that still managed to slash his back. The sword lunged forward, surprising Fiar. He kicked off with one foot to move out of the sword's path. Asuka's attack slashed through empty air. Missing his attack, Asuka clicked his tongue in annoyance. Far also dove down from above. He raised his sword to block, and he also slashed at his old wound. There was a significant difference in their speeds. Every time Asuka attacked, he missed completely. Fiar hovered high above, looking down at the small figure below, surrounded by bloodstains on the ground. The aura around Asuka changed. Looking at him was like seeing the silhouette of Charlotte. Fiar was startled and a crack appeared on his clown mask. Luckily, the mask was thick enough that it didn't touch his face inside. He landed on the ground, looking at the blue energy enveloping Asuka. Fiar gritted his teeth. His swordsmanship has changed. There was no information about this, so it wasn't arrogance, but a real plan. No longer looking down on him, he launched a serious attack. His speed was now much faster, making it impossible for Asuka to block in time. The two of them kept rushing past each other, and each time the wounds on Asuka's body piled up. Asuka tried to stabilize his breathing, telling himself focus, sharpen all senses. As soon as the sword came at him, he swung in an arc. Remembering that beautiful face of Charlotte, he resolved, if I do this, it'll be more accurate. Far gave Asuka no time to rest, attacking relentlessly. He showed no mercy, slashing repeatedly. Andrew, sitting and groaning under a nearby tree, watched the completely one-sided fight. They also noticed Asuka's techniques had changed. That technique is like the first-year girl's swordsmanship. Far was like a cat toying with a mouse, not finishing him off but slowly giving Asuka a few more cuts. Once again he backed away. Asuka's breathing had become erratic, but his eyes never left his enemy. Suddenly Fiar burst out laughing, confusing Asuka. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly laughing? After laughing, his mood became extremely good. Good, I know your abilities now. You weren't just bluffing, were you? Asuka, the more you're cornered, the sharper your senses become. You're very good, just like my other prey. Helmut, peeking through his fingers, he opened his eyes. Actually, I want to enjoy this a little longer, but it's time for the main act to begin. Fiar lowered his center of gravity, holding two weapons out. Asuka, I really admire. So now, rest. Of course, Asuka wouldn't give up. His fighting spirit flared up. What nonsense are you talking about? Who said I would die by your hand? Unexpectedly, just a second later, the blade was already close to his neck, just a finger's width away. It would have cut that vulnerable part. Fiar swung with increased force, causing Asuka's entire body to lean back. The scene unfolding before them terrified Andrew and James. Both of their pupils contracted. But no, his magic had not yet died out, that it was radiating. Asuka managed to raise his wrist to block it in time, causing it to cut deep into his wrist. Thor was startled and surprised. He blocked it seems. He focused Viz into his hand to block the attack, but it won't last long, because the dark energy on the blade was gradually seeping into Asuka's body. He paid no mind to that, instead turning to call out to Fidar, you clown, the Black Eagle. Seeing him look at him, he sneered, have you learned how to grit your teeth and endure pain yet? Fear looked at him in silence, his entire face covered by Asuka's magic. Remembering last night, the plan Asuka had come up with was revealed earlier when we were resupplying from the city. I bought a magic scroll. He held up the scroll. Something that can be activated when torn or ripped. Asuka wrapped it around his arm. If I can lure the opponent, there will come a time when he wants to finish us off. At that moment, I'll make him attack the arm with the scroll. Back in the present, the two of them were still standing motionless. And at that moment, it will be the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Water sprayed all over Freljord's mask. Asuka swung his other hand up, slashing his sword directly at him. Obviously, Freljord raised his hand to block. Asuka was fighting with Freljord. He was slashed deeply in the arm by Asuka's sword. Asuka gritted his teeth and thought, damn it wasn't enough damage. To think he could defend against that move of mine in such a surprising situation. His sword was still on his arm, but he was kicked away by him with a thud. He was thrown to the ground and rolled several times. Blood streamed from his arm. He knelt and coughed. He shouted, you damn monkeys, how dare you? A sphere rolled on the ground. Asuka looked at the rolling sphere. He wondered to himself, what is that? Is it a communication sphere? Impossible, I'm sure. I destroyed all of them. He gritted his teeth in panic. Fiezer had discovered where the sphere came from. He looked at the open pouch on his hip. The back pocket of that guy. He had it there. Asuka picked up the sphere. He shouted into the sphere, Professor, help us. That murderer is trying to kill us all. He threw the dagger in his hand towards the sphere. Don't even think about calling for help. The sphere in his hand shattered. The sound from inside the sphere could still be heard, asking about the situation. Azuka, is that you, Azuka? What's going on over there? He panted. He taunted him. Do you still have the strength to lie there on your stomach? With just one teleport from Professor Wayne. The professors will be here in an instant. You understand, don't you? He clenched his fist on the ground. There's no need for anyone else. He charged forward shouting, before they arrive, I must take your life. He froze for a few seconds. The forest was quiet. He was running deep into the forest, without looking back. He thought to himself, this suffocating, evil aura makes it hard to breathe. That guy is back. Something shot down from the sky and crashed into the ground. He managed to dodge in time, leaping far away. The impact shattered the ground and sent dust flying everywhere. Four realized in a panic. The figure of a person slowly appeared from behind the dust. Helmut was holding an unconscious dino. He turned and ran deep into the forest, thinking, this is too much. I can't handle this. The plan failed, but Andrew, crouching next to James, who was leaning against a tree, asked, has gone. Did he run away? James spoke up. Dino, you succeeded. Helmut said, yes, at least for now. You all look terrible. Asuka shouted in annoyance, hey Helmut, you said 30 minutes. A little later and we would been dead. He replied gently, sorry, I tried to get back as soon as I could, but I ran into some trouble. Dino was laid on the ground, still unconscious. In any case, everyone did their best. Hearing that, the three of them began to relax. Andrew suddenly spoke up, Craw, I just found the communication orb and called the professors. They should be here shortly. He instructed them, all right, everyone wait here. As for me, I'm going to settle a debt with that guy first. In the forest, Fiar dashed swiftly. He thought regretfully, what a shame, I only managed to retrieve one dagger. Helmut, that guy will never give up here. He will definitely chase after me, but that will be your mistake. This place is a forest filled with traps that I set myself. Although I have to reluctantly retreat, I must at least eliminate you before leaving this place. A purple light flashed by. The arrow was aimed right at his back. He sensed something was wrong and turned his head to look. He managed to block it. The thing shattered into tiny pieces. A figure was drawing a bow from a tree branch. Helmut, he was holding a bow, radiating a blazing killing intent. He was knocked to the ground with a grunt. After hitting the ground, he rolled a few times. Standing on the tree, he said, his voice echoing down, congratulations, you're the first person to fall into a black eagle trap and still be alive. He vomited blood, stammering in disbelief. How could you get past all the traps to get here? Helmut simply replied nonchalantly, who knows, isn't it true that you've never fallen into one of my traps? Not even once. He realized something. Could it be, did he disable all of those traps while he was distracted? Helmut drew his bow and shot an arrow towards him. He managed to dodge the attack. A tree branch was launched, stabbing straight into the ground and cracking it. He wondered, so it's a tree branch. Were those 5 guys dealt with this way too? Cornering me like this is also praiseworthy, but that little toy can't do anything to me. Helmut continued to draw his bow, saying, watching prey struggle in despair is so satisfying. Killing intent radiated from him. Too bad, but I'm not interested in playing around with you like that. He jumped down from the tree, landing on the ground. Helmut stood in the middle of the forest, completely still, with only the rustling of leaves. A stream of thought interspersed the silent night. You're confident chasing me, but you've made a mistake, Helmut. In the deep forest, can you avoid my attack? Something zipped past behind Helmut. Fear attacked from behind, swinging his sword and thinking to himself, got you. Helmut quickly realized he was being attacked from behind. He turned and raised his sword. The man was startled and horrified. Helmut swung down, but he quickly rolled away to dodge the blow. He straightened up, thinking, how did you know? Killing intent radiated from Helmut. As he turned to look at him, the man charged forward to attack again. No matter, you seem to be lucky this time, but I'm just getting started. Far made many wild slashes at the surrounding trees, causing leaves to fall everywhere. The darkness and tree shadows obscured vision, and the falling leaves created noise, with both sight and hearing being limited. Catching me at this high speed, Helmut had guessed his intention. So, while he was gloating about his plan, Helmut turned and slashed, scattering the leaves away. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, what? He leaped up to avoid Helmut's downward slash. He still couldn't believe it, thinking impossible, this can't be a coincidence. There is no way someone can see through my concealment. Helmut continued to channel his aura. He closed his eyes tightly. The man didn't give up and continued to charge. Impossible. Helmut thought to himself, no matter how well you hide yourself, you can't possibly hide the killing intent. Each time you strike, the man had discovered that he could sense killing intent, so he thought, this guy instantly senses the killing intent, determines the direction, and reacts immediately. Handling a berserker, getting through countless traps, and still being able to do this. This is no longer human. Seeing him stop and not continue attacking, Helmut asked, "What's wrong? Run out of tricks, then it's my turn." The sword in his hand flashed with a purple light. Seeing this, he thought, "A radiating battle aura, you've got some nice skills. I've lost too much blood, am almost exhausted. It'll be very dangerous to use concealment again, but a radiating battle aura can't last long. I'll wait until has exhausted." He teleported and hid behind a tree. Helmut stomped his foot, making the ground sink. He rushed forward and sliced the tree the man was hiding behind in two. Too surprised to dodge in time, the man curses, "Damn it, are you crazy?" An area in the middle of the forest lit up, thick with smoke. The tree fell over. He collapsed to his knees, blood pouring down. Helmut's face darkened as he spoke, "You've lost your weapon. Do you have anything else?" The man laughed, mockingly, parroting his words. Hey, do you have anything else? There's only one answer left. I surrender." He raised his hands in submission. Helmut's face just darkened, saying nothing. Then he suddenly kicked him. He fell backward. He struggled to reply. "Is this how the Swordsmanship Academy teaches you to deal with surrendered soldiers?" Helmut said, "Who cares? This isn't a duel." He raised his leg again. This time his leg broke in two. He could only groan. Helmut threatened, "Don't even think about running away." He propped himself up and begged, "If you spare my life, I will never follow you again. I'll talk to the Black Eagle and make sure no one else pursues you. How can I trust you? If I just take care of you, the ones chasing me will stop. That's a better option. Think carefully, Helmut. I'm just one member of the Black Eagle. If I don't return next time, it won't be just one person chasing you. Do you think you can survive and protect those around you like you did today?" Helmut silently walked closer to him. He stomped down, pinning his wrist to the ground. This time, 3 of his fingers were severed. The sword pierced through his hand, pinning it to the ground. Helmut's face darkened as he replied, "You seem to be mistaken, so let me make it clear. You will die here, and I will personally take care of everyone who comes after you. This is your fate. If there's nothing else, then die." He calmly raised his sword, aimed straight down. The man shouted in fear, "Wait." A strange voice spoke up, "Could you stay your hand, young swordsman?" Person in a black cloak spoke from behind. He turned towards the voice. The old man in the cloak, with a strange smile, said, "You know, if we lose this friend here, well, be in a lot of trouble." Just as Helmut was about to finish off Fr, a sound from behind made him turn his head cautiously. Gladiolus stepped forward, extending a hand to negotiate. "I have something to ask you." "Can you stop?" Helmut gave a sharp, wary glance. "Who's this?" I didn't sense any presence, even though I'm looking right at him. I can't discern his strength at all. Fr, in pain, tried to call out to him, "Lord Talon." Helmut now realized who he was. "I see, so this is the leader of the Black Eagle." Gladiolus stood under the mysterious moonlight, his masked face radiating a killing intent. That was grim. He continued to negotiate from behind Helmut. "Of course, I'm not asking you to release him unconditionally. But if you spare him, I will certainly compensate you appropriately." Helmut turned his head and refused decisively. "No. The one who must pay the price is this man. Dealing with him is the only beneficial option for me." At this point, Gladiolus had revealed his mouth and nose. He said with a regretful look, "Well then, that's a problem. The Black Eagle has been short-staffed lately. I can't afford to lose someone as skilled as him." Helmut moved to finish off Far, but Gladiolus spoke up again with an offer. "I can only pay you a reasonable sum of money, or give you information. How about that?" Hearing that, Helmut paused slightly, hesitating and glancing over. A dark killing intent enveloped Gladiolus. Helmut thought hesitantly, "This guy is quite strong, and I'm not in my best condition either, so I don't stand a chance of winning against him." He carefully considered the future consequences. "Moreover, if I finish off Fr, the Seed of Darkness will react violently. He doesn't seem to like fighting, so continuing this battle doesn't seem like a good idea." Gladiolus noticed him pause and continued to speak. "Of course, as the one who stands at the head of the Black Eagle, I guarantee that we will stop pursuing you and refuse any other related commissions concerning you. What do you think of my offer? It doesn't sound too bad, does it?" After that, he stomped violently on Farsar's hand. His hand trembled in pain. Helmut narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Then he turned his head and stated his demand. "I need both the money and the information." Hearing this, Gladiolus reached into his sleeve for something. "You're quite greedy, aren't you? Fine, I'll give you what you want." A large bag of money was thrown to the ground. "This should be about 300. You can check if you want." Helmut looked at the bag of money at his feet. He then used his sword to open the bag and check the amount inside. Gladiolus continued to follow his demands. "As for the information, I will give you one piece of information that you want." Helmut immediately looked displeased. "It won't be just one piece of information." He pointed his sword at Thar threateningly. "At least 5. That's what's needed for this guy's life." Gladiolus' crimson eyes looked sharply at Helmut. He continued with annoyance, "Is that so? I also guessed you would say that." Gladiolus bluntly gave his assessment of him. "I've been buying and selling information for many years and have met many clients. Just by looking at a face, I can easily tell who needs a lot of information, and you have that kind of face." Hearing this, Helmut tensed up, realizing something. Gladiolus raised a hand to make a proposal. "However, I have my conditions as well." He held up 5 fingers, indicating he would give Helmut 5 pieces of information. "We will provide you with 5 pieces of information. That includes him and me. Any more than that is not possible." This is already a loss for me, I can't lose any more. Helmut's face was grim as he looked at Gladiolus. Helmut turned back and pointed his sword down at Fiar, asking, "Where did you hide the horses you stole from us?" He meekly answered him, "East of here, there's a large cave. All the horses are tied up." There Helmut continued to ask for information. "From him will the Black Eagle group target me for revenge for what I've done to you?" Fiar answered fully without resistance. The Black Eagle operates individually. Even if they work in groups, they just avoid small talk. We're to die, some might be happy, but there's no such thing as camaraderie. Here Helmut stared intently at him. The sword moved closer and closer to Fiar's face. He flinched in fear. Suddenly Helmut decisively slashed his mask off. "Wait, you're..." Fiar's terrified, ugly, scarred face was revealed. Helmut looked down at him with open disgust. Then he turned away, leaving the still, trembling Fiar. "You're better off wearing a mask. After all." Helmut shifted his attention to Gladiolus to interrogate him. "What I just learned is something I didn't want to know, so it doesn't count. I still have 3 questions left." "What kind of information can you provide me?" The man reached his hand into his cloak, looking for something. Gladiolus took out a communication orb. He held the orb and said, "Since you've used one of these before, you probably recognize it. This is a secret communication crystal. It's only used to contact the leader of the Black Eagle. Whenever you need information, use this to contact us. For your next 3 questions, even national secrets will be provided at no cost." Helmut listened intently as he spoke. "However, this crystal orb is only valid for 10 years. After that time, we no longer need to provide information to you." Helmut pointed his sword at Gladiolus, making a suspicious demand. "That cloak is enchanted to conceal your presence, isn't it? If I hold that orb, I might be noticed. Therefore give me that cloak." He just smiled lightly and did as Helmut said, taking off his cloak. Gladiolus threw his cloak to him. The cloak was thrown right at Helmut's face. But he wasn't angry and just looked at Gladiolus, who was smiling lightly. A wrinkled old man with silver hair appeared. Helmut held the cloak, somewhat surprised. "The campsite manager, I really didn't think you'd disguise yourself as." Gladiolus didn't hesitate to remove the disguise. "Disguise is my specialty, so you don't need to be surprised. I'm revealing my true face to build your trust, the real face." Gladiolus was revealed, a young man with blazing red eyes. Helmut turned to look at Fiar, who had hastily put his mask back on. He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up forcefully. As expected, Helmut threw him flying towards Gladiolus. Gladiolus caught Fiar with his head upside down towards the ground. Helmut's voice was blazing with a warning. "Catch him. If I see you again next time, I'll deal with you for real." Gladiolus looked at him, the corner of his lip twitching slightly. "Thanks, Fiar. Look, your condition is critical. We have to go back and treat your wounds immediately." Helmut turned to leave but didn't forget to glance back warily. His figure gradually walked into the forest. Gladiolus suddenly asked something that made him stop. Wait. On second thought, there's something I'm quite curious about." He saw that Helmut had stopped and continued. "From your actions to your attitude, it seems you don't hesitate to take another's life. But before you swing your sword, you seem to hesitate quite often. Are you a good person, or am I just overthinking it? Sometimes it's better to swing your sword without hesitation." Hearing this, Helmut had to glance back. He turned his head and asked, "Is that advice?" Gladiolus gave a strange smile. "It seems so. If you find unpleasant, I apologize." Helmut replied, partially teasing him, "What you said isn't entirely wrong, but now I'm a swordsmanship student at the Greta Academy." Gladiolus, holding Fiar, laughed and said, "So, because you're a student, you don't kill people, you're quite humorous." Then the two of them just disappeared. "In that case, I will wait for your call when you need it." Helmut only felt a gust of wind after they disappeared. Chapter 81, The sound of galloping horses echoed through the forest. Landorus and Fiar galloped away like lightning. Fiar, sitting behind, said uncomfortably, "You've embarrassed me, Talon. Not only did you save someone like me, but you also gave him money, a coat, and even information." Without turning his head, Gladiolus replied, "Do you think I paid too much for your life?" Fiar held him tightly and explained, "No. From now on, I will do my best to repay you and show my gratitude for today. But next time, I'll deal with him myself and not repeat what you did with him today." Laszlo just chuckled softly. He then said, trying to make him see reason, "Vasio, do you think you almost succeeded in defeating him today?" While riding, Laszlo said calmly, "From what I see, that doesn't seem to be the case. The Black Eagle will not touch anything related to Helmut." After hearing this, Fiar became agitated and retorted, "Talon, if I'm not good enough, we can recruit more people. If we utilize the full power of the Black Eagle, it will be possible. We need to pull the weed out by its roots before it becomes a bigger threat." Gladiolus laughed loudly. "I'm not listening to a word of that. You must have felt so humiliated when he took off your mask. I never thought you'd mention such a foolish thing." He smirked and spoke of the consequences if we were to use the full power of the Black Eagle against him. "We might be able to eliminate him. But have you considered the number of people and resources we would have to use for that? While other plans are left undone, this is not a threat that requires us to sacrifice so much just to eliminate him like that. In fact, didn't he obey the order not to take your life?" He was startled when he heard Nano speak. The steadfast image of Helmut appeared in his words. He might be unforgiving to his enemies, but is not the type to abandon his comrades. It will be more beneficial to have a good relationship with him than to make him an enemy. Don't provoke him, that is my judgment. Gladiolus didn't want to continue the conversation. Vascio, you still have a lot of work to do, so focus on recovering first. Before I return, Fiar obediently replied understood. Gladiolus looked straight ahead and said with conviction, Helmut, he truly is a monster. In every aspect. In the forest where Helmut was, there was the sound of running footsteps. Elena and Pashika ran out worriedly. Helmut, are you okay? Are you hurt? He looked away and answered, I'm fine. Helmut glanced towards his teammates. Andrew, Asuka, and James were all covered in wounds. Elsewhere, Dewey was treating Dino. Elaine shouted angrily, why would you risk chasing someone like that all by yourself? He calmly replied, nothing happened, but he was so fast that I let him get away. He continued to lecture, that's not the point. If something had happened, Hot cut him off before he could finish. But it didn't, so you don't need to worry, Elaine. Elaine gave up, you really are. Dewey wiped his sweat and sighed after finishing his work. Helmut approached him from behind and asked about Dino's condition. How is Dino? Dewey turned to look at and said, Helmut, you're back. He explained the current situation Dino was facing. As you can see, his finger has been reattached and I've also healed it completely. But there are traces of dark energy lingering on him. I can't do anything about that. Dino lay there with his eyes shut tight. Dewey sat down beside him and asked, they told me you saved Dino. What happened? Can you explain? He looked away uncomfortably and replied, I don't know either. Suddenly Dino turned into a monster and went berserk. Then at some point, he collapsed as if had run out of energy. Elaine approached, surprised, and asked, dark energy, is that true? Dewey tried to find a solution. A person injected with dark energy can't survive, cause their blood vessels would be incinerated after going berserk for a while. Perhaps because he was only exposed to a small amount of dark energy, he was able to purge it. Has a lucky kid. If we take him to a temple to purify the remaining energy, he should be fine soon. Dino seemed uncomfortable, his face contorted in discomfort. Pachika covered her face, blaming herself. Who would have thought they would send an assassin to a campsite like this? I should have been more vigilant when I heard about the trap. This happened because we were negligent. I must apologize to you all. Hio thoughtfully said to himself, thinking about it, everyone got dragged into danger just because I was here. He continued with his thoughts. At first, I quite liked that there was a strong enemy lurking around. Hot looked at his hand, thinking of past enemies. But when the blade was pointed at the people beside me, it wasn't like that anymore. The moment I returned to camp after saving Dino and saw them collapsed on the ground, an indescribable anger erupted within me. He clenched his fist, wondering, am I changing after joining the academy? He snapped out of his thoughts when Dewey suddenly called someone over. Over here, you've arrived. Helmut's eyes widened as he looked in that direction. A person in a white cloak approached, causing his mouth to drop open unconsciously. It was Alia. She walked over and pulled down her hood. Elaine immediately recognized her. You're Alia from the Magic Institute. What are you doing here? Alia bowed politely and answered, Professor Dewey asked me to come quickly, so you must be Elaine. Now what do you need me to do? He nodded awkwardly. I understand. Well then. Elaine pointed at Helmut and said, alright, Helmut just arrived and hasn't been treated yet, so take care of him first. Alia agreed without hesitation, of course. Helmut called her softly, Alia. Alia rolled up her sleeves to prepare for treatment. Sit down over there and roll up your sleeves. She proceeded to heal the wound on his arm first. Seeing the wound, Alia said, it looks worse than I thought. If you're this injured, you must have had a fierce battle. Helmut didn't take his eyes off her. He looked at his arm and brought up a past conversation with Alia. Alia, when you taught me about ethics before, you said that saving people when they're in danger is a virtuous act. Helmut continued to confide in her. It's true that people always live in fear and danger, but if I can't save them, I'll be tormented for the rest of my life. Hearing him, Alia looked up and gazed at him thoughtfully. She turned her head to look at Helmut's teammates. Although they were all injured, they were still happily laughing and talking with each other. Alia didn't stop. Treatment, she said, is it because of them that you feel so regretful? Everyone is still alive and well. Helmut replied, but they almost died because of me, and I'm not sure I can save all of them next time. He placed his hand on his chest and said hesitantly, I'm still not strong enough. Alia looked up at him again. She tried to comfort him with sincere words. Don't you think the meaning of helping is just like doing charity? From the beginning, helping only exists because there is something called needing help. Therefore, you can help the people you want to help. Helmut asked uncertainly. Helping? Alia didn't hesitate to explain. Yes, humans are creatures who survive by cooperating with others, because every individual has limits and can't do everything. Even though there may not be many people who can help you in return. She looked over at Helmut's teammates, who were happily alive, and said, just think about it. What role did they play in helping you survive today? You probably did most of the work to help them, but you never know, maybe in the future they will help you. Helmut asked sadly, they almost died because of me. Why don't they hate me? Alia, losing her patience, irritably threw his hand away, leaving Helmut with a bewildered look. That's enough. The treatment is done. If you're that curious, why don't you go ask them yourself? I'm going to talk to Professor Dewey. He looked over at his teammates. They seemed to sense it, and looked back. Then they called out hesitantly. Helmut approached to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry. Because of me. You were all in danger. Andrew, startled, waved his hand dismissively. No, Helmut, don't blame yourself. Anyway, everyone is still alive. Andrew shyly said to him, thanks to you, I realized how weak and unprepared we are for the outside world. He held out his hand and smiled comfortingly at Helmut. Something like, this probably won't happen again in our lives as swordsmen. Shouldn't I say that I was lucky to have survived thanks to you? Turning to look at him, he said gently, thanks to you, I see my goals become clearer. I want to thank you for that, Helmut. Helmut paused slightly upon hearing this. Asuka raised his heavily bandaged hand and asked, hey, Helmut, did you take care of that assassin? He answered honestly, I didn't succeed, but I'm sure he won't dare to show his face in front of us again. Asuka pointed at Hyot and said smugly, by the way, you know you could fight him so easily because I injured his hand, right? As soon as he said it, he thought to himself, I'm just saying that so he won't feel so guilty for being the cause of this incident. Hyot looked towards someone's arm that was being raised. It was true someone wanted to shake hands with him. It was James, who shyly offered his hand to Helmut. He froze for a moment. The two shook hands just as dawn was breaking. James looked down at Helmut's hand and said, I heard that Darien was injected with dark energy and went berserk. He admitted with some shame, honestly, I thought I was a goner this time. Even though you tried to save us, everyone listened to me when I insisted on not leaving Dino behind. I was the one who created this dangerous situation, and honestly, I really regret it. Helmut still held James' hand tightly, stunned to hear James' comforting words, but you really did help all of us. Thanks to that, no one died. James' resolute gaze met his directly. He affirmed, I won't forget this debt, Helmut. Someday if you need my help, I will come to your side without hesitation. Helmut flustered denied it, no everyone survived on their own. Suddenly his eyes widened. The memory of Wesleyan insisting on bowing in gratitude came back. Thank you, Helmut. I promise on my honor that I will not forget what happened today. Then came Alia's hesitant question. Don't you think the meaning of helping is just like doing charity? And also the image of Elaine strictly instructing, nobles or commoners, the strong or the weak, they are all equal. Countless thoughts arose during that handshake. If I keep it in my mind, one day I will find the answer. Helmut realized he had misunderstood until now. Instead of power to oppress others, the image of his three friends made him realize that unity is what's important, the connection of holding hands and standing shoulder to shoulder, the power of trust and helping others. Helmut, having realized this, stared wide-eyed at James. The image of the two of them under the dawn light seemed to reflect the image of Hyomo, and a handshake from long ago. This is the real strength. Humanity. James let go of his hand, closed his eyes, and said with a smile, besides that, after a near-death experience, I think I've improved a bit. Now training with the kids at the Swordsmanship Institute feels like child's play. Asuka looked at him scornfully. You mean you've just achieved a glorious feat just because you got beaten to a pulp? James didn't back down and retorted, that's right. But for comrades who've been through a life and death moment, what does that matter? It's good to be alive. The dawn sunlight shone down on everyone's smiles. Helmut looked at his hand, lost in thought. He stood looking at the palm that had once wielded a sword to fight fiercely. The sun was fully up, clear morning in the forest. Helmut sat on a rock, gazing into the distance. Helmut, a voice suddenly called out. It was Alia. She approached him from behind and asked, I'm going back with Professor Dewey using teleportation magic. Do you want to come along? Since you witnessed this, you have a good reason to return early. Helmut thought silently for a moment. He smiled lightly and decided to refuse. It's okay, I'll go back with the hunting party. Alia looked at him in surprise. She didn't press the issue and turned to leave. All right then, see you back at the academy. Hyot replied. Having been refused, Alia blushed in embarrassment. What did Alia say to you? Hyot walked towards his friends. He answered, she asked if I wanted to go back early using magic. His friend asked him jealously. What, why only you? Is she showing favoritism to her roommate? So what did you decide? Helmut said bluntly, I refused. The three of them teased him cheerfully, of course. You should have. In the end, everything concluded peacefully. The tumultuous camping trip had ended, and the sunlight was shining through the canopy of Pedika forest. For some reason, I felt more renewed than usual, but who knew this feeling would pass so quickly? I never thought the sunlight could become so unpleasant. A kingdom. Dazzling sunlight appeared. Place surrounded by sand. Someone's footsteps stopped before the kingdom's gate. The wind blew the sand up in swirls. That person slowly pulled down their hood. This is the place where he was born and raised. Just then, he looked up at the city gate and whispered, the Basara Kingdom. Chapter 82. The sunlight of peace shone upon the academy. Outside, the corridor was deserted, only the morning light shone through. After the series of events at the camping trip ended, a week passed in the blink of an eye. The city gate slowly opened. Everyone at the academy looked out and shouted, look who we have here. Dino, you're back. Dino shyly scratched his head, accepting the welcome. Really, you guys are welcoming me so warmly I don't know what to do. A barrage of questions. He didn't know how to answer them all at once. I heard you were kidnapped by an assassin. Is that true? How embarrassing. You really got kidnapped. I heard your team went through a lot of trouble to save you. You should be grateful for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Dino's face immediately darkened. The one who had just spoken was suddenly hit hard. After hitting him, Asuka, still furious, said, "You idiots, look at the way you talk without thinking. Try getting kidnapped and coming back on your own." The person who was hit asked, somewhat surprised, Asuka, "Are you siding with Dino?" Someone replied, "Am I dreaming? Is this comradeship?" Asuka, agitated, denied it. "Who's siding with him? You guys started it first." James stepped forward, crossed his arms, and asked. "But in the end, Helmut was the one who chased the assassin away, right?" Asuka was not convinced. "What? I was the one who stabbed him. Why do you get the credit just for chasing him?" James continued to provoke him. "The assassin ran away because he was scared of Helmut, right? So Helmut did everything. Asuka, you should be grateful for the rest of your life." Asuka gritted his teeth in extreme anger. "These guys." Andrew suddenly remembered Helmut and asked, "Now that I think about it, where's Helmut?" Wesley answered, "He's probably at the personal training room. He has always been diligent, but after the camping trip, he seemed even more diligent." In a tightly closed room, a strange purple light emanated from Helmut's hand. He closed his eyes, trying to feel some kind of power. Helmut slightly opened his eyes and thought, it has grown stronger. The seed of darkness. His body was covered by the purple light. Helmut slowly stood up. "It's faint, but perhaps it's because it absorbed a large amount of a different power. But at the same time, I can feel that the amount of Vic has also increased." He drew his sword, his determined gaze reflected on the blade. He thought, fighting strong enemies, consuming and recovering large amounts of Vic, new experiences, emotions, this complex cycle makes me stronger. Helmut looked at the energy-emitting sword and thought, I don't know how strong I've become, but I hope he'll have a chance to test it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Helmut came out to open the door. "Professor Pashika, what brings you here?" Pashika looked at him and said, "I knew I'd find you here, Helmut. Professor Ethan is looking for you. Go to his office." Helmut was a bit surprised and asked, "Professor Ethan?" He wondered, what's this sudden development? Outside, the academy was quiet. Ethan warmly offered tea. "You're here, Helmut. Come and have a seat." He asked about his condition with concern. "So, how's your body? Are you feeling all right?" Helmut approached and said, "Yes, the wound is nothing." Ethan chuckled and said, "You're probably the only one in the academy who can face a top-class assassin and come back with only minor injuries." He lowered his voice slightly and said, "If Master Dar knew, he would surely be proud of." Hearing that, Helmut didn't know what to say. Darien's stern image appeared in his thoughts. If I had lost, he would have scolded me, had probably praised me for winning. Ethan got straight to the point. "Anyway, let's get to the main topic. The reason I called you here is," he asked Helmut about his upcoming plans. "As you know, the vacation begins after the final exams end. I was wondering if you had any plans for the vacation yet." Helmut picked up his teacup and slowly said, "Yes. I plan to travel around while working as a mercenary." "Travel?" Ethan hesitated and asked him, "You don't have a specific destination yet, do you?" Helmut replied, "No." He urgently wanted to keep him when he thought he intended to leave. "I'm just asking, you're not planning to leave the academy, are you?" "Right, if you plan to leave, I have no right to stop you, but at your age, I think there are still many things to learn here." Helmut calmly replied, "I also think I still have a lot to learn. If I decide to leave, I will inform you in advance. So please don't worry." Ethan secretly sighed in relief. "That's a relief." He bowed his head and said to himself, "I learned a lot during the camping trip." Ethan interrupted Helmut's thoughts. "If you have any difficulties in your training, let me know. Actually, I only asked because I'm worried that no one in the academy can teach you swordsmanship." He suddenly remembered something. "Now that I think about it," Helmut comfortably stated his assessment. "Recently, due to a certain event, I feel like I've reached a different level. I was thinking it would be great to have a chance to test my strength." Ethan's face lit up. "Really, that's great news." He bent down to get something. "Actually, I have something else to ask you, and it might help you." Helmut watched him and asked curiously, "What is it?" Ethan took out 2 pieces of paper and asked him, "Have you heard of the Kingdom of Basara?" Helmut vaguely repeated, "The Kingdom of Basara." He replied, "That's right." He listened silently as Ethan spoke about the kingdom. "Your master, that's where Master Darien Depot was born and raised." He handed the paper to Helmut. "There's a martial arts tournament being held there during the vacation. Basara has many excellent swordsmen, so it's a suitable place to test your skills." He picked up the paper and mumbled, "A martial arts tournament." Ethan replied, "That's right." However, Helmut immediately understood what he meant. If someone recognizes that I'm using the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, if someone finds out, it will be very troublesome. Ethan agreed with that exactly. The imposing shadow of Darien was in his words. "The first time I met you, you said you couldn't reveal to anyone that you are the Sword Saint's disciple, to the people. Basara, the Sword Saint Darien is a symbolic pillar, their pride. If you use the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, someone will recognize it. If others don't recognize it, then the people led by Darien, the Knights of the Palma Legion, will notice." Hearing him say that, Helmut was stunned by the vision of what could happen. Helmut thought with a serious face of the Palma Legion. Ethan offered the most logical solution. "So if you participate in the tournament, you can only use ordinary swordsmanship. But even your ordinary swordsmanship is excellent, so with your skills, it probably won't be difficult. Helmut pointed to his face to show he understood. I'll consider it. And if possible, I'll find a way to cover my face too. I don't want to end up in a situation where I'm being chased by someone. Ethan understood his concern. I understand, since you were just chased by the Black Eagle. He asked worriedly. But are you sure everything is fine with the Black Eagle? It's not that I don't believe you when you say the Black Eagle won't pursue you anymore. But I'm worried the Black Eagle won't keep their promise. Helmut was unwavering as he affirmed, don't worry about that. I have solid proof. Ethan sighed and changed the subject. All right, take good care of yourself and think about the tournament. Are you heading to the training grounds? Helmut, still holding the paper slowly, stood up. No, I have to go to class to hear the announcement about the final exam. Ethan then remembered. I see, so that's today, right? Ethan gently encouraged him. Helmut, I don't think you'll have any trouble, but don't get too frustrated with the professors who created the test. Helmut looked out at the sky hesitantly. Outside, the sunlight brightly illuminated the entire academy. Elena crossed his arms and tilted his head to announce, so this final practical exam is to test your proficiency in fighting monsters. The students' eyes widened upon hearing this. Helmut also thought in confusion, monsters. Chapter 83. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Andrew suddenly shouted, monsters. Elena, with his hands on his hips, announced the rules of the test. There are 10 levels in total. Each person will enter the test area one by one to be graded. You can quit halfway through. But of course, the higher you go, the higher your score will be. After what happened to Dino, I'm sure you all realize this, the darkness is never too far from us. Everyone was tense, not daring to even make a sound. Helmut calmly listened to him speak. Even now, monsters still live in the forest, and encounters with humans are not rare. Elena pointed up to signal this was the only chance, saying seriously, as swordsmen, you will have to face them at least once in your lives. Originally, this was an exam for upperclassmen, but after what happened during the camping trip, we decided to prepare you for it earlier. Andrew raised his hand and volunteered a question. So what kind of monsters will we be fighting? Elena didn't want to reveal it, but he still reassured the students. It's a secret, but you don't need to worry too much. You will be fighting virtual monsters created by magic. You won't get hurt. Andrew clutched his chest and sighed in relief. Come on, I thought they were bringing in real monsters. That was scary. Asuka crossed his arms and boasted, if they're just illusions, I can take them down without holding back. Elena looked down and smirked. He put on a scary, gloomy face and said, even the upperclassmen who take this exam every year were more confident than you are at first. I hope all of you will do your best and go as far as you can. Andrew and James hesitated slightly. Helmut whispered, monsters. Fierce monsters like snakes and tigers appeared in his speculation. I suspect the academy will release something like an Elena or a Maho. I'm actually looking forward to it a little. I'm used to fighting monsters. Asuka turned his head and asked, interrupting his thoughts, hey Helmut, did you do well on the written exam? Helmut calmly replied, same as before. Asuka turned away a bit irritated. Then this time the practical exam is what's important. I told you last time. Let's give it our all and fight each other in the final match. Helmut silently looked at him without saying anything. Asuka pointed to himself, provoking him. I plan to go straight to the final level, so don't you quit halfway and embarrass yourself. Helmut looked at him, not understanding. Then Helmut threw cold water on him. It feels like you just said exactly what I was about to say. Asuka, embarrassed, became angry and yelled, what, this kid is starting to talk more and more like Orion. Fine, just you wait. We'll see if I can pass all 10 levels. Chapter 83. The exam officially began. Contestant number 15, Asuka, final level completed. Level 7. Asuka was stunned, his whole body trembling as he collapsed. He fell to his knees in front of Helmut. The wind that blew past was not as cold as his heart at that moment. Helmut was about to say something. Asuka went crazy and yelled, impossible, unreasonable. What kind of test is this? Never mind a swordsman. Even a high priest wouldn't encounter something like this. Asuka pointed at the miserable students behind him. Look, besides me, no one could pass level 5. Are you sure this is a well-designed test? The Tikikuni Helmut calmly said, you don't need to pass all 10 levels to pass. Isn't that fine? Asuka was about to explode. No, that's not the problem. Finally, it's Helmut's turn. Contestant number 16, Helmut, please enter the test area. Asuka was too dejected to explain further. It'll be faster if you see for yourself. You have to reach level 8 at all costs. Then you'll understand why I had to run out. Helmut wondered, what on earth did you see? The gate slowly opened. Helmut entered the empty room. Helmut, someone's voice called out to him. Dewey sat up high and waved. Meet again. This is the first time we've met since the camping trip, right? Helmut politely greeted him. Professor Wayne. He chatted cheerfully with him. You still remember me? I don't usually interact much with the swordsmanship students, but I remember you very well. You wrote an interesting answer on the magic theory exam. Helmut listened silently to Wayne speak. He placed his hand on an orb, causing it to emit a strange energy. After reading only logical answers from the magic students, your response was truly refreshing. To be honest, I'm also really looking forward to your performance in this practical exam. His face gradually became more excited, and the orb radiated more and more strongly. Can you show me your determination to face the dark powers once? Again, Helmut began to draw his sword. He decisively drew his sword and asked him, "So I just need to do what I've always done." A green light flared up. In front of him, the test begins. A fierce rabbit monster rushed out. Level 1 a rabbit monster. Helmut charged forward without hesitation. He slashed it in one go, splitting the monster in two. Dewey watched in stunned silence as Helmut passed with ease. Helmut suddenly realized, I see. So this is what it feels like to face an illusion. Dewey's eyes widened. He was speechless, thinking not a moment of hesitation. This isn't just talent. It's the result of experience on a completely different level. I want to see your limits. Helmut onto level 2. Helmut had no trouble easily slicing off the monster's head. Level 3 was a frog monster. Helmut jumped up and sliced its tongue. Next was a snake monster, which became a headless snake as soon as it met Helmut. Then came a wolf monster. He flew up, kicked it down, and finished it quickly. The 6th level was a bee monster. Helmut decisively sliced it in half. Level 7 was a grasshopper monster. It only took one slash for its head to fly off. A strange magic circle appeared, with thick white smoke rising around it. Helmut wiped his sweat, preparing for the next level. Next up, level 8, where Asuka gave up. What on earth did he see? The magic circle flared with a dim light. Giant centipede shot out, flying higher than his head. It brutally raised its sharp pincers towards Helmut. He looked at it with some gravity and commented, I see. If this is the first time you've seen something like this, no wonder Asuka could take it and had to run away. However, it attacked, moving as fast as lightning. He struck its body. The blow was so powerful, it shattered the floor, sending debris flying everywhere. The centipede's head plunged straight into the ground. Bricks broke apart and dust filled the entire room. Helmut immediately ran up its body. He readied his sword. As expected, a ruthless slash struck it hard. Slash after slash followed, cutting straight into its body. As if finishing a performance, the centipede's body was torn apart, chunks of flesh falling down. Dewey was truly shocked by the sight. Helmut slowly landed, thinking still not as bad as Nahu. Chapter 84, the end of the match. Helmut lowered himself to the ground amidst a brilliant light. A brilliant red light. The level 10 monster has been defeated. Successfully cleared stage 10. The test is now over. Well done. Helmut slowly closed his eyes, sheathed his sword, and walked away. After finishing the test, his face was blank, and he felt suffocated. Awkward. It's so nauseating even though this is just a test. But the monsters on the 10th floor gave me the feeling that they were like examiners full of ill will. Dewey opened the door and walked in, praising, you did very well just now, Helmut. Dewey looked at him with admiration. Repeatedly, I must admit, that is a very impressive achievement. Ever since this test began, only a handful of people have managed to clear stage 10. Of course, you are the first second-year student to successfully clear it. You should be proud. Helmut was quite flustered. I understand. He mentioned the reward for clearing the final stage. Perhaps you haven't heard of this before, but any student who successfully clears the final stage will receive a reward to acknowledge their achievement. An artifact made just for you. Helmut was a bit surprised and asked, is that really true? This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Dewey explained, it's something I wanted to do on my own. If there's an artifact you want, just tell me. Helmut focused his thoughts as the professor reminded him, if you can't think of anything right now, you can come to the lab later and tell me. I'll make it exactly as you request. It seemed he had thought of what he wanted. Helmut gestured with his hands, describing it so, would an artifact that can change my appearance be possible, like my face or hair? Dewey was somewhat surprised by the request. Of him, it's a simple one though. But are you sure that's all you want? Your request is more modest than I expected. Helmut explained the reason. Yes, I just don't want to deal with troublesome situations when I go out. The professor understood immediately. I see. You've been through a lot recently. Dewey didn't hesitate. He agreed to his request. I understand. I'll call for you when I'm done with the artifact you requested. Helmut was about to thank him. Yes, thank you. Suddenly, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. They both looked up nervously. Dewey speculated, this tremor, it's from the room next door, the magic department's testing room. Over where the incident occurred, a hand emitted a mystical, faint purple stream of power. Everyone in the room was terrified. The immense power sent objects flying everywhere. The energy erupted violently, creating a brilliant explosion that seemed to shatter the very ground. It was Alia. Her face became cruel. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to destroy everything. Dewey walked in, saw the wreckage, and shouted angrily, Alia, how many times have I told you not to destroy the testing grounds? Alia glanced over, her eyes cold. You create a test like this and then expect students to meet your ridiculous requirements. He hesitated slightly but still reprimanded her. This kid really has no respect. Is that any way to talk to a professor? Helmut looked up at Alia pensively. She was startled to face him. Then Alia jumped down to the shattered ground. Without a word, she walked past Helmut. Reaching the door, Alia spoke to Dewey without turning around. Whatever you say, you cleared all 10 stages, right? I'll go think about the artifact and let you know later, so don't you forget. The professor could only feel helpless. This kid. Dewey shook his head in exasperation. If she weren't the top student of her year, I would have back to the usual academy life. Azuka was so surprised. His face turned pale. You cleared all 10 stages. He had no choice but to bow his head in admiration for Helmut. You're tough. Well done, first place is yours. So, what was the stage 10 monster like? Helmut calmly recounted. It was difficult, but manageable however. It seems the purpose of the test was to help students overcome their fears. Asuka asked skeptically, fear, what are you so scared of that it makes you tremble? Helmut paused for a moment. He stiffened as he said, hundreds of giant cockroaches, just like that, swarming around, merging and separating. Asuka was speechless after hearing that. Asuka asked in disbelief, are you out of your mind? Insects aren't scary but I find them quite disgusting. Wesleyan glanced at him. Wesleyan picked up his glass and drank with enjoyment. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. Luckily we didn't bet anything this time. Charlotte appeared from nowhere, smiling as she greeted him. Helmut, congratulations on being the first second-year student to clear stage 10. Helmut said blankly. The rumor spread that fast. She teased him. Are you that out of touch? Huh, big brother? Everyone in the swordsmanship course is watching you. Charlotte didn't forget to turn and congratulate Asuka. While I'm at it, congratulations on clearing stage 8, Asuka. He was hit where it hurts, and became annoyed. Are you mocking me? She became flustered and waved her hands to explain. No, I'm being serious. On average, most people only make it to stage 4, so clearing stage 8 is a great achievement. Asuka turned his face away, recalling what had happened. Then he suddenly became agitated, pointed, and shouted, let me tell you something. I don't think it was thanks to you. I'm a genius of applied magic. Not understanding. She had to agree to let it go. Yes, then Asuka clutched his stomach in anger, grumbling, as he walked away. Charlotte and Helmut watched, confused. What do you think he meant by that? Helmut didn't either. I'm not sure. They walked to the gate together. Charlotte asked, where are you heading now? Senior, Helmut answered without hesitation, I'll probably go back to the dorm. She asked excitedly, are you planning to go home for the mid-term break? He said with a blank face, no, I'll probably just travel somewhere. For a bit. Charlotte felt admiring, traveling. I'm so jealous of you. She looked ahead nonchalantly, and continued, I wish I could go traveling too. Staying at home all the time feels so suffocating. Helmut glanced at her slightly but said nothing. He looked at Charlotte with her innocent smile. And Helmut thought, Charlotte, the one who might be related to my birth. He suddenly spoke, surprising her. You among all the second-year students, you're the only one who treats me like this. Charlotte misunderstood and quickly apologized. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. I was just, Helmut turned to explain, I never said I felt uncomfortable. She scratched her head shyly, her face blushing slightly. When I talk to you, senior, I feel very comfortable. I can't explain it clearly, but I feel a sense of nostalgia somehow. Helmut was silent, his eyes following her every word. Charlotte noticed he was looking at her and averted her gaze. Sorry. You were about to leave, and I've kept you for too long. Well, I'll be going too. Suddenly, Helmut spoke up, after the mid-term break. His whole body seemed to radiate an aura, his gaze steady. If you feel you've become stronger than you are now, then I'll accept you any time. She looked back and smiled faintly. Charlotte ran off, smiling brightly and waving to Helmut. You promise. Helmut thought with some unease. If Alia finds out about this, she'll definitely be mad at me again. Arriving at Alia's place, she gave Helmut a bracelet. Here, this is for you. He hesitated a little, looking at it. Helmut picked up the bracelet and asked Alia, what is this? She pointed at it and explained its function. It's a bracelet with a communication spell. You can use it like a crystal ball. It's the artifact I received for successfully clearing stage 10 in yesterday's test. Alia put on a similar bracelet. Just channel your mana into it, and it will send a signal to my bracelet. You don't need to say anything into it. He didn't understand and asked, why are you giving me your reward? She explained calmly, I was planning to make it for you from the start. You're always getting into trouble, so contact me if anything happens. Helmut put on the bracelet and said, I thought you hated dealing with this kind of stuff. Alia grew a bit impatient, so, do you want it or not? No, I'll try not to have to. Use it, Helmut replied bluntly. Alia pouted, her cheeks blushing shyly. The conversation turned to the topic of the break. Alia, are you planning to go home during the mid-term break? Alia replied, well, it's not that I don't want to. Helmut asked, confused. Why does it seem like no one at the academy likes going home? Alia asked curiously, who else said that? He replied, Asuka's one. Half a year had already passed since that terrifying camping trip. Half a year since we left the Fa forest. Leaving behind all the bonds we had formed, we entered our first mid-term break at the academy. Gladiolus was diligently writing a letter. He was writing as he spoke. I didn't think we'd meet again so soon. Hellmut's communication sphere glows. Nanu's voice rings out. Hellmut. He crosses his arms and looks at it quietly. Before 85, Nanu's gives a faint smile, sending his words into the sphere. I did expect we'd meet again so quickly. Hellmut stands with his arms crossed, silently. Looking at the sphere, Hellmut. Gladiolus gets straight to the point. So, have you decided what to ask? He doesn't beat around the bush. And mentions, in about a week, there will be a martial arts tournament in the kingdom. Bega Helmut continues to lay out the information. He needs the organizers, as well as the powerful figures there. I want to know the details about the major events in Big G, the king, the royal family, and the key nobles. The more information, the better. Nano excitedly spins a pen in his hand. The kingdom of Beigi. Are you planning to join the tournament? Hellmood is a bit impatient. And the one asking the questions here. Hearing that, he immediately apologizes. Oh, my apologies. Gladiolus doesn't quite understand his meaning. When you say the more information, the better, do you mean things like their values, personalities and family relationships? Hellmood glances over and gives a vague answer. Judge for yourself. A preliminary report is fine, but if the Black Eagle's intelligence is poor quality, that's on you. He widens his eyes, a little surprised. Gladiolus thinks in silence. How cautious. You clearly say you want it but then give vague standards. You're aiming to exploit our weaknesses to the fullest without leaving a trace back to you. I thought you were a tiger, but it turns out you're a fox inside. The sphere continues to glow. In the end, Gladiolus has no choice but to agree. All right, I'll prepare it as you wish. He asks further, how do you want to receive the files? Hio replies, send it to the mercenary guild in Bagi. I'll go pick it up. Lot smiles lightly, giving him the code phrase. All right, I will contact you again. After the papers are ready, the eagle's talons never miss their prey. That's the code, remember it. Hellmood is about to end the call when he adds, Nanulot sincerely wishes him well. I hope you get good results in the tournament. I'm rooting for you. Then Hellmood disconnects the sphere. He feels a bit tired and slumps onto the table, muttering, I prepared myself, but even just talking to him is tiring. Has not someone I can let my guard down? For a second, Hellmood thinks pensively, the kingdom of Bagi. I hope it's an easy place to live. The kingdom of Bagi, where the glaring sun shines down. A ray of light flashes in the clear blue sky. Someone's footsteps walk slowly on the sand. Hiem takes off his hood. He is annoyed as the scorching sun beats down, making his face flush red. It turns out to be Hiem disguised as Alia. His face darkens as he thinks, so hot. It's already hard to be here, and I haven't even gone in the country. He tries to wipe his sweat, whispering it's not surprising. 13 of its territories are deserts. Hiem is sweating nonstop. He tries to calm himself down. It's cool and fun. All year round I can handle the cold, but I'm not used to the heat yet. Luckily, I'm not the type to get heatstroke easily. Hiem looks at his reflection in the bracelet. The heat is one thing, but this appearance is also hard to forget. The communication artifact Alia gave me, and the disguise artifact I received as a reward from the final exam. I don't mind changing my appearance, but I wish it looked more like a swordsman. He pulls his hair, quite dissatisfied, and comments, I look more like a pretty boy on the outside. After that, Helmut proceeds into the kingdom. It's free and it works well, so I guess I'm just being picky. Inside the kingdom, people are bustling with work under the harsh sun. Daily activities are bustling. A tavern sign appears. The tavern door swings open. He hurriedly storms in. Everyone in the tavern looks at him, a little surprised. Hiob gives money to the server, tiredly requesting, please give me a cold drink. No problem. The server happily takes it. Then Hiob sits down. So many places to stop by. I'm already exhausted. Suddenly some thug comes over and kicks his chair leg. Sinan looks at him with a lewd gaze. He shamelessly provokes, hey little lady, all alone. Look at you, even carrying a sword. Are you a noble lady? From some swordsman family. Another man chimes in with a faint smile, don't mess with the kid. Sin despicably snatches Hiom's chair. Barkeep, what did this lady order? His face darkens as he kicks the chair away. Then his whole body slams to the ground. The sound echoes through the tavern. He shouts angrily, you bastard. Then suddenly C's face turns pale, his eyes filled with obvious fear. Hellmood momentarily removes the disguise, looking at him as if he's about to deal with him. He returns to being Hellmood, looking darkly at Sinan. Bagi isn't just hot, it's also suffocating. And now there are buzzing flies too. The customers in the tavern are silent. Glancing at them, Sin scrambles to get up. A man clicks his tongue softly. The whole tavern bursts into laughter, mocking Sinan. You took a hard hit, Sinan. Someone happily says, that kid looks like a pretty boy, but he's pretty good with a sword, huh? To save face, Chinin pretends to put his arm around Hiomt. I like you. Barkeep, put this guy's bill on my tab. He shoves him away in annoyance. Get off, it's hot. Hiomt is exhausted. His body feels like it's about to collapse. His gaze hazy. What is this? Is everyone in Bagi like this? They're different from the people in Baden. I'm so tired. Can I even last until the end of the tournament? He goes to a tailor shop. The shopkeeper warmly takes the cloak. You need a cooling spell on your dimensional cloak, right? Yes, that's possible. Leave it here and come back for it in 3 hours. Hellmood goes out of the shop. He stretches his hands, thinking with relief, I have a place to rest and I've also prepared for the heat. Tomorrow is the tournament registration day, so today I'll rest at the inn. I need to stay in good condition. Then Hiomt sees something. It's a statue of Darien. He stands and looks at it in silence. He's not sure what he's thinking. He tilts his head, staring at the statue. The sunlight shines on the statue's face. He thinks to himself, I think I understand where your fierce temper came from. Darien lived in a place this hot. It's no wonder he was always so irritable. Just watch. I'll achieve results worthy of your reputation. A ray of sunlight covers the ford majestically, like a guardian deity for him. Arriving at the hotel where Hionut is staying, he slowly opens the door and steps inside. Suddenly, a voice calls out, excuse me, the guest over there. Robert and the receptionist turn to look at Hiomu. He wonders, who's that? Robert speaks up first. You're the one who rented the emerald room on the 5th floor. Hemu replies, yes, that's me. He calmly asks him, excuse me, but could you move to a different room? The person I serve has nowhere else to stay, you see. Hemu frowns slightly, annoyed. Then his expression darkens, clearly angry. What? Chapter 86. Robert pulls money from his coat and offers it to Helmut in return. I will compensate you handsomely. You're staying alone, so a smaller room should be fine, right? His face grim, he glances at the receptionist. The receptionist nervously avoids Helmut's gaze, a look that seems to pierce right through him, making him sweat. Helmut thinks a guest's information isn't something you should just reveal carelessly. You people are underestimating me. Too much. Annoyed, Helmut turns away and refuses. I paid a fair price for this room, so I can't give it up. I'm sorry, find a room at another inn. Robert is quite surprised to hear this. He grabs his shoulder to stop him. Hey you. Didn't I say I'd make you an offer? Helmut glares sideways, his eyes looking like he's ready to deal with him. He puts his hand on his sword hilt. Let go. Touch me again and I'll cut off your wrist. He turns pale with fear. Someone comes down the stairs to defuse the situation. Wait, don't be so rude, Robert. Michael comes down, his face bright. He gives a friendly smile, skillfully easing the situation. Please forgive me. My knight has been acting like a barbarian. Robert bows solemnly. Master Michael. Helmut furrows his brow and glances at him. Michael apologizes in a soft, polite voice. On his behalf, apologize for his rudeness. My body is a bit weak, so finding a room where I can rest comfortably is quite difficult. Helmut pays him no mind and turns away. If you're done talking, then go find another. Michael awkwardly tries to say more. Please wait and hear me out. He raises a hand to negotiate, gesturing his desire to negotiate. Unfortunately, this was the last place we could find after looking for so long. Since we're both in a difficult situation, I'd like to make a proposal. Michael extends his hand toward Heo. And says, simply put, I will cover all the expenses here. In return, how about we share this room? Robert becomes agitated and quickly interjects, that's unacceptable. Master Michael, sharing a room with someone of unknown status is too dangerous. Michael immediately rebukes him. Robert, he says in a cold voice, will you take full responsibility for the consequences of stubbornly pursuing an uncertain future, or will you accept reality and save your own life? Robert bows his head, his face visibly pale. Let me be clear, I don't need a dog that disobeys its master. Michael looks at him and continues, and don't worry too much. Has not the type person who would attack just anyone. I have a good eye for people, right? Robert doesn't dare object, bowing obediently. Yes, Master Michael. Helmut looks up warily. Michael's expression changes as he turns to him. Well then, shall we continue our conversation? Helmut looks at him, thinking to himself, despite his appearance, he seems used to ordering servants around. He asks in confusion, do you really have to go that far? Michael walks down towards him. Don't worry, I'll do my best not to invade your privacy. We can bring in another bed, and I don't toss and turn in my sleep, so I won't disturb. Or, Michael smiles faintly, you would be afraid of someone as weak as me, would you? Hellwood scans him and remarks, that's right. Forget Viz or Mana, I've never seen anyone this weak before. The Michael before him is frail, completely harmless, as if he'd shatter with the wrong touch. Does someone like this really exist? Seeing him hesitate, he asks again, so, what do you think? You're starting to consider it, aren't you? Without any hesitation, Helmut asks directly, that's obvious. Money aside, what's the most special thing you can offer in exchange? Michael chuckles with amusement, are you testing me? Hellmood remains silent, his face emotionless. Michael clasps his hands behind his back, speaking of your purpose for coming here. You plan to participate in the Baigi martial arts tournament, don't you? A swordsman who isn't from Baigi has no reason to be here at this time. He extends his hand, a bright smile on his face coincidentally. I'm here to watch the tournament. I'll cheer for you. Having someone cheer for you gives you strength, right? What do you say? Hellmood stands there, his mind drawing a blank, not knowing how to respond. He looks at Michael's cheerful demeanor and asks, are you being serious? He happily affirms, that's right. Isn't it a good idea? Getting my support isn't something you can get easily, you know. Hellmood covers his face and sighs in frustration. Do whatever you want. Michael smiles brightly, calling out, it's settled. I knew you'd trust me. Here, please add another bed to the room. The staff member immediately complies. Yes, sir. The receptionist doesn't understand as he watches Hellmood walk over. Suddenly he gets punched squarely in the face. The staff member's entire body is sent flying. Robert and Michael's eyes widen in surprise. Helmut gives the receptionist a warning look. Next time, be careful with your words when you mess with people. He clutches his bloody face, apologizing fearfully. I'm sorry. Hellmood resolutely walks away. I don't like doing that. But in this country, you have to be strong to survive. Outside the hotel, the sunlight seems to have softened a bit. Michael sits gently on the bed. He crosses his legs, introducing himself with a dignified posture. Come to think of it, we haven't properly introduced ourselves, have we? As you already know, my name is Michael. And you are? Hellmood replies indifferently. Helmut. Michael doesn't hear clearly, enunciating each syllable. Hey, he repeats, Helmut. Mt sighs in relief, thinking him not used to using a fake name. I almost made a mistake. Michael cheerfully continues, alright Helmut, how old are you? You look about my age. He replies, his annoyance showing 16. Ask a lot of questions, he doesn't mind, and continues smiling and talking. So, You're older than me, I'm only 14. Michael continues asking without reservation, you come from a noble family, don't you? Hellmood loses patience and doesn't want to answer. Think whatever you want suddenly, Michael says. Something about his identity that startles him. A noble, a swordsman, and not from around here. Are you a student of Baden Academy? He looks at the 2 bracelets on his arm and explains it's not surprising. The things on your arm look like magic artifacts. Baden is a magic academy, and nobles around your age often study there. Helmut turns annoyed. Is your goal to dig into my background? Michael quickly explains, no, not at all. I'm just asking because I'm curious about you. He places a hand on his chest, looking at him sincerely. It may sound strange, but I feel a strong sense of familiarity from you. Michael points to himself and then back to Hom to I wonder why. I find myself strange too. Maybe it's because we have the same kind of energy. He confides in him openly like a friend. But you have things that I don't, such as a strong body. Hellmood frowns and says nothing. He opens the window curtains, changing the subject. I'll use the large space at the front. You can use it when I'm not here. Michael agrees without hesitation. You need a training area, feel free. The training yard is spacious and airy. I don't use that large space anyway, but in return, I'll watch you train sometimes, okay? He pats his own arm, boasting, as you can see, I'm quite persistent, so I can't easily keep up with swordsmen who move so decisively. That's also why I came to watch the tournament, for a little personal satisfaction. I won't force you if it makes you uncomfortable. Hellmood didn't bother to pay attention. Do as you please. Michael propped himself up on the bed, forcing a laugh. Thanks, Hellmood, you're a kind person. Hellmood contemplated thoughtfully, his expression. His innocent face made it hard to guess his thoughts. This guy was the type who didn't show his true feelings. But with that part of his personality, it was hard to tell if he was being sincere or not. What a strange fellow. The sunset gradually faded and night gently fell. Michael slept peacefully on the bed. Hellmood sat with his back turned. A red light appeared. It was a signal from the communication sphere. Gladiolus' voice rang out, the documents have been delivered. Are the preparations for the tournament going smoothly? Hellmood snapped it, that's none of your business. He lit a candle. Oh my, you don't trust me at all. Nano slowly won't reveal the information. If it might interest you, there's a prominent person in this year's tournament. He is the youngest person to join the Palma Knights, and according to rumors, he can demonstrate the skills to use the VIP before turning 18. After hearing this, Hellmood thought to himself, 18. I could do that much earlier. It's not that impressive. He asked Gladiolus back, so what? Gladiolus rested his chin on his hand and continued, he is a descendant of the missing sword saint, Darien differ. Does that interest you? Hellmood's eyes widened in surprise. What? Chapter 87. Hellmood silently held the sphere. He muttered Gladiolus' words, the bloodline of a Darien. This time Gladiolus explained more thoroughly. To be precise, they say he is his grandson, the sword saint's son once. But left BG and was considered missing. It seems he was still alive somewhere and left behind a descendant. Hellmood began to think back. Come to think of it, I've heard about this before. That in his final years. He had a son. He recalled the time he talked with Darien in the forest, but Darien said his son had passed away, so there were no descendants. Gladiolus rested his chin on his hand and continued. The unfinished story. It seems that truth hasn't been officially announced. Only high-ranking officials of Beijing know, and it's being hidden for some purpose. Hellmood immediately wanted to dig deeper. About that person, if the son of the Sword Saint left Beijing a long time ago, how can he prove he is the Sword Saint's grandson? Gladiolus looked visibly amused. Interested now, are you? He fell silent. For a moment, then he immediately denied it. I just want to assess my opponent beforehand. He didn't hesitate to reveal it to Hellmood. Telling you won't hurt. He looks like the Sword Saint in his youth, and he has his father's identification card. But the most important identifying feature is his swordsmanship. After hearing this, he paused slightly. Gladiolus pointed, leisurely explaining what he knew. It's very magnificent. Everyone thought the Sword Saint's swordsmanship was lost when he disappeared. But it was, though completely inherited by a young man who came from out of nowhere. Hellmood looked at the sphere in his hand and thought disappeared. Darien's mysterious back appeared in his mind. Darien never told me why he was in the Fa forest, but for some reason in the human world, he was considered missing. What if someone forced him to go to Fa and covered it up? Maybe he'll pretend not to know and ask later. Hellmood feigned ignorance and continued to inquire. The Sword Saint is missing, what do you mean? Without suspicion, Gladiolus said a giant scorpion appeared. In his words, what you don't know, he went to deal with the descendant of the scorpion, the monster that ruled the desert in Bai, and then disappeared. That's the story that's been passed down. Not stopping there, Hellmood wanted to dig deeper. If that's the story everyone knows, then what's the secret? The version of that story, Gladiolus glanced over. He mentioned some vague things about the story. There's a theory that the temple intervened and took him out. It makes sense. In Beji, and outside the temple's reach, the Sword Saint was basically a god, since the temple focused on expanding its influence. He was a thorn in their side. Hellmood thought silently. Gladiolus quickly interrupted his train of thought. So, are you interested yet? I can look into it more closely if you want to use another opportunity. Hellmood was certainly not going to accept easily. No, I'm not curious in that way. He didn't want to drag it on. He'll check the rest of the documents. Gladiolus gave a faint, regretful smile. What a pity. This was an interesting conversation. I hope you'll use your 2 remaining opportunities wisely. Then the sphere disconnected. As Hellmood put the sphere into his cloak, he thought, I see. The place where Darien disappeared was also Begi, he thought cautiously. If the temple considered Darien an enemy, then it's impossible they didn't know Darien wouldn't lower his guard against the temple. In Begi, so there must have been a traitor inside, who helped them stab Darien in the back. The silhouettes of knights appeared in Hellmood's mind. Someone like the Palma Knights. He unconsciously looked down at his clothes. His hand gently touched them. Hellmood sighed. The army that Darien commanded. The Darien, he thought hesitantly. Darien's solemn figure appeared. Would he want me to take revenge? I've inherited so much from Darien, his swordsmanship and my future life. The sword gleamed, reflecting Hellmood's back. He must have also hoped I would take care of the people left in this world. Hellmood's expression suddenly hardened, covered by a layer of darkness. So, taking Darien's revenge is my top priority. That fool needs to know how idiotic it is for a coward to think he can live comfortably for the rest of his life. He put everything aside and went to bed to rest. Setting that aside for now, as for Darien's grandson, I don't think anyone other than me inherited Darien's swordsmanship. He put his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling, unable to stop thinking. His son might not have been able to endure Darien's harsh training and ran away. But it seems that swordsmanship was passed down to the grandson. And so Hellmood fell asleep with a heavy heart. I'm a little curious about what his real skills are like. The next morning at the tournament venue, contestants stood in a long line. The stands were packed with spectators. Michael leisurely crossed his legs, looking down at the arena. While the contestants were buzzing with conversation, a sound suddenly came from the magic speaker to all spectators from Begi, there and across the nation. Welcome to the Bagu Royal Martial Arts Tournament. The matches will begin shortly. Contestants, please go to the tent and wait for your turn. Spectators, please be seated. A voice rose from the crowd. What's that rich kid doing? They're letting even these weaklings into the tournament. Hellmood remained silent, not wanting to argue. But the guy kept taunting him. Hey, this is the contestants' waiting area. The spectator seats are over there. He looked at them with a blank expression. A girl hurriedly approached, looking for him. Sir Hellmood, are you here? I've come to escort you to the arena. Hellmood slowly turned around. The 2 guys from before were lying pathetically on the ground. The mood said to the girl, let's go. Seeing her surprise, he made up a simple excuse. It looks like they have heat stroke or something. If it's almost their turn, you should consider adjusting the order. Under the blazing sun, the match officially began. Michael focused on watching. When it was Hellmood's turn, someone stepped forward to give him armor. Please take off your cloak and put on this protective armor. Hellmood put on the armor and entered the arena. The speaker blared again. The qualifying matches will begin now. Our first contestant is the youngest in this tournament, Hellmood. Jacob, eagerly holding his knife, got into a fighting stance. His opponent, the undefeated swordsman who rules the backstreets of Beiji, Jacob. Robert stood behind Michael, explaining Jacob's identity to him. As an enforcer for the Greasy Law, a notorious gang in the Baja slums. He calls himself undefeated, but he mostly preys on the weak. A real bastard. Michael wasn't interested and gave a faint smile. Nothing interesting. As soon as Jacob saw Hellmood, he showed his contempt. What's a little girl like you doing here? I was hoping it'd get to fight someone stronger, but I didn't expect. A useless brat. The speaker's voice boomed, announcing the rules. Due to the competition, the match will not stop until one side surrenders or is unable to fight. Any injury not resulting in the death is permitted. Please keep that in mind. After hearing this, Jacob smiled smugly and taunted. Did you hear that? Even if I break your legs or your arms, the tournament won't be held responsible. Jacob continued his provocative banter. The tournament. Dar is a place where seasoned fighters battle on the edge of life and death. This is no playground for spoiled brats with pocket change. Now you know your place. Don't you? Hellmood didn't seem to care at all. It's so hot. Jacob stared wide-eyed. What? The harsh sun made Hellmood sweat profusely. I spent 3,000 to add an ice coating to my armor, so I need to end this quickly and get my cloak back. Jacob gritted his teeth in annoyance. Oh, is that so? Then he rushed forward like a flash, charging straight at him.
Well then, I'll send you on your way.
Hellmood. The quickly dodged the slash. His face reflected on his opponent's cold blade. Hellmood moved like a phantom, landing a clean sword strike on Jacob. He froze. Jacob's blood stained Hellmood's blade as he fell. Jacob's sword arm fell off, blood splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain. The audience in the stands was terrified. Michael looked down, clenching his fist, his face filled with satisfaction. Hellmood calmly sheathed his sword. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, Jacob was no longer able to fight. Hellmood advanced to the next round with his superior skill. Chapter 8. After the match, Michael and Hellmood returned to the hotel. A magnificent feast was prepared by Michael. He smiled brightly and congratulated him. Well done. Hellmood, you were truly amazing. Supporting you was well worth it. Hellmood stood silently, looking confusedly. Warm at the dining table, he asked Michael, a little surprised. Didn't you order a bit too much food? He calmly explained. Swordsmen need to eat a lot to stay strong. And I also promised to pay for your bill expenses, so just eat, don't worry. Hellmood was suspicious and quickly refused up front. If you're planning to use this to ask me for a favor, then don't even dream of it. Michael didn't mind and immediately refuted. What kind of person do you think I am? This isn't even worth much to me. He elegantly held a spoon, eating his soup as he gently sat down. And I'm not trying to make you owe me. I'm investing. A debt means you expect to be paid back. An investment means you're willing to lose something. Hellmood didn't understand. If you're destined to lose it, then why bother? He slowly but raised his spoon of soup, then calmly answered, with a debtor. You only get back what you gave, but with an investment you can get back much more. That's what they call high risk. And high reward. Hellmood replied, but I can't guarantee that it'll bring you anything good. Closing his eyes to savor the spoonful of soup, Michael's expression remained calm. Then I'll just lose my investment. But I have a feeling you'll help me a lot in the future. Hellmood hesitated and glanced down. Noticing this, he spoke up. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything unreasonable. After a moment of hesitation, he took off his coat and quietly sat down at the table. For now, just eat. Night had fallen. Moonlight shone through the window frame. The door creaked open, making a hesitant sound. Michael was fast asleep on the bed, completely unguarded. Hellmood walked past, looked, and thought to himself, looking at him. Sleeping like that, he could be carried away without even knowing it. He placed the stack of information he had just retrieved on the bed. As he took off his coat, Hellmood thought irritably, I told them to find out everything they could, and yet, those Black Eagles couldn't even do their job. At this rate, it'll be figured out during the match. He sat down and flipped through the pages. The rustling of paper echoed in the quiet room. Hellmood's eyes widened in amazement. Reading the information page on Ludus, he was quite surprised. Commander of the Palma Knights, Ludus Cicero. An image of the mighty Ludus appeared, wearing shiny armor, holding a sword, leading the troops. The man who has commanded the Palma Knights since Darien disappeared. Despite the burden of becoming the Sword Saint, he has still succeeded in organizing monster hunts in the desert, and each year, he is considered the most suitable person for the job at the present time. Hellmood was full of questions, looking at his portrait. 1. Of Darien's former comrades, someone different from Ethan. It's strange. The master never mentioned things like knightly lineages or anything like that. He flipped through the pages, thinking, I wonder how this man remembers Darien. If I get a chance, I'd like to talk to him. Suddenly his gaze stopped. Hellmood clenched the stack of papers, suddenly realizing something. Wait a minute. Fool, why did Darien send me to Ethan? Though and not Ludus. The figures of Ethan and Ludus were hazy in his mind. When Darien was the commander, Ludus was the vice commander, so they must have been closer, right? Did he overlook Ludus so I could get into the academy? No, Darien was a very thoughtful person. He would have definitely told me about Ludus to prepare for future events. Hellmood recalled Darien's words before he left. Tragedy always strikes without warning. Darien's hand rested on his head, his advice filled with sincerity. Being vigilant doesn't mean you won't get hit. Avoiding it doesn't mean you can escape it. But no matter what the situation is, don't lose yourself. Hellmood quietly sank into thought. He looked at the faces beyond the page, his heart heavy with thought. Darien. He knew he had been betrayed and abandoned right in the Fey Forest. One thought after another occupied his mind. He knew even a high priest couldn't have imprisoned Darien like that. But if it was someone close to him, that's a different story. The picture in his hand was crumpled from his tight grip. The person Darien trusted most, the one who could betray him and gain the most. His face darkened, his eyes fixed on Ludus on the page. All the evidence leads to one conclusion: Ludus Cicero is the traitor. The cruel faces of the suspects appeared. It's still just my speculation for now, but if it's true, I won't leave Beiji until he suffers my punishment. Michael suddenly stirred, turning over. He opened his eyes thoughtfully. The next morning, the second match continued. Helmut easily defeated his opponent in the first battle to decide who would advance to the finals. He was unfazed. Looking at the enemy lying on the sand, the outstanding rookie Helmut claimed another victory. The crowd clapped and cheered enthusiastically. After finishing, Helmut walked over to get his cloak, thinking, if all the contestants are at this level, then winning won't be that hard. The man holding the cloak praised him endlessly. Well done, Helmut. The final match will be at this time in 2 days. Helmut walked alone down the corridor. Because my match was the first one, I have quite a bit of time. Maybe I should go back to my room and continue reading those documents. Someone called out from behind him, Helmut. He glanced back slightly. Back at the stands, where the audience was watching the match, was Michael, who had called Hellmood over. He smiled politely. Hello, Hellmood. I hope I'm not taking up Your rest time. Since your match ended so early, I wanted to watch the remaining matches with you. Hellmood hesitated slightly, looking down below. Is it okay for a contestant to watch? Michael reassured him, don't you know? There's no rule saying contestants can't watch the matches. Of course, Bazaar's writers once considered writing about opponents before a match very unfair, so they always avoided it. He continued looking at Hellmut and said, well, then again. With your skills, Hellmut, I don't think you need to analyze the strength of other opponents. But watching matches like this can be quite fun, you know. Hellmut's gaze was fixed straight ahead, completely silent. The matches continued. The name Kai was announced over the speaker as he stepped into the arena. Next up, we have the second match. First is the famous leader of BGS Kent Hall, Kai, and his opponent is. Hellmut watched closely as the next contestant emerged. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw that person. The person slowly walked out. It was Alci. He stepped into the arena, his gaze sharp and full of determination. The youngest genius to ever join the Palma Knights, a rising star, Alci Yeager. Heobt furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing Alci, that guy. Lalce's eyes swept over his opponent, a faint smile on his lips. Kai faced him, unwilling to back down, and said, fighting a Palma Knight. What an honor, Lalce replied politely. Amidst his polite demeanor, the honor is all mine, to fight. The leader of BGS Kent Hall, please go easy on me. Without a hint of fear, he maintained the calm and confident demeanor. With a serious gaze, Hellmut thought to himself, I see. Darien probably looked like this at that age. If so, I wonder what his skills are like. Kai and Lalce readied their fighting stances. The audience watching didn't dare blink for even a second. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath watching the match. Lalce held his sword in front of his chest, ready to react. Kai was already growing wary, thinking just as expected, although Young has definitely a Palma Knight. I can't find any opening. Lalce grew impatient and spoke up, if we keep probing each other like this, the match will never end. It sounds like the audience is getting bored too. He began to show clear eagerness. Alright then, let this junior make the first move. Like a flash of lightning, Lalce dashed towards Kai with his sword. His gaze was like a blade aimed straight at his opponent. A quick slash with no wasted movement. Kai refused to back down and fiercely parried the blow, his eyes like the lightning it seems has underestimating me. The two clashed, creating a chaotic tremor. Kai then froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. The sword strike from Lalce hit him, causing blood to spurt. Be out endlessly. Lalce's cold eyes looked back. Helmut in the stands could hardly believe his eyes. Flash 89. Kai was now unable to fight, lying motionless on the ground. Lalce delivered a decisive slash without looking back. The first round ended, leaving a shocking aftershock. The audience buzzed nonstop. What just happened? Lalce Yeager suddenly vanished. Hellmood watched in astonishment as Lalce turned to look at the bloodied Kai on the floor and whispered, sorry, I really need to win this martial arts tournament. The announcer's voice boomed. Lalce has heroically won the match. Kai is unable to continue fighting and has been defeated. In a single blow, Lalce Yeager advances to the finals. Michael suddenly turned to look at the scowling Hellmut and asked, you don't look happy, Hellmut. Does he bother you? He explained briefly, not wanting to elaborate his skilled. A strong opponent. Michael was a bit confused, for Hellmut to praise someone that much. Hellmut's expression didn't change, his heart full of confidence. If I weren't here, he would definitely win. Michael raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with amusement, and pointed at him. Ah, is this what they call a declaration of rivalry? Nice, I like it, I like that confidence. Helmut's mind was heavy with thought. Darien's son clearly didn't learn swordsmanship half-heartedly. Frankly, the quality of his skill level is higher than I expected. His eyes were pensive. If Lalce Yeager learned swordsmanship from Darien. He turned and walked away, leaving Michael bewildered. Go back to the dorm first, I have something to do, so it'll be late. Mike asked, really? Can I help with anything? Hellmut bluntly refused. No. Michael shrugged helplessly, so cold. The final round officially began amidst the roar of the crowd's cheers. Hellhood unconsciously quickened his pace. Right now. Why am I walking faster? Images of his friends from the academy appeared in his mind. I left the primeval forest and made some connections at the academy, but I never felt a sense of kinship with them. Lalce Yeager and I, however, have one thing in common. Darien. Hood strode into the waiting room, startling everyone. They looked at him in surprise. And he has talent similar to mine, and has also inherited Darien's swordsmanship very well. Hellhood suddenly and aggressively pointed his sword at them. Anyway, I'll meet him in the arena, but I'd like to see what kind of person Lalce Yeager really is. It wouldn't hurt. Elsewhere, Lalce was scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh. Geez, this tournament isn't very exciting. The blue-haired young man angrily pinched his cheek. Lalce, you arrogant little rookie. Don't say things like that. Thorn, in public, especially in front of the people of Beigi. Lalce cried out resentfully, I'm sorry, but it's just us here. No one else can hear. Seeing Lalce grimace and rub his cheek, the man said, turns out it's not just us. Hellmut stared at them blankly. The two of them stared at him, standing motionlessly. Law's the first to speak. Oh wait, you look familiar. He suddenly remembered. He snapped his fingers, his eyes brightening. Your name? Tia, I saw your match, it was the only one that was impressive. Lil C slowly stood up. If you came to find me right after the match, is this a declaration of war against your rival for the title? Tia didn't understand what he was saying. Lil C moved closer, his imposing posture looming over him. Or were you impressed and want to become a fan? He closed his eyes, looking smug. But unfortunately, only ladies can be my fans. Helmut ignored him and asked. About something else. Are you the grandson of Darien DF, right? In the midst of his enthusiastic boasting, Lil C blurted out, yes. The grandson of Darien. Realizing he had slipped up, he quickly covered Helmut's mouth. Law's face turned pale and sweat broke out. He signaled for him to be quiet. He still didn't let go, so flustered that he stammered. What? Who are you? How do you know that? The blue-haired guy from before came over and asked, Lil C, is there a problem? Lil C quickly put an arm around Helmut's shoulder, feigning closeness. No, it seems this friend of mine wants to have a chat with me. We'll just step outside for a bit. He pushed him against a statue, slamming his hand hard right next to him. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. Lil C scowled and questioned him, his face full of annoyance. I can't believe I am being cornered by a guy. You bastard, who are you, and where are you from? Hellwood calmly and asked in return, why don't you use the surname DF? Lawfi was getting more and more agitated, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat him alive. Hey, you! I'm the one asking the questions here. And stop bringing up the Sword Saint. It won't be good if someone hears. Hellwood looked at him with annoyance. His expression unchanging, he sighed. I haven't spread it around, so there's no need to worry. I just heard there was a successor to the Sword Saint, and was curious. Alcy became even more impatient. No, I mean, how did you find out? Hiot answered casually. Coincidentally, I happen to be good at gathering information. Hiot looked at Lil C with a suspicious gaze. Why are you hiding the fact that you're the Sword Saint's grandson? He swallowed hard, his face full of awkwardness. Trying to evade the question, Lil C turned away and explained, my father cut ties with the Sword Saint and left home. It would be strange if I were to take the Def surname now. Hellmood questioned further, but you inherited the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, didn't you? Lil C froze slightly, realizing he knew more than had thought. What? You know about that too? Well, when my father taught me swordsmanship, he never said it was the Sword Saint style. His eyes were pensive, and he spoke as if confessing, but it's not like I'm trying to deny being his descendant. I plan to make an official announcement after winning the tournament. I may have inherited my grandfather's swordsmanship, but mastering it and joining the Knight Order was all my own effort. He clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. I just want to be acknowledged in Baji for my own skills, not because of the Sword Saint's name. Hellmood stared wide-eyed. Lil C realized he had gotten a bit carried away and scratched his head in embarrassment. Damn it. Why did I tell all that to someone I just met? Seriously, don't tell anyone, okay? Even in Bade, only the commander and the vice commander know. Hellmood's face darkened, lost in thought. Wait, if Commander Ludos Kakaro is the traitor who worked with the priest to push Darien into the primeval forest? And then why did he accept Jag, his grandson, into the order? Pair of polished iron boots approached from somewhere. As Lal C and Helmuti were looking at each other, the sound of boots echoed. They both turned their heads to look. It was Ludus Kiro. He immediately exuded an aura of authority, his intense gaze pressuring the two of them. Ludus spoke with a menacing air. Lil C, you're out here just in time. Lil C was terrified and quickly stood at attention, stammering incoherently, Commander, what brings you here? Hellmood looked at him with resentment. This guy Ludus Kakaro. Ludus stood there imposingly, with a majestic demeanor. He asked Law about his identity. The kid next to you. Who is he? A friend of yours? Lil C was so tense he broke into a sweat. Sir, this is Helmut. The one of the tournament contestants. Has one of the finalists. Ludus glanced at Helmut, politely remarking as a greeting, is that so? To be so young, quite impressive. I apologize for not recognizing you, but in my position, I don't have time to watch the matches. He suddenly revealed his secret. Using magic to hide your identity, are you? The expression on Hellmood's face grew tense as his secret was discovered. Seeing this, Ludus patted his shoulder comfortingly. No need to worry. I don't intend to interrogate you. You're not the only one hiding your identity in this tournament. After saying that, he turned and casually walked away. I was just stopping by to encourage Laza before the finals and happened to see you here. Well then, I'll be on my way. Good luck in the remaining matches, both of you. Commander, at least come inside and rest for a moment. Ludus waved goodbye, his back gradually disappearing from sight. I will definitely come to watch the final match. Lalsi and Heo-hood, one tense, the other tilting his head to watch him go. Heo-hood turned to speak quietly to Lalse. The commander seems to think highly of you. Lalse closed his eyes and crossed his arms, his words filled with deep appreciation. In the one who should be grateful. He was the first person to acknowledge me when I came to Bagi. He also advised me to prove myself with my skills through this tournament. Helhut still watched Ludus' retreating figure doubtfully, thinking, is he trying to atone for what he did to Darien's son? Or is it? Lucy didn't stay with him, turning to leave but not without adding a few more words. More importantly, you change your appearance with magic. What a man looks like is none of my business. Anyway, do your best in the remaining matches, and don't spread what I told you. Hellmood replied competitively, making him frown and look back. Sorry to disappoint you, but even if I say nothing, you'll still. They have to wait until next year, he calmly announced. Because I'm going to win this year. Lucy smirked and sighed. What, so you really did come to declare war? After saying that, he turned and waved goodbye to Hellmood. You'll be waiting for it. He watched silently. Then Hellmood also turned to leave, carrying with him. Though a boiling determination, I don't know what you're plotting, but I won't let Lucy Yeager fall into the situation you want Ludus Kakaro. Flash 90. Back at the hotel where he was staying, Michael was reading a book. Seeing Hellmut return, he spoke up. Doran asked, did you have a pleasant chat with Lucy Yeager? He was a little surprised that Michael knew where he had been. Hellmut immediately asked, are you secretly following me? Not at all. Michael laughed out loud, denying it instantly. I was just guessing. You didn't deny it, so I must have guessed right. Hellmut was startled, his face becoming even more wrinkled. Michael snapped the book shut and asked him curiously, what did you talk about with him? Hellmut turned and walked away, with no intention of answering. I have no obligation to tell you. Michael wasn't surprised by his reaction. Well, I knew you'd say that. Michael suddenly mentioned, Hellmood, if the Palma Knights wanted to recruit you, would you accept? Hellmood glanced at him slightly. While taking off his cloak, he continued the previous conversation. Why would the Palma Knights want to recruit me? Michael calmly explained with his eyes closed. Beiji's tournament attracts many talented people, and the Knight Orders pay close attention to it. If you win, they will recruit the champion. Helmut gave a random. The reason to refuse I won't join. Beiji is too hot. Michael immediately interjected that's good news. The place I live isn't hot at all. Faced with his enthusiasm, Helmut turned his head slightly to look. Michael made an offer, sincerely wanting to be his companion. Helmut, after the tournament is over, would you like to join my side? Hearing that offer, Helmut didn't trust his good intentions and asked, you want me to become your knight? Michael maintained his calm expression. No, I want you to become my ally. Not just a knight, but completely on my side. Helmut had no intention of agreeing. I don't belong to anyone. Michael didn't give up easily and tried to persuade him. You don't have to decide right away. You can just accept and think about it later. He found it difficult to read his thoughts. What is he? Do the thinking. Hellhood suddenly remembered something. He stammered and asked, you're very good at gathering information, right? He immediately understood Hellmood's intention. Michael didn't hesitate to ask what he needed. Right, so what kind of information do you want? Hellmood quickly sat down. I want to know everything. All the necessary information about the Palma Knights, information about the commander, the members and what kind of missions they are carrying out. Michael asked again, so basically you want me to investigate their working conditions. Hellmood tilted his head, implying, I need something to consider, right? Hearing that, he had to agree with him. Alright, I'll investigate, although I'm the one who needs to consider things here. I'll gather objective information, so don't worry. Not wanting to drag out the conversation, Michael gestured towards the meal. Well then, shall we eat now? Hellmood's gaze was deep, reflecting his swirling thoughts. If I'm lucky enough, I might find out what Ludus Cicero is really thinking. The blue sky was filled with flocks of birds soaring freely. As the day of the final match arrived, the final match officially began. Hellmood's cold sharp sword was drawn. Once again, his opponent's arm was severed, and they lay unconscious on the arena floor. In the first match of the finals, the blonde Hellmood maintained his victory. Hellmood sighed, looking up with dissatisfaction. Blonde Hellmood, that name doesn't suit me at all. After the match, as he stepped down, he saw Lucy standing there with his arms crossed, teasing him, you're too stiff. At least wave to the audience. Not even bothering to glance at him, Hellmood walked past. Cold as usual, you're really relaxed, aren't you? Not minding that attitude, Lucy still watched him calmly. What's the point of being tense? Aren't you the most charming guy in Bagai right now? He watched Hellmood's back and provoked him. Just enjoy that feeling while you can. When you face me, you won't be able to enjoy it anymore. Hellmood reassembled his gear, put his cloak back on, his mind still busy. You're the one I should be worried about. Honestly, I want to smack you on the back of the neck. Once he was done, he turned to leave, wondering if Michael had finished his investigation. Suddenly, a voice called out, attracting his attention. Wait over here! Is that Sian? A crowd of women pushed forward, calling his name with infatuated voices. Master Hellmut, please have tea with me. Hellmood stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes, stunned by the chaotic scene. Later, he returned to the hotel. Michael, who was drinking tea, was a bit surprised when Hellmood approached. Hellmood stood there with messy hair and an emotionless face. Michael asked, did something happen? He answered quietly, like a lost soul, the women of Beiji are targeting me. Hellmood turned to leave, not forgetting to express his annoyance to Michael. He wants to sabotage my next match. He couldn't help but laugh helplessly at his deep thoughts. Your imagination is really something. It's obvious that someone who makes it to the finals of a tournament will get attention. Michael, cunning and mischievous, explained to him. And the reason you're especially popular with the ladies is probably because of your face, Hellmood. Hellmood was confused, not understanding what he meant. He thought back to the scene at the tavern on his first day in Beiji. It's not the kind of face that the people of Bagai like. The words of the shameless thugs who mocked him echoed in Hellmood's head. Can that little girl even swing a sword? Who is she? Michael closed his eyes and laughed warily. You really don't know anything, you poor Hellmood. Hellmood suddenly remembered why he was looking for him. Oh, right, about that matter before. Before he could finish his sentence, Michael presented a notebook in front of Hellmood. He held the notebook and winked at him. I knew you'd ask, so I prepared it all. Hellmood reached out and took the notebook. That was fast. Michael grinned broadly and asked him, do you trust me a little more now? Hellmood flipped through the pages, reading intently. The knights operate based on seniority, along with the title of baron and a private estate. I'm not very interested in that. He suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Information about Ludus' betrayal was clear on the paper. The commander of the Palma Knights usually doesn't interfere in politics, but it was confirmed that Ludus Cesaro supports the first prince. Hellmood carefully synthesized the information he knew. Based on what he had gathered from the Black Hawk, the first prince is the son of a queen from another country. She is a loyal follower of the Lumen faith, and is trying to bring their influence to Beigi. Hellmood's eyes darkened, Ludus' face filling his mind. And Ludus Cesaro supports the first prince. Hellmood focused, reading every single word, not missing a thing. He suddenly spoke aloud. Desert monster scorpion. Michael, seeming to know where Hellmood was stuck, answered, yes. It's a notorious monster in Beigi. The mother was slain by the sword saint long ago, but the young ones are still alive and being hunted. Michael told him everything he knew. The Palma Knights often carry out suppression campaigns in the desert, partly to limit the spread of the scorpions. This year the campaign takes place right after the tournament ends. Hellmood's face darkened, his expression hardening as if doused with cold water. He stared intently at the words in his hand, each one piercing his mind. Hellmood began to see every move in Ludus' conspiracy. I get it now. Ludus Cesaro didn't accept Al-Sieger under his command to protect him. He frowned, pondering the most likely possibilities. People will do anything to eliminate past mistakes. Perhaps he wants to monitor someone who will later become an obstacle to him. And finally, in Ludus' plan, he chose to eliminate LC and cover his tracks. Then Hell used the monster hunt as an opportunity to deal with LC, clean up the mess, and portray everything as a heroic tale. Hellmood snapped the book shut. It's a good thing I arrived before that could happen. It's so fortunate that I came to Beiji at this time. Hellmood looked resolutely at the notebook in his hand. As long as I'm in Bagai, I can't let Darien's grandson suffer the same fate. I must stop Ludus Cesaro's evil plan at any cost. Despite his determination, Ludus was much stronger than him, which made Hellmood hesitate. But after meeting him in person, I realized a few things. Ludus Cesaro is very strong, so strong that I wonder if I could defeat him even if I went all out. He was determined by all means to prevent the tragedy from happening. If it's come to this, maybe I need to tell Al-Sieger the truth and ask for his cooperation. Hellmood looked up at Michael, who was leisurely drinking tea. His eyes looked back at him with a boastful expression. Chapter 91. The next day's semi-final match took place. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena. The first semi-final match to decide the finalist for the Beigi tournament. Ball will begin now. Hellmood fearlessly faced his opponent. Hellmood's opponent in this match was Huston. He smiled lightly, ready to fight. Let's have a good match. In the stands, Robert, as usual, detailed the contestant's identity for Michael. Has a grade 1 mercenary named Huston. His rank may be low, but he defeated a Palma Knight in a match that lasted an hour. He glanced over and said, but he still has no chance against Hellmood, right? He has defeated opponents even stronger than knights. He quickly replied, we can't say for sure yet. Robert looked at the person in the arena below and offered his assessment. Whether the match is easy or hard, what mattered? Here is the victory. Michael didn't reply, his eyes returning to the arena. Hellmood gripped the hilt of his sword, already in a ready stance. He looked up. Ludus and a few other nobles were sitting in the stands. Hellmood looked at them and thought, the first prince, the second prince, even the knight commander. Now that it's the semi-finals, they're slowly showing themselves. Huddle suddenly called out, pulling him back to reality. Hey kid. He had already drawn his sword, his expression a reminder to Hellmood. You shouldn't be distracted when your opponent is right in front of you. Overconfidence can sometimes be counterproductive. Hellmood realized he had been a bit careless. He then drew his sword and got into position. I didn't mean to. Well, my apologies. He calmly scanned his opponent, silently assessing him, a grade 1 mercenary. Does that mean this guy is on the same level as Psho? The huddle before Hellmood was brimming with fighting spirit, fierce and fiery, although his power wasn't that strong. Hellmood carefully calculated each step. Let's see what his first move is. I'll bait him. As quick as lightning, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. The great force kicked up so much dust that it covered the entire floor. Both raised their swords, ready to pounce on each other. Huddle easily parried the first blow. The cold sound of clashing swords echoed. The light reflecting off the sword shone into Hellmood's eyes, making him unconsciously close one eye. The brilliant light from the sword created a halo around Huddle's body. The two of them continuously lunged at each other, neither willing to back down. Suddenly Huddle's eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, Hellmood leaped into the air. His special move created a violent tremor. He and Huddle were thrown far apart from each other, dust flying everywhere. Without a moment's rest, Hellmood flickered in and out of sight as he continued to charge forward. Huddle prepared his stance, ready to block the attack. The floor shattered, creating sharp fragments. Huddle quickly used his strength to send countless sharp fragments flying toward Hellmood. Those fragments successfully drew his attention. Without a word, Huddle closed in, coldly bringing his elbow down on Hellmood's head. The two struggled fiercely, one attacking, one defending, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, a loud, round sound echoed in the air. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. Their mouths agape in astonishment. Michael, watching the scene, was also surprised. Hellmood was now tired. Wiping away his sweat, he thought, this guy. He is more troublesome than I thought. He recalled each of Hutin's skillful attacks. He delayed his attack by half a beat in an unexpected way, and he swung his sword in that delayed half beat. But with precision, he stood before Hellmood, sighing heavily, equally tired. Even so, he didn't forget the fundamentals. He didn't rely on luck. Burton, appreciative, offered his praise to him. I thought I was quite well prepared for this match against you, but your reflexes are insane. Even if I were as young as you, I don't think I could imitate that. Then he quickly regained his initial spirit, his eyes burning with determination. If this were a mercenary mission, I would have waited for another chance to fight you. But here, I can't afford to lose face. Without further ado, Huddle charged directly at Hellmood. It turned out his sword had a hidden device, making his attacks easier. Those previous words were just bluster to distract him. Thanks to the mechanical device hidden in my sword, the range of my attacks has slightly increased. Huston's eyes gleamed as he confidently advanced, when a loud noise rang out. You're wary because you're afraid of that half-beat delay, so you won't be able to react in time if I suddenly accelerate at the start. He stared, surprised at his sword, which was now broken in two. With a single slash, Hellmood cut the sword in two. The light from his blade flared up like a void flame, cold and deadly. Hellmood's blade was about to come down on Huddle's neck. He stopped his hand. Hellmood's immense power caused a shockwave to ripple through the arena. He was tired, his breathing ragged. Damn, I didn't intend to finish him off. Huddle stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror, as the blade pressed against his neck. That was too close. Hellmood sheathed his sword. The announcer declared the end of the match. He had officially entered the finals. Because Huddle's weapon has been destroyed, the match cannot continue. Blonde Hellmood advances to the final round. Hellmood extended his hand for a handshake. He gripped Hutin's hand firmly, as a farewell after respectful duel. Sorry, I hate getting heated, so I wanted to end it quickly. With the confrontation over, he just smiled back good-naturedly. It's nothing. With that last sword strike, you were planning to cut off my wrist, weren't you? He answered naturally. I heard that as long as it wasn't to the point of killing you, it was fine. Hearing that, Burton broke out in a cold sweat. You're ruthless. He held the broken sword in his hand, completely in awe. Geniuses really do exist. To be that sharp at your age. That perhaps I just fought someone who will go down in history. Hellmood threw cold water on Hutton's praise. If you focused on training instead of using tricks, you could also become stronger. Hearing this, he could only give a wry smile. Perhaps. But I'm a mercenary. In a real fight, I was taught that the more tricks you have, the easier it is to win. Then Hutin pointed to his chest, proudly saying, as if passing on his experience, especially if you have average talent like me, strategy is a powerful weapon that can help you fight against stronger opponents. Hellmood was momentarily stunned to hear him say that. Although against someone as strong as you, no trick would have worked. Michael sat above, thinking doubtfully, unusual strength, and is always doing something every night. He placed a hand on his chin, slowly speculating his goal isn't limited to the Bage tournament, it seems. So what exactly is he pursuing? Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. You're not allowed in this area. What the hey? Old man, stop him. Don't let him pass. A guard ran in breathlessly. He asked him, what's going on? The guard, without catching his breath, immediately explained. It's nothing serious. It's just that a stranger wants to see you, Master Michael. It was Kevin. He rushed forward despite the guards trying to stop him, desperate to see Michael.
There you are!
Are you Michael? I'm here because I have something urgent to tell you, the guard angrily shouted. What a rude old man with no manners whatsoever. Michael remained composed, calmly handling the situation. It's all right. Before we talk, could you tell me who you are and where you're from? Kevin stopped struggling and politely introduced himself. I was in such a hurry that I forgot. I am a blacksmith from Baji. The swords supplied to the Palma Knights all come from my workshop. He smiled slightly and asked, I see. So, why are you looking for me? He directly stated the reason why he had come. I heard that the young man named Hellmood is close with someone called Michael, so I came here. Kevin made his request. Could I please speak with him for a moment? I want to confirm whether my suspicions are correct or not. Michael inquired further, what suspicions? Kevin frankly stated what he suspected about the sword that he uses, about its origin. He looked at him for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask, can you tell me in detail? Chapter 92 Scene change. The second semi-final match for Lalsa quickly ended. The opponent's sword flew high into the air, tumbling several times before hitting the ground. In the second semi-final match, Lalsa won easily. His opponent clutched his hand, trembling in pain. Finally, the candidates for the final match are Hellmood and Lalsa. Later, Hellmood was sitting in the waiting room when someone entered. It was Lalsa. He cautiously lifted the curtain on the door and looked in. Hellmood looked with confusion at the timid person at the door. A moment later, he asked Lalsa again, the second prince is here. He looked shy, turning his face away to avoid his gaze. Yes, he's here to encourage the finalists. But I think he's mainly here to see me. Hellmood asked emotionlessly, why would the second prince want to see you? With a tense expression, Lalsa began to share his thoughts. He knows I have the bloodline of the Sword Saint. Perhaps he thinks that if he has me, he can gain the support of the Palma Knights in Baji. One must have the help of the Palma Knights to have a claim to the throne. He vaguely understood Lalsa's reason for coming all this way. I see. Because the current commander of the Palma Knights supports the first prince. If the second prince recruits you, it could diminish the commander's influence. After hearing this, he became even more anxious. That's right, for someone like me who's indebted to the commander, this meeting will be very awkward. Suddenly realized something was wrong and became agitated, shouting, but how do you know that? Are you a spy? Or something? Hellmood completely ignored the person fuming in front of him and said calmly, I told you, I'm very sensitive to information. Lalsa then calmed down, scratching his head awkwardly and asking for a favor anyway. The second prince is coming. I can't just slip away. Hellmood, can you tell him that I'm busy or something? Suddenly the second prince, like a ghost, appeared behind him and said in an icy voice, if you're busy, it'll come another time. Lalsa froze in fear, his face contorted as he broke into a cold sweat. He jumped, spinning around reflexively, then stood at attention, stammering, that's not it, your highness. I didn't mean that. The second prince laughed it off. Don't worry, I understand. You have a strange sense of humor. He gave a very friendly smile. Darien was always a stoic, so sometimes I wonder if you carry his blood. Hearing the second prince mention Darien, Hellmood's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but ask Darien the Sword Saint. What kind of person was he? The second prince took an interested notice of Hellmood. You want to know? Hellmood, I was very impressed with your match. You have excellent skill. He kept a straight face and said nothing. The second prince began to recount what he knew about Darien, his eyes filled with admiration as he recalled the man's appearance. As for Sir Darien, I met him a few times when I was young, but I remember him as an extremely loyal and resolute person. He frowned slightly, his gaze changing a little, especially the strength I saw in his eyes. I believe that he was the embodiment of the spirit of Baji. To this day, Hellmood listened intently, not missing a single word. The second prince suddenly changed the subject, saying something that sent a chill down his spine. Did you approach Lalsa, the Sword Saint's grandson, out of curiosity? About that. Lalsa, standing beside him, couldn't help but break into a sweat. How much did you hear? The second prince clasped his hands behind his back. He laughed heartily. Since it seemed like an important conversation, I didn't want to interrupt. Do you have any more questions, Hellmood? Lalsa glanced at Hellmood, his attitude like he was tattling to a superior. Your highness, don't tell this guy everything, he knows too much. It's as if he's a Sword Saint stalker. The second prince dismissed it. I don't think he has any ill intentions, so don't worry. He rested his chin on his hand and slowly commented on Hellmood. A swordsman's mindset is shown in the way he swings his sword, and his sword pursues power, purity, and simplicity, so it's no surprise that he is curious about the Sword Saint. Hellmood sighed warily. You're more cunning than Lalsa. The second prince burst out laughing. See what he said? Lalsa, being teased, could only stand there with a pained expression. Afterward, the second prince made an offer to Hellmood. Have you considered serving under me? He didn't hesitate and immediately refused. No thank you, the second prince said disappointedly. You're quite frank, even with a prince. He took Hellmood's hand, not forgetting to offer his best wishes. In any case, I hope you both have a great match in the finals. Hellmood, I hope you learn more about the Sword Saint right here in Baji. Then the second prince turned to grasp Lalsa's hand tightly, and Lalsa, after the final match I will summon you. We'll discuss the details then. He reacted in shock. You're going to summon me again? He asked. What's wrong, don't you want to? Lalsa became flustered, stammered. He stammered an explanation. No, your highness. You said you understood that if I keep meeting you, trouble will befall me and the commander. The second prince suddenly became serious. I want to talk about something related to your safety. Lalsa did understand and asked, my safety? What do you mean? Hellmood beside him was also quite surprised. The second prince didn't explain further, turning to leave. For now, that's all you need to know. I'll send someone to find you quietly, so you don't need to worry about any prying eyes. He lifted the curtain and bid them farewell. All right, I'm leaving. Seeing that he had left, Lalsa let out a quiet sigh of relief. Hellmood, who was sitting, spoke up. You two seem to talk quite comfortably with each other. He was a little startled, then reacted. What? Well, he treats others rather erratically. Lalsa looked ahead and said in a low voice, actually I think he's a good person, but sometimes, depending on the situation, you can't act emotionally in front of him. Hellmood quietly observed him. He spoke with a blank expression. You should. Listen to the second prince. Lulsi was taken aback by his words. Did you hear what I just said? Hellmood said cryptically, no one is responsible for your life. Darien's heroic silhouette burned behind him, as if he were present for a moment. If you let life sweep you away and then get left behind by it, you'll no longer be yourself. El's eyes widened in confusion. He asked Hio suspiciously, you know something, don't you? You're acting like this is a matter of life and death for me. He didn't beat around the bush with Alsay any longer. From now on, just do what you can. I'll do my best as well. After hearing that, he swallowed nervously. Hellmood turned to leave, not forgetting to add a few jabs, or you could just go on dates with a few girls like usual. Relieve some stress after the competition, for example. Les' temper flared and he pointed at himself, asking agitatedly, that's not it. What kind of person do you take me for? Hellmood sighed thoughtfully. Lasiger, I hope you understand how dangerous your situation is. He then returned to the inn. Hellmood, tired, opened the door and walked in. Michael was reading a book and quickly turned his head at the sound of the door opening. Hello, Hellmood. Did you enjoy your chat with the second prince? Hellmood was dumbfounded, countless question marks appearing in his mind again. Hellmood shook his head warily as if used to this. I'm not surprised anymore. Michael was unfazed. He said while reading, regarding the affairs of a prince, whether you like it or not, you'll hear about their actions. He walked over and silently took off his cloak. Michael spoke up after a moment, getting Hellmood's attention. Oh, by the way, Hellmood, something interesting happened today. Do you want to hear it? He mentioned a stranger. Have you ever heard of the name Leon? Helmut had absolutely no idea who this person was. No, I haven't. Michael told him everything he knew about the man. He proclaimed himself the best blacksmith in Baji a few decades ago. The best, but also the most hot-tempered. He would never forge a sword unless he acknowledged the one who would wield it. Hellmood didn't pay much attention. Sounds like an eccentric. Michael closed the book in his hands and slowly continued. But today I met a blacksmith named Kevin, Leon's disciple. He said Leon had 3 swords that he considered the greatest works of his life. He recounted all the information about Leon's 3 mysterious swords clearly. All 3 were forged on the same day. I don't know if it was an obsession or something, but all 3 are identical. These swords are considered divine treasures of Baigi, and were presented to the royal family, with only one being granted to a person for life. Michael slowly opened his eyes, repeating Kevin's words. But Kevin said Hellmood's sword looks exactly like Leland's masterpiece. Hellwood listened intently to everything he said, not interrupting. Once Michael snapped his fingers, the only one not kept by the royal family. His eyes lit up as he said, dude, the is the sword of Darien differ. Hellwood suddenly erupted with killing intent, lunging with his sword and knocking Michael down, as if to finish him. On the spot, he shot a gaze as cold as a knife at him, warning in a low voice, you'd better think very carefully about your next words. Chapter 93. Hellhood struggled with Michael on the bed, wanting to deal with him. Hellhood, with sharp, cold eyes, looked at Michael and threatened, you'd better think very carefully about your next words. Michael was sweating bullets in fear but still managed to force a smile. Hellmood pinned him with one hand and held a sword with the other. Michael, pale-faced, pleaded, based on your reaction it seems. I've hit a nerve. Could you let go of me first? It's hard to breathe. Then Helmut stood up, and Michael sat up as well. He said to him, why are you keeping this a secret? But I don't intend to expose it. Michael pointed to himself and answered in a way that would make Helmut reconsider and spare his life. Ill. Have the blacksmith Kevin taken care of. Only you and I will know this secret. Hellmood wondered. Are you trying to create leverage? Michael replied with a friendly smile, I told you I don't like being in debt, Hellmood. Besides, I didn't dig this up. The blacksmith came to me himself. Then he put on an incredibly trustworthy expression. This is just a small favor from me. He'll let you hide what you... When Hellmood was still considering, he added, this information will never get out, I promise. His eyes began to waver. Then Hellmood turned away abruptly. You'd better keep your word. Michael was overjoyed inside for having escaped disaster. That was insanely scary. The pressure from a finalist is something else. He grew curious again. Speaking of which, what's the relationship between you and the Sword Saint? Hellmood replied as he sheathed his sword, I am Darien's disciple. Michael was full of admiration for Hellmood, so the Sword Saint also had a disciple, so him sharing a room with the Sword Saint's disciple. Amazing, he thought helplessly, this is going to be noisy for a while. Then Michael pointed up as if an idea struck him. While he was laughing, he said, did you learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint before or after he passed away? In that case, the reason Hellmood is in BG isn't for the tournament, but could be. Hellmood interrupted Michael. He advised coldly, you should start thinking about how to pretend you don't know me. Michael's enthusiasm was dampened by that statement. While Hellmood was adjusting his sword, Michael said from behind, sounds like something is about to happen. He replied calmly, alright, I don't intend to pry any further. I should just pack my things so I can escape quickly when the time comes. Hellmood looked at the gleaming sword before him. He admired it as he spoke. I had no idea this sword was so famous. I just thought it was good and sharp. Hellmood then asked, but if it's so famous, why hasn't anyone noticed it? Until now, Michael explained to him, it's understandable. It's a royal asset and only royalty gets to see it. It looks quite ordinary, so unless you're an expert, no one would recognize it. Hellmood reminded him again to be safe, it's best not to let the princes or the king see it. Michael cheerfully changed the subject. So how are your preparations for the final match going? You look very wary of Al Sieger. Hellmood's face was impassive. Not at all, he recalled Alsa's image. Speaking of which, tomorrow will be my first time fighting Al Sieger. I hope the match doesn't end too easily. Scene changed to a hot desert, sand covering everything. Someone's footsteps appear. He walks through the vast, immense desert. Then he scoops up a handful of sand. He looks down, and then lets the sand fall to the ground. Suddenly that spot sinks deep down. It's so deep it looks like a huge black hole. Then he stands up. In front of him is a monster that looks like a giant scorpion. Then he reaches in to take something out. It's a transparent orb with golden light inside. On the monster's head is an orb, identical to his. He holds out the orb and praises it. Good, you're smart, you remember your master. He smiles triumphantly. It's time to awaken. In the middle of that endless desert, a large arena appears with countless attendees. Inside the arena, thousands of people are cheering, awaiting the upcoming match. The announcer begins, the glorious final match of the Baigai tournament. In the stands are 2 counts. Michael is also there. The announcer continues, who would have expected this scene to unfold? On the arena floor are Hellwood and Lulsi, a match between the young genius of the Palma Knights, the future of Bagi, and another mysterious genius. Hellmood looks around and says to Lulsi, it's like him the villain, isn't it? Lulsi consoles him, don't mind it. That, just for the Bagi audience. Hellmood replies with a determined gaze, it's a bit pressuring, isn't it? If you lose after being hyped up so much, it won't simply be just criticism. Luffa frowns, showing his annoyance. You really are an expert at making people angry. You'd better not beg me to share the prize money if you lose. When the signal is given, if both fighters are ready, Lulsi begins to focus on the match. Helmut maintains an unyielding, determined expression. Then let the match begin. He looks straight at Lulsi. Before his eyes he emanates Darien's killing intent. Hellmood is a little surprised by the person in front of him. He smiles faintly and thinks, facing this swordsmanship. It feels so nostalgic. A bird is flying in the vast blue sky. Michael looked up and wondered, a bird. Then the bird flew away. Then it flew back again. Hellmood's stance also became more stable. He also began to get into a fighting stance. Lulsi was just as cautious as Hellmood. Just as the two were about to clash, something fell from the sky, and Hellmood simultaneously looked up in confusion. Then suddenly, someone fell to the ground. Everyone panicked at what was happening. What's that? Did someone just throw something down? Someone shouted, that's. Michael also looked down curiously. It fell from the sky. Wait a minute, looking closer, it's. The 2 counts couldn't help but be shocked. Hellmood looked fearfully at the person in front of him. He instinctively looked up at the sky and saw the bird still flying around. It wasn't a bird as everyone imagined, but instead it had a terrifying face, a monster. Chapter 94. Lulsi turned around, thinking in astonishment, a monster. Why is there a monster here? Hellmood beside him suddenly shouted loudly. Hearing the sound, Lulsi was startled out of his shock. At the same time, Hellmood from the opposite side rushed towards him. Seeing this, Lulsi panicked and asked, what is it? What are you thinking in a situation like this? Hellmood pointed upwards, signaling him. Lulsi was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately raised his hand, propped his sword up, and acted. Hellmood stepped on Elsa's sword and jumped high. He charged towards the monster in the air. Hellmood channeled dark energy into his sword and slashed powerfully. Forward, the blow hit the monster, causing it to writhe in pain. A moment later, the monster was cut in half and fell. Lulsi stared blankly up at Hellmood. He just gave a cold glance and said nothing. A few minutes later, the night squad was at the arena to clean up the scene. They analyzed the victim's situation. The identification card belongs to a resident of the prosperous village in the south. Summon the knights, we will set out. Why did the monster drop the corpse here? The team leader speculated. It feels as if this is a declaration of war. Hellmood stood by, listening, not noticing Lulsi staring at him. Lulsi frowned slightly, thinking that's a monster, an enemy that from now on I will have to face. With that thought, he nudged Hellmood's arm beside him and asked, Hellmood, have you fought a monster before? If not, then why did you react so quickly? Hellmood calmly replied, at least I'm faster than you. Lulsi retorted, you still have the energy to pick a fight now. But, the more I know about you, the more I see that you don't fit your appearance. A second later, he asked again, do all monsters look like that? Hellmood asked back, you've never encountered a monster. Lulsi answered awkwardly, I only just became a knight. How many chances does a commoner get to see a monster? Hellmood briefly explained to him, they're big but have no intelligence to speak of. They're easier to handle than humans, so you don't need to be afraid. Lulsi stammered, who's afraid? Not me. Hellmood ignored him and thought to himself. But it's a different story if it's an intelligent monster. Suddenly, the organizer's voice announced, apologies, dear audience. Due to an unfortunate accident, the final match is postponed. The 12 contestants, please head to the waiting room. Hearing that, a tense Lulsi wondered, why do we have to go to the waiting room? A while later, after the scene had been cleaned up, Hellmood and Lulsi quickly went into the waiting room. Luda spoke softly, all right, everyone is present. Seeing him, Lulsi ran over. Commander, why are you here? Ludus replied, time is short, so we'll get straight to the point. He continued, the corpse the monster brought is believed to be a resident of the Andor region to the south. In other words, that area has been attacked by monsters. Due to this unexpected incident, the Palma Knights will immediately go to subjugate them. Ludus immediately gave an order. First, I'll see in your role as a knight you must participate in this expedition. Prepare to depart. Lafuf quickly replied, yes, Commander. Then he turned to Hellmood and said, and Hellmood, it's unfortunate that this happened before the final match. But the match will be postponed at least until the suppression is over. Can you wait until? Then he thought to himself, I see, he called me here just to wait for my agreement. Then he asked back, what if I say no? Ludus replied, the other option is to declare the final a draw and split the prize money. No one wants that outcome. But there's no other way. Hellmood thought silently for a moment. A second later, he said, then how about this? Hellmood suggested, I will join the monster suppression with all C, and we will decide the winner based on the number of monsters we each handle. Lassie shouted in astonishment, what? Ludus gently advised, monster suppression is not a child's game. Hellmood nodded and replied, I know that well. I think I've already proven myself by dealing with that flying monster earlier. Hearing that, Ludus was slightly surprised. He stroked his beard and said, I see. You are the one who made it to the finals of the prestigious tournament. In Bagia was rude. Ludus then gave an order, right, both of you, complete your preparations by 3:00 in the afternoon and gather at the square. Lassie replied, understood. A moment later, after they had both finished talking to Ludus, Lassie then asked softly, hey Hellmood, are you really planning to join this expedition? He winced and said, and you still want to decide the winner by the number of monsters? Then you have the advantage. Hellmood calmly replied, it's not like we'll always encounter monsters, so it's fair, and I'm not participating just to win. Then he added, I'm worried about your safety. La froze for a second. Then he asked cheerfully, you think you'll get beaten up by a monster? Hellmood nodded, let's just say that. A moment later, Lassie tensed up and mumbled, just kidding, this is what the second prince mentioned, right? I've also been thinking a lot about that. It was on my mind all night, so I couldn't sleep. He asked worriedly, so, can you tell me yet? Who exactly is trying to get rid of me? Hellmood frowned slightly. He thought to himself, if I tell you what I know right now, you'll just stare intently at that person, and that would be too bad. At the same time, Hellmood lied smoothly, I'm not sure who it is yet, so, for now don't completely trust anyone in the night squad. He said in a low voice, not even the commander. Hearing that, Lassie tensed up and his face fell. Suddenly from behind a voice called out loudly, Hellmood. Michael waved at the two of them from behind. Hellmood was slightly surprised. You. Michael quickly said, I think this is the first time we've met outside, Hellmood, and the person next to you must be Lassie Yeager, right? Lassie looked between the two of them and asked curiously, who is this, your little brother? Hellmood answered indifferently, just someone I know. Michael interrupted, sorry for butting in, but could I talk to him for a moment? After we're done talking, I'll return him. Telos replied, it's not like he belongs to me, feel free. After that he turned and walked away, reminding them, after you finish packing, well, gather at the square, got it? Hellmood replied, got it. Michael smiled and said, you seem quite close to him. Hellmood didn't answer and asked, so what did you want to say? Michael replied, I'm leaving Baji tonight. This might be the last conversation between us. He smiled slightly and continued, no, we'll meet again one day, so this isn't the last time. Michael asked further, you're going to support Lassie during the monster suppression, right? Lately, you've seemed interested in Lassie, so I'm guessing that. A moment later he smiled and asked, so is the reason you came to Baji related to Lassie? What kind of person is he? Hellmood replied, annoyed you wanted to say just that. Michael was silent for a moment, then chuckled. He informed him 2 days ago, in the southern desert of Bagi, there was information that a high priest of Lumen had visited. Michael smiled meaningfully and asked, so you already knew? Hellmood turned around and replied, you too, huh? It seems you didn't just come here to watch the tournament. Then he left immediately. I'll remember that. Chapter 95. The next day the troop of soldiers prepared to leave the city. The soldiers were fully equipped with helmets and armor. Lassie and Hellmood also went to battle with the soldiers. Lassie sighed and thought him a little tense, not like me at all. I didn't think my first expedition would start so soon. Someone beside him gently touched him. That person stuffed something into his hand and said, Sir Lassie, this is for you. Lee was startled. Who is it from? The person didn't answer him and left immediately. Lassie looked at the thing in his hand and saw it was a small piece of paper. Behind him, Hellmood saw him fluster and watched quietly. Suddenly Ludus shouted and ordered troops, move out. At the same time the entire troop advanced out of the city. Under the scorching desert sun, the expedition that would change the fate of Bai, it began without warning. In the desolate desert, the light of the sun shone down harshly. The troop of soldiers quickly set up tents to rest. Ludus pointed at the map and said the place attacked by monsters is an Osis village in the south called Orloj of Desert. We've received detailed information on the damage through the crystal ball. He continued, the garrison quickly grasped the situation and immediately assisted the people. But the number of monsters was too large, so they retreated after saving only one survivor. A soldier suddenly exclaimed, good heavens, only one survivor. You must be joking, sir. The honor of the Palma Knights would be ruined. Ludus said in a low voice, don't blame them too much. The number of monsters was very large, and one of them is a type of monster that we are extremely familiar with. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers' faces darkened. Ludus added, the red blood scorpion, it has grown from a youngling to an adult without us knowing. Horton was startled and stammered that. He questioned, impossible. So all the effort we put in has gone down the drain. You know better than anyone. Commander, we did not neglect our investigation duties. Below, Hellmood thought pensively, if it's a scorpion, does that mean it's the monster Darien defeated? Godric spoke softly, the sword saint himself faced it alone. Ludus replied, don't be ridiculous. Fear won't help this mission, he said, and this time is different from before. The sword saint was alone, but we are together. Ludus said loudly, I know I'm not as reliable as Darien, but you are the ones who make up for my shortcomings. So the current Palma Knights are the strongest. He clenched his fist, showing his determination and the pride of taking up a sword to protect order. Hearing that, everyone's spirits were lifted. Ludus continued to assign tasks. Now I will assign the schedule. First we go to Desert, reorganize our formation after grouping with the knights stationed there. Then each unit, led by a captain, will scout the entire southern region of Desert. There must be monsters that have split off from their pack. He pointed to the map. Meanwhile, the main force that I lead will go straight to Orloj to eliminate the monsters and assist the people. Once the scouting is complete, the units will regroup at Orloj and support us. Ludus instructed the soldiers. Now I will list our main force. Captains Horton, Sergio, Romhaz, Caro. Journal. The commander's voice continued to echo loudly in the tent. Suddenly Ludus said loudly, and finally Lulsi eager. That makes 12 people. Having finished assigning the tasks, he stood up to leave. If no one objects, we'll move out after resting. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and said, I object. Hellmood voiced his opinion. I also want to join the main force. Hearing that, Horton was startled in surprise. Ludus also frowned slightly. Ludus objected slightly. Hellmood, you will act with Vice Commander Asimov's. The responsibility that the main unit carries in this campaign is very great. I know your skills, but I don't trust an outsider enough to entrust them with this mission. Hellmood asked him back, before we left. Do you remember what we agreed on? That we would decide the winner based on the number of monsters we handled during the expedition. He continued, to do that, the opportunities must be equal. While I'm going around Desert with the reconnaissance force, the main force will have already started the suppression. That's not fair. At the very least, Los must be in the same unit as me. Horton angrily pointed at his face and yelled, you brat, we're discussing an important campaign, and you want to steer it for personal reasons. Ludus stopped him. Don't be too harsh. Horton has not wrong, he questioned, but as Horton said, changing the plan like this will be very difficult. If that's your problem, can we start counting once everyone is regrouped at Orloj? Hellmood replied, that wouldn't be fair to Ulsi. He'll be exhausted from fighting monsters before that. Surely you wouldn't let a Palma Knight sit idle and eat cake when there are monsters right in front of him. Ludus ordered in a stern voice. Hellmood, act with Asimovs. That is an order. Hellmood also frowned in annoyance and said, I have no obligation to follow that order, because I am not a Palma Knight. Right after he spoke, the entire knight squad fell silent. He looked at him, his face pale with fear. Ludus sighed. Then he burst into hearty laughter. A moment later, Ludus turned to Lulsi. What do you think? Lulsi stammered. I wait. Lulsi replied nervously, I think a fair match is very important. Hearing this, Ludus quickly made a decision. I will let Hellmood join the main force. Horton angrily objected. Commander, are you really giving in so easily to the request of a kid? Ludus calmly replied. Horton, before being a kid as you say, he is the one who made it to the finals of the Bagai tournament, and letting an outsider join isn't a big deal. He explained, holding a piece on the map, then asked, however, since the main force now has 13 people instead of 12, the formation will become unbalanced. So, Helmut, you will be placed on the outer edge of the main force. It will be difficult to protect you if monsters attack. Do you still agree to that? Helmut nodded and replied, I can take care of myself. With that settled, Ludus announced loudly, good, the meeting is over. Everyone rest for a bit, then we'll move out. Everyone replied in unison. Right? After the meeting, Hellmood quickly left. He thought to himself, Ludus Cesaro isn't as formidable as I thought. Does he think him a variable he can handle? Helmut turned to assess the soldiers. But now that I'm among the Palma Knights, I can clearly see their loyalty to Ludus Cesaro is very high. If I clash with Ludus, it means making the Knights my enemies. He said to himself, I need to be sharp. Walking ahead, Lulsa slightly leaned his body towards him, worried. At the desert city gate, the Knights quickly arrived at the city. They discussed strategies and plans. Then they left the city to continue their journey. Everyone marched across the hot desert towards the front. The galloping horses suddenly stopped. Ludus looked down at the scene below and wondered how strange. This is definitely Orloj, he said to the person next to him, but it's nothing but ruins, and there are no signs of monsters here. Godric asked softly, perhaps they've moved elsewhere. Ludus said quietly, monsters don't often change their habitat, but they attacked her and even flew to the capital of Beigi, So I think maybe. Godric asked again, but if that's the case, there's a high chance they are hiding under the sand, right? Ludus nodded, that's also true. He quickly gave an order, all troops, maintain formation and enter Orloge. Following his command, everyone moved into Orloge, the soldiers carefully. They guided their horses forward. The place was stained with the stench of blood everywhere. Lossie looked at the desolate scene with caution. Godric spoke softly, it's too quiet. No sign of monsters. No sign of villagers either. He hurriedly said to the commander, I have a bad feeling about this. We should get out of here first. Suddenly, someone from Boyafar threw a stone at him. Godric turned to the person behind him and said, what was that? Don't mess around. What? The other person quickly clarified, I didn't do anything. A dark shadow suddenly loomed from above. The scorpion monster. The sword appeared from a nearby building. Next to the soldiers, a trembling soldier stammered, that's a scorpion. Oh, a giant scorpion, entirely black with blood-red eyes, approaching with murderous intent. Himuti and Lo stood frozen in place, their eyes wide in shock.
It's a scorpion!
A shout rang out, get down. Ludus drew his sword, a source of mana, erupted fiercely from the blade, tearing through poor space, crashing straight towards the monster. A thunderous explosion echoed, the ground shook, and the panicked soldiers scattered. Amidst the chaos, he frowned, his powerful voice booming, form up. We're getting out of here first. Behind them, a horde of enraged monsters gave chase. Everyone spurred their horses to flee, hooves pounding the trembling ground. Suddenly, the ground ahead sank violently. The horse neighed, but losing its balance and throwing Horton to the ground. A giant scorpion crawled step by step, its blood-red eyes locked on him. As he lay stunned, Ludus jerked his head around, roaring, Horton. On horseback, he frowned, his hands tightening on the reins, ready to act. If I want to save that guy, I need to jump down now. But just as he was about to act, Helmut's eyes froze. He stared as a figure shot past like an arrow. Without hesitation, he bravely charged towards the pit. Lossie shouted, Sir Horton, get down. The sword in his hand glowed, surrounded by a powerful layer of mana that was vibrating violently. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, his whole body spinning with the momentum, and stabbed straight into the giant scorpion's back. A cry rang out, dry and heavy. Sweat streamed down his forehead. Lossie gritted his teeth. I couldn't finish it. Why is it so tough? He turned his head, his gaze determined. Sir Horton, get on your horse now. We're moving with the squad. The two of them immediately rode like the wind, breaking through the chaos towards their comrades, Himuti. They coldly spurred his horse from behind. Though in pursuit, his expression was grim. He said nothing, just watching. Lossie. Everyone had made it out of Orloge. Hearing that, he immediately pulled the reins, his stern voice ringing out. Like a war drum, all troops, turn your horses around and form up. None of the soldiers panicked. Their eyes became calm, skillfully controlling their horses. In an instant, a perimeter was formed. Wipe them out. Himuti frowned, his eyes dark and pensive. Horton Kaiksuro is Ludus' subordinate. Even if I let him live, he could still become an enemy. That's the thought that made me hesitate earlier. He glanced at Lossie riding beside him. But Lossie didn't hesitate at all, even though he knows there's a traitor within the Night Order. Helmut's face darkened. Is it because he's too weak or too kind? Suddenly, amidst the glaring sun of the desert, a terrible screech rang out. A giant snake lunged forward, but in an instant, a sword slashed across it, splattering blood everywhere. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered about. Ludus said, in a low voice, it seems most of them have been dealt with. I didn't expect the monsters to lie in ambush for us like this. Horton stood beside him, his expression serious. Aside from the other types, the number of scorpions is unusually high. He and Lossie leaned against a large rock to rest. This problem might be bigger than we thought. He sighed, sweat drenching his forehead and collar. Just then, a flask of cold water was held out in front of him. Hellmood spoke up, you seem a bit exhausted. Lossie, slightly surprised, took a sip of water and said arrogantly, not at all. I just feel a bit empty since this wasn't as bad as I thought. He paused when he heard him ask in a heavy tone, why did you save him? Lossie raised an eyebrow slightly. Save who? Hebok turned his head to look towards the dunes where the battle had just subsided. Not just that Horton guy. Even when you knew the entire troop, they might turn their swords on you. His eyes unconsciously glanced in his direction maybe. He lowered his voice, but I don't wield a sword just to stand aside and watch others suffer. His words made him pause. For a moment. Lossie lowered his head and whispered, and to be honest, Sir Horton is no threat to me. Keep that a secret. The sky was unusually clear. He looked up, his voice low, but somewhat impatient. Shouldn't we contact them? He remained calm. There's still some time before we regroup. Ludus' voice was steady. No contact means everything is still under control. If it's Dutch and Romero's units, then dealing with those minor monsters won't be a problem. Suddenly a voice called out, Commander. A panicked guard ran up clutching a glowing communication sphere. You should see this, sir. He took it. Is it Dasim? He replied. No, actually. Ludus spoke calmly. This is Commander Ludus. The sphere emitted a serious voice. This is Heinz from the desert garrison. Commander, are you all right? His voice came from the other end. What's the matter? Heen stood on the city wall, observing. Monsters are gathering in large numbers at the walls of Desert City. Ludus was silent for a moment, then exclaimed, monsters are advancing. The ones we just dealt with weren't the only ones, he said in a low voice. Right now they are just the gathering in front of the walls, not attacking. Most of our forces are out hunting them, so right now, though it's difficult to handle these numbers. He frowned. Are there any red blood scorpions among them? Heinz narrowed his eyes, focusing his observation. No, it doesn't seem to be here. Ludus nodded, his eyes serious. Understood, I'll send reinforcements there. Huddle's eyes darkened strangely. Commander, the red blood scorpion isn't in Desert City. This could be a trap to make us retreat or split our forces. But just then, Huddle standing behind, his eyes flashed. Bore with suspicion. Can monsters really come up with such a complex plan? He passed the sphere to him. They knew how to ambush us, so if they have diversion tactics, I wouldn't be surprised. Ludus' voice was stern, his eyes sharp. But we won't retreat silently either. We will leave a small team here to continue for scouting. The rest will return to support Desert City. Helmut froze. He stood with his arms crossed, thinking if Ludus' entire force returns to Desert City, Lalsi and I will be completely isolated here. Helmut's eyes darkened. He planned this far ahead. Cesaro, but I'm not an easy target. Just then, he waved his hand, his voice becoming firm and decisive. I will give orders to the units that haven't regrouped yet. Here only 5 of us, including Godric and myself, will stay. The rest of you return. Ludus turned to the 2 young men before him, his voice heavy with authority. Lalsi, Helmut, you 2 will also return to Desert City. As soon as the words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. He was stunned. What? Ludus turned to the 2 young men before him and said sternly, Lalsi, Helmut, you 2 will also return to Desert City. He and the boy were stunned, too shocked to speak. Lut suddenly clenched his fist. But Commander, he cut him off with a decisive tone. Lalsi, follow the order. Ludus stepped forward, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. His voice softened with a rare hint of gentleness. Don't worry. It's not that. And I don't trust your abilities. It's because I trust you that I'm sending you there. Ludus turned, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and commanded, once everything in Desert City is resolved, return here with the troops. Then we will deal with the red blood scorpion together. He strode past Lalsi. I guarantee I will help you avenge your the grandfather. Lalsi froze, his body motionless, his eyes wide. Ziza here as he watched the retreating back. Ludus left behind, in a determined and imposing figure. When you are ready, depart. Hood glanced over to observe Lalsar. The harsh sun beat down on the desert as the group moved, the horses' hooves creating a steady rhythm. He tightened his reins. Ludus. This could be the perfect opportunity to isolate me and Lalsi, so why did he let us go? Helmut pressed his lips together, his eyes downcast. Thinking back, based on the circumstances, Ludus is the most likely traitor. But that's just my hypothesis. He hasn't shown any suspicious behavior. He shook his head. Perhaps the biggest a suspect is the first prince. No, stop overthinking. The important thing now is to stay vigilant. Helmut's eyes grew sharp, because tragedy always strikes without warning. Suddenly a voice called out, hey Helmut, his eyes darkened. You admire the Sword Saint, right? Do you? I think defeating the red blood scorpion is important. It's for avenging the Sword Saint. He remained silent. Laha spoke slowly, his voice low. I am the one who carries his ball blood and inherited his swordsmanship. But I don't feel any desire to avenge him, he continued, his voice full of meaning. I've never even spoken to the Sword Saint. So earlier when the commander talked about revenge, honestly, I was quite disappointed. Helmut remained silent, just tightening his reins slightly. Even the person who always told me to prove myself with my skills only sees the Sword Saint in me. Lucid chuckled softly. Strange, isn't it? He said in a low voice. I don't know. He turned his head away. You sound a bit spoiled, considering you got everything from the Sword Saint. Lalsi raised an eyebrow, smiling cryptically, then spurred his horse forward. Talking to you makes me a little more worried. He chased after him. Right now, you need to focus on surviving. Then Helmut turned his head to look in another direction, his voice heavy. Come to think of it. But didn't you receive something when we left Bagi? Vijay. His eyes darkened, his voice soft. I was a bit hesitant. I was distracted, so I forgot to check. Where did I put it? Lalsi took out a worn, folded piece of paper. Behind him he frowned, his eyes puzzled. A piece of paper. He paused, hesitating. I think I can guess who sent it. He carefully unfolded the paper, studying the handwriting. Just as I thought, it's from the second prince. Hiob immediately responded, his voice urgent. Let me see. Les eyes scanned. Over the scrawled words. Bore on the paper. Lalsi, I hope it's not too late when you read this. If you're still in Desert City, you must. Suddenly a cold, angry voice rang out from ahead. Hey, don't break formation. In that instant, a cold chill ran down his spine. Helmut's eyes widened, his hands tightening on the reins reflexively. The sound of hooves ahead still echoed, with dust and sand billowing, obscuring the view. A strange silence fell over everything. He scanned his surroundings, as if searching for something in the thick, uneasy air. Helmut raised himself up, his voice loud and decisive. Everyone halt your horses. Everyone immediately stopped their horses. Suddenly a whirlwind A fiercely descended, sweeping a soldier into the air. His eyes widened in shock. This is an ambush. From all directions, a horde of giant monsters appeared, roaring as they surrounded them. Huddle gritted his teeth. Everyone, prepare to fight! His face suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with confusion as a giant shadow fell. Be upon them, a terrifying screech pierced the air. He stammered, trembling, a scorpion, a red one. Both monsters charged at the same time, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. Seeing the critical situation, Hutton immediately yelled, "What are you doing? Contact the commander." "Quickly!" A helpless voice replied, "I can't," Hes not answering. He was stunned as he saw two figures leap past. A dazzling blade slashed across the scorpion's body, cutting it into 3 pieces in an instant. Hellmood calmly said, "I attacked it first, my point." Luss' eyes widened. "What? You're still keeping score." He stood firmly under the giant serpent. "Don't worry, I'm counting your share too." He slightly furrowed his brow. "Thanks, I guess." But Hellmood's gaze quickly sharpened, and his breathing deepened. From above, the giant serpent roared, opening its ferocious mouth wide, its bright red tongue flicking about. It lunged down, its enormous head slamming into the ground like a collapsing tower, creating a terrible tremor. Luss's face paled as he screamed in terror. Hellmood, in a moment that seemed inescapable, the serpent's eyes suddenly widened. On its thick, scaly skin, there were hundreds of deep slashes. His hand decisively swung the sword in a continuous flurry. Hellmood's eyes were cold, blood splattered onto his face. Lassie raised an eyebrow and smirked. "This reckless guy. Do it seems I'm the one who should be worried." Nearby, the soldiers were still fighting, finishing off the remaining monsters. He stepped out of the blood-soaked crater, each step pressing on chunks of torn flesh and red streaks still seeping into the ground. Hellmood slowly observed the nearby scorpion. Pensive, a red blood scorpion. It hasn't joined the fight yet. It's observing. The other monsters also seem less frenzied. He pressed his lips tightly, as if they were searching for something. Amidst the ruins, the smell of blood, and the hot wind blowing across the battlefield, Hellmood stood proudly. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the forehead of the monster in front of him. The light swept across, reflecting off half of his face. A piece of memory surfaced. 2 days ago, in the desert north of Bastion, there was a report that someone who looked like a priest of Lumen had crossed. Hellmood paused. That was it. Chapter 98. The sun above cast a dazzling light. Seeing Ludus stop his horse, his subordinate asked, "Commander, did you forget something?" He replied, "No." His old face became pensive. "It's just that. I think by now they must have arrived." The clouds began to drift towards the sun. On the desert, the soldiers were sparse, while the giant monsters, the Thel, were still continuing their rampage. Hellmood turned around and saw something very horrifying. He shouted, "Lhasa!" Behind him, a giant tail was about to strike. The large, long tail lunged forward. It quickly wrapped around Elsa's torso before he could react. Hellmood, rushing to help, was also too late. The serpent coiled tightly around him in mid-air as Hellmood lunged to strike. It dragged Elsa and burrowed underground, leaving him helpless. The cloaked figure controlling the monster smiled. "We've captured the target. You can dispose of the rest." The red scorpion had a gemstone crystal on its head, which glowed like the sun. The pythons and giant snakes received the signal, and like guns being loaded, the entire sky was gradually turning blood red. His feet stomped on the sand. Standing before the red scorpion, he looked at Hellmood with a smile. "Oh my, are you the last one? A poor little lamb not lucky enough to survive." Hellmood was nearly exhausted. His comrades had all fallen, and he was covered in the blood of those cold-blooded creatures. Hellmood's legs could barely hold him up, yet the enemy before him, though was still perfectly safe. Hellmood felt a sharp pain in his body, an unpleasant aura striking his heart. I think it's the seed of darkness reacting to the demonic energy. He focused his observation on the crystal on the scorpion's forehead, Dithon. Link here, and the energy emanating from the human standing beside it. It's not demonic energy, this strange feeling. His aura seems to be holy power. He smirked at Hellmood. "But your strength is extraordinary. You've taken down most of my monsters, and you still seem to have energy. You're young, but Ben, your skills are quite formidable, and for some reason, I sense a malevolent energy from you. Are you?" He of course didn't want to answer, asking something more important. "Where did you take LC?" The man exhaled. "This conversation is meaningless." He raised his hand, signaling the scorpion to activate. "You don't need to know, and I have no obligation to tell you. The reinforcements from Bagi must be wiped out today, in an unfortunate accident." Hellmood stared at him intently, using his own subordinate as sacrifices just to capture LC. Ludus must be terrified of the descendant free of the Sword Saint. The man no longer looked at him with contempt. "You're not just a meddler, are you?" Hellmood raised his sword, holding it firmly. "Don't think things will go as smoothly as what you did to the Sword Saint. It'll make you talk. By any means necessary and final se, then he'll stop Ludus Cesaro." He opened his mouth, then he raised a hand to his hood, smirking. "You want to do that? But are you sure about that? You want to restore order?" He prepared to pull down his hood. "Did the second prince tell you? Ludus is just a pawn on the chessboard." His face was fully revealed, his voice still echoing. The high priest also wishes to bury the Sword Saint and eliminate his grandson. Do you realize that trying to save the Sword Saint's grandson means making an enemy of Lumen? Hellmood was taken aback and began to reconsider. There was a theory that the church also sought to eliminate him, to increase its own influence. He was nothing but a thorn in their side. He gripped his sword tighter and said, I've changed my mind. Knowing Hellmood would leap, he released a blast of mana. Hellmood struggled to resist, determined. I will force you to talk, and find I'll see, but first I'll deal with you. The man used his power smoothly, laughing at him. You truly have the nothing left to lose, do you? The second prince might have to reconsider his judgment of you. In the middle of the desert was a rock formation shaped like a tree, super large and gigantic. Opposite it were some smaller rock formations. In the middle of this place, a tremor rose from beneath the ground. The snake that had taken Elsie chose this spot to emerge. It then carelessly flung Lucifer away. He only lost his helmet and weapon. Luckily, his armor cushioned some of the impact with the ground. Elsie was still okay. He looked up, panting heavily. Familiar footsteps approached him. It was Ludus. He spoke. Hello, Elsie. Elsie couldn't believe it. Commander. He was exhausted and worried. The other knights. Where are they? As Elsie was getting up on his own, Ludus asked, Can you stand? Move around a bit first. The sky here was turning to dusk. The jagged rock formations here just stood and watched. Elsie followed him. Ludus now spoke. Your grandfather, though, was someone I respected more than anyone. To earn his approval, I worked for many years. The tone and rose to the rank of vice commander. Luvia, I told you. To prove yourself with your skills. The Taurian began, but to achieve something through effort. That's just the fanciful thinking of those who don't know about reality. He was stunned. Then he spoke. Commander, I have a question. Can you answer? I don't want to believe it, not at all, but someone warned me. Ludus showed no expression. His eyes just stared straight ahead. That person said never to be alone with the commander. He tried to scream, Commander, please tell me this is just a misunderstanding. Was all the faith you placed in me all a lie? He called softly. Ludus led him to the mouth of a cave. This place is the last place. I saw your grandfather before he disappeared. Elsie was utterly shocked. He drew his sword, revealing the whole truth. Right here I lured the Sword Saint Darien Differ into a trap, took everything from him. And buried him at the bottom. Your fate will be the same. Before the cave entrance, the sand swirled up. For a moment. Chapter 99. Over here the battle was raging fiercely. Hellmood alone charged with his sword. Or at the enemy, he was trying his best. But his small strength was automatically repelled upon touching the scorpion's claw. Hellmood maintained his focus. So annoying. Just getting close to that power makes my heart ache. I need to pierce through it with a stronger amount of viz, but I can't control it stably yet. The scorpion whipped its tail towards his head again. Hellmood dodged. Won it instantly. The controlling the monster army. Saw him in a new light. That guy. The what's with him? It's not that he lacks experience. At first, he charged in as if he wanted to finish me, but now he's useless against the holy shield. It's as if as a monster he scanned the mana on his body. He discovered that in his heart he contained the small gem. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He released the massive amount of magic power, forcing Hellmood to just fly around, unable to find a way to approach. He also said, I see now. I heard that sometimes a few manage to escape. But the church watch and survive. Is it fate that Lumen brought me here? To meet you, the one who contains the seed of a monster. I will purge you today and restore justice. At a somewhat lonely castle, the morning sun was gradually shining down, offering comfort. A hand selected a book from the shelf, then took it down to read. The owner of these actions, Beer, was an exceptionally beautiful girl with platinum hair. Her purple eyes glanced at a certain spot. A C-shaped bracelet was left alone on the table. She looked at it, strange thoughts crossing her mind, but finally, she quickly dismissed her unease. No news is good news. Back to the battle, the man was still relentlessly releasing attacking magic power. Hellmood dodged them all, which made him even more excited. You're good at running, aren't you? Hellmood's gaze turned again to the scorpion beside him, a smart, who thought something's not right. That scorpion, earlier, it attacked recklessly, but now it's suddenly calm. Perhaps it's being controlled through the crystal on its forehead, but its movements are too predictable. That means its control is also not very precise. Both in offense and defense, it can only follow basic command. Furthermore, that priest has little combat experience. His attack patterns are just as predictable. He isn't even controlling the red scorpion logically. Hellmood gripped his sword tighter. I've found an opening. Now all I need to do is finish him. He stomped his foot on the ground to break. Next, he dashed towards him. The man looked down on Hellmood. Fool. You think a reckless attack like that gives you a chance to win? As he charged, the man released even more power, returned to Lumen's side. Hellmood didn't even blink. Then, the scene shifted back to the rock formations. Someone's sword was held firmly in their hand. It was Ludus, brimming with killing intent. Opposite him was Elsie. fuming after dodging an attack. His face was already and injured. Ludus praised evenly very impressive all siege. Law straightened his back and said bluntly, "Stop playing around, Commander. With that last attack, you should have been able to finish me." He struggled to say these words. "I no longer acknowledge you." Ludus' feet shifted. He gathered momentum to leap straight at him. Lucy was trying his best to block his sword. Finally he managed to push his opponent's sword away. Ludus Sabur gave a metaphorical compliment. "You've inherited everything quite well." Lucy, it's as if I'm seeing him in his prime. But his next attack, Smee was stronger. A piece of his armor fell off. Ludus lectured, "If you were the true sword saint, you would have deflected instead of blocking the sword. You would have counterattacked right before I could even attack. If you were the sword saint, with these poor minor attacks, you wouldn't have been injured." He continuously struck Lucy with many blows. Each time he landed a hit, he added there's words as if pointing out a student's mistake. "If you were the sword saint." This time he swung his sword higher, but Lalsai was already crawling on the ground. Ludus looked on with contempt. "What is this pathetic sight?" he declared. "Bagay no longer needs a sword saint, Lalsieger." Down there his sword hand trembled. He slowly got up. Watching Ludus prepare another attack, he lamented, "I still don't understand." He struck him with perfect precision. Lalsi could only block. The two swords scraped against each other. La finally managed to push him away, and in return, gave him but a bleeding scratch on his cheek. Lalsa continued to prepare by the sword swing, his putting all his strength into it, and once again sends Ludus flying, inflicting more injuries on him. Looking at Lassie right now, is just like his grandfather. Ludus' hatred grew even more. He prepared to swing his sword down again. This time the explosion was terrifying. Sparks flew everywhere, leaving a sunken crater in the ground, and Ludus had regained the upper hand. Lassie knelt before him exhausted, and angrily asked, "What exactly is it that you hate?" He stared down at him. Raising his sword high again, he gave an unrelated answer. "Your death will be remembered as that of a hero. The one who fought the red blood scorpion to the very end to protect everyone. That is the last kindness. I will show you. With this sword, I once stabbed the sword saint from behind, and now will even take the life of his last hair." Lalsi was exhausted, just kneeling there letting his blood drip to the ground. But then a voice came who said Lalsieger was the last one, making Ludus turn his head in shock. But that figure had already sent him flying. It was none other than Hellmood, leaving Lals mostly astonished, partly in disbelief and partly admiring. He dug his feet into the ground to stop. Lals was finally safe. Hellmood called out Ludus Cicero. His short platinum hair turned into long purple hair. He really was Hellmood. Hellmood warned him, "It's time to end this." Ludus was truly in trouble 100 seeing Hellmood standing there imposingly. Lassie still couldn't believe it. "Hellmood, how did you get here?" He focused his gaze straight ahead, remembering when the leader of the beasts had been so confident, laughing and casting magic at him return to Lumen's embrace. He just kept charging forward. His attack shot out like a rocket. He laughed gleefully, thinking he would incinerate him. The smoke and dust were as thick and discolored as clouds mixed with desert sand. Like the figure of a bird taking flight, he flew out right above the man's head. The man looked up at the figure in astonishment. Hellmood was still brimming with mana, with no additional injuries. The priest couldn't believe it. Impossible. That attack should have incinerated his heart as well as his seed of darkness. Hellmood also knew if that attack had hit, he would have been done for. But if he focused all his viz into his sword and pierced through it, he could succeed. Of course, I even had to withdraw all the viz used to suppress the seed. With that amount of holy power, I could hold on for a moment. He was decisive and thought so quickly to save himself in the nick of time. Yes, a moment. That's all I need. Hellmood charged straight at the scorpion, shattering the crystal on its head. He was thinking of it too, being controlled at the whim of a priest. There was no way the monster could be happy. He watched in a daze, as his beast lost his control. The giant beast's master was led from one surprise to another. Hellmood shot away like a god to get clear of that place. The scorpion, having lost its controller, immediately attacked everything around it, forcing the priest to busy himself stopping it from touching him. Hellmood felt a bolt of lightning shoot from his heart, making his whole body tremble. The seed of darkness. He remembered when the grandfather of Ulsi trained him in swordsmanship. He had been very proud watching him train diligently. Hellmood grimaced as he watched the fight, slowly recovering his composure, because the hand holding his sword was still trembling slightly. On the other side, the priest was still busy with the giant red scorpion. He gathered his power and launched an attack at it. "You filthy lowly monster, disappear." It was that power again, ostentatious and mighty, like a rocket burning the scorpion. After a few minutes, its whole body was charred black in immense pain. He sneered, "Monster. Doesn't even know its place." But he forgot to guard against the real monster right behind him, preparing to swing a sword at him. Hellmood slashed diagonally across his back. The boss was slowly falling. The scorpion above was as well. He was in too much pain to dodge, so the giant scorpion's corpse just crushed him. Hellmood looked on with contempt. He bowled onto the ground, completely defeated, able only to curse, "Die, you lowly brat." Hellmood needed to know the important thing right now. "Speak. Where is Ulsi?" He still spoke haughtily, not knowing when to quit. "Don't look down on me, you lowlife. Hellmood immediately plunged his sword into his full mouth. He threatened him quite. Skilled at skinning people alive, you know. I'll start by stabbing the places with the least blood, to give you time to think. The guy didn't even dare to scream in pain anymore. Now, Hellmood was standing here protecting his master's grandson. He gripped his sword tightly. He felt that after the time he consumed a large amount of Viz during the last camping class, the seed of darkness had grown a little, and so had his Viz reserves. This situation was similar, but in a shorter time I've consumed more Viz. As a result, my body is struggling to hold all the regenerated Viz. Of course, this is only temporary. But in this state, I can face him. Ludus Cesaro slowly stepped out of the rubble, wanting to hear the story from him. How are you still alive? Hellmood gave a dismissive answer. Who knows? Didn't you think someone like me could survive, just like the Sword Saint? He just stared intently at Hellmood. Then he immediately unleashed his power towards him. The attack was like a drill, digging straight down, shattering the ground and sending hard rock flying. The incredible shockwave almost sent Elsa flying from another corner. Seeing Hellmood could still stand firm and block that attack of his, he said confidently, no matter who you are, you won't leave this place alive. 1-on-1. Hellmood and Ludus clashed fiercely, their strength seemingly evenly matched. He declared confidently, no matter who you are, if I take care of you here, there will be no problem at all. Unafraid, he narrowed his eyes in defiance. If you can, then do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he put more force into his sword, making his opponent's eyes widen in surprise. Doubt flashed through Ludus' mind. What the hell did this guy just do? This kind of power. While their swords were crossed, Hellmood suddenly spun, creating a very unpredictable defensive stance. And just like that, he broke free from the suppression of the man. From a distance, Alcee, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gape. That movement. Hellmood didn't miss the opportunity, immediately striking down with a massive sword stroke, forcing Ludus back into a defensive position. His face remained cold and unreadable, his deep eyes showing no trace of emotion. Ludus was taken by surprise by the counterattack, so his facial expression was a bit stunned. His eyes widened as he questioned, you. Who taught you that swordsmanship? Huh. Hellmood raised his sword, replying in a serious tone, of this sword will answer for me. Ludus' gaze froze, as if seeing a familiar silhouette. His stance was reminiscent of some mighty sword godrits so similar. Ludus shook his head in denial, his voice trembling. Impossible. Hellmood spoke coldly. Darien might not have bothered with someone like you, but I have absolutely no intention letting you live. Ludus' hands holding the sword began to tremble, almost losing control. After that, he pushed his sword forward, unleashing a fierce wave of power that caused the rocks below to rise up all at once. He repeatedly roared in denial. Impossible, it can't be. There's no way Darien is still alive. I stabbed him in the back myself and handed him over to the church. He didn't even have time to pass anything on to anyone. Hellmood waved his hand dismissively, his voice full of awareness. If you've seen it and still don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Ludus then charged aggressively forward like a frenzied beast that wants to devour its prey. He remained calm, dodging nimbly. That dangerous sword strike of his split the huge boulder behind him in two. Elsa looked up in astonishment, his face showing clear worry. The two fought relentlessly, one attacking, one defending. The clang of sword on sword echoed continuously, without a moment's pause to breathe. Suddenly, Hellmood stopped, his feet gathering, forced powerfully against the ground for momentum. Then he rushed forward to counterattack with a precise sword strike, but both still appeared evenly matched, trading blows rapidly, but neither could gain a decisive advantage. In that moment, Ludus suddenly saw a small weakness and launched a powerful kick aimed straight at Hellmood's supporting leg, causing him to lose balance, his knee dropping heavily to the ground. Not missing the opportunity, he immediately swung his sword high, carrying with it all his killing intent and power. Hellmood was by no means ordinary. His body spun in the air, dodging the attack in the nick of time. The blade grazed past him, leaving a sharp streak of light. Even while tumbling in mid-air, his eyes never left his opponent, focusing on observing every sword stroke, every movement of Ludus. That spin was graceful and stunningly beautiful. In that very moment, a sudden, extremely dazzling flash of light exploded. Elena quickly covered his eyes, trying to see what had just happened. Between the two of them, the auras of both sides continued to explode violently. They were truly evenly matched. Hellmood's eyes hardened, full of contemplation and calculation. Even in this state, I can't guarantee victory. I have to end this before I run out of Viz. Ludus raised his sword high, his figure appearing majestic and imposing like an unmoving mountain. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. Sword Saint, it seems I'm starting to understand why he chose you as his successor. He paused for a moment, a sense of confusion rising within him at the words the man had just spoken. Ludus continued speaking, but for that very reason I absolutely cannot acknowledge you. He strode forward, his face grim, as if etched with deep hatred, each word like a cold, sharp blade. All traces of the Sword Saint must be erased from this world. Hellmood maintained a solemn expression, his gaze fixed forward, unwavering. Then he slowly closed his eyes, as if gathering all his inner strength and will for the decisive moment to come. A thought flashed through Hellmood's mind. Your world only revolves around you, Ludus Cesaro. If it were me just after having left the forest, perhaps I would have had the same point of view. His left leg, which was kneeling on the ground, suddenly sprang up. He shot forward, his face filled with determination. Ludus' eyes widened, momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, Hellmood had closed the distance. He hurriedly swung his sword in response, but only hit empty air. Hellmood had already leaped high into the air. While somersaulting in the air, he observed the whole scene, his gaze sharp. As Ludus was about to raise his sword again, Hellmood unexpectedly struck down from behind. Only then did he manage to look up and turn around. But by this time he had gained the upper hand. His opponent's blade was stopped. The chilling screech of steel on steel rang out. Ludus' blade pinned by Hellmood's cold pressure. He pushed hard, then thrust forward, forcing him to lean back to dodge. Ludus swung his sword in a counterattack, forcing Hellmood back. But on his chest, there was a sharp pain, and his hand unconsciously clutched the wound. He grimaced and exclaimed, "What are you doing? This isn't Darien's swordsmanship." Hellmood calmly replied, "It seems you know Darien's swordsmanship well, so I thought combining it with other sword styles would make it harder for you." To react, Ludus roared, cursing, "Are you insane? You're not using the sword saint's techniques, but these cheap sword tricks instead. You were taught by the greatest swordsman, yet you dare to fight me without using his techniques." He calmly said quietly, "If so." Hellmood briefly thought of everyone and said frankly, "Until now, the people who have used this style were more worthy of being called swordsmen than someone like you." Ludus asked in return, "Is that so?" He gripped his sword tightly, his voice low. "What a pity. You're also a fake, Hellmood." He suddenly shouted, his voice like thunder, "If you were the sword saint, you would never rely on the strength of others." Hellmood raised his sword, perfectly recreating Dare's familiar stance. But a second later, he changed his stance, holding the sword level with his eyes, and said decisively, "Sorry for disappointing you, but I'm not Dare." The moment he finished, Hellmood swung his sword and a violent gust of wind tore through the air, rushing straight at Ludus. He screamed, trying to counter, "You won't do anything to me." But in that instant, his body froze as if locked in place by some chilling sensation swept over him, leaving him unable to get his bearings. Before Ludus' eyes, the boots of Hellmood hovered in the air, and just a moment later his shadow appeared right behind him. Hellmood thought to himself, strategy is the weapon that helps one fight against someone stronger than oneself with absolute agility. In a large town, sunlight shone down on all the bustling life. Children with wooden swords chased each other, their mouths breaking into happy smiles. Ludus and his friends climbed onto a rooftop and looked down. Below was a full view of an army participating in a very solemn ceremony. During the ceremony, a knight knelt down respectfully, placing a hand on his heart. Above, a sword dubbed him a knight, lightly touching his shoulder. Ludus smiled, watching the scene with excitement. Later, he also grew up and became a knight. Darien stood beside him looking into the distance, and he could only steal glances at him. Ahead, Darien swung his sword, cutting down hordes of monsters. His face was cold and detached, and with it came the end of the monsters. Seeing this, Ludus was also stunned, looking up at that heroic moment. Afterward, during a formal ceremony, a sword was handed over. Darien stood at the front, his hand on the hilt of his sword, its tip planted in the ground. Beside him was still Ludus. Below them, the soldiers looked up at them in neat ranks. Above, Ludus' face was full of pride as he looked at him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, making the other man look at him in doubt. "Sword Saint Darien, please grant me the honor of inheriting your swordsmanship." Ludus bowed, placing a hand on his heart with reverence and a proud smile. Seeing this, he also gripped his sword, perplexed. "This isn't like you at all. What are you talking about?" Ludus, kneeling on the ground, replied full of admiration, "I believe this is the proper conduct." His eyes were filled with determination as he explained, "I have lived my entire life with the dream of becoming a swordsman like you. I will endure any harsh training, so please give me a chance." Hearing this, Darien also frowned, a little troubled. Finally, he turned away and resolutely refused no. Hearing that, Ludus was shocked and stood up to follow him. "Sir Darien." He stopped and affirmed, a voice rang out from behind his sturdy back. "Ludus, you are my partner. You are capable enough, but I intend to pass my swordsmanship on to my own bloodline." Behind him, Ludus frowned and questioned, startling him, "But didn't your son give up because he couldn't endure it?" Darien's eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned back to look at him. "Ludus, you've gone too far. Be careful not to cross the line." Knowing he had misspoken, Ludus also awkwardly made an excuse. "I'm sorry." Ahead, he walked on while adding firmly, "As I said, I have no intention of passing my swordsmanship on to anyone else, so don't pursue that false hope and focus on your duties." Knowing he couldn't change his mind, Ludus could only bite his lip and stare after Dar. Elsewhere, at the town's main citadel, inside the tea garden, at a tea table in a flower cage, he approached and asked doubtfully, "Sir Darien, there you are. Do you have time for me?" Hearing that, he asked, "What is it?" At the same time, Ludus confidently drew the sword at his hip. "Please stand there and watch for a moment." He raised his sword, a joyful smile on his face. Next, he performed a sword form, swift as a blur in the air. Then Darien realized it, his eyes widening in some surprise. Finally, Ludus swung his sword downwards to end the technique. Ludus smiled happily. He turned back expectantly. "Although I only learned the movements by watching your shoulders move, but I have perfected the missing parts myself. This is truly a magnificent and flawless sword technique." If I become more proficient, this swordsmanship will be extremely powerful. On the other side, Darien stepped out of the tea cage, his expression unreadable. Ludus approached and declared, Sir Darien, I have sworn to devote my entire life to you. If you give me a chance, I will seize it firmly. Suddenly Darien's voice rang out, startling him. Ludus Cesaro. His face was full of anger, as he roared his question. Have you, all this time, been wasting your time on this nonsense? Hearing that, Ludus froze, staring in confusion. His face grew more terrifying. The anger spread, leaving him bewildered. It seems my previous warning didn't get through to you. This time it'll make you understand clearly. From above, Dar looked down, his body casting a large shadow, making Ludus look up in shock. Ludus Cesaro, you are not worthy of inheriting my swordsmanship. Other reasons aside, you simply lack the talent. His eyes carried contempt and anger as he warned, don't be arrogant, Ludus Cesaro. Before imitating someone else's swordsmanship, look at yourself first. Immediately after, Darien made a decision that made him panic and kneel straight to the ground. From now on, do not speak of this subject again. Ludus' mouth was dry, unable to justify himself. He was screaming internally, but could not speak the words. It's not like that, Sir Darien. I just want to become a swordsman like you to prove myself. Ahead darkness gradually enveloped his mind, and Dar walked away, taking all the light with him. In the present, Ludus looked at his reflection in the pool of blood on the ground. In front of him, a pair of feet stepped towards him. Hellmood stood before him with his sword under the full moon, while Ludus remained kneeling on the ground, motionless, his wound bleeding profusely. Suddenly, he smiled, he frowned and muttered something. Sir Darien was an arrogant, self-righteous man who paid little attention to those around him. He looked away, confused, and remarked, task I done. Deny that. Ludus' hand still gripped his sword, his motionless body muttering, a long time ago I asked him to pass his swordsmanship on to me. But he insulted me. He said I lacked talent and refused to teach me. To me, Sir Darien was everything, and yet, he denied my very existence. Still resentful about that, I betrayed him and handed him over to the church. He stared at him with a mixture of disgust and pity. The moonlight shining down made his face even colder. He also realized, he clearly said he would not pass his swordsmanship to anyone but his own bloodline. But now I think I know why he trusted you. Then he stared at him and questioned, do you have any regrets about betraying Darien? Hearing this, Ludus just clutched the wound on his side and laughed. Even harder, blood still pouring out. Regrets. Ever since he denied me, began to erase what was left of the sword saint inside me. Then he raised his blood-stained hand again. But in the end, it seems I was the one who couldn't let go of my obsession with him. With that, Ludus looked up at him and asked, the fact that you came here, and not the sword saint, proves he is no longer alive, right? He confirmed in a cold voice. Yes. His eyes looked at him sadly, blood still flowing from his mouth as he trembled. Did Sir Darien ever resent me? He frowned at him. Finally, his reply made Ludus' eyes widen in shock. I told you, Darien didn't care what someone like you did. Hearing that, he smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Is that so? Finally, he looked up at him. Hey, what is your real name? Hellmood raised his sword and looked at him. Hellmood. Finally, he smiled and looked at him questioningly. Hellmood, if one day you are betrayed by someone you trust with all your heart, I wonder if you would make the same decision as I did. I will be watching you from the other side. Before Ludus could hear an answer, he brought his sword down, severing his head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. His purple pupils flashed coldly as he watched the blood spray onto his face. Ludus' severed head spun in the air, the moonlight shining on it. Hellmood muttered, do whatever you want. The fog on the island gradually dissipated into the quiet night. The headless body of Ludus, covered in blood, knelt on the ground, appearing and disappearing in the mist. Next, Hellmood brushed the dust from his bracelet and walked towards All-See, who was sitting by a rock. He was confused. So you're the last disciple of the Sword Saint? He looked up at him with a wry smile. Or should I call you Hellmood? As for him, he calmly put the bracelet on his wrist, his body gradually changing to have white hair. Just call me Hey. He lowered his head again with some regret. All this time, I must have seemed strange to you, constantly babbling about being the Sword Saint's grandson. He also looked away into the distance. Tax, that's true. Seeing him so calm, Lasso also felt a bit regretful. You're not even denying. He grumbled, annoyed. Suddenly he looked up again at him doubtfully. So, what are you going to do now? He looked ahead and stated, the truth is clearly that the commander betrayed the Sword Saint and lured him to his death. But whether people will believe that is another story. He remained cold and confirmed, of course, I don't intend to reveal it. Then, Hellmood fell silent. He touched his chin and looked at the corpse. Then he dropped his hand as if he had thought of something. But a sound interrupted them, drawing their attention. How about this then? In front of them, in night fog, a figure was approaching. The sound of a galloping horse grew closer. Hellmood watched cautiously, while La's eyes widened in surprise at that is. Now he could also see clearly, his face calm, as he observed, looks like everything will be fine. On the other side, the horse stopped. Before them was the second prince. He stopped his horse, looking down at the two of them from above. The second prince's eyebrows furrowed as he explained to them, on the way here, I heard from the Palma corpse that the commander came here alone. Can you two explain exactly what happened? In the dark quiet of the desert, After hearing the whole story, the second prince understood. I see. The three of them stood around Luda's corpse, so that's how it went. On the side, Lucy looked at him doubtfully. Your Highness, how much did you know about the commander betraying the Sword Saint? Beside him, the second prince frowned and explained, I wasn't sure. I only had a vague suspicion. The power of the church isn't something I can easily dig into. Suddenly he crossed his arms, looked at him, and smiled. Lucy, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. At this, he also pretended to be sulky. Humph, what if I had died? Hearing that, the second prince also teased, you can't even hold back in front of me, can you? His face showed disappointment and hesitation. I saw the commander as a father. Seeing his sad expression, the second prince also could only watch in silence. After a moment he explained, that is the meaning of the commander's position, the center of the Palma Knights, someone everyone can rely on. Alsa's face was somber as he listened. He concluded, even if that person is the blood of a man he envied. Finally, he crossed his arms, smiled at him, and stated firmly, and you'll see that is also the responsibility you must carry on your shoulders. Hellmood also looked that way. Hearing this, Lalsi was flustered. Are you offering me the commander's position? His face turned red as he pointed to himself doubtfully. The second prince's face darkened as he retorted, do you think I'm crazy enough to give that position to a rookie like you? At this, Lalsi was speechless, pressing his lips together, somewhat sulky. The person behind him also smiled mockingly. His expression was serious as he thought of the vice commander. In principle, Vice Commander Alvis will take the position. He is our man, planted to monitor the action of the other faction. This is great opportunity to make the corp's strength our own. Suddenly, the second prince added, surprising the other two, but if you prove you are worthy, there's no reason you can't take that position. Next, Lalsi looked at him. The two of them recalled their earlier discussion before the second prince arrived. He had suggested, we will tell the story like this. The Red Blood Scorpion and Ludus Cicero were defeated by you and me together, and never reveal that I am the disciple of the Sword Saint. Lucy looked at him doubtfully. Is it okay for you to give me half the credit? If the people of Begui knew you were the Sword Saint's disciple, you would be highly respected. Beside him, Hellwood asserted, leaving him stunned, you are the true descendant of the Sword Saint. Perhaps that is what Darien would have wanted, too. In the present, Lafa stared at him, his voice still echoing in his head. You must live in Bagai as a steadfast swordsman, unwavering and unshakable. He pressed his lips together, then his eyes filled with determination as he declared, I will live up to that expectation. Hearing that, he smiled gently at him. Beside them, the second prince also looked over with admiration. That's the most satisfying answer I've heard from you. Next, he put his hands on his hips. Putting that aside, I apologize for dragging you into this unrelated matter. Hey. Unfortunately, I need you here until the situation is resolved. Suddenly he spoke up, where is the Red Blood Scorpion you two defeated? Laffy looked a little worried while he remained calm. Nearby, about a 30-minute run. Wei. Hearing that, the second prince also touched his chin and thought seriously. You said the Red Blood Scorpion was controlled by a high-ranking priest from Lumen. Yes. So, after a fierce battle with the Scorpion, you two were the only survivors. Then, while chasing after Alsi, who was taken by the monster, you ran into the commander. Hellmood's expression remained icy, while Laos looked at him, worried, thinking, will people believe this ridiculous story? Suddenly, the second prince stopped thinking, looked at them, and proposed a more plausible story. So, Ludus' original plan might have been this: use a request for aid to lure Lalsi and the others to Begui, then create a fake scene where everyone died fighting the Red Blood Scorpion. A look of surprise crossed Ales's face. He added, if by chance Lalsi survived, he would use the monster to bring you to Ludus and eliminate you completely. Then he would be hailed as the hero who defeated the Red Blood Scorpion and saved Beiji from danger. The second prince thought of the kingdom's flag and added, in that situation, if he revealed Lisa's identity, he would be praised as the successor to the Sword Saint who saved Beiji once again, finally receiving the support of the corpse. The two of them looked at him in bewilderment. Lalsi stammered, I see, you are truly insightful. He thought to himself, luckily we weren't found out. Immediately after, the second prince's face darkened again, and he smiled slyly. How about this then? We'll reuse this plan. Both of them looked on in confusion. He pointed and laid out a more plausible story. The Palma Knights fought valiantly against the Red Blood Scorpion but lost their commander. And a young swordsman, carrying the blood of the Sword Saint, defeated the Scorpion and saved Begui from danger. His eyes were filled with shrewdness, as he remarked, well, that's a pretty good story, isn't it? When looked around hesitantly. That would be too cruel to the deceased. Then he bowed his head and looked at the corpse. I will follow May's instructions, Your Highness, he suggested, as the second prince next to him looked at Louis' corpse with his hands on his hips. Good, let's go with that. Then first, can you take us to the Scorpion's corpse? Wait. Suddenly Lalsi frowned. Hold on, before that, it would be better if we bury the commander's body before we leave. Hearing that, he was a bit confused. Why? It might be a bit cruel to him, but we should take the body with us. People won't believe Bluetooth is dead with just our words. He held up 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons. Then he looked at the blood-soaked corpse and explained first. The wounds on his neck and chest were clearly caused by a sword. At least among the monsters we fought, none could have caused a wound like this. So we'll only increase suspicion and show that we're lying. And second, even without proof, people will still somewhat believe us. Behind him, he also looked at the boy in astonishment. Lassa's face was filled with determination. I guarantee it. The second prince's gaze on him was probing. Finally, he asked with some doubt, are you really a descendant of the Sword Saint? He stood there, stunned. Yeah, then he smiled to himself and urged, no, it's nothing. Let's do as you say. Behind him, the sunlight shone down on his body, at the edge of the Pama Knight's contingent. The sun shone on the vast desert. Brown, cautious footstep. A giant scorpion appeared on the sand, its body a ferocious fiery red. The second prince frowned at it. Behind him, Helmut and Lassie were dismounting. So this is the slain red-blooded scorpion. Immediately after, they approached to observe, with the second prince leading. Where is the priest's body? It's buried over there. The second prince stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the mangled corpse before him. Oh God, why does his face look like that? Beside him, Helmut was startled and hid behind him. Oh, I had a few questions for him earlier. Right after, he crossed his arms and looked at the corpse, somewhat hesitant. I was planning to use the body as leverage to negotiate with the temple, but in this state, it'll just bring trouble. Beside them, he also observed silently. He decided, maybe we need to cut off the head. Behind them, Lassie covered his mouth in shock upon hearing that. Finally, the second prince turned to look at them and asked, come to think of it, I heard you two were competing to hunt monsters. Since you both took down the red-blooded scorpion together, will the reward be split in half? Hearing that, Laf looked up. Ah, about that, he stepped forward and said with a smile, perhaps I should give up. He helped me a lot. Helmut also looked over, a bit surprised. To be honest, it wasn't just the scorpion I was fighting from the start. Then Lassie smiled gently and added, besides, there are some things more important to me than money. Hearing that, the second prince also smiled and looked over. I see. The second prince turned to him, smiled with his hands on his hips, and praised, well then, congratulations, hi. You're about to be rich at this age. He calmly replied, thank you. With that, he walked towards his horse and announced to them, then he'll call someone to come take the scorpion's corpse away. You two wait until then. Lassie watched him go while he slowly approached the scorpion's corpse. Then we'll be counting on you, prince. Helmut used his hand to lift a part of the scorpion's corpse and looked inside with concern. Just as I thought, the core is gone. I only just realized it. It seems another monster smelled it and came to take the core. He frowned, pursing his lips and thought, a monster that absorbs a core will inherit its power. That's why the number of monsters basically never decreases. As he thought this, he considered the monster of the same species that stole the core and fled. The monster that stole the red-blooded scorpion's core today will one day be a threat to Bai-sun. Then Helmut turned to look behind him. Les' face was still filled with pride, confidence, and determination under the sun. He noted your road ahead won't be easy, Lassie. Elsewhere, Bluetooth's sword was hung on a memorial stone. The troops honorably escorted the sword back, inside a solemn hall. On the stage, the second prince declared loudly to the crowd below. Today, we have been saved from the threat of a powerful monster, but we have lost our great commander, Bluetooth Kakaro. Seated above, the first prince crossed his arms and scowled, listening with anger as he spoke it a long time ago. We also said farewell to a great knight. The subjects below bowed their heads in sorrow. None other than the sword saint Darien. The scene was heroic and magnificent. Above, the second prince looked down at the crowd and announced further, faced with the monster threat, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to save Bai-sun. No pain lasts forever. Just as the monster hordes threaten our lives from one generation to the next, we also inherit the will left behind by our fallen predecessors. Below in the crowd, Helmut stood among them, looking up. Elsewhere, Dusk also stood solemnly, taking an oath. And that will is now passed on to the next commander, Dusk. That will is also passed on to an individual who has proven himself worthy. Another name was mentioned, along with a familiar figure, Ulsi Yeager. All eyes turned towards Ulsi, who was slowly approaching the platform, his face a little anxious. He stood in the open space before them. As murmurs spread through the crowd below, seeing this, his expression became a little more resolute. Immediately after, his hand gripped the sword at his hip. The sword was quickly swung out in front of him with great power. The people below felt the power and their eyes widened in some surprise. Lassie closed his eyes, a golden energy running through his body. He thought back to the past he spent with his family. The first time he learned swordsmanship from his father. I was lacking in so many ways, but I dreamed of a future with only the sword in my sight. Then later, when I discovered this was the sword saint's swordsmanship, it felt like I was denying him, like I wanted to chase after his shadow. It was Helmut who enlightened me. It turns out, the parts of me that rejected the sword saint's bloodline, and the parts that wanted to carry on his will, he smiled, quickly executing moves with his sword, dancing through the air, are all the pieces that created the crystal that is me today. Streams of golden energy flashed through the air during the ceremony. Sweat and tension spread over Ulsi, but he still smiled, trying to complete the form. The subjects below watched, their eyes still wide with amazement. Above, after the performance ended, the second prince added another introduction. His true name is Lassie Delfer. He is a descendant of Darien. Seeing this, the first prince could no longer hold back and shouted in astonishment, what? On the platform, the second prince clenched his fist, looked down at the crowd, And added, as you all know, the Sword Saint's son left long ago, but his descendant has returned to Bei Sun. He became a knight of Pama and protected us. And finally, it was he who dealt the finishing blow to the red-blooded scorpion, helping to save Bei Sun from danger. Hearing this, the subjects were moved to tears. The second prince's expression was serious as he added, his hand also clenched, the Sword Saints shall live on to protect every one of our generations. People of Bei Sun, believe this, as long as there are individuals who inherit that we will never be defeated. Below, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire populace cheered loudly. Helmut, mixed in the crowd, saw this and smiled with satisfaction. Above, the first prince was still pointing angrily. As when finished his performance, still panting, the second prince on the platform leaned down and whispered, I can already feel my brother's murderous gaze from behind me. The road ahead will be difficult for you, I'll see Ager. On his side, he still smiled, I will endure it. Later, in a corner of the town, Helmut adjusted his horse's saddle. The person opposite him looked on with doubt. Why don't you stay here longer? While adjusting the saddle, he explained, I have personal matters to attend to. Seeing this, the other person could only smile gently. Finally, he looked at him, and he looked back listening. Helmut, both you and I, in a way, are disciples of the Sword Saint. I think of you as my younger brother. Lhasa smiled at him and sincerely offered, so if you ever need help, just come find me. I will treat your personal business as Bei Sun's business and help immediately. His expression was cold and disdainful. Then I hope that never happens. Seeing that, he got angry. This guy, still the same as ever. Suddenly, the second prince approached from behind, waving to him, oh good thing I'm not late. For a champion, you're leaving awfully quietly. Goodbye, hey. Have you received your money? Lhasa was startled and looked over, while Helmut looked in that direction to confirm. Then he walked over to stand next to Lhasa and smiled, if you have time, come visit Bei Sun sometimes. We'll hold a welcome party worthy of a champion. On his side, he mounted his horse, then looked back at them and confirmed, I'll think about it. But Bei Sun is too hot and boring. Then he and his horse left the city gate. Lhasa and the second prince just smiled as they watched him. After that, he also crossed his arms and remarked, not bad, Lhasa, one of the Sword Saint's only 2 disciples. Lhasa just closed his eyes in agreement, yes, but I feel a bit empty. Suddenly, he froze. His face darkened with shock as he shouted, how, your highness? How did you? Seeing this, the second prince burst out laughing, look at that innocent face of yours. He glanced at him and stated, Darien's sword is a royal treasure. You think I wouldn't recognize it? Of course, someone like my brother who doesn't care about those around him might not notice. But for someone like me who admires the Sword Saint, I can tell at a glance. Lhasa's face was frozen for a moment, staring at him in panic. Seeing this, the second prince remained calm as he looked towards him, crossing his arms in front of his chest and confirming, don't worry. I won't say anything that could get you into trouble. Above all, I have no desire to reveal other people's relationships. His face was full of anticipation. Next time, I hope he can tell me his name. Elsewhere, at a building, Helmut walked inside in astonishment. He presented a pile of gold coins to a blue-haired man with glasses, which also surprised him. The long yet short events in Bei Sun had ended, and thus the new semester was approaching. At the academy, sunlight shone on a section of the hallway. A footstep on the ground. Alia stood there waiting with her eyes closed. Her gaze was fixed on Helmut's back. Then her eyes widened in surprise, but his back was still turned. Alia blushed, about to open her mouth, then hesitated, pursing her lips. Finally, she squeezed her eyes shut and shouted from behind him, hey Helmut. If you're back, don't be so quiet. At least use the bracelet to call me. He was a little surprised and turned to look at her, oh Alia. Seeing his face, Alia froze completely. She shouted unconsciously, huh. In her mind, she also screamed, Hutta's sunburned. Then she also stared at him with wide eyes. Helmut's face was still indifferent, his skin tanned dark from the sun. He looked up at him doubtfully, Helmut, what happened to your skin? And he calmly replied, I only just learned this recently. It turns out the disguise magic keeps my skin tone consistent so no one recognizes me outside. So Alia said she would restore it with magic. He thought about his disguise and noted, actually it feels quite new and pleasant in its own way. Sheehan just gave a wry smile. Beside Alia, who was arranging a pile of things, Sheehan raised a hand to the top of his own head and looked at him, hey, you've gotten taller again, haven't you? I'm so jealous. You were already so tall. And yet you still have room to grow. He was also a little dazed. Is that so? Suddenly, he became curious. But where's Azuka? I thought he'd be with you. He crossed his arms, hesitating a bit. Ever since the semester started again, has been in the training room non-stop. Has completely different now. You'll be surprised when you see him. Hearing that, Helmut was silent, a bit curious. Suddenly, Alia came over, carrying a pile of things with some difficulty. Anyway, Helmut, I've arranged your things for you. To be honest, you're the first person I've seen come back just one day before the academy's opening ceremony. That's true. Seeing that, he looked back at her. Thanks. Sheehan grinned and put a hand on his shoulder. By the way, Helmut, you're at the top of the class now, so you get a private room. You're finally free from Alia's strict care. Congratulations. Seeing this, she looked at them unhappily and reminded them, if you're free enough to talk nonsense, why don't you go back to your own room? They both looked at her. Sheehan teased, hey, I'm talking to Helmut. Why are you butting in? He added, or is there something you feel guilty about? Beside them, Alia raised her fist, energy gathering in her hand. Seeing this, he was a bit scared but still managed to force a smile. Alright, I'm sorry. Just don't blow me all the way back to the dorm. Finally he left reluctantly, waving to them. Well then, Hellmood, Alia, see you later. On their side, both of them looked towards him. Immediately after, she looked back at Hellmood, which confused him a little. What about you? She glanced at him, somewhat probing. Now that you have a private room, do you feel relieved? Hellmood's expression was nonchalant as he pointed a thumb towards his room and reminded her, I never said I felt relieved. Besides, the new room is right across from yours. Her face darkened in anger as she yelled at him, so do you like it or not? He also came closer and asked, why are you asking that? It's not like you at all. She clenched her fists and looked at him, dissatisfied. Can I ask? Geez. Hellmood's expression remained calm as he looked at her. Finally, he raised a hand to his chin and thought seriously, which made Alia's face darken with anger. Of course. Having my own space is good, but there are also disadvantages, like I can't rely on cleaning magic anymore or conveniently ask you about things. It's a bit inconvenient. Hearing that, she quickly turned and went back to her room in a sulk. Sigh. Never mind, it's my fault for asking something weird. If you need any cleaning done, just call me. I'll do it once as a service. Suddenly she stopped, making him curious. Oh, and one more thing. Bilia's eyes were filled with determination as she reminded Hellmood. Because you brought Asuka over without permission and I had to treat him. You promised me one wish then. Anything I want. He looked at her and understood. Yeah, I think I did say that. Alia added, I'll probably use it soon, just letting you know. Suddenly he wondered. So you've already thought of something? She calmly turned her head to confirm. You'll find out soon enough. Anyway, if you need anything, my room is right across from yours. Suddenly he called out, causing her to stop. Alia. Hellmood looked at her with a determined expression. Let's both do our best this semester. Meanwhile, Alia also entered her room, closing the door behind her, her expression unreadable. Yeah, let's do our best. As soon as the door was shut, Alia covered her face in embarrassment, leaning against the door. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she stammered. Honestly, what am I doing? Sometime later at the academy, Hellmood walked down the hallway, having changed into his academy uniform. Still adjusting his clothes, he thought to himself, alright, cleaning is done. It's been a while since I've used the academy's training grounds. A sound from the room across caught Hellmood's attention. He looked up and realized, come to think of it, Asuka must be at the training grounds, right? I wonder if he's still there. Then he closed his eyes, opened the door, and walked in. I haven't seen him since I got back. I wonder what's happened to him. Suddenly, a sword flew towards him. Hellmood was startled as it hit the wall behind him, causing stones to fall. Hellmood glanced at the dent with some concern. Over here, Charlotte also ran over worriedly. Sorry, are you hurt anywhere? I didn't expect anyone to come in. Her face was flushed, and she was still panting shyly. Hellmood, he looked at her, a bit surprised. Gasp on the other side, someone else ran over to scold her. Hey, hold your sword properly or you'll drop it again. She shouted back angrily, I can't help it. Asuka swings his sword like he's trying to kill me. Suddenly he also stopped, then looked at him with suspicion. Wait a minute, Hellmood, where have you been all this time? He stood in front of him. Humph, did you get a tan? Beside them, Charlotte also noted, and you've gotten a lot taller too. Hellmood looked at them, confused. Are you two the only ones here? Hearing that, Asuka just shouldered his sword and sighed. A few people came by, but they just peeked in and left. Honestly, if you don't intend to train, don't bother coming to the training grounds. Their willpower is so weak. Both of them looked at him and gave a forced smile. He thought to himself, or maybe it's not that they don't want to come in, but that they can't. Beside him, Charlotte didn't hesitate to close her eyes and complain anyway. I've had to spar with Asuka for over 4 hours straight now. Asuka, however, looked at him excitedly. Perfect timing. Hellmood, spar with me. He gently refused. I was planning to go to a private training room, but he pretended not to understand, frowning at him excitedly. If you think I slacked off during the break, you're dead wrong. The loser buys the next meal, how about it? Seeing this, he was a bit bewildered. Beside them, Charlotte suddenly turned her head and shouted at him, wait a minute. I promised to spar with Hellmood before the break ended. So if anyone has first dibs, it's me. But Asuka frowned and chided her. What, you just finished complaining about being tired. Besides, aren't I the senior here? Shouldn't I get to go first? Finally, he held his sword and pretended to clean his ear while looking away. So noisy. Beside him, Charlotte angrily questioned. What did you just say? Seeing them like this, he smiled happily. For some reason, I really feel like I've returned to where I belong. Finally, he took out the sword at his hip, closed his eyes in resignation, and stepped onto the training floor. I'll spar for one match. I owe you two. Anyway. Seeing this, Asuka watched him with some doubt. What are you talking about? Anyway, it's surprising you agreed so easily. Don't go back on your word. Next, he placed his sword on the ground. Hellmood picked up a wooden sword and admitted, actually, I wanted to test my own strength too. Then he swung his sword, a murderous aura emanating around him. His face darkened as he reminded them, we don't have much time. Let's just do a 2-on-1 and get it over within one match. Seeing this, Asuka was a bit terrified. Wait, but still, are you that eager? You're not kidding, are you? Charlotte's face darkened just as much. He stammered. Besides, this strange surge of power, what on earth happened to you while you were gone? Not letting him wait long, Helmut charged forward with an overwhelming murderous intent. Strange sounds echoed from within the training grounds. That evening, the moon was high in the sky. In an alley at the academy, moonlight shone down on an empty corridor. Alia peeked her head out outside. Helmut was already waiting. He looked at her calmly and suggested, "Well then, shall we go?" Her expression was determined as she looked at him. Yes. On the bustling streets filled with lights and people passing by. The streets at night were bustling with people. Helmut looked around in a daze. Alia pointed upwards and introduced, "This is a high-class restaurant. It's worth the money, but it might not be your style. Over there, opposite the general warehouse, there's a steakhouse. They even have a special menu for swordsmen." He didn't make a decision, saying casually, "Wherever you want to go is fine." Alia turned back, frank and polite. "Since you're the one paying, I should at least let you choose." Helmut seemed lost and troubled. "I don't really know what's around here." She sighed helplessly and made a decision. "Honestly, then why did you suggest going out to eat in the first place? In that case, let's go to that restaurant over there. I tried it last time and it was pretty good." He watched her intently, confused. A moment later, Helmut had to blame himself. "Yeah, why did I suggest this anyway?" Inside the elegant and clean restaurant, Alia handed him the menu. "Here, pick one. They have set menu A and set menu B. Personally, I think the shrimp balls and wine sauce from set menu A are pretty good." But he just sat there motionlessly. She quickly called out, pointing at the menu, "Hey Helmut, where are you looking?" Helmut was still distracted. "I feel like something's a little strange. But it's unusually quiet around you today." He pointed out the strange things. "Usually there are always people following you. And you're not covering your face with a hood like you always do." Alia sighed in frustration at being found out. "Tesk, you're quick to notice." Then Alia asked his opinion. "Yeah, why do you think that is?" Helmut looked intently and guessed. Maybe your aura is a bit weaker. Are you using a magical artifact?" At that moment, she let her aura show and explained, "If a magical artifact alone could solve it, it would have been done long ago. People follow me because of the primordial nature of my magic. During the break, I researched ways to suppress it and made a little progress." Alia lamented with some sadness. "I never thought it would be so hard to become normal. It's ridiculous." But Helmut also pondered, "Normal, huh? It's not easy." She watched him intently. Alia was waiting. "So you don't have anything you want to say?" Helmut was surprised. "Yeah." She reminded him of the reason for their meeting. "Didn't you ask me out because you had something to say?" But he was very simple. "No, not really." Helmut explained sincerely, "It's just that I came into some money recently, and you've helped me a lot." She seemed disappointed. "Is that all?" Alia wanted to hear more reasons. Seeing nothing, she propped her chin on her hand and turned away. "Then again, coming from you, I'm not that surprised." Helmut still didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Alia thought something was different about him. "Usually, anyone who's nice to me has an ulterior motive, but it seems you're not that shameless." She had to reaffirm, "If you were that type, I wouldn't have agreed to come with you in the first place." Alia's face gradually turned red with shyness. She asked curiously, "But then again, why did you want to go out with me when you have nothing to say?" He still said nothing more. Helmut asked blankly, "Is there a need to be that curious?" Alia shyly turned away, holding out the menu to remind him, "Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Just choose something already. I'm really hungry now." Her shy face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Helmut looked at the menu, his mind full of thoughts. "Going out to eat, huh? Is it strange to make plans without a reason? If it were Asuka or Shin, they wouldn't be the first people I'd think of asking out." He didn't understand himself either. "So what about Alia? To me, what's different?" Suddenly, a familiar voice made the two of them turn around in surprise. Well, look who it is. Meeting you in a place like this, what a coincidence." Teresa tucked her hair back and smiled brightly in greeting. "Long time no see, Helmut." She looked at him with infatuation. "You look more reliable since the last time we met." He glanced at her coldly. In the end, Helmut uttered one phrase of "Who are you?" Seeing this, Teresa helplessly reminded him, "It's Teresa. Third year magic department. Why is your reaction the exact same as when we first met at the warehouse?" Alia spoke up, annoyed. "Senior, please stop bothering us and go on your way." She laughed loudly and ignored her. "Oh, is Alia here too?" "Still as cold as ever, huh?" Sophia came closer and greeted him friendly. "So this is him. The boy you mentioned him, Sophia, third year magic department. But you're so handsome." Teresa invited them. "Since we've met, why don't we eat together? Isn't eating with us better than you two sitting here all gloomy?" She still insisted on shooing them away. "Go away, while I'm still being polite." But she didn't care. "Alia, I'm asking Helmut, not you, so Helmut, come on. We can even treat you." She angrily reminded him. Helmut don't answer. "Just ignore them." He also decided to refuse. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to be disturbed right now. I don't care about the cost of the meal, and I want to eat in private." Teresa froze, stopping her advance. She tried to dispel the tense atmosphere. You're worried about Alia, aren't you? It's okay really. Just say what's on your mind. Friends should respect your opinion, right?" He emphasized firmly once again, "That is my opinion. Besides, I still have to order, so I'd appreciate it if you would leave." Teresa's face flushed with embarrassment. She yelled right in his face, "Helmut, you're so dense. When a senior is being nice to you, you should know how to be grateful and accept it." Teresa didn't stop. "From the very beginning, you two have been weirdly stuck together. What if rumors start? Sophia, beside her, tried to intervene. Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't continue. Alia couldn't take it anymore and slammed her hand on the table. Her eyes were angry and threatening. It seems words aren't working. In that case, should I force you to stay away? Senior Teresa. She wouldn't back down to Alia either. Alia, do you have any idea how much more arrogant you've become since the break? I'll show you why a senior is a senior. A strange man appeared, and everyone suddenly stopped. The waiter reminded them, excuse me, customers. You are disturbing the other patrons. If you wish to cause trouble, please take it outside. The two reluctantly stopped, and the food was brought out. As Helmut cut his meat, he recalled that waiter from before. He looked like an alumnus from the swordsmanship department. His presence wasn't bad. Alia suddenly said something strange. Hey, you've changed a little. But he insisted, really. I don't think I've changed. Alia smiled, explained, and advised that was a compliment. If any weirdos cling to you again, handle it just like you did now. He nodded, I understand. Ellie ate with a satisfied, blushing face. She seemed very happy. For some reason, the food tastes better today than it did last time. The next morning at the academy, in the end, Helmut's feelings for Alia were still unclear. Helmut soon had to face one of the most important times at the academy. In a certain room, James placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke solemnly. Helmut, as a teammate from the training camp, I have a once-in-a-lifetime favor to ask. James asks hesitantly, can you help us manage the festival's reception booth? I'm still bewildered. The festival. The Greta Academy Festival is one of the few annual exchange events between the Institute of Swordcraft and the Institute of Sorcery. It's where magic students set up booths to coordinate activities and mingle with each other. Right now Hellmood is being asked for a favor. James said their booth's specialty is red bean shaved ice. Dino handles logistics. Andro is in charge of cooking. James will draw in customers, and Helmut will be the important figure. James then begged Helmut desperately for help. Helmut was simply curious about what the specific role would be. James looked up with hopeful eyes and said, of course you'd be our star, the face to attract customers. James also asked, I heard you turned down Teresa from the Institute of Sorcery. Everyone in the academy knows about that. Helmut said, that's not how it was. James lamented, Teresa is the dream of so many male students at the academy, and you rejected her, with your looks. People say it's normal you'd turn her down. You're quite famous right now. James then revealed his ambition on his face and exclaimed, if you join our team, this booth will definitely be the most popular. At that moment Asuka approached. What's going on? Before James finished, he turned to look at Asuka feeling uneasy. Suddenly James deflated, his hand on Helmut's shoulder relaxed as well. Then he put his hand on Asuka's shoulder apologetically. I'm sorry, if it weren't for Helmut this spot would be yours. Asuka said nothing, grabbed Rim's hair. His face was furious, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Asuka shoved hard, knocking Rim to the floor. He cursed, are you guys talking behind my back right in front of me? Is me coming in second so funny? Dino hurried over to explain. We were just talking about the festival, that's all. A little while later, Asuka asked Helmut directly, will you help them? James by now had recovered from the pain and stood up. Helmut hesitated, then said, actually I haven't confirmed anything yet. I need time to train. I don't have much time for these things. Asuka turned away triumphantly and reported back. See, he said he can't join. James shouted angrily, what are you doing? Who asked you to interpret for him? And Helmut, please reconsider. The festival is training to enjoy your youth. An argument broke out between James and Asuka with neither giving in, until someone came over and said, quiet, the teacher's here. Everyone straightened up as the teacher on the platform said, as you know, the festival starts next week. I know you're eager, but your responsibilities must come first. The teacher reminded them that 3 days after the festival ends, midterms will begin. After the festival you'll all receive a week-long training assignment. Pay attention. The teacher continued. After the final exams there will be a selection trial. The school likes to surprise the students. Hearing this, William raised his hand to ask, Coach, what tournament is that? He answered, this competition will be held to select candidates for the Baden Mixed Swordcraft Tournament. Helmut took notice of the tournament. The coach explained further. This is an inter-academy event. Not only Greta but academies across Baden will participate. It's very important and the teachers have high expectations for you. Everyone listened to the teacher's words seriously. The teacher repeatedly warned not to take this exam lightly. Dino wondered why the church allowed it. Since the church usually blocks these inter-academy events because Baden mainly trains mages. Helmut asked why the church wanted to limit mages. Dino replied, because mages don't trust the gods. From the church's perspective they re a threat to divine authority. Andro up there leaned down and whispered, hey, lower your voice, someone's listening. Not everyone here has abandoned faith in Lumen, so why did the church suddenly change its stance? James interjected, haven't you heard? Baser was recently shaken to its core, straining relations with the church. Dino lowered his voice and said if they also clash with Baden, they'd only be inviting more enemies. Helmut listened to the whole story in silence. After sharing the information, the teacher immediately dismissed everyone. Then the teacher suddenly remembered something and added that during the festival the high priest of Lumen might visit the academy, and if you happen to meet him that day, don't behave disrespectfully. Helmut was surprised to hear that. Asuka gritted his teeth and muttered, "The high priest is coming here too. What are they planning?" Helmut thought to himself that Nardalos, the high priest, intended to bury the sacred sword and eliminate his nephew. When Helmut had encountered him, before the man claimed to be the high priest and recognized the seed of darkness in him at a glance, Helmut grew wary trouble. If he ran into him again, the risk of being exposed would be very high. But if he left the academy, Helmut currently had no reason to do so. At that moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Helmut turned to look at the person standing behind him. He spotted James, whose face registered surprise, not understanding why Helmut was staring at him so oddly. At the academy dusk fell. Alia went to see the dean. As soon as she entered, Alia asked, "I heard you had something for me." The dean said Hike wanted to send Alia a gift. Alia was surprised. Really, from Hike? The dean placed a gift on the table and said, "Yes, he asked me to deliver it so you can enjoy the upcoming festival." Alia studied the gift for a long moment. She hesitated. "Is there nothing dangerous inside, like poison?" The dean replied, "He's family, there's no reason for that. I guarantee it." Alia nodded. The dean said wistfully, "Did you hear the news that the high priest will come? You came all the way to Baden Academy to avoid the church's gaze. And now this." She said, "Events can't be avoided, so prepare thoroughly." Alia opened the box to find a bracelet and a short handwritten letter inside. The letter read, "Alia, have you settled into the academy this term? With your abilities it's likely you'll top the class. I believe in you. As for the festival, it's meant for enjoyment. I thought this would help, so I made it for you. This is an enchanted bracelet that allows temporary magical disguise. Even the high priest would have difficulty recognizing you unless he looks very closely. Remember to thank me in person. Enjoy the festival." Alia exclaimed, "Oh, so there's still a way to escape." After reading it, Alia tucked the letter into her clothes with the gift and told the dean that since she had what she needed, she would take her leave. The dean smiled faintly and watched her go. "Be careful." Alia looked at the dean for a moment, then said, "Don't worry." There was a hint of surprise in the dean's eyes. Alia turned her back decisively and added, "The church will never get anything from me." The dean regarded her silently, feeling more at ease this time. A massive building with a long thoroughfare bustling with people. 2 female students chatted together. 2 enticing bowls of shaved ice were brought out. James cheerfully raised his hand and signaled, "1 strawberry cheesecake shaved ice and 1 chocolate shaved ice. Whoever ordered them, raise your hand. I'm about to die from the crowd, so grab them and eat quickly." Group of classmates laughed and loudly teased, "James, what's with your attitude toward customers?" He scowled irritably and snapped back, "You idiots, you already have food, so sit down and eat." James showed clear excitement. "It's insanely busy right now." He confidently declared that at this pace their stall would surely top sales. He brought a hand to his chin with a knowing smile and revealed, "Of course, Andro making perfect shaved ice helps. But the real reason is," 2 female students blushed, full of admiration. 2 other girls huddled together, whispering and giggling. A dark black boot strode forward. Helmut appeared with a handsome, captivating face, holding a notebook and pen. He coldly and politely asked a customer, "So, what would you like to order?" Seeing Helmut, the girls buzzed. Could that be him? The swordcraft student who turned down Teresa? Yes, only Teresa dared speak to him. He looked noble. Just looking at him felt pleasant. James grinned smugly, thinking his keen eye had paid off. Andro, with a contemplative gaze, bluntly remarked that if Helmut hadn't changed his mind before, he wouldn't have had a chance. Yet James was so self-satisfied. His face turned thoughtful as he wondered, why did Helmut agree? Helmut's hands were writing notes in his notebook. Helmut observed the crowd and thought there were more people than he expected. If so, his presence would be harder to notice. Determination and some anxiety crossed Helmut's face. With so many auras and energies mingling, even the high priest would find detection difficult. Besides, he could react quickly to any divine power, so if anything happened he could leave immediately. His gaze turned cold and cautious still. Nothing guaranteed events would unfold as he planned. The massive building sank into the late afternoon sunlight. Andro encouraged the team, "Great job everyone, now go enjoy the festival." He removed his work gloves and thanked Helmut. "Helmut, you worked hard." Helmut replied calmly, "Thanks." Aska appeared, half joking, half serious. "Helmut, finally off duty. What kind of stall has no seating? I meant to go inside but I won't." Despite the complaint, James stayed composed and argued, "Aska, at least try a bite before you go. We're giving free food to the whole swordcraft department." While Helmut remained expressionless, Aska flatly refused. "I don't like cold stuff. If you're done, come with me for a bit, Helmut." Helmut asked quietly, "Go where?" Aska wore a sly, excited grin. "Where else? During the festival you can't miss the men's games." He pointed at a sign while holding a dart and beamed, "For example, this." Helmut also took a dart and looked at the board with a contemplative expression. He flipped up a wooden scoop and pointed straight at the target. The ringmaster gasped in shock. Helmut and Aska stood before a tall stack of wooden cups, Helmut said, and this too. Aska's face showed alarm. He slammed his hand down on the table. Aska clenched his fist and yelled in frustration. Really, is there anything you can't do? Helmut carried a shopping bag and hugged a stuffed bear under his arm, calm as ever. I didn't expect you'd praise me. Aska blushed and snapped, shut up, I wasn't praising you. Life's unfair. James, holding a skewer, commented Aska. If you want to win, shouldn't you avoid physical stuff? Aska retorted immediately. What are you talking about? I'm pretty athletic if not. What do you want me to do? James put a hand to his chin, pondering. Actually, there's only one event that benefits me. Aska asked anxiously. What is it? A large arena with sturdy walls under the sunset. A radiant-faced girl welcomed them cheerfully and asked, Hello, are you here to register for the Miss Greta Academy contest? Remember, only men may register, and the rule is you must wear women's clothing. If you decided, please write your name and department on the form. James raised both hands toward the registrar with a satisfied smile. Aska's face went pale and his eyes went blank, in stark contrast to James's obvious glee. Aska shouted in fury. You make me work as a server and now you want me to wear women's clothes. James flopped to the ground giving excuses. But Helmut looked so manly. So wouldn't him wearing women's clothes be even better? Aska growled angrily. That makes me even more upset. Blue-haired handed a skewer and explained. Think about it, Aska, the winner's prize is 3,000 mar. He urged Aska that if he entered, he'd surely win, earning money would be easy. He immediately went pale, repeating the number in shock, 3,000. He turned to look at Blue-haired, who wore a very serious expression. He slammed his hand down on the registration form. Aska grabbed a pen and scribbled frantically at high speed. Growling, you said I'd definitely win. Right, if I lose, you're dead for sure. Blue-haired looked alarmed and blurted. What? In a challenging tone he declared. Too late. I've already filled out the form. Helmut cast his eyes around with a thoughtful expression. He wondered inwardly, no sign of a high-ranking priest yet. Isn't he not appearing today? His gaze was cold and resolute. But he couldn't drop his guard. Standing by the registration table, James scratched his face and remarked, but if Alia enters, wouldn't the contest be over? Aska answered solemnly, but would he do that? He's probably hiding somewhere reading as usual. He looked serious, held out the form and called loudly, Helmut, it's your turn, fill out this form. He pushed the form forward but Helmut was nowhere in sight. Aska and James stared in shock. Standing in the middle of the square he roared in fury. What the hell, where did he go? How could he disappear so fast? He frantically demanded, cancel my registration. The receptionist replied, sorry, but we can't do that. The academy's towers rose stately against the late afternoon sky. Helmut stood amid the crowd and silently apologized. Sorry, Aska, but I can't show my face much right now. I will blend into the crowd and bide my time. His feet moved forward steadily. Helmut hugged the stuffed bear and watched the academy buildings. He noticed something odd when he looked up. The room lights were off. So Alia had gone to the library again. He looked at the stuffed bear in his hands, thoughtful. He gently pushed open the large wooden door and entered the room, thinking to himself that since her pajamas had bear patterns she probably liked bears. So he'd leave it here and go. Suddenly rapid footsteps came running toward him. Alia rushed at him with great speed, completely catching Helmut by surprise. He reached out and embraced Alia. Helmut held her waist and gently warned, be careful, you ran into me. She stammered awkwardly, sorry, I'm fine, I have something to do. He looked at her with a pensive gaze. Alia's cheeks flushed pink with embarrassment. He still held her at the waist as they both stood frozen, staring directly at one another. A hand was holding a book. Alia stared intently at the book. A view from inside the building looked down on the festival booths, bright and bustling. Alia sat by the window and suddenly remembered, oh right, the festival started today. No wonder it's so noisy at night. She looked at the gift box on the table. Alia opened the box and took out a bracelet, thinking to herself that she didn't plan to enjoy the festival. But if she bumped into the high priest on the way to the library it would be troublesome. So she should check it first. She decisively put the item on her wrist. After fastening it she stood still and observed. Alia's face showed blankness and disappointment as she thought, what the nothing changed at all. Suddenly a burst of purple light exploded, enveloping her entire body. Her face panicked, mouth agape as she could only blurt, what the hell? The purple light was so intense it pierced the glass window. After a moment, the windows reflected the late afternoon sun again. Alia's room filled with smoke and dust. She stared at her hand still wearing the bracelet and exclaimed, that guy, could a person really change like this? It's my fault for trusting him so easily. What trick did he play? She raised her hand to examine her new appearance. The mirror reflected a very beautiful long-haired girl. Alia's face flushed red, half embarrassed, half furious as she thought, hike, that madman. Alia tore the bracelet off and hurled it onto the table. Even after removing the bracelet, her appearance didn't revert. She cried in despair. Damn it, taking the bracelet off doesn't change it back. What kind of magic did he cast? She realized in panic that at least her mana control wasn't affected, so she wouldn't stand out, but still she couldn't go outside looking like this. Alia feared being stuck in this form forever and wondered, more importantly, when will this end? Don't tell me I'm like this forever, she cursed. Hike, damn it. He should at least explain. Her expression calmed. She turned decisively, determination in her eyes. There's no way I'll let him manipulate me. I will reverse this magic myself. First, I'll go to the library and find a way. Alia decided to change out of her pajamas. Wait. To be safe, she'll swap clothes. Looking at herself in a woman's dress, she thought, who knew accidentally having women's clothes would be useful? Although awkward, her face showed confident assurance. It's fine, no one will recognize me. As long as I don't run into him on the way to the library. Helmut appeared with an attentive, suspicious look. Could it be what I think? Alia's face burned as she thought, why now of all times? Helmut's face was calm, but his eyes were profoundly deep. Alia went pale and reassured herself. Has he noticed? Surely not, my appearance hasn't changed much. And we've been together all semester. Stay calm if I come up with a convincing excuse. Helmut put a hand at her waist to steady her after the collision. Instead of grilling her, he offered an assumption that stunned her. So you re out to attend the festival. It's been going on for a while, you relate. She froze, eyes wide, unable to believe what she was hearing. She thought in shock. That's his first question. Really? Helmut continued to reassure her. Fortunately, I heard the main stage hasn't started yet. Ali's face went blank and her mouth fell open as she thought, impossible. Helmut stared blankly, thinking he didn't recognize me. They stood talking. Alia stammered. Yes, I wasn't interested in the festival before, but I was bored in my room, so he listened and replied, I understand. He held out his hand and suggested, if you okay with it, want to stroll with me? I just left the festival and can recommend a few places. Alia's face flushed, surprised. She stammered, why you? Inwardly she wondered, why me? A close-up of Helmut's outstretched hands showed patient expectation. Her face deepened in a blush shot. She reached out, eyes full of hope. So, can I count on you? Their hands met. He took her hand and led her away naturally. She still bashfully admitted a confusing truth. Helmut, when I'm with you I don't feel like myself anymore. I thought nothing was more important than hiding my identity. But when I'm beside you all that retreats into the background, as if it means nothing. What exactly makes you so different? A lively festival street at night, warm lights and crowds passing by. Helmut and Alia walked together through the festival crowd. She held a dart in her hand. Helmut stood beside her watching with a calm expression. The target board showed 3 darts stuck off center. She looked distinctly embarrassed. Alia gazed intently at a skewer of food in her hand. They walked while enjoying grilled skewers. Calmness shone in Helmut's eyes. Alia looked up at him with a heart-fluttering gaze. He and she continued walking side by side through the bustling street. Dino suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette from afar. She and Teresa's eyes filled with curiosity. She exclaimed in surprise, isn't that Helmut over there? Who's the girl beside him? I've never seen her before. Teresa's face darkened, threatening. Teresa stared at the backs of the two and exclaimed in shock, what, it's Helmut. Who is that girl next to him? Don't tell me that's his girlfriend. I've never heard of her. She ground her teeth in fury. So he rejected me and chose her. Teresa quickened her pace and chased after. Dino panicked and called, Teresa, where are you going? She smiled dangerously and concluded, so he already has someone, let's see how good he really is. A red plush bear with a cute bow tied around its neck. Alia stared at the plush bear. Helmut led her to an area with seats and said, you can sit there, come on. Flustered, she replied, okay. They reached the wooden tables and chairs. Helmut kindly offered, if it's too heavy I can hold the bear. She declined politely, no, it's fine, better to have something to hold than empty hands. Her face was tense, but she forced a natural smile and decided to act like she didn't know him. So you've been wandering the festival alone all this time. Where's your friend? Helmut sat and explained that it was quiet because they were probably preparing for the costume contest, which starts at 8, so there's still some time. We can wait here and go together. Hearing that, Alia was briefly flustered and wondered, I get it, but why me? Oh well, sounds fun. Her face worried as she thought to herself, this is bad. If he's somehow gotten stuck with this name. And I don't know how to break away. She silently thanked his lack of perceptiveness. Luckily he's kind of dim, so he hasn't noticed. But if we linger here someone will surely pay attention. Helmut's face remained calm. Suddenly her eyes widened in terror and she trembled, fearing what if, in the worst case, it's the high priest. A pair of hands slammed down on the table. Teresa arrived, unexpectedly appearing right at their table. Her eyes burned with killing intent as she sneered, seems like you having fun, hun? Helmut, who's that by your side? You so cold to me, do you know how upset I am? Helmut looked straight ahead with a dazed expression. Teresa slammed her hand on the table again, and leaned toward him to apply pressure. In response to her arrogant attitude, Alia's gaze turned icy. Clingy one, I don't know who you are, but that behavior is rude. We're nobles taught it's proper to slam your hand on someone else's table. After being criticized, Teresa's expression shifted immediately. She forced a fake smile and said, nice to meet you. This is our first time meeting, right? Are you a student at Greta Academy? Of course it's the first time, but you look familiar. Are you in the magic department? What year? Her smile dropped its pretense and turned sharp as she pressed. And you re with Helmut, what's your relationship? She bluntly declared. Strange, you look exactly like someone I hate. You really irritate me. Alia fell silent, her face taut with tension. Her eyes showed panic at Teresa's question. She flashed a mocking, bright smile and turned to Helmut. Hey Helmut, or maybe you answer, who is she? His girlfriend? Alia snapped angrily. That's enough. Helmut's eyes hardened as he thought, she's been clinging to me since before. He declared formally, she's my girlfriend, so I'd appreciate it if you'd give us some space. At that, Alia's face flushed and her eyes widened in shock. Teresa's face registered stunned fury, brimming with hostility. After a moment of disbelief, she sneered at Alia. Really good for you. Helmut even gave you that cheap plush, hugging it like it's precious. It's as cheap as you are. She smiled wickedly, channeling a threatening red energy from her hand. Mind if I take a closer look? Alia was taken aback by the attack, eyes wide with fear. Her plush bear suddenly burst into flames, her eyes constricted in shock and alarm. A violet aura enveloped her completely. Helmut maintained his calm expression. Teresa recoiled into a defensive stance. Her face seethed with killing intent as a purple aura surrounded her body. She forced a smile and stammered, what is this? I'm not fond of it. But, you're a mage, right? A festival guard shouted. Hey, what are you two doing? If you want to fight, take it outside. Teresa, clearly annoyed, yelled back, stay away. Dino shouted angrily to stop her. You dare think that your poor magic can stand against me? Big mistake. He grabbed Teresa in alarm and asked. Teresa, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? A hand clenched a magical staff tightly. Helmut held the staff in his hand, radiating a brilliant purple magic. Alia and Teresa went pale with shock. His face turned stern as he called her name coldly. Teresa of the magic department, let me make this clear, I don't want anything to do with you. He issued a warning, next time it won't be just words. Her face drained of color, trembling visibly. She stood frozen, a dangerous smile curling at her lips. Then she turned her back and walked away. Helmut and Alia stood beneath the starry night sky. She breathed a sigh of relief, sweat still clinging to her face. She didn't forget to check the plush bear. He watched her perform magic and said, sorry, let me fix this for everyone. She stood frozen, worry on her face, thinking she had been careless and shouldn't have drawn so much attention if Helmut hadn't intervened. Who knew what might have happened? She asked gently. Are you okay? You don't have to force yourself. His calm face answered firmly, this isn't the first time, so I need to set things straight. Besides, she's been a nuisance to me anyway. She looked at him kindly and offered a small smile. Thank you for getting angry for me. Calmness showed clearly in his eyes. He stood beside her, staff in hand, looking thoughtful as he began, but Alia, I meant to ask this earlier, but didn't she? Asked innocently. Oh, what is it? She stood motionless. Alia suddenly reached out and gripped his wrist. Then she pulled him and ran off quickly. He looked bewildered as he watched her hand clutch his. Alia stammered at him, face pale with shock. You know I'm Alia. Since when? He met her eyes and replied casually, since the first time I met you. She shoved him against the wall and shouted in embarrassment. But didn't you question that appearance? Why are you pretending not to know? Alia blushed, mortified and panicked. Don't tell me you know I'm a girl. He looked nonchalant and bewildered. Aren't you just preparing for the costume contest? She stood frozen before him, face blank. Alia began to tremble with embarrassment. Her face flushed as she clenched her hands tightly. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face burning as if about to burst into flames. A festival gate glittered under the lights. A large stage was erected in the square and an announcement boomed. The Greta Academy Beauty Contest will begin soon. Audience members, please take your seats now. Andrew worriedly turned to James and asked, is Asuka ready? James replied, trust Dino's makeup skills. A childhood image of Asuka with rosy cheeks and heavy lipstick. He'd been his sister's makeup model since he was little. Andrew forced a smile, mockingly. You call that makeup skill? James announced calmly, he's here. James and Andrew, stunned, couldn't believe their eyes. Asuka. A lively evening in the square. Helmut and Alia also blended into the crowd. He looked around and frowned. There are more people than I thought. She asked curiously, what's drawing such a crowd? Helmut suddenly remembered something. Have you spoken to the organizers yet? Alia faltered. About that, just because I'm not there doesn't mean the program can't go on. She thought to herself, she had to find a reason to persuade them. I still think it's better if I don't go. If I step out there I will definitely upset the balance, so I'll withdraw. You wait here. She warned him too. You'd better not tell anyone I'm Alia, especially Aska and Sign. Helmut asked why. Alia explained. If they find out I'm a boy disguised as a girl, do you think they'd let me off? So she thought it was enough if only he knew. Faced with that trust, he felt a little embarrassed. Helmut hurriedly changed the subject. Look, it's starting. On the stage the Messie kicked off the program. Welcome to Miss Greta Academy's event. Who'd have thought transforming big, smelly men into delicate flowers could be so entertaining? He went on and on. It's a 20-year tradition, and we warn you we won't be responsible for any gender confusion after the event. Then a graceful step appeared, a flowing figure in a red evening gown with golden hair, making the boys in the audience blush with excitement. But on closer look the face was strikingly masculine. The whole audience froze. Bilia froze as well. She couldn't believe it. You seem so calm, Helmut said coldly. Should I be enjoying this? Alia muttered. Don't force yourself. Meanwhile the crowd was furious. Stop the act. What the hell is this? The Messie rallied the crowd. Brilliant, those jeers are the spirit of Miss Greta. What are you really expecting from this costume contest? Now, up next is our next contestant. A soft sweep of green hair passed by. A face as beautiful as an angel's. Viewers' hearts fluttered again. Alien, he watched intently. But beneath that beauty were rippling muscles. The audience was disappointed once more. Seeing faces like they'd swallowed a fly, Aska exploded in anger. What's with that reaction? He hurried to calm things. So, any talent you'd like to show everyone? He grew more annoyed. Why would you ask me that? The Messie flustered. It's scripted, just do whatever you're good at. Aska thought for a moment. Then suddenly he flipped his skirt up. The audience immediately covered their eyes, but he drew a sword. His target was the golden hair. In an instant the golden outfit and hair were slashed apart, revealing a six-pack. The audience felt like their eyes had been blinded. Aska asked smugly, well enough, wow, yeah. Unexpectedly the crowd pelted him with stones and insults. Fuck no, get lost, you crazy bastard, we can choose not to watch. He shouted angrily. You dare throw things at me, want to die? Helmut remarked, if you go up it's unfair. She sighed, being compared to those guys doesn't make me happy. Suddenly Alia thought of something. Startled by a sudden hit he was dazed. Oh, what was that? She bashfully said, you were being too calm. Helmut couldn't understand what Alia was thinking. Meanwhile the contest was still in utter chaos. In the end, as every year, Miss Greta ended amid curses and jeers, and the winner unexpectedly was Cyan, who at least looked acceptable. It was late, the moon hung high. She stood alone on a street corner. After a moment he rushed over Alia. Alia, how are you? How's Aska? Helmut recounted. He's twisting Dino's arm. She was startled, so he's back to normal, huh? At the same time he complained, my god, I finally watched that festival I never planned to attend. I'm heading to the library now. As for you, he said, if nothing comes up I'll go to training. Alia's voice was slightly sad, so I guess we'll part ways here. Her face grew redder as she looked at Helmut. He stared at Alia as well. She broke the awkwardness. Helmut, about what I said earlier. Helmut fell silent, waiting for Alia to continue. Suddenly he sensed something was off. At once Helmut grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Alia panicked. Wait, she pressed. What's going on? He quickly dragged Alia into a shadowed corner. Moments later a group of churchmen appeared. Helmut was full of questions. The high priest, why visit so late at night? He thought to himself, so aside from battle, the high priest's holy power is only this faint. The group quickly passed by. She hesitantly called Helmut. Only then did he come to his senses. Helmut hurriedly apologized. Sorry for pulling you like that, there's a reason I avoid the high priest. Alia sympathized. No, it's fine. She added, I don't want to see him either. This surprised him. Alia pressed her lips together. Then, hesitantly, Helmut, remember I said I'd tell you my wish soon. She blushed and said, there's a place I want you to go with me. The academy was lit up with evening lights. Many people were walking through the halls. The room doors were gradually opening. Mycene smiled and greeted, excuse me. The principal welcomed him warmly. Please come in. High Priest Mycene, make yourself comfortable, I prepared some tea. He acknowledged his special status. Thank you, Principal, it's an honor to be received like this. To the academy I must seem an odd guest. The principal disagreed. What are you talking about? Mycene remarked. I noticed the festival streets on my way here. This place has many devout and talented people, unlike the temple elders' prejudices about Baden. He looked toward the priest. The principal said without arrogance, after all, mages are scholars who comprehend natural laws and learn to apply them. In that process many become devotees of gods, awed by nature's mysteries. Mycene disagreed slightly. Believe in gods, some things don't change much. He got straight to the point. Principal, you know the temple is in trouble. Recently the Grand Prince of Baser was deposed and an anti-temple regime took power. The temple's influence in Baser will weaken, so it needs a new source of power. The principal also saw Mycene's intention. You mean our academy? He suddenly looked out the window. Mycene had planned ahead. Greta Academy is remote, rarely in the temple's sight, perfect for hiding something. The principal grew more cautious. What do you mean? He tried to persuade the principal. Even children have secrets. How much more an organization? Don't worry. Principal, I don't intend to dig into unnecessary things if Baden's academies become firm allies of the temple. He frowned, showing his concern. The principal sighed. You mean if we cooperate you won't investigate us, so that's how the temple makes friends? Mycene hastily reassured him. Don't be suspicious. Principal, I'm only here today to ask your permission for one thing. Surprising as that may be. He smiled gently as if nothing were wrong. Night had fallen over the academy. Mycene thought to himself, mages are truly arrogant. He was extremely careful, but he'd gained an unexpected advantage he hadn't shown the man. Mycene wasn't hasty. The magical aura I sensed on the street was the high priest though. I should investigate. It's better to keep it as a trump card for now. He'd already made calculations, a card to control Greta Academy. Students were earnestly practicing swordsmanship. Aska couldn't help but ask earlier, who did you go to the festival with? Helmut explained clearly. I already told you someone I don't know, but he refused to believe it. You planning to trick me? People say you spent the whole festival with some girl. Wait, is she your girlfriend? Helmut hurriedly denied it. It's not like that. He remembered the warning. Don't tell anyone. Especially Aska and Cian. The ring's magic will fade over time. Since you beg it I won't tell, but this will cause a lot of misunderstandings and trouble. Helmut didn't want awkwardness. Change the subject. Field mission day is coming. Have you decided what to do? His anger subsided. I've thought of a few things. Aska worried for him. There's a valley east of Baden rich in natural energy Xian, and I will gather spirits there. What about you? This mission needs at least 2 people who will go with you. Helmut had considered it. For now I'll go with Alia, though I don't know the exact location. He felt a pang of jealousy. Just you two again, top students on one team. How boring. Maybe he'll lead you somewhere dangerous. That's how he gets credit. He trusted his friend. I don't think Alia would do anything reckless, Aska said sarcastically. Such close friends. Helmut suddenly fell silent. Alia came directly to him. I want to go with you to a place. The proposal surprised Helmut. She pleaded earnestly, for this field mission, I want to ask for your help. Alia was serious. The place we'll go today is the dungeon of Grand Mage Rampion. Helmut didn't understand what was happening. He trailed after Alia. A dungeon. Alia knew a lot about this. It's a bizarre hobby of some mad mages who hide their research in a pocket dimension full of deadly traps. She was full of confidence. Rampion died childless and took no apprentices, so the value of his research is priceless. Helmut finally understood. I see. You already assumed that, so we were going to steal those now. Alia must analyze them herself. It's not theft. That dungeon is more like a competency test. You prove your worth by disarming the traps and showing you deserving of the Grand Mage's knowledge. Helmut couldn't help but worry. What should I do? I'm not good at magic. She was extremely calm. I'll neutralize the traps myself, but merely passing the test won't be enough to succeed. Dungeons are usually overseen by organizations like the Mage Guild rather than individuals, so it's not surprising if an agency designed it to challenge dozens or hundreds of people. Mages often concentrate at a particularly difficult gate. Helmut lacked confidence. Are you sure I can do the work of 100 people? She stepped forward resolutely. I'm not planning to just stand around. Let's say each of us counts as 50 people. Always acknowledged his talent. After all, you re the most skilled swordsman I've ever met. Bringing a bunch of mercenaries and exposing the secret would be worse. She suggested I'd rather handle it quietly so no one knows. He had no reason left to refuse. Fine. Ailey gently advised. Even if we fail this time we can come back, so don't overexert yourself. Stay safe. Helmut wouldn't allow himself to fail. I'd rather get it done once than drag it out. She fully agreed. That's true. She placed a hand on Helmut's shoulder as a signal. This should be far enough. Let's start now. Don't split up. The space around him was suffused with purple. The formation had been activated. Helmut didn't dare open his eyes. Sunlight fell across his face. Ailey and Helmut had been transported to another space. He was utterly astonished by this place. She was a little disappointed. Damn, I think I overdid it. Helmut, sorry, could you get the tarp from my bag? Helmut checked on Alia's condition. Are you okay? You don't look well. What's wrong? Her energy couldn't be sustained long. I'd cast 6 consecutive teleportations. My mana was low, but that was still the fastest way. I'll rest a bit and be fine. Don't worry. He turned his gaze outward. Helmut couldn't believe it. Where are we? I can't see the shore of this lake. Ailey indulged his limited knowledge. First time at the sea. Being a mercenary probably didn't take you this far. Over 70% of this world is water. This is only a small part. Helmut found it hard to accept. 70% is water. I can't picture. She concluded it just means the world is vast, and Baden, where we live, isn't comparable to that world. He turned back and stared at Alia. She quickly fell asleep from exhaustion. Clearly Helmut cared deeply for Alia. His eyes shone as if he were about to cry. Helmut pressed his hand against her knee. He sat beside her, keeping watch over her sleep. Alia suddenly opened her eyes after a long sleep, as if still not quite herself. When Alia woke, the moon was already in the sky. She understood why she'd slept until sunset. Given her exhaustion, that was natural. Alia looked around in puzzlement. But where did Helmut go? Helmut reassured her. Alia, you reawake. She explained the situation. Have you been waiting long? My mana has nearly recovered, so start preparing, but first eat. Turned out he'd gone to catch lobsters from the sea. When Alia saw Helmut unclothed, she froze as if petrified. She turned away, embarrassed. Where did you go? Helmut added. I thought we could eat it, so I pulled it out of the water. Its shell was too hard, so I brought a rock to crack it open. Actually, I looked through your bag earlier, and all I found were sandwiches. The matter made Alia even more flustered. He felt guilty. Sorry for rifling through your bag. Alia, a bit puzzled. It's fine. What's wrong with the sandwich? Helmut wanted her to have enough nutrition. Just eating plants won't give you strength. She asked his opinion. I hadn't thought of that. So how do you intend to eat it? He stated bluntly. Raw. Alia told Helmut to hand it over. Give it here. It was quickly roasted over the fire. Helmut immediately realized Lampion's intent. She explained calmly. It's not mere intent but a clue leading to the dungeon's main gate. At first the Mage Guild monopolized it, but after it sat unresolved for so long they released it to the public. Helmut read without understanding. I begin my path where life surges in green. When the full moon shines in the dark, 6 stars will light the way. He was extremely confused. What does that mean? Alia advised him not to doubt. Don't overthink it. Just read what's written. Helmut obediently followed. The place full of life must mean the sea, and the full moon shining in the dark simply means a night with a full moon. He held the paper while his eyes turned upward to the sky. Helmut raised a question. If it's that simple, why couldn't the Mage Guild solve it? She had already thought of that. Perhaps they didn't know. Alia couldn't help but worry. But how many places in the world have a sea beneath a full moon? She had investigated thoroughly. No matter how many people they sent, it would take a long time to search, which is why the guild mages suspected a hidden meaning and kept digging. Alia chose the location based on analysis. This is where Lampion reached deep insights that significantly influenced his magical achievements. A place where life fills sea and mountain, and the full moon shines brilliantly. If Lampion left a dungeon, no place would be better. Helmut asked quietly. The Mage Guild doesn't know Lampion's private life, so how do you know? She was silent for a long moment. I worked very hard and researched it myself. Alia pointed to the drawing. The critical part is here. 6 stars will light the way can't be taken literally. He began to speculate. So it's not referring to the stars in the sky. Alia disagreed. Think about it. On a full moon night the stars are obscured and barely visible. Saying stars will light the way on such a night is contradictory. Helmut shifted direction. So it's talking about something else, not literal stars. She recalled a cryptic remark. Lampion said this: the human spirit is in the heavens, but human existence is on the ground. Alia also knew well Lampion, an existentialist, valued the land where people create their existence. She pointed out the hidden answer. So if we're researching, it's probably on the ground, not in the sky. Helmut thought intently. How do we find light on the ground? Alia remained untroubled. We will see when the time comes. First we must wait until the full moon reaches its peak. The moonlight shone high above. Alia reached out to him. It seems the time has come. It will be quicker if you see it for yourself. Give me your hand. She took Helmut's hand and they flew upward. They observed everything from above. She seemed to have discovered it. Look over there. Stars appeared beneath the ground. Alia was a little astonished. 6 stars. She jumped down to the ground. It was the reflection of crystals that only appears briefly when the full moon is at its peak. While the reflection is visible, we must mark the midpoint between the inner and outer edges of the light to find the entrance. Alia looked displeased. Helmut bent to pick up his sword. I didn't do much. She disagreed. Of course you did. You don't need to play your whole part here. And I already found the entrance before you arrived alone. He still felt uneasy. If she already found it, why explain it to me like it's something interesting? Would she be angry if I asked? Alia urged him. Let's go. We didn't forget anything, did we? Alia walked lightly over the ground. They moved swiftly into the forest. She activated a formation on the ground. An underground passage opened. Alia signaled to her companion, ready to begin. Green torches lit the basement. A great door stood at the end of the passage. She gave a brief guide. Beyond here it's an unnamed space. I only found the entrance. I haven't gone in myself. Not because I'm afraid, but because we don't know how many times a person may enter. Alia warned specifically, if this dungeon allows only a single entry per person, that would be a huge waste. Do you understand? Helmut stood stunned. I didn't say anything. Light spilled out from within the door. The door activated and opened. The space inside was concealed. She told him to steel himself. He doesn't seem like the kind to bother with riddles from the start. Let's go. The two gradually merged into the boundless void. Helmut and Alia looked around. They both turned back to look. The door had been sealed shut. She saw a symbol appear on her hand. He carefully examined his as well. Helmut and Alia stood before the strange space. Alia found the crux. She understood. There seemed to be a time limit. He could see it too. That's right, about 2 hours. No numbers. But a feeling I know this. It's magic. She warned cautiously. If you think normally the first problem seems easy, but we mustn't be careless. Helmut, watch the right side. Helmut nodded in agreement, understood. Another door opened. The two saw two openings. They didn't understand what was happening. In front of them was a strangely shaped hole. Light shone up from the hole. Seeing those whimsical shapes, Alia froze. What was this? Helmut reminded her, Alia, there's something written up there. Above was a line of characters. She sharply analyzed. I see, that must be the first cipher. That puzzle didn't look very hard, but the device below. He observed. That hole looked somewhat like the shape of a person. Suddenly the ground trembled. The beam of light also grew strange. Helmut urged urgently. It seems we don't have time to think. What do we do? Alia discovered. Wait, so it seems we only need to go down the hole according to the correct answer. But she worried. The right side is the correct answer. We need to go to the right, but that hole's shape. He examined it. It seemed that posture was meant for two people. That side is the head. The other is the legs. Give me your hand, we don't have time to analyze. Immediately a rather intimate posture appeared. And Helmut guessed correctly, they passed through easily. A new door opened. He nodded just as expected from the first cipher. It was simpler than I thought. Alia, however, was scolding inwardly, Archmage Rampion. This really is an absurd challenge. She was flustered. What was that trial? A joke. Luckily the right side was the correct answer. If it had been the left, that embarrassing posture. Before long they reached a dead end. Helmut looked around. There was nothing. Alia keenly realized. I see, this is the kind of cipher where the puzzle only appears when a specific condition is met. Be alert. Who knows what might jump out? Just then he noticed, Alia. The tile on the other side is a slightly different color from the rest. She nodded in agreement. You rewrite, your eyes are sharp. Alia thought further. This looks like a hidden hint. You can make letters appear by projecting light of a specific wavelength with illumination magic. That's what young mages use to record secret notes. How childish. She decided to try it. Let's see, if you recreate the image on the right and stand in that position, the next trial will appear. Sure enough, there was a line of characters on the tile, accompanied by an embracing pose of two people. Alia turned to stone when she saw the image. As expected, they had to follow it. Her inner voice screamed, Rampion, even if you were once an archmage, I will not forgive you. They passed the next trial. They proceeded to the next door. Yet Helmut complained it took nearly 30 minutes to get through 5 trials. So, do you still think you can do it? Recalling those intimate poses, Alia cursed Rampion's ancestors under her breath. Rampion, I'll gut you, you're already dead, but I'll gut you again. Suddenly she thought, wait, something's wrong. Dungeons are sometimes designed to test multiple people at once, yet every cipher we've solved so far could only be done by 2 people. As if someone knew it was just the 2 of us here. Seeing Alia lost in thought, he called Alia, but she was still deep in thought. She'd heard of this before, a dungeon spell that turns the challenger's subconscious into reality, which would explain all those ridiculous poses earlier. Alia was stunned at the possibility. Could it all be originating from her own mind? She immediately brushed the thought aside. No, wait, I'm not the only one here. Maybe it's coming from Helmut's mind. Seeing Alia staring at Helmut awkwardly, he asked, what's wrong? She flushed, embarrassed that she couldn't voice what she'd been thinking. Alia answered offendedly, nothing, we're running out of time, so hurry up. This code, there's bound to be another cipher here before. Suddenly the tiled floor beneath their feet changed. It turned into a meadow. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Now Alia stood alone, motionless, in the middle of a forest. She looked around anxiously. Alia called out, Helmut, where are you? Answer me. Then she gave up searching and looked around resignedly. Where am I? An illusionary space spell? I didn't even feel it activate well. It's not surprising. This is an archmage's dungeon. She guessed that if spatial magic had been added, Helmut might now be in a different space, so this trial must be individualized. Alia felt both worried and relieved. Good. This should be better than those weird trials just now. Maybe I can handle this, though I am a bit worried about Helmut. Just then a shadow fell over her. Alia glanced behind her. Giant spotted leopard was approaching. It stared at her. Alia was terrified. At the same time, in another space, he stepped forward, 1 foot after another. Thick fog enveloped Helmut. He murmured to himself, what is this? The surroundings changed suddenly and Alia's presence has completely disappeared. Is this magic too? Am I the only one here? At the same time, Helmut thought, if this is another dungeon test, it seems Alia and I have to solve it separately. Alia is an accomplished mage, she'll be fine. He wondered to himself, but what about me? Suddenly Helmut noticed something unusual. In the mist stood a vague silhouette. From behind, it appeared to be a girl. He wondered silently, who is that? The girl slowly turned around. Helmut stared intently at her. When he saw her clearly, he froze. Because it was her. Yet he drew his sword at once, assuming a defensive stance. Helmut demanded, she looks like Alia but is someone else. Who are you? The girl curled her lips into a faint smile. But then her voice choked, Alia, even if you hate me to death, I can't blame you. Those words stunned him. Helmut blurted bewildered, what? As Alia was walking somewhere, a phantom leopard followed behind. She immediately noticed it and spun around in alarm. As she turned, she met its cold, piercing gaze. Alia comforted herself, a phantom beast, it's just an illusion after all. What is the purpose of this trial? Should I attack first? Suddenly she felt uneasy and worried. No, this is not the time to hesitate. Unexpectedly, Alia chose a different approach and prepared to strike. The plan was to deal with the phantom beast and escape quickly. Then the phantom beast spoke, causing her to pause. Helmut. It asked slowly, aren't you going to visit that guy today? Hearing that, she froze and stared back. What? When she looked again, the phantom beast had grown unusually larger. After reorienting herself, Alia wondered, did it just speak? No, more importantly, it just called me Helmut. Seeing her still motionless, the phantom beast asked, what's with that dazed look? Did that guy bully you again? Without thinking, Alia answered instinctively, no, the training was tough, but I wasn't bullied. After speaking, she clapped a hand over her mouth. In shock, her mouth had spoken on its own. The phantom beast saw this and understood her reaction. Then it began to say, you long to leave this forest so badly, no matter how strong you become. The human world isn't a place where strength is everything like here. I'm not sure you will truly find happiness in the human world. Alia stood there dazed, not understanding any of it. Seeing this, the phantom beast apologized. I'm sorry, I know you have iron resolve, please forgive my words. Hearing that, she began to reconsider. First, calm down and assess the situation. This phantom beast shows no hostility toward humans and it is intelligent. Moreover, for some reason it thinks I'm Helmut. But the more Alia thought, the more puzzled she became. What exactly is this trial trying to create? And what does leaving the forest mean? Seeing her like that, it walked on and offered comfort. It's almost time for that guy to pass by. I'll go ahead, you hang in there. She was still astonished, thinking, that guy is coming here. As the phantom beast left, a sound made Alia turn her head. Darien was walking toward where she stood, carrying his things. He arrived and said, what are you standing there for, Helmut? Come with me, there's a lot to do today. Seeing him, Alia unconsciously called the name Darien. After saying it, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Damn it, my mouth moved on its own. Wait, but if it's Darien. Alia looked him over, former captain of the Baser Knights, Sword Saint Darien. Then she noticed the weapon at his side. She analyzed, that sword looks exactly like the one Helmut usually carries. Suddenly she seemed to recall something and froze for a moment, remembering that other person. Alia finally realized, the sword was identical to the Sword Saint's one whose swordsmanship reached an unparalleled, transcendent level, and the way he handled the phantom beast so adeptly and unnaturally during the academy trial. Thinking this, Alia went pale and wondered, could this not be a dungeon simulation but Helmut's memory? On the other side, Helmut was holding a sword with some woman. She turned and burst into tears, saying, I'm sorry, child, I'm sorry, Alia. Seeing that, he was curious. This woman looked extremely like Alia and even knew her name. Does that mean she's family? He began to ask, what is her identity? But she slowly moved towards somewhere Helmut couldn't react to. He barely forced his eyes open to see. Unexpectedly, the scene before Helmut had already changed. The building in front of him was completely engulfed in flames beyond saving. Staring, he didn't know what to do and just stood frozen, turning and seeing a group of people. Helmut thought the robes, they were Lumen clerics. He began to analyze. They were not real, he couldn't sense any divine power. Are they illusions created by magic? What are they burning? Suddenly Helmut felt something and said, no, I recognize this scene. It turned out the scene was a memory. The thing burning was the house Alia lived in as a child. And the two people burning before its door were. He then stepped closer to this painful sight. Suddenly Helmut shed tears at the sight. Feeling this, he touched his face in confusion. Tears. No, these weren't his own tears. Moreover, Helmut felt a pain and thought, the owner of these violent emotions, this heart-rending agony was. Then he turned and saw a little girl crying and realized she must be Alia's. On this side, the clerics were still in control. There's another little girl. Search the surrounding area. Enemies of the temple. Descendants of Hake must not be allowed to live. I will search this side. You search the other. Suddenly something slashed across the cleric's body. Everyone was cut down by someone. Explosions then struck, toppling the clerics one by one. Across the way, Helmut stood motionless as splashes of blood hit him. Suddenly he recognized a certain spot. The woman urgently ran to that place. Then Helmut looked down at his hand again. After that he looked up and followed something with his eyes. In front, the woman was holding a little girl. Seeing this, Helmut realized the woman who resembled Alia was named Hake. If he guessed correctly, she's Alia's father's mother, that is, her grandmother, and the one who taught her magic. Seeing their closeness, he thought, is she Alia's only remaining relative? Looking on, Helmut also understood. He had a strong conviction this wasn't fabricated but Alia's real memory. Why would the dungeon show him these things? He suddenly realized something and reconsidered. Wait, the fact I can see Alia's memories means. Back with Alia, she was still staring at Darien's sword, thinking, the dungeon's magic can probe intruders' memories, and if both of us are affected by the same kind of magic. Both of them had the same sudden thought. Helmut and Alia too are both seeing their own pasts. By the time they were in the mountains, the sun had brightened again. Ellie looked up puzzled. Seeing her like that, he turned and asked, did you forget something? Alia immediately answered, no. She went pale, thinking she had to get through this trial at all costs. Whenever she thought of Helmut, her mind went blank. When they entered, Darien glanced over at her. Then he asked, did you hear anything from that cat? You look like you were lost in thought. She froze and said, Sword Saint Darien Differt, perhaps you'll be surprised I suddenly say this, but I'm not Helmut. Once inside, he returned to his work with effort. Seeing that, she thought, he shows no reaction at all. Could it be that only when you speak the exact phrases Helmut used will he respond? Then Alia asked, do I absolutely have to leave this forest? But Darien didn't answer and remained silent for a long while. Seeing this, she wondered in confusion, that question won't do. I tried to avoid asking bluntly where this forest is though. The more she thought, the heavier she felt. Fine used the whole conversation so far to deduce the situation. The monster they met could speak and knew Helmut well. She didn't know when, but Helmut had clearly lived here a long time. Recalling him, she finally understood, so that's why he was so familiar with dealing with monsters. Yet Helmut once said he wanted to leave this forest. Alia hesitated. Wanting to leave means he wasn't here willingly, so why couldn't he get out? Is the forest too vast? She glanced down at him and was more surprised. The missing Sword Saint is here. Did Helmut learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint? I thought his master wasn't ordinary, but at that moment Darien stood up, startling Alia. Unexpectedly, he brought over a sword. After handing it over, Darien began to instruct, listen. Then he held the sword out to her. Alia was a little stunned holding the enormous blade. Darien sighed and warned honestly, you're still too small truly. I wish you could grow as fast as the monsters. After speaking, he kept looking at her. She looked up at him in turn. Suddenly Alia felt something familiar. Since she arrived, something had felt strange. She oddly felt calm facing beasts larger than ancient trees and even the Sword Saint. Still, she was grateful for the gift, though Helmut longed to leave this place. This time here had been very precious to him. Darien added, a human child who grows slowly has miraculously survived in this monster-haunted, ruined forest. With luck like yours, you might actually break the forest's sacred barrier and leave. Hearing this, Alia timidly said, really, if you think about it. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and froze. Later the forest went pitch dark again, the ruined forest. Then Alia dropped the weapon and let it fall. Realizing this, she stared blankly and wondered why she hadn't thought of it sooner. No, perhaps she had guessed it dimly and was just avoiding it. Once she understood, Alia's memories naturally returned. A human child abandoned in the ruined forest would mean she carried the seed of darkness from birth. With that thought she stepped forward and called out loudly, Sword Saint Darien Differt. This truly is the ruined forest. Unexpectedly, Darien erupted with power, sending Alia flying back. Then a series of memory images flashed one after another. Seeing that, she blinked and said, my emotions are all over the place. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm slowly becoming a real person. Alia shut her eyes tight and decided to leave. She had to get out, to cross the ruined forest. When she opened her eyes, what lay before her astonished her. Everything before Alia looked like another place. Seeing it, she asked in confusion, what is this? At that moment a hand reached out toward her. Helmut appeared and called Alia. Seeing him arrive, she exclaimed, Helmut. Then Alia asked, surprised, I didn't expect to be later than you. When did you arrive? I only just got here. She then began, have you seen something already, too? This made him slowly confirm it. Alia started to take things out to inspect, but something more important seemed to be happening. The hourglass was still running. Perhaps the trial wasn't over. Watching his back from behind, she had her own thoughts. Helmut, was he okay about him seeing my past and me seeing his? As they walked, Helmut described 2 giant stone statues. And what is this? There's nothing else in this chamber besides these things. Seeing that, she said, perhaps this is an altar, a place to lay the offering during a ritual. The offering. After saying that, Alia understood the place. Right, now that she thought about it, it's strange the dungeon is like Lampion's tomb. I assumed if anything was here it would be a library or the master's coffin. She then placed her hand on it. A strange light emerged. Seeing that, Alia tried to steady herself and asked, what is this? Suddenly, at that moment many strangers began to appear. Now standing before them was a man. Seeing these people, Alia thought, so these are the ones, are they the mages who passed my test? Lampion spoke, despite living so long, the world still holds surprises. Unexpectedly only 2 have passed my dungeon. And one of them is such a young, beautiful mage. Looking at the old man, Alia recognized him. He was Lampion. In response, Lampion confirmed, indeed, young mage, I have come to personally lead you to the final door. Helmut felt odd and thought, why do I feel left out like this? Then the old man said, apologetically, if you feel slighted I apologize. But only the greatest mage may step through the final door. Lampion snapped his fingers and said, because of that. Then Alia was tugged by the sleeve before she could understand what was happening. At that moment Alia was pulled into some strange ring. Then the old man added, you don't need to come along anymore. Helmut saw this and went pale with worry, watching her being pulled in. He could only shout, Alia. He then began to draw his sword in caution. Unexpectedly at that moment, the soldiers suddenly began to move. Those soldiers immediately surrounded Helmut. He also began to activate his power. Helmut frowned and said, this gives me a bad feeling. Shelves of books gradually appeared in the space. Lampion calmly looked at the person sitting on the ground. Alia stared around in bewilderment and blurted, this place is. Lampion laughed at her reaction and replied, my private study, all the refined essences I've researched my whole life are stored here. Only a single mage I approve may set foot here. You should be proud of that. As he explained, Alia still eyed him with suspicion. She slowly stood and calmly explained, but did you have to drag me here like a kidnapper? My companion is a swordsman, so no matter what he's not keen on magic. Lampion, hearing this, let out a surprised sound. He then asked evenly, a treasure trove of knowledge lies before you. And that's the first thing you say. It seems you place a lot of faith in that swordsman. The question made Alia blush and stammer, well about that. Lampion stroked his beard in a relaxed mood. I see, it seems your passing the final trial wasn't merely luck. Suddenly Alia remembered something. She seriously explained to him, so what exactly was that final test? It's nothing grand, it's simply exposing each other's pasts. No sooner had she finished than Lampion's measured voice rang out. The final gate will show you the secrets those you trust most wish to hide. A team will collapse the moment the trust between them shatters. Scenes of Lampion leading the people appeared as he spoke. The mage's duty is to persuade and bind people together in such times. Only one who can do that is worthy to inherit my legacy. Therefore, only when you touch the altar, and your trust remains intact after witnessing each other's secrets, are you allowed to enter here. Alia recalled how dazed she was when she placed her hand on the altar. Lampion chuckled, sighed and continued, the result deviated somewhat from my original calculations. Suddenly Alia asked, so you mean we must not lose faith in one another? The old man turned to her and answered without hesitation, exactly. Alia sighed with relief and exclaimed, so that's it. Lampion gazed at her thoughtfully. After thinking he commented, but in any case, my calculations weren't entirely wasted, for I have finally found a mage both talented and beautiful like you. Alia replied shyly, thank you for the high praise. Then she looked at the shelves, and asked seriously, enough about that for now, don't you have anything else to grant me? Like the right to oversee this dungeon? Reading all these books would take more than a month. Lampion replied calmly, child, there's no need to rush, we still have plenty of time. He continued solemnly, that's because, from this moment, you will become one with me and continue the path of eternal research. Hearing Lampion, the phrase become one flooded Eli's mind. Her mood sank. Eli asked with suspicion, become one, what do you mean? Lampion did not react to her words. The atmosphere around them fell into silence. Suddenly Eli cast a spell. Lampion countered with a binding spell of his own. Ropes shot up and tightly bound Alia, startling her. Eli couldn't activate her magic, which unsettled her. Her magic wouldn't respond. Lampion spoke calmly. I have always felt deep regret. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, while a human life is far too short. He looked at his wizened hands and continued regretfully. Even using magic to slow aging only extends life by about 150 years. I feared I'd die of old age before finishing my research. But possessing a youthful body would change everything. Saying that, he stared intently at her. Alia echoed him, asking awkwardly, prolonging your life by taking another's body, have you turned to black magic? Lampion stepped forward and denied it. How could that be? Someone like me would never fall so low. This isn't cheap black magic. It's soul transference, a technique I invented. He slowly reached toward her and reassured. It won't hurt at all, so don't worry with your body. We'll move closer to the truths of magic. This is surely a great honor for you. His hands drew ever closer to Eli's face. It filled her with extreme terror. A loud explosion rang out from Eli's power, knocking Lampion back as well. He stammered in surprise, how did you? He used force that sent Eli collapsing. She forced herself up and taunted. So it is Ivy felt something was off. Sorry, things won't go as you planned, Lampion. Lampion hesitated and asked, how could you stop my binding magic? Eli provoked further. I didn't do anything. Isn't it that your magic is still flawed? Lampion roared in anger, insolent. He lunged at her but was repelled again by a shield. Lampion couldn't believe what he saw and kept denying it. It can't be. This magic was perfected. What did I overlook? Suddenly Lampion realized something. He hesitated and asked, could it be that you are not a man? Alia looked at him hesitantly, but she still taunted boldly, rummaging through and exposing others' memories, and the dungeon master was clueless about this. See, your preparations are full of gaps. She sneered with contempt. Even if you can transfer a soul, you can't ignore biological compatibility with the host. Perhaps you'll all need to restart researching how to anchor a soul regardless of chromosomal issues. Lampion lost his patience and grabbed her face. He snarled in fury, insolent brat, you think I can't do it? In this space I have plenty of time to fix that mistake. Alia laughed scornfully. I didn't think you had that much time. Lampion, unbelieving, retorted sharply, nonsense. Suddenly he sensed something was wrong. Outside the dungeon entrance, the giant golem had also been defeated. The iron boot was wrapped in purple light. A shadow suddenly flashed. The sharp sword stroke cut down another golem. Lampion cried out in panic. How can this be? Impossible, those golems run on mana cores. An ordinary sword shouldn't be able to neutralize them. He suddenly froze. He remembered when Alia fell into the dungeon. She activated her own magic. That magical light swirled around the swordsman's blade. He dashed toward the dungeon gate. Multiple cuts tore repeatedly through the space. Finally it broke. A large breach appeared before the two of them. Alia shouted in alarm, Helmut, cut him down. Lampion quickly cast a spell, but Helmut's sword moved faster than his magic, causing Lampion to lose his advantage. Before falling, he still screamed, it can't be, I've buried myself here for eternal life up until now. Helmut coolly replied. With Lampion's disappearance, his magic vanished too and Alia was freed from his bindings. Helmut sheathed his sword and checked on her. Alia, are you okay? She collapsed and answered, thanks to you, more importantly. Hurry and let's escape together. Alia, exhausted, forced herself to say the dungeon has lost its master and is starting to collapse. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of the dungeon's collapse grew louder. Shelves of books floated down. The ground beneath them cracked. Unaware of what was coming, asked innocently, the dungeon collapse, what will that lead to? Alia, impatient, snapped, what else could it lead to? We'll be destroyed the moment this small space vanishes. Hurry over here. I'll reconstruct the dungeon structure. She used magic in worry, unsure if she had enough mana left for it. Alia immediately formed a formation and shouted, we have to experiment. The crack spreading from where she stood began to widen. The surrounding wall started to show fractures. Those cracks quickly multiplied. Ali's magical light streamed out from the dungeon gate. The cracked wall didn't crumble so much as freeze in place. Fine dust now enveloped the two of them. Helma looked around with interest and said, it seems the decay process has completely stopped. Alia, how do you feel? Can you stand? Alia raised the hand wrapped in magic. The gate she created appeared right before them. Exhausted, Alia strained to speak. Helmut, what I made is an escape. Where it leads I don't know. Gasping, she urged him. Please, can you take me through that exit first? I've used up all my mana, it's no surprise if I collapse right now. With that she slumped down. Helma jolted and called her name, Alia. He stood there, stunned, staring at her. The scene before them shifted into a vast forest. A foot stepped onto the stone ground. Helmut carried Alia on his back, standing on the cliff. He looked down and thought to himself, so that's it. Alia didn't know where the exit would lead either. It's a forest whose location I can't recognize at all. Helmut glanced at Alia on his back. He leaped down from the cliff, thinking it would be hard to return to the academy in his current state. So for now he must find a suitable place and wait for Alia to wake. A cloth was spread on the ground. Alia was laid down carefully. Helmut stood to one side watching her, his mind filled with thoughts. Inside the dungeon he had witnessed Alia's past, and perhaps Alia had seen his. Helmut worried and pressed his lips together. Brushing things off won't work with Alia. He looked at her and a strange thought arose. Should he eliminate this threat right here? Alia was now sleeping deeply. Helmut stared at her intently. Suddenly his stomach growled. Helmut slowly stood and thought, my lunchbox must have been finished before we arrived. I'll have to hunt. He hesitated, looking at Alia asleep. No, leaving her alone on a mountain path would be a bit much. Helmut seriously searched his memory. A strange sensation immediately flashed through his mind. Helmut warily raised his sword. The dark seed in his chest was glowing. What is this? The dark seed is reacting. This oppressive, uncomfortable feeling is definitely. A few soldiers stepped forward. Helmut realized what it was, divine power. The lead soldier called out. Hold on, someone there. What are you doing deep in these woods and mountains? State your name at once. Helmut tensely looked at the soldiers before him. The soldier introduced himself. We are the Holy Knights of Lumen. You need not be on guard. What's this? Just two kids. Hearing that, Helmut pondered. Holy Knights. He'd heard they were the military force of the cathedral, but this was his first real encounter. He assessed the situation seriously. The dark seed had recoiled from the divine power, but unless one were a cleric, they wouldn't spot the dark seed at this distance. If that's the case, then. Helmut turned to Alia and said, I'm a student of Greta Academy. We were resting briefly on our way back after completing fieldwork. The soldier eyed them and remarked, Greta Academy. Isn't that the school in Baden? You came from quite far away. He looked at Alia and asked, is the boy lying beside you also from Greta? Helmut obediently replied, Yes, he's a mage companion. He's exhausted his mana and won't wake until he's fully recovered. When he finished, Helmut warned himself, if we can be let go, there's no need to cause trouble by detaining someone useless. The soldier stared at Alia suspiciously, saying this mage is truly stunning, truly a blessing from God. Is he really a boy? Helmut hesitated, then answered, yes, that's right. The soldier complimented Alia. I never expected such a handsome youth. Another soldier in the group suddenly spoke. If born female, she'd be my ideal type. What a shame. The first soldier replied seriously, stop babbling. Do you think such a beauty would be interested in you? Helmut's expression suddenly grew solemn. Another man approached and asked, are you students of Greta Academy? The high priest stepped forward with a gentle manner. The soldier saluted solemnly and explained the situation. High priest Mycene, they were weary from travel. Perhaps one among them might please you. Should we bring them to the cathedral to rest and receive blessings? Mycene passed through the soldiers and said, is that so? Let me see. He nodded at Eli and murmured, indeed. Suddenly Mycene glanced to the side, toward where Helmut stood. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Immediately he shouted an order, everyone, stand back from that one at once. A soldier, bewildered, replied, yes, sir. No sooner had he spoken than a sword pierced him. Helmut's eyes watched the group warily. Inside the headmaster's study, he sat there, staring blankly in the room. Gazing into the distance, he pondered the recent events with the priest. Come now, headmaster, please don't make this more serious than it is. My purpose today is merely to request a small favor, and leave. What I ask is this. If you travel about a day from the northeast toward the city of Baden, there's a forest under the Academy's jurisdiction. I hope you will grant me permission to enter that area to investigate a few things. The more he thought, the more turmoil stirred in the headmaster's mind. Although he agreed there was no persuasive reason to refuse, he still wondered what scheme that man might be plotting. He could only hope no incident would arise. To be clear, High Priest Alessandro Mycene presented himself as an upright, dignified, and venerable cleric, but the truth behind him was a pervert with twisted, repulsive desires. He had come to this forest suspecting Greta Academy of hiding some secret here. In other words, the clash between Helmut and Eli's group and his men was purely coincidental. The instant High Priest Mycene saw Eli in a deep stupor, the first thought that flashed through his mind was a carnal desire to seize the beautiful youth. However, that lust, newly sparked, was immediately snuffed out, because he had encountered an entity that should never have been present here. That was Helmut, the dutiful, lovely husband of Eli. Seeing the purple power flowing around him, the priest ordered the soldiers. He's the one bearing the dark seed, form ranks and surround him. But Helmut would never stand idly by, using all the innate power he possessed. In an instant Helmut had closed the distance to them, but Mycene's magical barrier quickly stopped him. At this point the confrontation between the two was extremely fierce. While the priest was exerting all his effort to suppress Helmut's power, he suddenly found that Helmut had slipped behind him and was pointing his sword straight at him. But unfortunately another guard had seen it and ran over to knock him away. Helmut frowned. Prolonging battle with those who wield divine power would only leave him weaker. He needed to concentrate all his viz to finish the high priest first. So Helmut had no choice but to use all his strength and run as his best option, making them break into a cold sweat. How could his speed be so terrifying? Is this really normal human movement? Maybe it's because he carries the dark seed. Treat him like a demonic beast and attack. When he ran to a certain point, Helmut stopped. Then he turned toward Mycene on the right. The guards all shifted to face him. They formed a magic barrier to block his strike. Only then could the old man sense something strange about Helmut, truly abnormal. Those bearing the dark seed should be suppressed near divine power, paralyzed with their hearts clenched. Yet that kid's movements far exceeded human limits. If they let him keep striking at this intensity, the defenses will collapse sooner or later. If that's the case, having decided, he used holy magic, Lumen Guardian, aiming to overpower Helmut and push him back. Suddenly a bold thought flashed through his mind. Seeing Eli unconscious and lying over there, he pointed and shouted an order. The one lying over there is a mage. Focus your attacks on that mage now. This plunged Helmut into growing panic as he watched the guards converge on Alia. Without hesitation, Helmut became like a hunting beast. He leapt and sprinted toward Eli. Then in an instant, a streak of blood spattered across her face. It was none other than Helmut's. He had used himself as a shield to take a blow for her, but Helmut did not yield because of that. He quickly poured his remaining strength into fighting them. While he clashed with 3 burly guards with his sword, Mycene then resorted to foul play, blasting him with magic. It nearly knocked him unconscious on the spot. But because Elia was still there, he could not give up. He held his stance defiantly, determined to see it through. He thought to himself, in the fragments of Eli's past the dungeon showed me, Eli had shed many tears because her grandmother Hake was branded a heretic by the church for opposing the cathedral. Her parents were killed, leaving only Elia. Raised by Hake in lonely darkness, no wonder Ely harbored such deep hatred for the cathedral. Lately I've questioned myself, though I initially approached Elia just to help during the school's trial. Why, unlike Cyan or Azuka, did Ely alone take such a special place in my heart? What I saw in the dungeon answered that question, and it kindled in me a flicker of hope for Ely. Could she understand and accept my past? Something I couldn't even speak of to Luke, who shares the Darien bond. Would he sympathize with my yearning to live as a normal person? I haven't even had the chance to ask him that. Minutes passed, yet Helmut still stood firm on the field, making the old man worry. That persistent vermin. You still won't die, but here your fate ends. Then suddenly a wave of black power shot from him, beheading the 3 aggressive guards on the spot, right in front of him. It terrified him so much his face went pale. Seeing a true monster before me, Eli absolutely cannot lose him here. At the same time, on Ali's side, she was still sinking deeper into the stream of memories. The past Helmut endured showed a fate too cruel for any human's endurance. Although he always longed to live like a normal person, his isolation from being unable to fit in may have forced Helmut onto a path fraught with danger. Because I empathize with that loneliness, I can't help but be worried for him. At this moment my scene began to doubt his original intentions, as if he had unknowingly stepped on an anthill himself. So the dark seed has finally awakened after all the church's efforts to prevent this catastrophe. It still happened. He scowled and cursed the heavens and earth. Every few years fugitives evade the church's purge, grow strong, and trigger a catastrophe of dark power. Don't you people understand that someone like you surviving in this world is selfish greed? Now Helmut seemed to have lost all control, handing over all agency to that unidentified entity. Suddenly he vanished, then reappeared right behind my scene. But my scene, a veteran, was still quick enough to perform a parry. If he hadn't, the out of control Helmut would have severed his head. He nearly would have been left with nothing. Even so, Helmut kept charging forward despite the continual holy purging being unleashed. Because at this point Helmut had become a terrifyingly invincible entity. My scene wiped sweat from his brow, incredulous that after taking so many purges his heart was not shattered. What is that kid's body made of to still hold together? But thinking this, my scene's brow furrowed seriously. He looked toward the arm bound with the sanctified chains he had prepared, along with the ambush formation of demonic traps arrayed on all sides. My scene kept a cold expression and began his work, the noble blessing chant, Holy War Luziel. The moment the dark seed revealed itself, you cease to be one under protection and become one to be eradicated. I will send you to hell at once. Yet something seemed off. He hadn't expected Helmut not to be utterly dominated by his control. That guy still had strength to resist this much beyond imagination, and he retained combat reason. Though dark power had erupted and corroded his mind, his transformation into a monster was astonishingly slow. No, on closer observation I realized. High-ranking swordsmen can manipulate a special energy called Viz. He poured his last vestige into his heart to form a shield before his Viz ran out entirely. Moreover, repeatedly enduring holy magic inadvertently restrained the spread of the dark seed, so it turns out I was the one who accidentally saved his life. However, my scene would never give up so easily. But the clash between these two magics was too great. No matter how dense the darkness, before the power of the divine it was like salt in the ocean. But thanks to that I learned the secret that Greta Academy was hiding a seed of darkness. As a final mercy, I'll take you to the eternal realm with as little pain as possible, kid. After saying that, the old man forcefully poured more holy cleansing into Helmut, along with a few potent incantations. O almighty Lumen, please mercifully receive this wretched soul. Suddenly his arm was shattered without warning, by a remote-controlled purple force from someone, pierced through my scene's aged arm in an instant, making him grit his teeth in unending pain. Burned so badly he had to halt his formation. Who dares interfere? Alia stood to one side, frowning, and said, just as you said, this mutual counteraction is terrible. Because if you were of the church, you'd have to face alone the two people you hate most. He turned his gaze toward the voice that had destroyed his arm. You looking closely at that face. Could you be the successor of the witch Hake? She scoffed. Perhaps you don't have the strength left to worry about me, right? Then suddenly Helmut broke free from nowhere and lunged straight at him, turning what had been a hard 1-on-1 into a 1-on-2. However, my scene had prepared a ton of magic in advance, waiting for the right moment to strike. He summoned thousands of blades from the sky's supreme holy magic, the Holy Shield. Alia cried out in fear. Helmut. As the light grew ever brighter, Helmut looked up, noticing it. But it seemed there was no longer time for him to escape. In less than a second the blades fell one after another, tearing the forest apart. Smoke billowed up endlessly. Mikin stood sweating in place, watching the situation. Then within that cloud of dust, he hadn't expected Alia to expend herself to form a protective barrier for her and Helmut. It made his eyes widen, a spatial vortex, raging magic, and moreover, my scene swallowed and glanced at Helmut. Teleport the coordinates now. At the tense moment, while Helmut was brooding and casting spells, He quickly condensed his magical artifact within himself. However, before he could do anything, he was bound tight by Alia's chains. There was no way to run. She sneered from the side, just quietly accept being strangled. It made him so furious he vomited blood. You rebels who go against the will of heaven. At this moment Helmut's move had also been completed. Immediately he unleashed a heaven-striking blow that sliced the old man in two. The surrounding trees were knocked down across an entire area as well. By now Alia was gradually growing exhausted. She panted, looked up at him and called softly, Helmut. She saw that he was still in the process of darkening. Sweat streamed down his face. It seemed to have reached a peak. Alia turned pale. The stalled dark aura had begun to thicken again. Could he no longer use Viz to restrain it? As she was about to call his name once more, she suddenly froze. She hadn't expected that one day he would point the sword at her. In a state of losing control, it left Alia stunned and motionless. She swallowed her fear and used her last move. Then Alia lightly touched the transformative relic to return to her true, sweeter form. She looked at him awkwardly and spoke. Helmut, I'm not your enemy. If there's a place where someone like you, always on guard, can lower your sword and rest, that place is by my side. Now I'll come to you. She then took slow, heavy steps toward him despite the sword still pointing at her. Truly I've always been troubled. If one day I also go astray and make mistakes like Mrs. Hay, if I lose myself beyond redemption, would anyone have the strength or the means to stop me? So these are the words I tell myself. Decisively, Alia used her pomelo to hug Helmut tightly to soothe the mad beast inside him. Then in a sweet tone she soothed his spirit. This is the light you need to head toward. Promise me you'll all treat me the same way someday. This caused Helmut to gradually regain his senses, and his pupils began to brighten again. After that he made a sorrowful face and looked at her. Alia still had much to say in her heart. No matter what hardships the future brings, promise me you'll remain so composed. At the same time, elsewhere at an aristocratic afternoon tea, the documents had been settled. Mother, I heard that all 3 of Baden's outstanding students are participating in this sword tournament. Since this is my first time organizing it, I'm a bit anxious. The mother smiled softly and replied, I wonder if you can complete this task. Well, of course you will. You'll do fine. This worried look doesn't suit you at all. Drink a little. This is chamomile tea. It will calm your mind. Thank you, mother. Then she gently took the paper document from the steward's hand. A comprehensive sword tournament. I wonder which sword masters will gather in Reynosa. It's truly something to look forward to. Cut to a cold, snowy night. A lone figure stood atop the dune corpse peak. He exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent, a bloody smear still on his mouth. Suddenly his heart began to race wildly, as if some entity were gradually seeping into him. It kept growing, numbing his nerves at the same time. In that daze, a voice suddenly called out, Helmut.